Parallel universe. Lin Feng traversed into this realm, only to discover that he had transformed into an orange cat. In this world, the spiritual energy had rejuvenated, and countless human warriors and awakened beings had emerged, leading to the rise of numerous powerful entities. Beasts were relentlessly pursued and hunted by human warriors and awakened beings, becoming a valuable resource for cultivation. Fortunately, Lin Feng possessed an evolution system, which seemed to offer him a glimmer of hope. However, one fateful day, he entered the gaze of a higher dimensional observer, and it dawned upon him that this was merely the beginning. Chapter 1. The Earth Cat. In this parallel universe, under the scorching summer sun, the air was thick with heat. The wide concrete road was devoid of pedestrians, flanked by expansive rice fields. A flock of blood-red sparrows flitted about on the poplars lining the road, incessantly chirping and chattering. A middle-aged woman rode past on an electric bike and casually tossed a garbage bag beside a trash bin. The sudden sound startled a shabby little orange cat hidden behind the bin. It groggily rose from the ground, tilting its head in curiosity at the flock of sparrows. Its eyes filled with suspicion. What is the matter with these sparrows? Have they mutated? Lin Feng was utterly perplexed. Hadn't he been playing on his phone in bed? How'd he end up on the roadside? He had been an orphan, working in a factory after graduation, tightening screws for over 10 hours a day, earning a meager salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan, which was just enough to get by. In the factory, he could still catch glimpses of beautiful girls. Although the work was tiring, it was bearable. Being an orphan, he had no familial ties, and thus his life was rather carefree, spending his earnings as he earned them, a typical month-to-month existence. Last night, after finishing work, he had been lying in bed, happily scrolling through short videos, and before he knew it, it was dawn. Only when the alarm rang did he realize it was time to go to work. Just as he was about to get up, darkness enveloped his vision, and when he awoke again, he had transformed into a small cat. This little cat was less than 20 centimeters long, its limbs frail and clearly malnourished. Although Lin Feng often read novels, he never imagined he would actually traverse into another world. He gazed at his orange fur and then at his two front paws, internally lamenting his predicament. So, this is what it means to traverse, only to become a cat? At this moment, he was at a loss for tears. Others might traverse as humans, but why had he transformed into a cat? Was this not absurd? At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Detection of the host's complete consciousness. The evolution system is now officially activated. The host's body has been digitized, and an initial gift package has been bestowed. Zhonghua Tanyuan Cat, Lin Feng. Lifespan, 0.4 out of 15 health points, 40-40 attack power. For Constitution. 4. Constitution determines health points, health recovery, and defense, strength. 4. Strength determines the level of attack power. Agility. 5. Agility determines speed and physical reaction time, with some influence on evasion. Spirit. 56. Spirit determines magical points, magic recovery, magic resistance, and nerve reaction speed, allowing for a certain probability of detecting nearby dangers. The higher the spirit, the easier it is to detect threats, magical points. 560/560. Magical points are related to skill release. Defense. 1. Defense reduces some physical damage. Magic resistance. 5. Magic resistance determines the duration of various abnormal states on you and can also resist some magical damage. Talent. Otherworldly guest. A human from another world. Your soul is unique, naturally possessing a spirit far more powerful than your counterparts. Skills. None evolution points. 0 initial gift package. 1. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. A system. He was saved. This was a boon for every traveler. He then silently commanded in his mind, open the initial gift package. You have opened the initial gift package and received a random talent. Taisu Body. Taisu Body. You are inherently different. Ancient powers flow through your veins. You can absorb the essence of the sun and the splendor of the moon. Upon seeing this talent, Lin Feng's spirit soared. The Taisu Body was remarkable. In ancient times, gathering the essence of the sun and moon was a unique skill of the beasts. Could it be that he could absorb the sun and moon's essence here to evolve? Perhaps he might even have the chance to transform into human form in the future. Beneath the blazing sun, Lin Feng suddenly noticed his vision blurring, followed by the emergence of golden particles in the air, swirling about like dust. He stepped out from the shadow of the trash bin, feeling the scorching air envelop him, warming his body. The golden particles in the sunlight began to merge into him. Meow. As the golden particles entered his body, he felt a rush of warmth, akin to soaking in a hot bath. He could not help but vocalize his delight. With the influx of golden light, his body grew increasingly warm. He lay in the sunlight, allowing the particles to settle upon him. An hour passed in this manner, with many passers-by, including students hurrying along, ignoring the little orange cat. Suddenly, the system prompted Evolution Point 1. At this moment, Lin Feng felt an intense heat coursing through him, nearly overwhelming. He hurriedly scrambled away from the scorching ground, seeking refuge in the shade of a nearby tree. The sparrows continued their lively chatter, frolicking among the branches. Lin Feng gazed at them enviously, wishing he could soar through the skies like the birds, free to go wherever he wished. Such a life was far superior to that of a cat. A large black bird soared overhead, its gaze fixed intently on the sparrows in the thicket. In a flash, it darted down like an arrow. Whoosh! The sparrows erupted into chaos, chattering frantically as they scattered. The black bird deftly snatched 2 sparrows, and a few crimson feathers drifted slowly to the ground as it triumphantly took flight. Thud! One sparrow, too frantic to escape, collided with the tree trunk and tumbled down awkwardly. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed at this sudden feast. He had heard tales of waiting for a hare by the tree, never imagining he would experience such fortune himself. He immediately sprang into action, leaping forward and sinking his teeth into the unfortunate sparrow. Warm, fresh blood flowed down his throat, and before the sparrow could recover from its daze, it had lost its life. Having been abandoned by its owner, Lin Feng had been scavenging through garbage, and this was his first taste of wild prey. As he savored the blood, he was astonished by its exquisite flavor, and he began to relish his meal beneath the tree's shade. By this time, many pedestrians had passed by, including students in a hurry. A few teenage boys noticed the little cat enjoying its meal by the roadside and began to whisper amongst themselves. Wow, where did this little cat come from? It's quite something to catch a fire sparrow. I wonder if this little cat has a mother. I really want to take it home. This little cat is impressive. The fire sparrow is highly alert and swift, almost on par with a first-tier beast. For it to catch one is truly remarkable. I want to take the fire sparrow's beautiful feathers home as a specimen. Who cares about school? Let's catch this little cat and split the fire sparrow's feathers. Whoever wants the cat can take it home. The boys pointed and whispered about the little cat, some even considering snatching away its catch. Lin Feng overheard everything. He quickly stood up, emitting a low growl of warning. However, these adolescents, brimming with youthful audacity, felt no fear of the diminutive feline. Sharing knowing glances, they dispersed and charged toward the cat. Lin Feng's heart sank. His life was in peril. Chapter 2. Ice Spike Technique. A group of boisterous children charged towards the feline with remarkable swiftness, their eyes devoid of any trace of fear. Most of them were around 13 or 14 years of age, brimming with youthful energy, and notorious for their mischievous antics at home. As a gust of wind swept through, Lin Feng felt a tightness in his chest. If he fell into the hands of this raucous bunch, his days would surely turn grim. They were at an age where their playful spirits ran wild, and when they decided to act, there was little regard for severity. If they captured him, his very life would no longer be in his own hands. Lin Feng's body bristled with apprehension, and in a moment of panic, he hastily clutched the remaining half of a sparrow and darted forward, slipping through the legs of one boy. The children reacted quickly, pivoting and unleashing their inner strength. Hot on the heels of the orange cat, their speed surging in a straight line. Hearing the approaching footsteps behind him, Lin Feng's heart raced. If he continued to run in a straight line, escape from their clutches would be impossible, leaving him with no choice but to plunge into the adjacent rice paddy. Splash! The rice seedlings in the paddy stood over 30 centimeters tall, with the water level reaching 7 or 8 centimeters. Upon diving in, Lin Feng quickly vanished from sight. The group of children stared blankly at the paddy, but they soon relinquished the foolish notion of wading in to catch the cat. After all, they still had school to attend, and dampening their shoes and pants would be a regrettable loss. The youngest boy discovered a few blood-red feathers beneath a tree and, after picking them up, caught up with his companions. They resumed their playful banter as they continued on their way to school. What a pity. That little cat was so swift. I nearly caught it. I must raise a few pets in the future to bring me magical beasts to play with every day. Dream on. You haven't even broken through the 3rd level of basic inner strength yet, and you wish to keep pets? Aren't you afraid of being overpowered by them? Oh, please, you're only at the 3rd level as well. How dare you criticize me? Do you think you're Zhao Huatian? Once the raucous children had wandered far enough, Lin Feng laboriously emerged onto the embankment, vigorously shaking his body to rid himself of the lingering moisture. He was quite irritated. Can humans truly toy with little cats at will? You little rascals, just wait. Once I grow stronger, we shall see who dares to capture me. The law of the jungle prevails in this world, and at that moment, Lin Feng's desire for strength burned fiercely within him. Continuing to shake off the droplets of water, he remained under the sun until his fur dried, savoring the delightful meal. The flesh of the fire cloud sparrow was rather firm, requiring considerable effort to tear apart. Additionally, as he was still not of age, he ate at a slower pace, taking some time to consume the entire bird. System notification: you have successfully devoured a fire cloud sparrow for the first time and gained 10 evolution points. Lin Feng pondered the significance of these evolution points in his mind. Were they akin to experience points obtained from defeating monsters in online games? Could he level up upon reaching a certain quantity? The panel prompted him again. Upon reaching 10 evolution points for the first time, the host may use these points for a special initial skill draw. Evolution points may also enhance physical attributes. Every 10 evolution points can increase an attribute by 1 point. Ah, I see. It appears evolution points are not without merit. With no skills to speak of, it would be prudent to draw one for self-preservation. Lin Feng silently intoned draw in his mind, and a virtual roulette appeared in the air, adorned with thousands of skill names: Fireball, Heavy Strike, Levitation, Thunder Power. The pointer spun ceaselessly before finally settling on the Ice Spike technique. Ice Spike technique. Release an ice spike at the target, inflicting 2 points of magical damage. Mana cost: 100 points. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Lin Feng tugged at his ears, feeling uncertain. He had no idea of the skill's efficacy and could only experiment with it. Now equipped with both talent and skill, he could venture out to hunt fire cloud sparrows. If he killed a few more, those evolution points would surely accumulate swiftly. Upon returning to the main road, he discovered that the fire cloud sparrows had vanished without a trace, leaving only some persistently noisy cicadas in the trees. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Lin Feng felt a wave of frustration wash over him as he surveyed his surroundings. This place was desolate, lacking any nearby village or shop. It was not a suitable spot to linger. Nightfall was when danger lurked, so he needed to find a safe refuge quickly. He continued down the main road, allowing the sun to dry his still damp fur as the essence of sunlight continued to pour from the sky, gradually seeping into his body. At this moment, many students were hurrying along the road. Some were being escorted by their parents on electric bikes, while others frolicked in the shadows of the road. The small orange cat accompanying Lin Feng caught the attention of many passers-by. However, it appeared quite dirty, a clear indication of a stray from the countryside. Several girls felt a pang of compassion, wanting to capture the little feline and take it to their classroom, but they could not grasp this agile creature. Each time someone approached, Lin Feng would leap into the rice paddy, soon becoming covered in mud, thus drawing no further attention. Before long, he arrived at a row of self-built houses, where a robust wolf dog was tethered to a tree at one of the entrances. This formidable creature stood a full meter tall, its physique impressively muscular, reclining in the shade as its large tail swayed lazily. Before Lin Feng could draw near, the wolf dog sprang up, its nose twitching as it spotted the small orange cat, barking loudly, "Woof, woof, woof." The iron chain around its neck rattled violently. Its fierce gaze fixated on the cat, drool pooling uncontrollably in its mouth. The wolf dog attempted to pounce, but was thwarted by the chain, growing increasingly agitated. Its barks intensifying, accompanied by the clanking of the chain. Even passers-by instinctively avoided the area, opting to walk on the opposite side of the road. Lin Feng's hair stood on end, and he hunched down, frozen in place, his limbs stiff, unable to walk steadily. The wolf dog remained relentless, barking wildly at the entrance. Its ruckus disturbed the female owner resting inside the house. When she emerged to investigate, she exhaled in relief and swiftly struck the wolf dog down with a slap, scolding, "You useless thing, stop barking. It's just a little cat. If you disturb my sleep again, you'll regret it." Smack! The wolf dog yelped in pain, curling up on the ground, yet its gaze remained fixed on the small orange cat across the road. Seeing that the wolf dog had ceased barking, the owner returned indoors to resume her rest. The wolf dog stood back up, quietly growling at the small cat once more, this time at a much lower volume. Lin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. A dog on a chain was indeed a good dog. He had no intention of exposing his skills lightly, as he was still unfamiliar with this world and did not wish to be captured for experimentation. Thus, he continued along the road, fortunate not to encounter any more wolf dogs. Instead, he came across several domestic cats, their fur fluffy as they lounged in the sun outside their homes. Lin Feng observed closely, noting that the essence of sunlight flowed seamlessly through these cats, leaving no trace behind. Plants retained only a minimal amount of sunlight essence, and the situation where Lin Feng absorbed it entirely did not occur. This realization brought him relief. It seemed that this talent was not possessed by every cat. For now, he needed to bide his time. Once he accumulated more evolution points, he could draw several more skills and, at that time, he would surely be able to protect himself. Woof woof woof. At the fork in the road ahead, several stray dogs were playfully wrestling, causing Lin Feng's heart to tighten with concern. Trouble was brewing. Chapter 3. Entering the school, 5 stray dogs were circling around a white female dog, with the leader being a robust black wolf dog. Its ears stood erect, and its tail wagged incessantly, clearly in a joyful mood. Towering at around 1 meter tall, it was one of the larger strays, while the other 4 dogs merely paced around the periphery. The white dog, a common rural breed, was entirely snow-white and tethered by a chain. It remained indifferent to the advances of the boisterous wolf dog, its gaze fixated instead on a yellow dog lurking behind. At merely 20 centimeters tall, Lin Feng felt intimidated by the pack of strays. Should they charge at him simultaneously, he would be defenseless. He quickly sought refuge in a nearby flower bed to observe the scene discreetly. The wolf dog, frustrated by its inability to win over the white dog, began to whirl around in agitation, eventually darting behind the white dog, repeatedly sticking out its tongue. Despite being smaller than the black dog, the white dog showed no mercy, turning around and fiercely driving the wolf dog away with a powerful swipe that sent it crashing to the ground. Barking in distress, the wolf dog, having failed in its attempts at courtship, vented its frustration on its companions, prompting them to scatter in disarray. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng crossed the street and hastened into the sunlight, soon arriving at a town street. The architecture here bore a resemblance to that of Earth, with predominantly 2 to 3-story brick and concrete buildings. The ground floor housed various small shops such as supermarkets, clothing stores, butcheries, and eateries, characteristic of a quaint town. The streets were about 5 to 6 meters wide, teeming with students hastening to school, while stray cats and dogs rummaged through trash bins for food. These strays would emit low, threatening growls upon the approach of a kitten, warning it to keep its distance. Lin Feng had no desire to scavenge from the bins. With skills at his disposal, his attention was drawn to the small animals instead. He could only circumvent the threats posed by the strays. Ultimately, he followed a group of older children to a high school, where the students were of an age less likely to engage in mischief. The gatekeeper, dozing in the shade of a fan, failed to notice a kitten trailing behind the students into the school. Lin Feng found a flower bed within the campus, adorned with tall, sturdy poplar trees, their tender green leaves attracting numerous birds. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the trees, casting beams of light that danced like golden particles in the air. The grass beneath occasionally caught a glimmer of sunlight. Lin Feng nestled in the center of the flower bed to bask in the sunlight, absorbing the radiant energy falling from above, while keeping a watchful eye on a few cooing pigeons perched in the branches. As the school bell rang, students rushed into their classrooms, leaving the square and flower bed deserted. A few birds gradually arrived, scavenging for scraps left by the students or searching for insects among the trees. The white pigeons continued to coo, oblivious to the kitten below, which had them in its sights. Although the pigeons spotted the kitten, they dismissed it as a mere nuisance, underestimating its potential threat. With no one around, Lin Feng directed his gaze toward the pigeons and unleashed his skill, extending his mental energy outward. He locked onto the largest pigeon, which weighed about half a kilogram. A 10-centimeter-long ice spike materialized out of thin air, piercing the pigeon's body like an arrow, causing it to plummet to the ground like a stone. The pigeon hit the grass with a thud, prompting the surrounding birds to take flight, fleeing from the perceived danger. Lin Feng swiftly approached, claiming the struggling pigeon. His heart swelling with joy, he realized the effectiveness of his skill. As long as he focused on his target, he could secure his meals and no longer face hunger. He meticulously plucked the pigeon's feathers, revealing its tender flesh, and settled down on the grass to enjoy his feast. The meat of the pigeon was inferior to that of the fire lark, lacking in flavor. After finishing, a notification appeared from the system. You have devoured a common pigeon, gaining 1 evolution point. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The disparity between the ordinary pigeon and the fire lark was staggering. It was equivalent to the evolution points gained from basking in the sun for an hour. It seemed he would need to hunt more fire larks in the future. He noticed remnants of white feathers and innards on the ground and casually covered them with some dry twigs and leaves before relocating to continue his sunbathing. Before long, he succumbed to the warmth of the sun and drifted into slumber, occasionally shifting to a shaded spot to rest before returning to bask in the sunlight. The school bell rang repeatedly, with students frolicking in the campus while Lin Feng slept soundly in the flower bed. As the sun began to set, he was roused by the sound of the dismissal bell. The sunlight had faded, and darkness was gradually enveloping the surroundings. Feeling invigorated, he contemplated testing his combat prowess against a fellow feline but quickly dismissed the notion, aware that his feeble form would be no match for an adversary. Observing the dirt clinging to his coat from his earlier escape, he decided to leave the flower bed. However, the throng of students dispersing from school halted him in his tracks, and he begrudgingly retreated to the flower bed to await the arrival of nightfall. Birds still flitted about the trees until they vanished into the night. Lin Feng cautiously peered out from the flower bed, ensuring the vicinity was clear before stealthily venturing through the school grounds. Some senior students remained for night study, yet none noticed the small kitten stealthily prowling in the shadows. He made his way to the restroom, where the sink towered over him at more than a meter high. With a slight push from his legs, he leaped onto the sink and expertly turned on the faucet, stepping into the stream of water to cleanse himself, meticulously untangling the clumps of dirt. At that moment, a female teacher entered the restroom, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the kitten on the sink. She mused aloud about the cleverness of contemporary animals, wondering which household the kitten belonged to, capable of using the faucet. She remarked that she wished her own dog were as clever. Once she finished her business, she found the kitten had vanished and the faucet had been turned off. Leaving her in awe, Lin Feng, emerging from his wash, was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he had inadvertently wandered into the women's restroom. Fortunately, he was now a cat, and a male cat at that. Surely, there would be no issue with a male cat in the women's restroom. After all, no one had seen him, so there should be no problem. Chapter 4. Driving away after grooming his fur, Lin Feng returned to the flower bed, where he stumbled upon an egg. Unfortunately, consuming it did not yield any evolution points. He settled on the grass, waiting for the moon to rise. Before long, the crescent moon ascended slowly, casting a silvery glow that filtered through the trees, illuminating the grass beneath with a gentle light. In the moonlight, tiny silvery particles drifted continuously into Lin Feng's body, carrying with them a refreshing chill reminiscent of a room cooled by air conditioning in the summer. Lin Feng felt his body growing colder and increasingly rigid, the sensation of absorbing moonlight starkly different from that of sunlight. As the moon ascended higher, the moonlight cascading from the sky intensified. Before long, Lin Feng was shivering from the cold, barely enduring until the system prompted him, indicating he had absorbed the power of moonlight, earning him 1 evolution point. After the system notification, Lin Feng hurried back into the shadow of a large tree, his limbs stiff and awkward as he struggled to recover his mobility, leaping and vocalizing in an attempt to regain his flexibility. Thus, various loud meows echoed through the flower bed on campus. Many students studying nearby found themselves enchanted, their thoughts drifting from their studies to playful kittens, smiles gracing their faces. A middle-aged woman, teaching a class, noticed the commotion and her expression hardened. She exclaimed loudly, reminding them that they were on the brink of the college entrance examination and should focus on their studies, warning them that the 4 major martial arts academies had stringent requirements for exam scores, with those below 400 points being dismissed. With the awakening of various monstrous beasts, she cautioned that neglecting their studies could jeopardize their safety in the future. After delivering her tirade, she stormed out of the classroom, following the sound of the meows to the flower bed, where she spotted a small orange cat bouncing around in a frenzy beneath the tree's shadow. With a swift motion, she extended her right hand and, with remarkable speed, grasped the kitten by the scruff of its neck, berating it as she did so. Where did this little mad cat come from? What are the security guards doing? Unable to even keep an eye on the entrance, Lin Feng, caught off guard, squirmed in her grip, attempting to threaten her by opening his mouth wide, hoping she would release him. However, his diminutive size posed no threat to an adult. The woman unleashed a surge of internal energy, rendering the kitten limp, and carried Lin Feng all the way to the entrance, tossing him carelessly over 10 meters away while scolding, "Get lost, you little mad cat. If I see you again, I'll make sure you regret it." After delivering her threats, she triumphantly returned to the classroom to continue supervising her students. Poor Lin Feng landed on the ground, rolling uncontrollably for over 10 circles before coming to a stop, his head buzzing and eyes swirling with stars. In that moment, he acutely felt the malice of humanity. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly distanced himself, thinking how terrifying humans could be. Bah, that wretched woman must be going through menopause. Indeed, many women enter a state of instability during middle age, with their nerves fraying and emotions oscillating unpredictably. Furthermore, the woman had exhibited an unsettling power that disrupted much of the moonlight energy Lin Feng had absorbed, prompting him to avoid returning to the campus. After all, the town was vast, and he could surely find a place to take refuge. The streets were nearly deserted, save for a few children playing. Tall buildings obscured the moonlight, and Lin Feng dashed along the roadside, gradually regaining his normalcy. After a while, he found a low wall and bounded up to the rooftop. The roof was littered with fallen leaves and featured a small turret, while several individuals practiced meditation in the moonlight. Fortunately, the rooftop was unoccupied, allowing Lin Feng to choose a clean spot to lie down and absorb the moonlight's power. As the silvery particles once again entered his body, he felt the familiar chill, while the martial artist nearby exhibited no adverse reactions. Envy surged within Lin Feng as he began to ponder the distinctions between humans and beasts, gradually realizing that these human practitioners were also absorbing the moonlight. The silvery particles mingled with their bodies, yet their conversion efficiency was considerably lower, only managing to transmute 1/10 or 1/5 of the moonlight's power. Was it a matter of conversion efficiency? Lin Feng contemplated this until the system notification prompted him to return to the turret's shadow for recovery exercises. This time, he had learned from his mistakes, refraining from unnecessary vocalizations to avoid attracting unwanted attention. After a brief period of activity, he resumed absorbing the moonlight. Nearby, a group of women gathered on the rooftop, engaging in conversation about local gossip. One woman inadvertently glanced to the side and muttered, "When did the He family secretly adopt a kitten?" The others chimed in, lamenting the risks of pet ownership, sharing stories of pets potentially evolving into monstrous beasts, capable of turning against their owners. They asserted that only awakened beast tamers could fully subdue such treacherous companions. Indeed, ordinary practitioners stand no chance against mutated beasts. It is wiser not to keep pets. Who knows what calamity may arise? They concluded, hurriedly descending to confront the He family about their supposed pet. He Peng, who had been watching television, was taken aback by the sudden arrival of his neighbors. Under the pressure of the group, his wife urged him to chase away the stray cat. He Peng rushed to the rooftop, and upon opening the door, was greeted by an unusually bright moonlight. Spotting the kitten, he acted without hesitation, swiftly capturing it with a single movement. He sighed, addressing the kitten, "Little one, my neighbors don't want you lingering here. It's best you find somewhere far away." With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the kitten accurately several dozen meters away onto another building before returning indoors. Poor Lin Feng felt his body tighten once more, and he soared through the air, crashing heavily onto the rooftop with a resounding thud. These humans were infuriating. Lin Feng seethed with anger, yet he felt powerless. In any world, weakness is the original sin. The kind-hearted are often taken advantage of. I must grow stronger. Chapter 5. The attributes of the weasel. The commotion on the rooftop attracted the attention of several nearby children, who turned their gazes toward the small, orange cat. The leading boy exclaimed, "Whose irresponsible behavior resulted in this stray kitten? I detest those who abandon their pets." Another child chimed in, "Indeed, such people lack basic decency. Not every small animal becomes a monstrous beast. A classmate of mine has a well-behaved kitten that is a joy to hold." Sighing, one child lamented, "Alas, I haven't yet broken through the third layer of my internal energy, and my parents won't allow me to keep a pet. I can only wait until later to adopt one." Two girls took out their treasured biscuits, opening them to feed the little cat, while gently saying, "Little kitty, come and eat. You must be so sad to be abandoned by your owner." Lin Feng glanced at the biscuits on the ground, feeling no appetite. However, the children seemed friendly enough, so he remained in place, absorbing the power of the moonlight. The children played nearby for a while, but as they noticed that the little orange cat showed no reaction to their antics, they gradually lost interest and began to play upstairs again. One girl accidentally discovered that the area where the kitten rested was particularly bright under the moonlight, and she excitedly shared this finding with her companions, prompting them to gather around once more. The leading boy exclaimed, "Indeed, it's true. Xiao Yu's keen eyes are remarkable. She can see this." Xiao Yu, with a haughty lift of her neck, responded, "Of course. Unlike you careless boys, I suspect this little kitty has the potential to evolve into a monster beast. Zhang Zichen, why don't you consider taking this little one home? With your abilities, even if this orange cat evolves into a monster beast, it wouldn't stand a chance against you." Zhang Zichen hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. "No, my parents would never allow me to keep a pet, especially since my mom has a cleanliness obsession. It would be a hassle if she found out I brought a pet home, but I can still offer it some food." With that, he hurried home, retrieved a frozen half-sized carp from the refrigerator, and tossed it beside the little orange cat. "Little cat, come try this big carp." The sudden appearance of this delicacy was irresistible to Lin Feng. He leaped up from the ground and began devouring the frozen carp, the fish meat pleasantly cool in his mouth. The fishy flavor stimulated his taste buds, and he felt utterly invigorated, with saliva flowing uncontrollably. The taste was surprisingly better than the pigeon he had during the day. The children watched, smiles on their faces, as the little orange cat gobbled its meal. Soon, it was time for them to head home, and they bid farewell to the little orange cat. After finishing the carp, Lin Feng received another system notification. "You have devoured wild carp and gained 1 evolution point." He now possessed a total of 10 evolution points. He turned his attention to the panel in his mind, but the lowest skill lottery required 100 evolution points, meaning he would have to wait a while for that. For now, survival was paramount, and with his health so low, a stray dog could easily overpower him. It was wise to enhance his constitution to boost his life points. After some contemplation, he allocated the 10 evolution points to his constitution, raising his life points to 50, which eased his worries slightly. Given that he could absorb 20 evolution points a day, he would increase his attributes by 2 points daily. If he persevered, he would eventually evolve into a monster beast, at which point he would no longer be bullied. A dark shadow peeked around the side of the rooftop, and upon spotting the little orange cat in the moonlight, its eyes sparkled with excitement. It scampered over, jumping in front of the kitten. It was a medium-sized yellow-brown weasel, measuring over 40 centimeters in length, its eyes darting about. Lin Feng tensed, recognizing the threat posed by the weasel's antics. He remained alert, refusing to turn his back on it. As the saying goes, a weasel visiting a chicken brings ill tidings. This weasel was undoubtedly up to no good. He recalled seeing a video on Douyin where a weasel had pounced on an unsuspecting kitten. The weasel's movements were all a ruse to confuse its prey. It would only strike when the enemy revealed a weakness. This particular weasel, noticing the kitten's indifference, began rolling on the ground, exposing its belly to indicate a lack of malice, its bushy tail wagging while it silently released a foul odor. Its eyes remained fixated on the little cat, ready to retaliate the moment it made a move. At that moment, a virtual status appeared above the weasel's head, and Lin Feng was seeing enemy information for the first time. Adult weasel health points, 340 attack power, 66 constitution, 34 strength, 33 agility, 33 spirit, 39 defense, 3 magic resistance, 3 talent, none skill, stinky fart. Lin Feng broke out in a cold sweat. If that creature seized an opportunity, he would have no chance of survival. He couldn't fathom how past kittens managed to survive. A sweet, sickly aroma filled the air, and without further hesitation, he swiftly unleashed an ice spear at the weasel. The spear shot down rapidly, piercing through the weasel's belly and even puncturing the cement floor, pinning the weasel down. This skill had triggered a critical hit, and a large damage number appeared above the weasel, 109. The weasel let out a sharp cry, its voice full of distress. Dark red blood began to flow beneath it, but it was firmly stuck to the ground, struggling to turn over. Moreover, a bleeding debuff appeared above its head, causing its health to dwindle by 5 points per second. In desperation, the weasel released a foul fart, a cloud of yellow smoke enveloping the area, filling the air with a nauseating stench. Lin Feng quickly fled, hiding in the shadow of a nearby tower to observe, waiting for the stench to dissipate before considering the weasel's flesh. The commotion on the rooftop drew the attention of nearby residents, who rushed up to investigate. Completely unaware of the little cat lurking nearby, they covered their mouths and noses, discussing the situation from a distance of several meters. I've been losing food lately. I wondered what it could be. I never expected it to be this creature. I wonder who managed to catch it. I've lost a lot of snacks recently too. I even bought a bunch of mouse traps at home, but I haven't caught a single rat. It must be this weasel's doing. The weasel, inherently clever, was an expert thief. Fortunately, an awakened one had managed to capture it this time. I wonder who that was. It likely won't survive long now. That smell is unbearable. I'm going home to take a shower. Who will dispose of this thing? The children felt a shiver of fear as they watched the weasel pinned by the ice spear. They exchanged glances, wisely choosing not to mention the kitten. The weasel's cries grew fainter, and it gradually lost consciousness, never comprehending how it had been defeated by a mere kitten. Chapter 6. Escape from the town after some discussion. A middle-aged man finally took a plastic bag and disposed of the weasel's body in a dumpster below, prompting the crowd to disperse. Lin Feng also quietly climbed over the wall to descend. However, upon reaching the dumpster outside, he was faced with a dilemma. It stood over a meter high. Even if he managed to jump in, he wouldn't be able to climb out with his prey. Moreover, the dumpster was filled with rotten and nauseating odors. He had no desire to consume meat that reeked. Before he could contemplate for long, a few stray cats arrived, led by a large orange cat, measuring an impressive 50 to 60 centimeters long, almost 2 to 3 times Lin Feng's size. Lin Feng's heart raced. He feared being bullied by this gang. Perhaps it was best to leave quickly. The majestic orange feline strode over with an air of indifference, leaping directly into the refuse bin, only to emerge moments later, clutching the lifeless body of a weasel, accompanied by its subordinates as it sauntered away. It arrived and departed with an ethereal grace, taking away sustenance while regarding the small orange kitten as if it were mere air. Lin Feng stood rooted to the spot for quite some time, and it dawned on him that he lacked even the qualifications to be bullied. Suddenly, a figure sprinted down the street at an astonishing speed, each stride covering 5 or 6 meters. In mere moments, the distance of several hundred meters was traversed, and in his grasp was a large stray dog. The mysterious figure murmured to himself, declaring that the dog was substantial enough to prepare a hearty dog meat hot pot, all in the name of eliminating a menace to society. The stray dog, exhausted and wide-eyed with terror, appeared frozen as if under a spell. Lin Feng hastily crouched on the ground, sensing a terrifying aura emanating from this man. Residual scents of his kind lingered around him, unmistakably revealing him as a predator of stray cats and dogs. When the man passed by the small kitten, he cast a disdainful glance, muttering about the kitten's insignificance, suggesting he would seek a larger one for a more satisfying meal. The man gradually faded into the distance, leaving behind a vague silhouette. Lin Feng was instantly filled with dread. The town was perilous, and humanity seemed terrifying. Perhaps returning to the countryside would be wise. He had no desire to be captured and turned into a meal, sliced into chunks for a hot pot. Life in the countryside seemed preferable. As long as he found an abandoned cottage, sustenance would not be lacking in the fields. With this resolution, he retraced his steps along the path he had taken during the day, recalling the pleasant spot where the small kitten had lingered, hoping to encounter a hyunk once more. As Lin Feng hurried along, he paid no mind to the stray cats and dogs he encountered. Upon reaching an intersection, he spotted the white dog, now amicably engaged with a yellow dog, which appeared even more formidable than its superior, having accomplished what the leader could not. Lin Feng marveled at the scene but did not linger, carefully skirting the shadows of the road as he raced toward the countryside. He traversed buildings and fields, finally arriving at the outskirts, where the symphony of insects and frogs created a lively atmosphere. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Feng joined in the chorus, announcing his arrival. From this day forth, he would hunt in the fields, striving for survival. Under the moonlight, a small orange kitten cautiously advanced along the ridge, its target being the croaking frogs. Oblivious to the impending danger, the frogs continued their calls. Suddenly, strange sounds startled the frogs, causing one to leap into the rice paddy, sliding away from the shore. Lin Feng immediately became alert as a large yellow-brown snake emerged on the opposite ridge, approximately the thickness of 2 fingers and at least half a meter long. Such snakes were common in the countryside, non-venomous and typically preying on rodents and smaller creatures. Now, it had set its sights on the kitten, raising its neck and emitting a threatening hiss. Should the snake coil around him, Lin Feng knew his fate would be grim. Yet he would not engage in close combat. Instead, he aimed a frost spike at the creature's head. With a swift thrust, the ice spike struck true, pinning the snake's head to the ground, causing it to writhe in agony as it struggled against the spike, eventually succumbing to its injuries. Only then did Lin Feng approach, biting through the snake's skin and tearing it open to reveal the tender flesh within, savoring the delicacy of snake meat. The texture was fine, only slightly inferior to that of a hyunk. After his meal, Lin Feng felt his belly swell, his paws and mouth stained with blood. A system notification chimed. You have consumed a common soil snake, gaining 3 evolution points. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded. Although he hadn't captured a frog, the snake meat proved bountiful and rewarding, prompting him to seek more serpents for sustenance. After cleaning himself in the field, he returned to the roadside, basking in the moonlight, gazing at the silvery particles dancing in the sky, filled with deep reflections. He had never anticipated being reborn as a cat. Without the system, he might not have survived even a day in this perilous world rife with dangers. This period of development was undoubtedly the most hazardous. Caution was essential. Once he evolved into a beast, he could venture out more freely. His current aim was to hunt in the fields, accelerate the acquisition of evolution points, and quickly gain skills and enhancements. He glanced at his panel, noting he now had 5 evolution points, with hopes of reaching 10 by nightfall. His magical energy replenished swiftly, regaining 1 point per second, sufficient for his needs. After resting for a while, Lin Feng rose and ran back and forth along the road to expend energy, only returning to the ridge to continue hunting when the moon reached its zenith. No longer did the small frogs hold his interest. His sights were set on the snakes that preyed on them. The frogs on the ridge, startled by the small orange kitten, jumped one by one into the water. Lin Feng circled for a while before spotting a target on a ridge, a red-chained snake, known locally as a shangangzi, mildly venomous, with a flattened head and a striking black and white pattern, often feasting on frogs and fish. The red-chained snake had just captured a hapless frog, swallowing it whole. The nearby frogs had fled in terror, and the snake's belly bulged, indicating it had consumed a fair amount. Aware of movement ahead, the red-chained snake coiled tightly, shielding its head as it continued to gulp down its prey. As an ice spike shot forth, the red-chained snake was skewered, convulsing violently. However, the spike had embedded itself in the earth, rendering the snake powerless, and it perished in agony. Only when the red-chained snake lay still did Lin Feng approach. peeling away its skin to savor the delectable flesh. The chorus of frogs resumed as they cautiously returned to the ridge, continuing their serenade while hunting nearby flying insects. Within the snake's belly were two slimy frogs, their demise quite tragic. Lin Feng pushed the frogs aside with his paw and savored the tender snake meat, which was tastier than that of the soil snake, with a delightful tingling sensation akin to consuming spicy snacks. After finishing the snake, he felt a lingering desire for more. But mindful of his capacity, he refrained and leisurely returned to the main road to enjoy the moonlit ambience. That night, the moonlight along the roadside was particularly bright. Lin Feng noted that at midnight, the moonlight intensified, allowing him to gather 3 evolution points in just 1 hour, nearly triple the amount he had collected when the moon first rose. Contemplating this, he pondered the legends of creatures that harnessed the essence of the sun and moon for their cultivation, wondering if he would ever have the chance to become a legendary beast. The following morning, Lin Feng glanced at his panel once more. The Zhonghua Tianyuan cat, Lin Feng, possesses a lifespan of 0415, a vitality of 5050, an attack power of 4, a constitution of 5, strength of 4, agility of 5, spirit of 56, and a magical value of 286,560. Its defense stands at 1, with magic resistance at 5. The innate talents include Otherworldly Visitor and Body of the Void. The skill it wields is Ice Spear Technique, and it has 24 evolution points. Last night, it consumed 3 snakes, raising its evolution points to 23. Subsequently, it allocated these 20 points to its constitution, increasing it to 7, thereby elevating its vitality to 70, bringing it closer to the coveted 100. As pedestrians began to populate the road and early birds chirped joyfully atop the treetops, Lin Feng retreated to the ridge, absorbing the essence of the sun. The excitement of the night had faded, and laziness enveloped him as he lay on the ground, reluctant to move. However, danger lurked nearby, large snakes might appear, and a moment's inattention could lead to being swallowed whole. With this thought, he hastily got up and peered from beside a large tree, extending his claws to climb the poplar tree. His strength had grown sufficiently to support his ascent, complemented by the innate climbing ability of felines. Soon, he mastered the art of climbing, gripping the bark tightly with his claws. Initially slow, his speed increased as he honed his technique, and before he realized it, he had scaled over 10 meters high. Finding a sunlit branch, Lin Feng settled onto it, basking lazily. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, while the little cat above slept soundly. Some foolish birds continued to chatter atop the canopy, occasionally dropping droppings to nourish the grand tree. Insects reveled in the leaves, enjoying a peaceful existence. A few ants noticed this colossal creature but wisely chose to circumvent it, continuing their quest for food. Lin Feng drifted into a pleasant dream, returning to Earth where he worked diligently and even found a beautiful girlfriend, leading to an increasingly better life. Suddenly, rhythmic sounds disrupted his reverie. Thud, thud, thud. Lin Feng opened his eyes in confusion, ready to scold the inconsiderate source, only for his words to transform into meow, meow, meow. A wave of disappointment washed over him as he realized he remained a mere kitten. On a neighboring tree, a palm-sized, mottled woodpecker diligently pecked at the trunk, chips of wood cascading down. Annoyed, Lin Feng decided to retaliate, casting an ice spear technique that pierced through the woodpecker's head, pinning it to the trunk, silencing the cacophony. Upon glancing below, he was pleasantly surprised by an unexpected reward. You have undergone natural growth. All attributes increased by 1. Lin Feng pondered this revelation, recognizing that his previous state as a malnourished kitten had left his attributes below double digits even after 5 months. Perhaps his current diet was conducive to rapid growth. After contemplating, he swiftly climbed to the neighboring tree, enjoying a feast of the woodpecker that had been conveniently delivered, though the bird appeared substantial. After plucking its feathers and removing its insides, little meat remained. The flesh bore a delicate sweetness, proving satisfactory. Lin Feng swallowed a few bites hastily, insufficient to sate his hunger. Afterward, the system notification appeared once more. You have consumed the woodpecker. You have gained 2 evolution points. To his astonishment, this woodpecker provided more evolution points than the dove. Lin Feng began to speculate whether herbivores and carnivores offered different evolution points, considering that the mutated huyunk might yield even more. It seemed prudent to seek out more carnivorous and mutated creatures in the future. He remained perched upon the tree, seeking a suitable bird to devour when hunger struck, and continued to patrol the fields at night, hunting for snakes. Thus, another day passed, and his evolution points reached 62. He distributed these points evenly among his attributes, with the excess 2 allocated to constitution, bringing his vitality to a remarkable 110. Lin Feng estimated that, Through the absorption of solar and lunar essences, he could gain approximately 28 evolution points daily, with the remainder reliant on his food intake, which was essential for rapid evolution. As dawn approached, the sun remained obscured, casting a gloomy atmosphere under heavy clouds, heralding an impending storm. The fierce winds rattled the branches, and even the birds were scarce. Lin Feng was compelled to change his location, meticulously cleansing the blood from his fur along the field's edge, washing several times before resuming his journey. Vehicles occasionally passed along the road, and students hurried by with umbrellas, paying no heed to the small cat racing along the roadside. Lin Feng made his way to a nearby village, where houses lined both sides of the road, predominantly 2- to 3-story brick-and-mortar structures. Many households housed fierce local dogs. Upon sighting Lin Feng, these dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks, growling fiercely. A few were unchained, baring their teeth and charging toward the little cat. Chapter 8. The deluge. Lin Feng's heart raced, and he swiftly altered his course toward a large tree by the roadside. In a moment of life and death, his latent potential surged forth, propelling him up the tree at remarkable speed, perching among the branches as he observed the ferocious dogs below. The dogs barked wildly, their expressions fierce, fixated on the small, orange cat above. Curious passers-by glanced at the tree, but upon realizing it was merely a kitten, they soon resumed their hurried paths. Occasionally, a few people passed by, the wind growing ever stronger, while the dogs lingered below, unwilling to depart. Lin Feng narrowed his eyes, a surge of predatory intent igniting within him. With no recent catch, these large dogs appeared to be prime targets. Scanning his surroundings, he noticed a few surveillance cameras mounted on nearby utility poles, and his murderous intentions were swiftly extinguished. He had no desire to expose his magical abilities to humans. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, followed by a flash of lightning that illuminated the sky in a blinding white. The dogs, overwhelmed by the elemental fury, hastily retreated to their homes. Abandoning their pursuit of the small orange cat, Lin Feng seized the opportunity to escape but dared not cross the road again, opting instead to maneuver along the field ridges. Yet, after only a few steps, torrential rain began to pour down. The raindrops struck the rice fields, producing a cacophony of sounds. Poor Lin Feng struggled to find shelter, braving the storm as he scanned for refuge, finally spotting an abandoned pigsty. With the entrance to the sty missing, he hurried inside, where the wind and rain were effectively barred from entering. Inside the pigsty, dust coated the floor, cluttered with broken items, a child's and used stroller, a malfunctioning electric fan, tattered clothing, and more. It was evident that the owner had repurposed this space as a refuse dump. Lin Feng shook off the raindrops from his fur, instantly dampening the ground beneath him. He rummaged through his clothes and extracted some cotton, placing it in the baby carriage before finally resting in it with a sense of relief. Outside, the torrential rain poured down with great force, accompanied by thunderous roars. As raindrops fell to the ground like a string of pearls, the little orange cat gazed at the gloomy sky, lost in thought. As a nursery rhyme slowly surfaced in his mind, the wanderer outside longs for someone, dear mother. The wandering footsteps traverse the ends of the earth, without a home. Oh, winter winds carry snowflakes, blowing down my tears. Walking, how many years have passed? A vague silhouette appeared in the clouds, akin to a great serpent soaring through the sky, causing Lin Feng to freeze in place. Though it was merely a fleeting glimpse, he was certain something existed within the clouds. Thus, he widened his eyes and fixed his gaze upon the dark clouds outside. However, as time passed, nothing materialized, and what he had just witnessed seemed like a mere illusion. Lin Feng felt a pang of disappointment. Was this merely a figment of his imagination? After all, how could there be dragons in this realm? Even if miraculous internal energy existed here, it wouldn't necessarily summon such legendary creatures. Yet, the phenomenon of time travel had already occurred. Who could assert that this world lacked dragons? Lin Feng pondered deeply, realizing he must find a way to acquire communication devices in this world, for he needed to understand it better to survive. The sky gradually darkened, and night fell, with the rain continuing unabated. Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, his stomach growling. Braving the wind and rain, he stepped out of the small hut, only to find his fur quickly drenched. The chorus of frogs croaking in the fields echoed around him, as they thrived in the humid environment, unaffected by the heavy rain. Lin Feng had not walked 10 meters when he spotted a large bullfrog. He lunged forward, his claws gripping the bullfrog tightly. Startled, the bullfrog leapt but could not escape, writhing helplessly until Lin Feng's mouth closed around it, ending its struggles. He began processing his prize right there, skillfully peeling its skin and discarding the insides, consuming only the pure white frog meat. The meat of the bullfrog was firm and delicious, and after finishing, he gained 1 evolution point. He devoured 3 bullfrogs in total to satiate his hunger. By the time he returned to the pig pen, his fur was thoroughly soaked. He vigorously shook off the excess water before hopping into the baby carriage to rest. Lin Feng gazed around at the clutter in the tiny pig pen, feeling a mix of emotions. He never anticipated that one day he would spend the night in a pig pen. If word got out, he would surely be the subject of ridicule. What bothered him most was the absence of moonlight on rainy nights, which would likely diminish his evolution point gains. He curled up tightly, waiting for dawn. The raindrops incessantly drummed against the roof, resembling a soothing lullaby, and before long, he succumbed to slumber amidst the rhythmic sound of falling rain. Meanwhile, in the dark clouds, a shadow circled, unperturbed by the approaching thunder, moving from east to west, and then from south to north. In the dead of night, Lin Feng was startled awake by a thunderclap, illuminating the dark sky with flashes of lightning. He exclaimed in frustration, "How can one sleep with such noise?" Leaping from the baby carriage, he stretched on the ground, casually tugging at his ears and shaking his head to fully awaken. He ventured out into the storm, embarking on another quest to catch bullfrogs. After consuming 3 more, he drank some rainwater from the field before returning to his abode to continue sleeping. Rainy days were indeed ideal for slumber, yet Lin Feng found himself unable to rest. The relentless downpour threatened to submerge the fields, and there was no sign of it abating. Everything felt somewhat amiss, as he recalled the previously seen shadow. A bold speculation arose in Lin Feng's mind. Could it be that a Jiaolong truly existed here? The Jiaolong, adept at swallowing clouds and exhaling mist, could bring forth storms. If a Jiaolong indeed dwelled within the clouds, this rainfall might escalate into a catastrophic disaster. Thus, Lin Feng remained vigilant, fixating on the sky, determined to locate the shadow once more to make an accurate assessment and prepare for any potential escape. Yet, all seemed to be his imagination. The shadow did not reappear, and the rain continued to pour. As dawn gradually broke, the frogs in the fields ceased their croaking, and daylight arrived, but the long-awaited sun remained absent. Lin Feng leapt down to observe the outside world. The water level in the rice fields had overflowed, blurring the boundaries between the ditches and the fields. What vexed him most was the sun's refusal to appear, as his evolution point gains would significantly diminish, hindering his growth. At that moment, his evolution points totaled only 12, a considerable decrease compared to the first day. If the torrential rain persisted, he needed to strategize early. Chapter 9, Torrential Rain 2. Goo goo goo. Lin Feng waited a while longer until his stomach began to rumble, the water level having flooded the pigpen's floor. He had no choice but to brave the rain once more. However, the frogs had all taken refuge, leaving no trace behind. With the water level rising, the fields were entirely submerged, and besides the pigpen, there was nowhere else to seek shelter. Lin Feng trudged along the ridge toward the main road. Casting a final glance back at the pigpen, his first stronghold, he had a premonition that he might never return to this place. The water on the ridge was already 5 to 6 centimeters deep, reaching Lin Feng's belly, with the soft earth churning with every step. Large raindrops fell around him, creating a cacophony. By the time Lin Feng reached the main road, he was thoroughly soaked, resembling a drenched cat. The road, raised higher, had little accumulation of water, and many hurried pedestrians were passing by. As Lin Feng reached the eaves at the village entrance, a large spotted dog spotted him and barked loudly. Rising from its resting place, the dog, robust and fluffy, proudly lifted its head to drive away the stray cat. A plump middle-aged man appeared from the house, looking rather amiable. Lin Feng felt a flicker of hope, wondering if this man might take him in. However, the middle-aged man frowned upon seeing the stray cat and shouted, "Get out of here, or I'll have my dog chase you away." The light in Lin Feng's eyes dimmed. He deliberately shook off the rainwater from his fur, splattering droplets everywhere, and resolutely stepped into the storm. The middle-aged man cursed as raindrops splattered onto him, exclaiming, "Next time you come back, I'll make sure to chase you away." He grumbled about being bullied by a mere cat. Lin Feng dashed along the road. As many large dogs in the village barked at him, none welcoming this unexpected visitor. Numerous villagers stood at their doorsteps, fretting over the heavy rain, while others gathered to discuss the unusual downpour. "This rain seems off. The forecast called for overcast skies. How can it be pouring like this? The water level in the back pond has already risen. If it continues for another couple of days, we'll have a problem. I feel something's not right too. I heard the entire Onion City is shrouded in heavy rain. I suspect that a demon beast is at work, and such a creature capable of affecting the entire city must be at least a 6th-level demon beast. I wonder why no one from above has sent anyone down. It is highly likely that a 6th-level demon beast would require the combined efforts of a master-level expert and high-ranking awakened individuals to subdue it. By the time they arrive, it may already be too late. You are merely talking nonsense. It's just ordinary rainfall, and no one has instructed us to evacuate. Everyone should remain calm." Lin Feng's heart sank upon hearing their discussions. It seems that the shadow he witnessed yesterday was indeed extraordinary. He was not well versed in the power hierarchy of this world and was unaware of the capabilities of a sixth-tier demon beast. The immediate priority was to find a secure refuge. He traversed through the residential area, and ahead lay vast rice fields, with several small villages faintly visible in the distance. To his right stood a small temple, and Lin Feng jogged to its front, where an unknown stone statue resided. On the table, offerings of apples, bananas, and incense were placed. He did not hesitate and eagerly grabbed a banana to eat. However, the banana had already spoiled. Its insides turned black and gray, rendering it inedible. The apples were slightly better, though consuming them was somewhat troublesome. Lin Feng squatted down, using his palms to stabilize an apple, and began to nibble at it. The crisp apple exuded a subtle sweetness and was quite pleasant, albeit a bit cumbersome to eat. After consuming 3 apples, he had accrued 3 evolution points, which seemed rather absurd. Fortunately, his stomach was no longer grumbling, so Lin Feng laid down on the table, gazing at the tempest outside, feeling an inexplicable agitation rise within him. If the heavy rain continued unabated, he would likely find himself in peril. Felines were not adept swimmers, and should a flood arise, he would have no escape route. After regaining his strength in this shelter, Lin Feng ventured out into the rain once more. He first surveyed the area, but alas, the plain stretched endlessly, leaving no higher ground to ascend. However, aimlessly wandering was not a solution. He needed to infiltrate a residence. With this thought in mind, he returned to the building he had previously passed, scanning for a while before identifying a tightly locked house. The local dogs barked vigorously, united in their efforts to drive away the unwelcome guest. After pinpointing his target, Lin Feng made his way back to the rear of the village, wading through the water to reach the back window of the house. He employed his ice spear technique, and with a sharp ice spear, the glass shattered. With determination, Lin Feng gathered his strength and leapt, but the window was over a meter high, and the slippery ground thwarted his efforts. After 2 unsuccessful attempts, he allocated his evolution points to enhance his strength, feeling his body grow slightly more robust, his limbs gaining power. Finally, he leapt successfully through the window. The room was a bedroom, furnished with cabinets, a clothes rack, and a large bed, covered with a sheet to keep the dust at bay. First, he shook off the rainwater, then approached the front door. The door was tightly shut, but with a determined leap, he grasped the doorknob and tilted his body to the right, causing the door to swing open. Adjacent to the door was a living room, where dust coated the appliances and other items. A staircase led to the second floor, also shrouded in dust. To be cautious, Lin Feng jumped up to the second floor, which was divided into 2 sections. The front contained a private bedroom, while the back housed 2 smaller bedrooms, with a spacious living room in between, alongside a small bathroom. Without hesitation, Lin Feng entered the larger bedroom, only to find the door locked. After fumbling for a while outside, he ultimately resorted to the ice spear technique to break the lock, allowing him entry. The room contained a large bed, a wardrobe, and a television opposite the bed, which was also covered with a bedspread. He leapt to the window, tore off the bedspread, and rolled on it to rid himself of the dust before finally jumping onto the bed. The soft bedding brought him immense joy. He hadn't expected to return to a bed again, lamenting his previous naivety for not considering this method. Had he discovered this room yesterday, he could have enjoyed the comfort of the soft bed sooner. He pulled back the covers and skillfully nestled into them, feeling utterly satisfied. Outside, the storm raged on, while Lin Feng drifted into sleep on the long-forgotten bed. The water level continued to rise, and the city's publicity department sent out urgent notifications via text. Residents from all villages began to converge towards the town, with those closer to the county seat and city able to enter nearby. Outside, residents received the text alerts and commenced an orderly evacuation from the village. The next day, Lin Feng awoke in an unfamiliar bed, the outside world cloaked in darkness, with heavy rain continuing its relentless downpour. He sat up, stretching his limbs, and then turned his gaze to the interface. The system prompted, "You have undergone natural growth. All attributes increased by 1 point. Zhonghua Tiantian Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0415 health, 120 attack, 8 constitution, 12 strength, 8 agility, 8 spirit, 59 magic, 590 defense, 1 magic resistance, 5 talent, otherworldly visitor, void body skills, ice spear technique evolution points, 23. Lin Feng gazed at his attributes, a look of resignation crossing his face. His stats still paled in comparison to the weasel he had encountered previously. The most troublesome aspect was that without the celestial essence of the sun and moon, he could only rely on food to obtain evolution points. With the torrential rain still unabated, hunting for food would prove exceedingly difficult. This is quite troublesome. Lin Feng sighed deeply, then prepared to leap down and seek something to eat. However, as he reached the stairway, his gaze froze. The floodwaters had already reached the stairway. With the corridor submerged more than halfway, the muddy water swirling with various plastics and plant debris, Lin Feng could only ascend to the rooftop, skillfully leaping to the doorknob to unlock the door. The sky was overcast, resembling a black curtain that refused to disperse, and gusts of cold wind accompanied the downpour. The rooftop also bore several puddles. Facing the wind and rain, Lin Feng approached the edge to survey the surroundings, only to discover that the doors of nearby residences were largely submerged, and small cars at the entrances had vanished. From within the nearby houses, the sounds of barking dogs echoed. Could it be that those bothersome large dogs were left behind? With this thought, Lin Feng felt a surge of excitement. He had found a source of food and would no longer have to wade through water to catch frogs, while also proving to those dogs who the true master was. Thus, he followed the sounds to a nearby building, utilizing his ice spear technique to break the door lock. With a loud bang, a large hole was blown through the lock. The dogs inside the house erupted with joy, having been left behind by their owners, with only a portion of dog food and leftover scraps remaining downstairs. But as the floodwaters rose overnight, their food had been submerged. Hearing the commotion from the rooftop, they were filled with hope, thinking their owners had returned. They eagerly ran upstairs, barking with delight, yet curiously, the door remained shut. The door opened inward, and the dogs pushed against it several times, but it would not budge. Woof, woof, woof. The large dogs could only bark frantically inside, waiting for their owners to let them out. More than 10 seconds had elapsed, yet the door remained unopened. Thus, it began scratching at the door with its paws, producing a series of scratching sounds. Lin Feng, concealed outside, remained undeterred, patiently awaiting the cool down of his skill, unwilling to risk misfortune. Only when the skill was ready did he push open the door. Facing him was a half-meter-tall rural dog, its coat a blend of black and yellow, its eyes fixated intently on the outside, tail wagging incessantly, blissfully unaware of the impending peril. The dog, now restless, suddenly erupted in fury upon spotting a stray cat outside. As the door swung open, it lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming to bite the stray cat. Lin Feng, too, noted the dog's attributes. Zhonghua Tiantian dog health, 640640 attack, 62 constitution, 64 strength, 62 agility, 59 spirit, 42 defense, 6 magic resistance. For talent, none skill. Bite, with a swift motion. An ice spike pierced through the dog's wide-open mouth, penetrating its skull and extracting the soft, white matter within. The damage indicators appeared above the dog's head, one for skill damage and the other for critical hit damage. The dog collapsed, convulsing on the ground. A paralysis buff manifesting above its head, its health plummeting at a rate of 10 points per second. Terror filled its eyes. It could hardly fathom that the diminutive orange cat before it could bring about its demise. How could it, being so much larger, be slain? Overwhelmed with regret, it succumbed to darkness, its once bright eyes dimming, ultimately falling silent. Lin Feng had intended to engage in guerrilla tactics, yet he was astonished at how easily the dog succumbed. It appeared that targeting vital points could yield unexpected advantages in combat. Given the circumstances, it was unsurprising. The dog's brain matter had been obliterated, making survival improbable even for a beast. Gurgle. Lin Feng's stomach growled in response, prompting him to hasten indoors. First, he shook off the rainwater clinging to him, then used his claws to peel back the dog's fur, revealing the bloodied flesh beneath. The sight of the tender meat prompted a salivation response. He began with the thigh, sinking his teeth into it, the warmth of the flesh smooth and inviting. He tore off a strip and swallowed it whole. The dog meat was exquisitely tender, offering an unforgettable flavor. This taste rivaled that of the fiery lark, a true delicacy. A whoa. Lin Feng gnawed through an entire thigh before feeling satiated, and suddenly, the system notification chimed. You have successfully devoured the flesh and blood of your lifelong enemy for the first time, earning 10 evolution points, an additional 10 evolution points, and an opportunity for a skill draw. Wow. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, his face a canvas of shock. So that was it. By consuming the dog's flesh, he could earn extra evolution points, along with a skill draw, an unexpected windfall. Had he known this sooner, he would have targeted these rural dogs long ago. Lin Feng first ascended to the upper floor to cleanse the blood from his body, then descended again. The door to the house had yet to be locked, so he boldly entered the bedroom. He cleaned himself against the wardrobe before leaping onto the bed. On the bedside table lay an array of snacks, and beside the bed was a computer desk, but unfortunately, the power was out, rendering it useless. Lin Feng settled comfortably on the bed before closing his eyes to initiate a skill draw. The familiar skill roulette reappeared, a vast array of thousands of compartments, each representing a skill, with the pointer spinning until it finally halted on a specific skill. Invincible slash. Swiftly execute 5 physical attacks on nearby enemies while in an invulnerable state. The first attack stuns the enemy for 0.1 seconds. Each subsequent attack inflicting 2 points of physical damage. Mana cost, 200 points. Cooldown, 120 seconds. Lin Feng's heart leapt with joy upon seeing this skill. It was a legendary technique of the Sword Saint from the world of Warcraft, a skill that many chose the Sword Saint for. Suddenly, a piercing howl of a dog echoed outside. Chapter 11. The giant python. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Could there be a beast nearby hunting the rural dogs? He quickly sprang from the bed and followed the mournful cries to the adjacent building. Inside, the dog continued to wail, seemingly confronted by something terrifying. However, the building was a complex structure, and without opening the main door, the situation inside remained concealed. After much hesitation, Lin Feng resolved to use his skill to break the door lock. Cautiously, he descended the stairs, peering around the corner. The sight before him was shocking. In the corridor beside the staircase lay a massive black python, approximately half a meter in girth, its body adorned with intricate patterns. It was coiling around a fierce hunting dog, constricting its body, the dog's cries growing fainter, its eyes filled with panic. Lin Feng also observed the attributes of the black python. First stage giant python health, 22002-200 attack, 118 constitution, 120 strength, 118 agility, 86 spirit, 103 defense, 12 magic resistance, 10 talent, none skill, deadly constriction. Lin Feng was astounded. The creature's attack power was staggering, and he doubted he could survive a single round against it. Moreover, its health was alarmingly high, indicating it would not be easily slain. The python sensed an approaching presence and turned its head, its cold, reptilian eyes fixated on the staircase, its tongue flicking in and out, emitting a series of threatening sounds. Without further hesitation, Lin Feng swiftly aimed at the creature's eye and unleashed an ice spike, then darted away. The ice spike shot forward, piercing directly into the giant python's eye. The creature, unaware of its assailant, found one eye blinded by the ice spike, causing excruciating pain in its head. Enraged, it exerted all its strength to squeeze its prey, and with a sickening crunch, the dog was swiftly throttled to death. The python then turned its head, opening its mouth wide to swallow the dog whole, consuming the half-human-sized creature in under 10 seconds. Once it had devoured its prey, the python began its ascent up the stairs towards the rooftop, but the scent of its adversary had dissipated in the rain, leaving it at the doorway, bewildered and unable to locate any trace. The nearby rural dogs continued to howl, while the black python repeatedly flicked its tongue, soon honing in on its target. With a resounding crash, the upper door was dented by the force of the python's assault, causing the ice spike within its eye to wobble violently. The black python, further pained, redoubled its efforts, ramming against the door until it finally broke through, entering the house via the staircase. Soon after, the piercing cries of a dog echoed throughout the dwelling. Lin Feng had already retreated to the adjacent room. Upon hearing the dog's cries, he refused to show himself. First, he dragged the remaining dog carcass to the second floor and covered it with some clothing. Then he retrieved additional garments from the second floor to seal the upper door, finally securing the main door tightly locked before allowing himself to relax. The python relies on scent and temperature to locate its prey. Despite the heavy rain outside, which should ideally leave no trace, Lin Feng still prepared a retreat for himself. He leapt onto the windowsill and opened the window slightly. The cold wind, accompanied by raindrops, swept into the room, refreshing the air within. There were also security bars outside the window, and Lin Feng discovered that the gaps were sufficient for him to slip through. If the giant python approached, he could promptly escape by diving into the water. Previously, Lin Feng had some swimming skills on Earth, so an underwater escape posed no challenge. He returned to his bed, lying down while listening to the occasional anguished howls of dogs outside, feeling quite pleased that these dogs were finally facing retribution. He dared not sleep too soundly, fearing a surprise attack from the giant python. The most terrifying danger in this world is the unknown. Upon seeing the enemy, Lin Feng felt less fear. If the python came, he would engage in combat, hoping to blind its other eye for a chance to counterattack. During this time, he consumed food twice, each time gaining 20 evolution points, bringing his total to 603 skill points. If he could finish off the remaining dog, he would be able to draw another skill. Fortunately, the black python did not come, and as night fell, the world was enveloped in darkness while the water level had already submerged the first floor. Lin Feng could no longer remain still. If the flood reached the second floor during the night, he would have nowhere to hide. Thus, he began to busy himself. gathering clothes from the wardrobe and taking them to the building's rooftop to construct a small nest. He left part of the dog carcasses on the stairs, returning downstairs to relieve himself when necessary. He could also use the toilet paper in the house, as he was a clean little cat who would never resort to the disgusting act of licking his own behind. That night, Lin Feng did not sleep well, mainly due to the relentless heavy rain outside, leaving him uncertain. If the flood reached the second floor, it would spell his doom. Many areas in Onion City were engulfed by floodwaters, with countless individuals unable to evacuate in time. The government even deployed military forces and summoned 5 top-tier experts to engage in battle against mysterious colossal creatures in the sky. Lin Feng remained oblivious to all of this, and in the middle of the night, he consumed food again. The rain outside began to lessen, allowing him to finally sleep soundly. The next day, Lin Feng awoke from a dream in which he was pursued by the black python, nearly devoured on several occasions, but fortunately waking up just in time. He yawned and stretched, relieved that he did not have to brush his teeth, heading straight down to continue consuming the dog carcass. After finishing the dog, he finally accumulated enough evolution points. Without hesitation, he decided to draw another skill. The roulette reappeared, spinning rapidly before finally stopping on a skill. Column of Fire releases a cylindrical flame that rotates clockwise around the body, inflicting 3 points of magical damage on nearby enemies. With a mana cost of 100 points and a cooldown of 60 seconds, Lin Feng found this skill rather peculiar. It was certainly inferior to the Invincible Slash, but might prove effective against lesser foes. However, given the ever-present threat of the black python, this skill seemed somewhat lackluster. After his musings, he opened the door. Although the sky remained overcast, the heavy rain had ceased, and there was still considerable water accumulation on the upper floors. The water outside had settled at a height of 1.5 floors, no longer posing a threat to the rooftop. Suddenly, Lin Feng looked up to see a massive black shadow moving through the clouds to the east, with 3 figures in pursuit. He couldn't help but feel a sense of longing, secretly setting a goal for himself. One day, he too would soar through the sky. Since the shadow disappeared, the water level below began to recede. As he surveyed the area, he was astonished to find that the fields had transformed into an endless expanse of water. This was the true power of a 6th-tier demon beast, capable of altering an entire city's ecological balance. One could only imagine the strength of the top-tier demon beasts beyond the 6th tier. At this moment, the annoying barking of dogs had vanished. They were either consumed by the black python or drowned in the flood. However, the presence of the black python still loomed as a significant threat. If it remained hidden in the shadows, it could strike without warning. Lin Feng needed to devise a plan to lure this creature out and blind its other eye. He pondered as he gazed at the floodwaters outside, contemplating how to bait the black python. As he paced on the rooftop, an idea struck him when he passed by the remains of the dog. The python favored hunting dogs. Thus, he would prepare a dog as bait. The local dogs had been hunted to extinction, but there might still be stragglers across the way. Without hesitation, Lin Feng dove into the murky water, navigating through debris and refuse. He quickly surfaced, maintaining his balance and overcoming his physiological fears. Lin Feng swam to the window of the adjacent building, using the ice spike technique to break open the window before entering the interior. Confirming the absence of dogs, he opened the door to the rooftop, where he wandered around until he heard barking from a nearby watchtower. He approached the source of the loudest barking, and upon reaching the edge of the roof, he deployed his skill to break the door lock before leaping back into the water to return to the small house across the way. The dog he encountered was a robust orange hunting dog, well fed by its owner, which had remained hidden in its small nest, conserving its energy. However, its owner had not returned for 2 consecutive days, and the previous day's horrific cries from its companions had instilled great caution in it, rendering it silent. When the door lock was broken, the dog was startled and hesitated to move. Only when a gust of wind blew the door open and silence followed did it step out, cautiously surveying the surroundings before joyfully frolicking on the rooftop. The 2 remaining dogs in the vicinity, sensing a fellow canine, began barking excitedly. Lin Feng hid within the watchtower, leaving a small crack in the door to observe the movements of the dogs across the way. Hearing their joyful barks, he couldn't help but smile. Dear dogs, enjoy this fleeting freedom while you can. Your opportunities will soon dwindle. Unbeknownst to the dogs, they reveled in their newfound liberty, unconcerned about the absence of their owner. The large yellow dog on the rooftop was exuberantly barking, seemingly proclaiming, "Look at my freedom. I can run, leap, and frolic outside while you remain confined to your homes for reflection." The other 2 dogs inside the house watched in envy, only able to echo their excitement. The dog's barking roused the slumbering black python, which had half digested its meal from the previous day and was still in a state of satiety. However, The cacophony from across the way reignited its appetite, prompting it to emerge from the building. Upon locating its target, it swiftly plunged into the water and quickly ascended to the rooftop of the adjacent building. Its solitary remaining eye soon detected the prey. The large dog, upon turning its head, was confronted by the sight of the colossal black python, which sent it into a state of sheer panic, causing its cries to turn pitiful. Despite facing the daunting serpent, which measured several dozen meters in length, it still yearned to resist. However, its limbs had weakened, leaving only its mouth to make a final desperate wail, a plaintive wong, wong, wong. The black python, undulating its massive form, closed the distance in an instant, deftly coiling around the large dog. The two local dogs inside the house sensed the impending danger and began to bark frantically. The unfortunate large dog, ensnared by the python, could only whimper, but with each cry, its body was further constricted, diminishing its voice until it was silenced altogether, the sound of cracking bones echoing in the air. The black python continued to tighten its grip until the large dog's bones were shattered, at which point it opened its gaping maw and consumed the dog's corpse. Lin Feng, observing from across the way, was drenched in cold sweat. From his vantage point, he could not see the python's head, and it still had over 1,800 health points remaining. He knew that a rash attack could easily alert the beast, so he remained in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to present itself. The other two local dogs continued their frantic barking, and after devouring the large dog, the black python approached the door, using its head to forcefully strike against it. The door echoed with the sound of impact before it was soon shattered. The local dogs, upon realizing the threat before them, were overtaken by fear. Before they could flee, the black python struck, rendering one unconscious, while the remaining dog fell victim to its lethal grip. Sated after consuming 3 local dogs, the black python elegantly coiled on the rooftop to digest its meal, soon succumbing to slumber. Lin Feng watched intently. Uncertain whether the black python was truly asleep, he decided to make a careful maneuver, circling around to the side of the building, where he could observe the python's eyes. To his surprise, the icy gaze of the python was still open, startling him momentarily. Fortunately, it remained motionless, allowing him to concentrate and unleash an ice spike spell aimed at its eye. With a swift motion, the ice spike struck true, bursting the other eye of the black python. This attack triggered a critical hit, causing the serpent to lose over 600 health points. The black python awoke with a start, but it was enveloped in darkness, unable to see anything. In a frenzy, it began to thrash about, launching violent assaults on the surrounding structures. The nearby watchtowers, water tanks, and solar panels were toppled under its wrath, and the serpent's own body was injured by the shards of shattered glass, blood spilling forth as its health diminished. Before it could regain its composure, another ice spike struck, piercing through the previously damaged eye and burrowing into its skull. The black python writhed in agony, its health rapidly declining. Soon, it curled itself into a tight coil, attempting to shield its head with its robust body to withstand further attacks. At this juncture, the black python's health was reduced to just over 900 points, prompting Lin Feng to abandon his stealth and launch a powerful infinite slash aimed at the python. A golden streak of light surged through the air, hurtling towards the black python from over 10 meters away. Upon impact, the python momentarily froze, stunned. Before it could react, the golden light darted back and forth, each pass carving deep gashes into its flesh. Agonized, the black python unfurled its body, swinging its tail in a desperate sweep. With a resounding crash, the serpent's tail struck the ground, producing a thunderous sound. As the golden light dissipated, Lin Feng revealed himself, finding himself in close proximity to the black python. He quickly retreated to evade the serpent's counterattack, realizing that this round of assault had only stripped away 20 hit points. He was left somewhat disheartened, having expected more from the infinite slash. Fortunately, a bleeding debuff had activated on the black python, causing its health to decline by 10 points per second, resulting in a loss of over 100 points before it ceased. At this moment, the black python still boasted over 700 health points, proving to be far sturdier than Lin Feng had anticipated. Despite its frantic movements, the black python failed to locate its unseen adversary, only sustaining further injuries from the shards of glass on the ground. Feeling disheartened, it swiftly retreated, plunging into the water. As it navigated the currents, its massive form displaced debris, leaving a conspicuous wake upon the surface. Lin Feng, unwilling to let the quarry escape, pondered briefly before diving into the water, following the trail left behind. His speed, however, paled in comparison to that of the black python. Luckily, he discovered a half-meter piece of driftwood, allowing him to climb aboard and paddle after the serpent, using his limbs as oars to propel himself through the water. The black python continued to swim, its belly still laden with undigested food, which hindered its speed, leaving it unaware of the pursuer trailing behind. After covering over 1,000 meters, it finally found a large tree and coiled itself around the trunk, waiting for its meal to digest. Lin Feng followed closely, observing that he had reached a road flanked by towering white poplar trees. He climbed onto the tree adjacent to the python, expertly finding a Y-shaped branch to recline upon. Unfortunately, he could not see the python's head from this vantage point, so he aimed at its wound and released another ice spike. The sharp projectile swiftly pierced the serpent's body, causing it to shudder with fear, utterly oblivious to the source of the attack. Once again, the black python submerged into the water, blindly swimming in search of escape. It thrashed about, creating a massive splash as it traveled several thousand meters. Eventually, nearing the outskirts of a town, it clambered atop an isolated building, coiling defensively. Lin Feng, trailing closely behind, found his swimming skills improving. He had transitioned from clumsy dog paddling to a proficient frog kick. Upon reaching the rooftop, he noted that the python's health had dwindled to just over 500 points. The bleeding debuff still in effect, causing continuous health loss. However, his magical energy was running low, compelling him to wait patiently for it to replenish. The python coiled tightly, its digestion process commencing, while its health gradually increased, the bleeding debuff slowly fading, stabilizing its health at over 400 points. Lin Feng remained calm, biding his time for his magical energy to recover. Before long, a system notification indicated that his body had naturally regenerated, enhancing all attributes by 1 point. This increment was just enough for him to cast the ice spike spell once more. He circled the serpent, searching for an opportunity to strike at its head. Having learned from its previous misfortunes, the black python safeguarded its head, leaving it well protected and hidden. However, Lin Feng's keen observation revealed a lapse in the python's defense. While its head was shielded, its tail remained vulnerable. Seizing the moment, he unleashed another attack aimed at the serpent's rear. With a swift whoosh, the ice spike embedded itself deep within the python, resulting in two significant damage numbers, 230 and 200. The blood of the python dwindled to a mere 95 points, and a persistent bleeding debuff appeared above its head. The black, giant python went into a frenzy once more, unfurling its body to lash out wildly, causing nearby metal water tanks to suffer once again, toppling them with a resounding crash. Hearing the commotion, the python struck again with its tail, instantly reducing the metal tank to a heap of scrap. Lin Feng watched in trepidation from the edge of the building, observing the black, giant python's desperate struggle for survival. Soon, the python's health reached zero, and it finally fell silent, its curled body occupying a substantial area of the rooftop. Only when Lin Feng confirmed the creature's demise did he approach, his appetite piqued by the sight of this colossal beast. Wondering how many evolution points this first-tier demon beast would yield, he extended his sharp claws in an attempt to pierce the python's tough hide, but found it too resilient to break. Lin Feng could only begin feasting at the wound of the black, giant python. The pure white flesh both chewy and imbued with a strong fishy odor, which he savored delightfully. He tore the flesh into small morsels, swallowing them whole, feeling waves of warmth radiate from his belly. Once satiated, he received a system notification: "You have devoured a first-tier demon beast," gaining 20 evolution points and an additional opportunity for a talent extraction. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was a significant gain. The evolution points provided by the first-tier demon beast were equivalent to those from dog meat, suggesting that dog meat could indeed match the value of a first-tier demon beast. Most notably, the bonus talent extraction was a windfall. Lin Feng first jumped into the water to cleanse himself of the blood before returning to the rooftop to perform the talent extraction. The system interface displayed a roulette wheel filled with thousands of talents. The pointer spun vigorously before finally settling. Multiple casting. When you cast a skill, there is a 30 chance to cast that skill multiple times, with a maximum of 5 consecutive triggers. Lin Feng was overjoyed. This skill was remarkable, akin to the signature move of the blue creature in the Warcraft universe, rivaling the Sword Saint's invincible slash, a dream for all mages. He couldn't contain his excitement and let out a triumphant shout. Meow, meow, meow. For the time that followed, he remained by the side of the black, giant python, unwilling to let another predator steal his hard-earned prey. During his idle moments, he leaped around the rooftop to aid digestion and even managed to break open the door of the building. Unfortunately, the bedding and clothing inside had been soaked by the flood. Lin Feng could only drag out some clothes to dry on the rooftop, as he would need them to spend the night. As night fell, the clothes remained damp, so Lin Feng sought refuge in the watchtower. During this time, he indulged in another meal, enjoying a late-night snack as well. By the time he awoke the next day, the clouds had dispersed, and sunlight began to bathe the earth. Lin Feng had once again experienced natural growth, gaining 1 point in all attributes. He basked in the sunlight, relishing the infusion of solar energy while slowly savoring his python feast, which astonishingly yielded 205 evolution points. This led Lin Feng to speculate that perhaps the expansion of his stomach post-growth allowed him to consume more, thus increasing the evolution points gained. By midday, he had amassed 1083 evolution points. Excitedly, he approached the system panel to extract a skill, but to his dismay, the cost for skill extraction had doubled to 200 evolution points. He was left in a state of bewilderment, as his dream of rapidly ascending to the pinnacle of feline existence through skill extraction crumbled before him. Oh heavens, is this how you treat a cat? He sighed, moving to the edge of the building, where the floodwaters had receded to the level of the second floor, having dropped more than a meter overnight. It seemed that in a few days, the water would completely vanish. A sense of urgency welled up within him. If the flood receded, humans would return, and the carcass might not remain intact for long. Therefore, he hurriedly engaged in activities under the scorching sun, preparing to eat more. He resolutely divided his evolution points to enhance both his constitution and strength, believing that investment would yield returns. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, Lifespan, 0415 Health, 190190 Attack, 15 Constitution, 19 Strength, 15 Agility, 10 Spirit, 61 Mana, 610610 Defense, 1 Magic Resistance, 6 Talents, Otherworldly Visitor, Void Body, Multiple Casting Skills, 1. Ice Spike, 2. Invincible Slash, 3. Pillar of Flames Evolution Points, 03. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon reading the subsequent system explanation, realizing that as long as he remained cautious, survival was not an insurmountable challenge. After allocating his points, he felt a surge of strength coursing through him, though his agility remained somewhat lacking. However, given the extraordinary circumstances, it was prudent to digest the python meat without delay. He resumed his activities on the rooftop, and with the changes in strength and constitution, his jumping ability improved significantly. He could now leap 15 meters, up from the previous 1 meter. Lin Feng continued his acrobatics on the rooftop, practicing his movement and positioning. Yet an unexpected event soon unfolded. Chapter 14. The warrior buzz. The pungent scent of blood wafted from the python's wound, attracting numerous flies that greedily descended upon the carcass, feasting upon its flesh. Lin Feng furrowed his brow, knowing that flies were the dirtiest creatures and could easily lay eggs in the meat. He hastily descended to gather some clothing and sheets to cover the python's corpse. After a bit of fuss, he cleaned the areas where the flies had landed before finally commencing his meal. This time, he consumed more than before, earning 22 evolution points. Thus, Lin Feng continued to allocate his evolution points to both constitution and strength, enjoying the moonlight at night while feasting twice more. Each time, he evenly distributed the evolution points between constitution and strength to allow for greater food intake. With the natural growth bonus at night, by the following day, his attributes had significantly improved, and he felt sturdier than when he first crossed over. The unfortunate news was that the python meat had begun to emit a foul odor. Lin Feng had no choice but to tear away the exposed flesh and continue consuming the meat from within the python's body. Upon finishing the meal, he gained another 23 evolution points. He covered the remaining meat with clothing and went to the eaves to assess the outside situation. At that moment, the floodwaters still stood about 4 meters high, with various debris floating atop, including some deceased animals. Several birds feasted on the carcasses. Lin Feng couldn't help but reflect on the sheer power of high-tier demon beasts. Their mere actions could alter the very landscape, causing floods that spread terror. Concurrently, disaster relief teams organized by the military and the Extraordinary Association were scouring the area for those unable to evacuate, with rescue squads dispatched from provinces nationwide. A county disaster relief team sped towards Dafeng Town on their speedboat, having already rescued dozens of elderly and children who were unable to move. A group rushed along the street towards the outskirts of the village, a loudspeaker blaring ahead, announcing, "We are the disaster relief team from Yaogao County. If there are trapped residents, please contact us. We will take you back to the county town." As the speedboat approached, a young man aboard suddenly exclaimed, "Captain Wang, I detect a strong scent of blood nearby. There may be demonic beasts lurking here, and perhaps someone has already met with misfortune." Instantly, a middle-aged man on the boat commanded, "Stop the speedboat and dock near the adjacent building." After issuing the order, he leaped into action, soaring over 4 meters high to the rooftop of the building. He scanned the surroundings and was startled upon noticing garments strewn across the opposite building. The crew quickly ascended, suspecting the presence of a demonic beast nearby. Those below tossed a rope up, and the middle-aged man hoisted several individuals to the rooftop. Once the remaining 2 had joined him, He leaped once more, gracefully crossing the water's surface before landing on the opposite rooftop. With a swift motion, he struck the garments below, a powerful gust dispersing them to reveal the massive body of a python. Wang Chang's expression shifted dramatically as he exclaimed, "What a colossal python! Who could have slain this beast?" He surveyed the vicinity, noting the absence of any large animals, save for a harmless little kitten basking in the sun. What malicious intent could a kitten harbor? Thus, Wang Chang swiftly bypassed the creature and proceeded to investigate the interior, confirming the absence of any presence before summoning his companions to report the situation. Nearby, Lin Feng was roused from his thoughts by the conversation of the others. Upon witnessing the attributes of the leading middle-aged man, he was taken aback. Wang Chang, peak second stage warrior, health, 113-601, 1360 attack power, 972 constitution, 986 strength, 972 agility, 916 spirit, 996 defense, 198 magic resistance, 99 inner strength, 90609760 talent. Master of sword technique skills, 13 blade techniques. Soul pursuit, close quarters capture, fierce tiger blade technique, 3 layers of Changchun skill, water walking. 4 layers of iron cloth. Lin Feng felt as though he stood on the edge of a precipice. A mere flick of this man's hand could shatter him to pieces. He cast one last glance at the python's carcass before plunging into the water without hesitation. Splash. The 3 individuals atop turned in surprise. Wang Chang chuckled. "This is merely a kitten. I wonder how it managed to survive the flood." The emergence of the dragon has led to the evolution of many aquatic creatures into demonic beasts, and we anticipate further challenges ahead. The young man beside him chimed in. The increase in demonic beasts is fortuitous. It provides us with the opportunity to hunt more and enhance our physical prowess. The flesh of demonic beasts not only strengthens the body, but is also rich in essence, accelerating the cultivation of inner strength. Numerous teams from various provinces and cities covertly hunt demonic beasts under the pretense of rescue. It's truly shameless. Another young man concurred. Our harvest this time is substantial. Although it's merely a first-tier low-level demonic beast, it suffices for us to share a portion, making this outing worthwhile. Wang Chang continued. This demonic beast has already begun to spoil. We must transport it back swiftly. Tomorrow marks the full moon of the 7th month, and many demonic beasts may appear, presenting the best opportunity for capture. We must hastily bring back the individuals stranded nearby to avoid complications. Lin Feng, nearby, was astonished. Could the lives of demonic beasts be so dire? They had transformed into resources for human cultivation. It seemed he must be more cautious in the future, ensuring to conceal his energy. The 3 above continued their idle chatter as he discreetly departed the area, his direction set towards a nearby village. Since the evolution point of a dog was comparable to that of a first-tier demonic beast, he resolved to take action with the dog. Many villagers favored pets, with local dogs being the prime choice, not only serving as guardians, but also providing meat when deceased. Along the way, Lin Feng discovered a piece of broken wood, climbed aboard, and paddled with his hands, swiftly arriving at another village. The streets were lined with 3-story brick houses, appearing wealthier than the previous village. Following the flow of water, he reached a window and used ice spike technique to shatter the glass before leaping into the room. The second-floor floor was still damp, and the contents of the room had been soaked by the flood, all drenched and musty. Ascending the stairs, he was greeted by a chorus of meows. Meow meow. Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the sound. The 3-story building was unadorned, with a concrete floor, and a large white cat curiously observed a small orange cat traversing the corridor. The white cat, measuring over 40 centimeters, fluffed up its fur upon spotting the small orange cat, emitting warning sounds and extending its claws, appearing quite formidable. Chapter 15, A Sense of Ritual. Lin Feng glanced at the attributes of the white cat, possessing a basic understanding of feline stats. Adult white cat health, 540-540 attack power, 51 constitution, 54 strength, 51 agility, 56 spirit, 35 defense, 5 magic resistance, 3 talent, acute hearing skills. None this white cat, save for its acute hearing, was otherwise lacking. Lin Feng dismissed it with a contemptuous glance before ascending the stairs. Unbeknownst to him, this action incited the white cat's fury. "You little pest! How dare you look at me like that? Watch how I deal with you." It leaped high, its sharp claws lunging toward the small orange cat. What the white cat did not anticipate was that the small orange cat deftly performed a forward roll, evading the strike. In an instant, a 2-meter-tall circular pillar of fire materialized around the small orange cat, radiating intense heat. The pillar swiftly encircled the small orange cat, and the white cat, freshly landed, had no time to evade before being scorched by the flames. the air filled with the scent of charred flesh and burnt fur, even leaving blackened marks on the walls. Lin Feng, equally astonished, thought, "This skill is rather formidable. Not only is it precise, but it also boasts significant power." The aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, prompting him to hastily ascend the stairs. He had no desire to partake in the flesh of his kind, but rather sought the company of adorable dogs. On the rooftop, the remaining water had dried under the sun, leaving only a few damp traces. Approaching noon, the sun grew increasingly fierce, the ground becoming somewhat hot to the touch. And today's temperature seemed a tad higher than yesterday. Lin Feng called out from the rooftop, "Meow, meow, meow." The nearby buildings soon echoed with the sounds of barking dogs. He casually chose a house, used ice spike technique to break the lock, and then concealed himself in the shadow of a turret, awaiting the dog's emergence. The local dog quickly pawed open the door, eagerly rushing outside to relish the fresh air. It was a black and white husky, eyes brimming with intelligence, having nearly dismantled the downstairs in its confinement over the past few days. Yet, its owner had yet to return, leaving it pent up with frustration. The husky stood over a meter tall, muscular and robust. As soon as it stepped outside, it let out a resounding howl. At that moment, Lin Feng unleashed the pillar of fire, 3 fiery columns appearing simultaneously, sweeping over the husky's body. The poor creature had no time to react and was instantly charred. The air was filled with the aroma of roasted meat, and with a thud, the husky fell heavily to the ground, its face still bearing the joy of freedom. Caught completely off guard and dispatched without defense, the husky's skin had been scorched, rendered into a charred state. Lin Feng, with a look of disdain, peeled away the burned exterior, revealing the still warm meat inside. He casually tore off a piece, swallowed it, and promptly spat it out. "Damn, that's hot." He had no choice but to lie in the shade and patiently wait a while before he could start eating. By then, the meat was just right. Tender with a hint of fragrance, absolutely delightful. This was the delectable roasted dog meat, crispy on the outside and tender within, simply exquisite. After satisfying his hunger, he earned 23 evolution points, equivalent to those gained from the first-tier beast meat in the morning. Now, the evolution points from a single meal rivaled the harvest from an entire day's worth of sun and moon essence, making the Taisu body appear somewhat lacking. Lin Feng silently grumbled about the so-called Taisu body, deeming it a mere deception. After his complaints, he reclined under the sun to rest. Noticing that the amount of sun essence surpassed that of the previous day, he began to scrutinize the system notifications. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was now earning 2 evolution points per hour, and as noon approached, he accumulated 6 points, nearly double his usual rate. Could this be related to the upcoming full moon night? In the afternoon, Lin Feng ate again, and at night, he rested upstairs, snacking on the nearby dog meat whenever hunger struck. By the end of the day, he had consumed all the dog meat, leaving only a few bones and entrails. On the following morning, as the first rays of sunlight appeared, Lin Feng awoke in the watchtower. He first checked his gains. That dog had provided a total of 110 evolution points, and with the doubled sun and moon essence along with his breakfast, his evolution points had reached 1793. His body was still in a state of natural growth, with all attributes increasing by 1, a result of the ample nutrition from the daily meat. Lin Feng stepped outside and let out a loud roar, "Meow, meow, meow." The surrounding dogs immediately responded with barks, "Woof, woof, woof." These creatures were easily amused. With a smile, Lin Feng approached a dog's door, casting ice spike to break the lock. Inside, a large dog was eagerly scratching at the door, but it remained firmly shut. Eventually, Lin Feng could no longer bear to watch and pushed the door open. Behind it stood a gray wolf dog, less than a meter tall, robust and agile, yet somewhat dull-witted. Upon seeing the small orange cat outside, the wolf dog's eyes lit up. It had been eating dog food for days, which was quite unpalatable, and now it craved a better meal. "Little kitty, prepare to face my wrath," it thought as it leaped out, mouth wide open, ready to end the small orange cat's life. Lin Feng shook his head slightly. These big dogs were all the same. No wonder canines were regarded as the lifelong adversaries of cats. He unleashed an invincible slash towards the wolf dog, causing his body to vanish and transform into 4 streams of golden light that surged toward the wolf dog. The wolf dog's eyes filled with disbelief as it suddenly felt intense pain all over its body, blood gushing forth as it succumbed to an eternal darkness. After the golden light dissipated, Lin Feng reappeared, fortunate enough to trigger a multiple casting effect, instantly slaying the wolf dog. He extended his claws and skillfully peeled off the fur from the dog's carcass, beginning to enjoy a sumptuous dog meat feast under the sun. The blazing rays seemed to shine down like a farewell for the wolf dog. Soon enough, Lin Feng was satiated, earning another 23 evolution points. bringing his total to 2023. He descended the stairs to the downstairs bathroom, where he turned on the shower and water flowed down, allowing him to take a refreshing wash. He even unscrewed the shower gel and shampoo with his mouth, scrubbing himself until he smelled delightful, and his fur became significantly smoother. This was the ritual before a lottery. To possess good fortune, one must sincerely prepare. After washing, he made his way to the rooftop, extracting skills under the golden sunlight. Chapter 16. The Transformation of 15. After his bath, Lin Feng, still carrying the minty fragrance of shampoo, lay in a pool of golden light to draw skills. The skill will spun and eventually slowed to a stop. The system prompted, "You have drawn the passive skill, blood boiling." Blood boiling. A mysterious power flows through your veins, dealing 0.01 points of true damage to nearby enemies per second, effective within a range of 10 meters, and this skill can be deactivated at will. Lin Feng frowned upon reading this. He had drawn a passive skill this time, seemingly powerful and undoubtedly a divine skill for the later stages, yet utterly useless at present. His current health was too low. With 260 health points, he was only dealing 26 points of true damage. The sole advantage was that this skill required no consumption and could bypass physical and magical defenses. It would only become significant in prolonged battles, and those pesky flies and mosquitoes would no longer dare approach. Lin Feng lay back down, pondering the complexities of society and the treachery of fate. Indeed, lottery mechanisms have always been intricate. Life as a cat is truly challenging. Lottery outcomes are notoriously difficult to control, so it would be wise to focus on enhancing one's attributes. He glanced at the lottery interface again. The required evolution points had escalated to 400 points. Damn! It doubled again. After lying down for a moment, he noticed something was amiss. The sun today seemed particularly intense, with the amount of sun essence almost 10 times that of usual. Previously, the sun essence had descended like a gentle drizzle, but now it was pouring down like large raindrops. Instantly invigorated, Lin Feng wondered if this was the special phenomenon of July 15th. On Earth, it was often said that the full moon night birthed unique monsters, perhaps connected to this extraordinary weather. Before long, Lin Feng felt his body heat up under the sun, but his enhanced physique allowed him to endure for an hour. System notification: you have received the baptism of sun essence, gaining 10 evolution points. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled at the notification. He realized that while previous notifications had been simple, today marked the true activation of the Taisu body. However, he was on the verge of being roasted by the sun and could no longer endure, retreating to the shadow of the watchtower for a temporary respite. The air was thick with heat, and even the shaded area offered little relief. Lin Feng decided to return indoors and turned on the shower again. The cool water cascaded down, rapidly cooling his body, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. Navigating this unique period of sun essence was indeed challenging. He needed to devise a method to lower his body temperature while maximizing the absorption of sun essence. Quickly brainstorming, Lin Feng realized he had to maintain his body temperature while enduring the sun essence baptism, but lacking air conditioning, he could only resort to physical cooling methods. He gathered clothes from the house, soaked them at the foot of the stairs, and then carried them to the rooftop. After wetting 5 or 6 pieces, he sprawled on the damp garments to enjoy the sun essence baptism. Above him blazed the scorching sun, while beneath lay the cool fabric. Lin Feng frequently shifted positions, lying flat, turning to the side, or even lying on his back, feeling the heat radiating from every part of him. The damp clothes heated up under the relentless sun, eventually resembling an electric heating blanket. This time, Lin Feng gained 12 evolution points, marking a notable improvement. Subsequently, he allocated the earned evolution points to further enhance his physical endurance. By midday, the essence of the sun descended like a torrential rain, and Lin Feng could only endure for half an hour before he acquired 14 evolution points. The shower on the first floor had run dry, compelling him to bathe in the cold water accumulated in the house to lower his body temperature before returning upstairs to receive the sun's essence. By the time the sun set, Lin Feng had elevated his physical constitution to 45 points, making it the second most vital attribute after mental acuity, while agility had surprisingly become the least developed. At this moment, he had consumed most of the dog meat, leaving only a succulent hind leg. Numerous unfortunate flies, mosquitoes, and horseflies lay scattered nearby, all with their eyes wide open in death. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the full moon made its appearance, casting moonlight with a density tenfold that of ordinary nights, indicating that another bountiful harvest awaited in the dark. The floorboards and garments retained the warmth of the setting sun, while the piercing chill of moonlight began to seep into Lin Feng's body. With a constitution of 45 points, he finally felt its significant impact. He endured for 2 full hours, frost forming on his body, acquiring a total of 26 evolution points. akin to enjoying an additional meal. Moreover, as the moon rose higher, the quantity of moonlight increased, and the evolution points gained each hour also rose. After 2 hours of steadfastness, Lin Feng was compelled to take a brief rest, feeling an overwhelming chill enveloping him, rendering him unresponsive. At that moment, beams of light approached from afar, accompanied by the sound of speedboats. Lin Feng swiftly sought refuge in the shadows of a watchtower to observe the unfolding scene. As the lights drew nearer, he discerned 5 speedboats, each carrying 2 individuals. The boats measured approximately 7 to 8 meters in length and 2 to 3 meters in width, primarily powered by gasoline engines. The individuals aboard bore cold weapons and tranquilizer guns, with an array of diving equipment present on each vessel. Among them were a second-tier warrior and a first-tier martial apprentice on each boat, 2 of whom possessed unique talents, water manipulation and enhanced vision. The speedboats already held numerous catches, including half-meter-high toads, 3-meter-long silverfish, and 1-meter-long giant rats. It was evident that this was a hunting team specializing in the extermination of monstrous beasts, causing Lin Feng to panic and retreat indoors, as he certainly did not wish to become their trophy. Upon nearing the nearby buildings, the hunters leapt onto the rooftops without hesitation, tossing down ropes to hoist their companions up. The surrounding dogs began to bark furiously, welcoming the unexpected guests in their own way. The hunting team wasted no time, pulling out tools to unlock the door. The leading warrior nonchalantly struck down the local dogs with a single blow, then retrieved fire-starting equipment and supplies from below to commence their nocturnal feast. Those busy above were first-tier martial apprentices, while the second-tier warriors lounged on the rooftop, conversing casually. The timing of the emergence of the Jiao Long was fortuitous. It was likely that many hunting teams would arrive in Yun City. Having just arrived, they had already captured numerous first-tier monsters, ensuring a substantial profit. Currently, wild first-tier beasts were valued at least in the hundreds of thousands, while those bred by large companies could fetch a minimum of 100,000, a price discrepancy of several multiples. The yield from large companies was too low to be worthwhile. They had much to thank the appearance of the Jiao Long, as its emergence would awaken many aquatic monsters nearby. Our Nanshan hunting team is destined for fortune, yet everyone must remain cautious. We must avoid encounters with officials, as this area has yet to open for hunting permits. Let us complete a couple of hunts and depart. Just then, a figure spoke up. Lao Liao, when I arrived, I noticed something unusual about the moonlight here. How did that brilliant glow vanish upon my approach? Chapter 17. The poisoning Lao Liao was a burly middle-aged man, lacking the innate talent for advancement and unable to afford quality supplements due to his impoverished background, thus remaining stuck below the second tier. After years of hard work, he established the Nanshan hunting team and serves as its leader, explaining, "Tonight is the night of the full moon, and the moonlight contains mysterious powers. Many ordinary beasts may ascend to become monstrous beasts through the moonlight, much like the rain of demonic energy from the Jiao Long, which has a special effect on aquatic creatures. What you observed earlier was pure moon essence. It is likely that the beasts were cultivating under the moonlight. Our arrival created too much noise, so they probably fled. We haven't captured many prey yet. We shouldn't linger here for too long. Later, let us lace the leftover dog bones with poison and return to inspect the results." Lin Feng overheard their conversation, breaking into a cold sweat. He had not expected that his absorption of moonlight would attract attention. Clearly, the talent of enhanced vision was quite formidable. This area was now under the watchful gaze of hunters, and more would likely come. He could no longer afford to stay. The hunting team, having feasted and chatted a while longer, soon noticed the remaining dog leg on the rooftop. One of the team members, in a show of disdain, kicked it into the water. Lin Feng, hidden in the shadows, felt a surge of anger, cursing inwardly. The hunting team proceeded to apply poison to the remaining bones before departing with a sense of triumph. Only after they had left did Lin Feng return to the rooftop. They had left behind their cooking utensils and seasonings, clearly indicating their intention to return. After some hesitation, Lin Feng resumed absorbing moonlight on the rooftop, the poisoned bones beside him still emanating a peculiar fragrance. He deliberately sprinkled the poison from the bones into the seasonings, ensuring that when they returned to eat, they would meet with misfortune. Having completed his task, Lin Feng sought refuge on another rooftop to continue his moonlit cleansing. During this time, his ears perked up, and his eyes darted around, keenly observing the surroundings. Fortunately, no humans appeared for quite some time, although a few rats could be heard gnawing at the wooden planks. After a lengthy wait, Lin Feng finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Given the imminent threat of danger, he allocated his evolution points to agility. He had no desire to be easily captured and turned into a meal for humans. With increased agility, he would have a better chance of escape. Subsequently, Lin Feng took care to observe his surroundings. The moonlight on this rooftop seemed slightly brighter than in other areas, almost imperceptibly so, suggesting that the previous observers possessed extraordinary perception. By midnight, the moon had ascended high into the sky, its light intensifying, bathing the rooftop in a brilliance akin to daylight. Suddenly, Lin Feng's ears twitched, prompting him to hurriedly retreat indoors. Shortly after he entered, 3 speedboats sped past. Once they had moved far away, Lin Feng cautiously returned to bask in the moonlight, his resolve to leave this place strengthening. Before long, his stomach began to protest, grumbling incessantly. The local dogs had been devoured by the earlier visitors, and the remaining dog leg had been discarded into the water. Lin Feng approached a window on the 2nd floor. Noting that the water level below was over a meter deep, making descent easy but ascent difficult, he found a bedsheet in the room and tied it to the security bars before leaping into the water below. The bright moonlight shimmered on the water's surface, creating ripples that caused nearby debris to bob up and down. Soon, several large fish were drawn towards the light, with a black fish even attempting to sample the flesh of the orange cat. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to strike, but to his astonishment, he missed entirely, as the black fish slipped away just as he made his move. The other large fish nearby were also startled and splashed away in a hurry. Poor Lin Feng not only failed to catch a big fish, but also wasted half a day in the water. However, he was not lacking in time and chose to wait patiently. After a while, a few plump grass carps came swimming towards the light. This time, Lin Feng was not so foolish. As the grass carps drew near, he decisively unleashed his ice spike technique. 2 ice spikes shot forth, instantly piercing the largest grass carp, leaving a gaping hole in its head, while the others took the opportunity to escape. Lin Feng triumphantly carried the 10-plus-pound grass carp back to his dwelling, even retrieving the discarded bedsheet to avoid raising suspicion among the others. He first removed the fish scales with his claws, then gutted the carp before indulging in its delicious flesh. The meat of the grass carp bore a hint of grassy aroma, making it tender and delectable. He consumed more than half of it to satiate his hunger. This time, he earned 4 evolution points, more than the usual points provided by small animals. Just days ago, Lin Feng could not consume such a large quantity of food, but today his enhanced stamina and strength had improved his digestive capacity, allowing him to eat more. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to the rooftop to bask in the moonlight, continually absorbing the power of the moon. In the latter half of the night, the Nan Mountain hunting team returned to rest, their speedboat laden with the bodies of numerous demon beasts. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with envy. The human hunting team was indeed formidable. He had struggled for half a day to tackle a first-tier black python, while these hunters had captured over 100 first-tier demon beasts in less than a night, a truly terrifying efficiency. This sparked some thoughts in his mind. If the hunting team could capture demon beasts, he too could play the role of the mantis stalking the cicada, with the yellow sparrow waiting in the shadows. Lao Liao led the group back upstairs to rest, and they specifically chose a few large demon beasts to cook on the rooftop. Soon, delightful aromas wafted through the air, drawing everyone together to feast heartily. Lao Liao called down to those remaining below, "Xiaozhong, come up for food. We'll leave after we eat. The things are safe down there." Upon hearing this, Xiaozhong wasted no time and climbed to the rooftop to join the others in their revelry. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng stealthily lowered the bedsheet and slipped into the water, climbing up the rope of the speedboat to select a large red carp trapped beneath the bodies. However, the fish was too large, measuring over a meter in length, making it impossible to pass through the security window. Lin Feng decided to smash the door lock underwater, dragging the red carp into the dwelling before closing the door again in the water and returning to the 2nd floor to retrieve the bedsheet, eliminating any traces. With the 1st floor submerged, the others would likely not discover the red carp. Lin Feng continued to hide silently on the 2nd floor, awaiting the departure of the group upstairs. The Nan Mountain hunting team had no inkling of the tampering, quickly finishing their meal, cleaning up their utensils, and swiftly departing. Only then did Lin Feng dive into the water to retrieve the red carp from his dwelling, feeling a sense of pride swell within him. "Foolish humans. You took my python yesterday, and today I have reclaimed something in return. Now we are even." Chapter 18. The hostility of the hunting team. As the Nan Mountain hunting team proceeded, one young man operating the speedboat suddenly felt a dull ache in his abdomen. Initially, he dismissed it, attributing it to the richness of the demon beast meat he had consumed. However, as time passed, the pain intensified until he could no longer endure it. He abruptly halted the boat, clutching his stomach, and cried out, "Yanggu, my stomach hurts so much." The speedboat lost control and gradually came to a stop. Yang Zijuan, beside him, also changed his expression, sensing something was amiss. "My stomach is aching too." He quickly realized the gravity of the situation and shouted ahead, Lao Liao. We might have been poisoned. The group ahead was taken aback. Damn, my stomach is starting to hurt as well. Who the hell drugged us? They hurriedly retrieved detoxification pills. The speedboat came to an immediate halt as the team frantically rummaged through their medical supplies for the antidotes. These pills were essential for every hunting team, worth at least 100,000 each on the market, capable of mitigating most poisons, with further treatment at a hospital required afterward. Lao Liao's face turned ashen. They had wasted 10 detoxification pills, and his mind raced through the events of the day, forming some suspicions. Yet, he kept his thoughts to himself, simply instructing. First-tier martial artists, focus on regulating your breathing. We will take control of the boat and head to the hospital for a checkup as soon as we return. With that, they departed, and as they left, Lao Liao cast a resentful glance back, silently vowing that this matter was far from over. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was still munching on the golden carp, a first-tier demon beast. The flesh of the golden carp was rather tough and lacked flavor. He tore off a piece and swallowed it unceremoniously, only receiving a system notification once he was full. You have devoured a first-tier golden carp, gaining 12 evolution points. Lin Feng frowned. This was even less rewarding than dog meat, which was utterly absurd. Subsequently, he returned to the rooftop to absorb the moonlight. Though he had not slept well that night, his gains were substantial. With evolution points enhancing his attributes, along with natural growth bonuses, his physical attributes had undergone significant changes. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0415 health, 460 attack, 23 constitution, 46 strength, 23 agility, 35 spirit, 64 magic points, 640 defense. For magic resistance, 6 currently. Even his lowest stat, strength, exceeded 20 points, while agility had surged past 30 points. Survival no longer seemed a daunting challenge. After reviewing his accomplishments, Lin Feng contentedly drifted into slumber under the sun. On the other side, 5 young members of the Nan Mountain hunting team checked into the hospital, and even the 5 second-tier martial artists had to undergo stomach pumping before leaving the hospital. Upon returning to their quarters, Lao Liao finally voiced his suspicions. That place we visited yesterday must have harbored a wise demon beast. If we capture it, we could sell it for at least 2 to 3 million. Wealthy families adore keeping such intelligent beasts, and the market is in high demand. We must prepare well today and make another attempt tonight. I am determined to capture that creature. Yang Zijuan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. Lao Liao, since this beast possesses intelligence, should we make some preparations? Lao Liao grit his teeth, absolutely. First, we will sell yesterday's haul, then purchase the most advanced infrared tracking drones from the market and prepare tranquilizer guns. I refuse to believe that a demon beast can escape our grasp. It caused 5 of our hunting team members to be hospitalized, and I will settle the score with it. The group then busied themselves with selling the demon beasts, only to discover that the number of captured beasts was 1 less than previously tallied. Lao Liao was furious, gritting his teeth. That despicable demon beast must have stolen it. Damn it, a demon beast can steal things. How utterly shameless. The surrounding individuals began to curse in agreement. He cursed under his breath, vowing to make the little thief understand the consequences of stealing once he caught up with him. This was a matter of hundreds of thousands of yuan. He would force that demon beast to regurgitate what it had taken. This creature was intriguing. Once it fell into his hands, he would ensure it experienced the full force of his icy true energy. In the midst of his slumber, Lin Feng suddenly sneezed several times before shifting to a different position to continue his sleep. It was not until noon that he was awakened by the scorching heat of the floor. By then, his evolution points had reached 373. Upon waking, his first action was to consume the stolen golden koi, which would add an additional 12 evolution points. After finishing this lunch, Lin Feng set off on his journey, wary of the possibility that the group might react and come after him. Nearby, a hunting team had already ravaged a local stray dog, so he needed to find a new location to hunt. Lin Feng discovered a basin in the house, which was just the right size for him to sit in. Using 2 small sticks as paddles, he set off. He intentionally paddled to the left for several hundred meters before proceeding in the direction the hunting team had taken earlier. A new world awaited him. He was ready to embrace it. Chapter 19. The Rat King in an expansive body of water. A small orange cat perched in a white basin, vigorously paddling with a branch to propel itself forward. Small fish, shrimp, frogs, and insects occasionally surfaced near him, tragically losing their lives without reason. Nearby animals fled in panic as the orange cat approached, too fearful to venture near. As the sun began to set, casting a crimson hue across the sky and painting the water surface in shades of sunset red, Lin Feng paused at a small supermarket. He unleashed his ice spike technique, breaking through the door and window, then leaped inside, deftly navigating the security bars to reach the second floor. This was a rural supermarket. The first floor was dedicated to business, while the second floor served as living quarters, housing valuable bottles of liquor and cigarettes. Unfortunately, the area had been inundated, and a multitude of rats had made their home there. Many boxes of liquor and cigarettes had been gnawed open, and numerous rats were busily transporting food up the stairs. The floor was littered with remnants of packaging and leftover food, while the furniture bore the marks of the rodents' relentless gnawing. The only intact item was a large bed, upon which a hefty black rat lounged, measuring nearly half a meter in length, surrounded by a loyal cadre of smaller companions. Since the flood, this rat had claimed the supermarket as its domain, with its minions scouring for food daily. The meat, sausages, and fruits within the store had all been largely consumed by them. The rat had ascended to the rank of a first-tier demon beast, reigning as the Rat King. The sudden appearance of the small orange cat startled the surrounding rats, sending them into a frenzy. Dozens of them squeaked in panic, scrambling to find hiding spots. The chaos ensued, with bottles crashing to the ground and releasing the intoxicating aroma of liquor into the air. The Rat King, gnawing on a chicken foot, sensed the commotion and swiftly turned its head. Upon spotting the orange cat at the window, it erupted in fury, letting out a loud roar. The nearby rats, as if responding to a command, gathered around the bed. Yet, some rats could not suppress their fear of felines and hastily fled down the stairs. Soon, a throng of 70 to 80 rats amassed on the bed, and the Rat King, puffed up with pride, directed its ire at the orange cat. Lin Feng scrutinized the attributes of this Rat King. First-tier Rat King health, 2120 attack, 103 constitution, 112 strength, 106 agility, 103 spirit, 106 defense, 11 magic resistance, 10 talent, superior breeding, command rat skills, sharp fangs. Wind blessing. This Rat King had a high attack power, especially with its legion of minions, each possessing health points around 1 to 200. If they all surged forward at once, it would indeed be a challenging battle. At that moment, Lin Feng's passive skill, Bloodlust, activated. The surrounding rats sensed unease, their discomfort palpable as they grew increasingly agitated. With a sudden roar, the Rat King unleashed an invisible force, causing the smaller rats to glow with a faint green hue before they leaped from the bed and charged toward the window. Lin Feng remained unfazed, waiting until the rats were nearly upon him before activating his invincible slash. His body transformed into 2 golden streaks, dashing towards the Rat King, delivering 10 swift slashes in an instant. Deep gashes appeared on the Rat King's body, blood gushing forth as it suffered significant damage. The rats that had charged forward quickly reversed course, rushing back towards the bed. The Rat King held in agony, fixing its fierce gaze on the orange cat as it prepared to bite down with its sharp teeth. However, what awaited it was not flesh and blood, but 3 pillars of solid flame. The temperature in the room soared instantaneously. Flames enveloped the orange cat, encircling it perfectly, causing the Rat King to emit smoke as its fur ignited. The bottles piled before the bed shattered under the heat, spilling high-proof alcohol everywhere. The Rat King's once pink skin was charred black, its pristine white teeth now blackened, and its mouth bubbled with blisters. This fierce assault dealt over 500 points of damage to the Rat King, who now understood it faced a formidable opponent. Fortunately, it still had its loyal rats to support it. With a swift leap, the Rat King jumped off the bed, preparing for a protracted battle against its adversary. Yet, they were unprepared for the damp bed to ignite in flames due to the fire's heat, and the stacked alcohol caught fire, releasing a burning odor throughout the room. Lin Feng realized the dire situation and leaped onto the nearby pile of liquor, but he was still a moment too late, as his beautiful fur had already been singed by the flames. The smaller rats fared much worse. As the bottles exploded, flames spread rapidly, engulfing over a dozen rats that were too close to escape the deluge of alcohol, igniting them in a fiery scream. The surroundings were consumed by a sea of flames, with alcohol continuing to spread across the floor, causing even the most stubborn rats to retreat in terror. The Rat King stood in shock, never anticipating a fire would erupt in its territory. Defeated, it retreated, knowing that as long as it survived, it could rally its minions again. And there was no need to engage in a reckless battle with this peculiar cat. After realizing this, it called out once more, and the surviving rats began to withdraw towards the corners of the room. Lin Feng, perched atop the liquor pile, felt a surge of anger as the Rat King's cries provided him with the perfect opportunity for revenge. With a keen aim, he unleashed his ice spike technique at the Rat King. This time, the release of skills unexpectedly triggered the highest level of multiple casting. 6 ice spikes shot forth, impaling the corpulent belly of the Rat King, causing its blood to spurt forth with reckless abandon. The impact dealt over 700 points of damage, and the Rat King was afflicted with a bleeding debuff. With its health reduced by more than half, panic gripped its heart, and disregarding its minions behind, it swiftly dashed towards the door, the ice spikes quivering with each movement. Meow? Lin Feng scoffed coldly, thinking that the prey could escape him. Chapter 20. The Empty Hunt. As the saying goes, an incompetent general can lead to the demise of 1,000 troops. Had the Rat King rallied its minions to fight back, it might have been able to repel Lin Feng. However, its decision to flee sealed its fate. Wounded and leading the charge, the Rat King made its escape, and its minions scurried away in various directions. Lin Feng closely followed the Rat King, unhesitatingly diving into the water of the staircase after it. He deliberately maintained a distance of about 5 meters, allowing him to evade any potential counterattacks. Additionally, this distance allowed the burning fervor of his blood to continue inflicting damage on the Rat King's health. The Rat King, utterly terrified, lacked the courage to turn back and retaliate. It hurriedly swam out, passing through the chaotic food area and bursting through the damaged door. Once outside, its speed increased dramatically, leaving behind rippling waves, while its minions had long since vanished. As Lin Feng observed the Rat King growing more distant, he realized that his meal was about to slip away. Without hesitation, he allocated all his evolution points to agility, boosting it to 55. After enhancing his agility, he felt his body grow lighter, his swimming speed accelerating, gradually closing the distance to the Rat King. Having swum a short distance, the Rat King glanced back in disbelief at the pursuing cat, and with renewed effort, it swam faster, creating more distance. Yet, the ice spikes embedded in its belly continued to cause bleeding. The more it struggled, the more blood it lost. Soon, the Rat King felt darkness enveloping its vision, collapsing in the water. By the time Lin Feng reached it, the Rat King's health was critically low, with just over 200 points remaining and continuously declining. He chose not to approach too closely, instead observing from 10 meters away as the Rat King's health dwindled. Only when its health reached 0 did he advance to drag away the corpse. The Rat King had ultimately failed to achieve a last-minute revenge, leaving Lin Feng somewhat disappointed. It seemed that first-tier demon beasts were not as formidable as he had hoped. Nearby, he found a 2-story house in the residential area, broke open the door underwater, and dragged the Rat King to the second-floor living room to indulge in his meal. Various small insects and rats within the house began to flee desperately. Sensing the impending danger and not daring to linger, Lin Feng remained oblivious, focused on consuming the Rat King's flesh, which was not particularly tender and carried a faint earthy taste. Ugh, what a dreadful thing, he thought, closing his eyes as he tore at the meat, reminding himself that it was all for the sake of evolution points he could endure. Eventually, he barely filled his stomach when the system notification appeared. You have consumed the flesh of a first-tier Rat King, gaining 12 evolution points. Upon reading the notification, Lin Feng felt deceived. Wasn't it said that cats adored eating mice? Yet, the evolution points gained were equivalent to those from the previously consumed golden carp, and even less than those from the local dogs. Truly a disappointment for a cat. He then proceeded to the rooftop, wandering among the row of residential houses while occasionally emitting loud cries, meow meow. He hoped to elicit responses from any nearby dogs. As Lin Feng moved about, various small insects below scurried in panic. Poor cockroaches barely managed to escape before losing their lives. The local mosquito population was in dire straits, having just proliferated in the damp conditions only to face utter destruction. By the time Lin Feng had traversed the rooftop, all the nearby insects had collectively vacated the premises. Unfortunately, it seemed the dogs in the area had been taken away. Lin Feng, undeterred by his lack of success, simply lay on the rooftop, allowing the moonlight to wash over him, his gaze lost in contemplation of the vast waters outside. Recent events felt like a surreal dream. Had he still been on Earth, he would have spent his work breaks watching short videos, snacking, and admiring beautiful women showing off their figures. Now, transformed into a cat, he could only stare blankly at the expansive waters. What a dismal fate. Gazing up at the moon, a wave of melancholy washed over him. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of solitude. If only he had a phone. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. This desire was not insurmountable. If he infiltrated human habitation, he might indeed acquire a phone. In a world where everyone possessed martial skills, he could potentially encounter even more beautiful women. Filled with renewed determination, he sprang into action, exercising vigorously on the rooftop, leaping, tumbling, and pawing at the air, diligently strengthening his physique. He continued until exhaustion overtook him, then collapsed into a deep slumber in the shadows of the turret. Meanwhile, the Nanshan hunting team launched 2 speedboats, with Lao Liao leading 4 second-tier warriors swiftly forward. Upon their arrival, They quickly ascended to the rooftop to inspect the surroundings. After surveying the area, Yang Zijuan remarked, "Look, there are many corpses of small insects here. This demon beast is rather terrifying. I wonder what kind of awakened skills it possesses to have killed these insects." Lao Liao pondered for a moment before suggesting, "It could be a rare death domain, or perhaps a localized damage reflection area. Capturing this demon beast would certainly yield a handsome profit." Upon hearing this, the others' eyes lit up, and they began to meticulously search the nearby residences. Soon, they discovered the remains of a golden carp's head on the second floor. Seeing the scattered fish scales, Lao Liao felt perplexed. What kind of demon beast is this? It even knows to remove the scales before eating. However, it was clear this creature possessed intelligence. They needed to exercise caution to avoid being outsmarted. The group continued their exhaustive search of the area, deploying drones to scout the vicinity. They left no stone unturned, even inspecting the opposite house, yet found no traces of their quarry. Yang Zijuan made several rounds, failing to spot any suspicious glimmers. Lao Liao finally suggested, "Let us set some traps nearby. We'll take a stroll and hunt some other demon beasts before returning to check." After placing traps, they departed on their speedboats. At this moment, Lin Feng remained in deep slumber, unknowingly evading a significant crisis. He slept soundly until well past midnight before awakening refreshed, making his way to the second floor to eat. Once his hunger was satiated, he returned to the rooftop to continue exercising. His jumping height had now reached around 2 meters, and he had begun to master the leaping abilities typical of felines, with his paw strikes growing increasingly powerful. The moonlight was twice as bright as usual, allowing him to gain 6 evolution points in just 2 hours, which was quite satisfactory. Exhausted from the day's activities, Lin Feng retreated to the house to rest and awaited the dawn to continue his journey. Chapter 21. The Peak Tibetan Mastiff. The Nanshan hunting team had been busy throughout the night, but the presence of many competitors meant their catch of demon beasts was considerably smaller, yielding only half of what they had acquired the previous day. They could only place their hopes on the traps they had set earlier. However, upon their return to check, they found nothing, leaving them dejected as they departed. At dawn, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber, first glancing at the system panel. After a period of natural growth, his attributes had once again increased, and his evolution points had reached 623. He stretched lazily in place before heading downstairs to eat. The leftover meat from yesterday had a rather unpleasant taste, but he persevered and swallowed it until he was full. There remained a small portion of the Rat King's meat, sufficient for another meal. Lin Feng was in no rush to leave. The full moon night had passed, and the evolution points gained from the essence of the sun and moon would significantly decrease in the future, so he could not afford to waste this food. After satisfying his hunger, he returned to the supermarket in search of a beverage. Having developed a fondness for Sprite during his time on Earth, he found it preferable to the sugary sodas. On the second floor, he unearthed a bottle of Sprite, bit off the cap with his teeth, and took a generous gulp. A familiar flavor washed over him, and as the refreshing drink slid down his throat, he could not help but squint in delight. This was the taste he cherished. He then carried the drink upstairs and resumed his training on the rooftop, practicing punches, jumps, and spins. Time flew by with the beverage as his companion, and before he knew it, midday had arrived. Lin Feng descended to finish the rat meat, leaving only a pile of entrails before preparing to set off. He located a basin in the house and rummaged through the shelves on the first floor to procure 2 stainless steel spatulas. Before leaving, he placed 3 bottles of Sprite and a bottle of mineral water in the basin and stepped outside. The stainless steel spatulas proved far more efficient than the previous branches, allowing him to progress more swiftly. The sun hung high in the sky, enveloping the surroundings in heat, and it was not long before Lin Feng felt uncomfortably warm. Debris and drowned poultry floated on the water's surface, while flies and stable flies buzzed above. Below, large fish were feasting. Lin Feng frowned at the sight. The water was far from clean, and he resolved to drink as little of it as possible. Whenever he felt thirsty on the journey, he opted for Sprite, which only intensified his thirst, leaving a sweet taste in his throat and making it feel sticky. At that moment, the mineral water he had brought along proved useful. After consuming a bottle of Sprite, he needed to drink some mineral water to balance it out, resting beneath the shade of trees when fatigued. During his travels, Lin Feng made a noteworthy discovery. Numerous white floats had appeared in the nearby water. He rested the basin against a large tree and climbed up to dive into the water, where he spotted a large fish trap below, glimmering in the sunlight. The trap was several dozen meters long and half a meter wide, already filled with a considerable catch. The fish seemed to be driven by an invisible force, retreating whenever a small cat approached, until they could retreat no further and began thrashing wildly at the end of the trap, flipping onto their backs. Lin Feng extracted a grass carp weighing around 2 pounds from the trap and climbed a nearby tree to consume it. earning himself 2 evolution points, which he considered a snack for the journey. After finishing the grass carp, he returned to the basin and continued on his way, resting in the water when tired, and resuming after awakening, foraging for fish in the traps when hunger struck. As the moon rose high in the sky, Lin Feng still had not reached dry land, so he sought out a nearby village to rest. Skillfully, he broke into a window and wandered around the rooftop, roaring loudly to announce his arrival. To his surprise, a large dog from a 3-story villa responded with an equally loud bark. Lin Feng was elated. An old friend. It had been a long time since they last met, and he had finally found it. He then dove from the 2nd floor into several meters of water and swam vigorously towards the source of the sound. The villa's main door was wide open, and even the 2nd floor security bars and windows were inexplicably absent. Puzzled, Lin Feng climbed up to the 2nd floor, shaking off the water from his body as he made his way to the 3rd floor. There, he encountered a formidable brown Tibetan Mastiff. Its size comparable to that of a lion, standing about 1.5 meters tall, with bristly fur around its neck. It was robust and muscular, with its ears perked up, glaring fiercely at Lin Feng as he approached. Upon realizing that his opponent was merely a small kitten, the Mastiff looked down with disdain. Having already devoured the nearby dogs, and now feeling ravenously hungry, it fixated its predatory gaze on Lin Feng, contemplating how this little kitten would make for a delightful meal, imagining the satisfying crunch of its bones. Upon witnessing this creature, Lin Feng was taken aback. This beast was indeed a 1st-tier peak demon beast. 1st-tier peak lion type Tibetan Mastiff health, 59305930 attack, 482 constitution, 493 strength, 482 agility, 410 spirit, 360 defense, 49 magic resistance, 36 talent, iron stomach skills, frenzied bite, rampage, rapid healing. Lin Feng was struck with a chill. The attributes of this beast were alarmingly high. His previous confidence dissipated in an instant. In the face of such formidable power, he realized that he had underestimated demon beasts. Yet, there was no time to hesitate in the current situation. So Lin Feng took the initiative, allocating all his evolution points to agility, raising it to 66. He then aimed at the Mastiff's front leg and unleashed an ice spike spell before swiftly leaping through the staircase gap. 3 sharp ice spikes flew towards the Mastiff's front leg, catching it off guard, as it never expected a small kitten would dare to attack. It failed to dodge in time. With a sickening thud, the ice spike pierced its leg, blood gushing from the wound. The Mastiff was enraged by this audacious affront, letting out a thunderous roar that echoed throughout the house. It lunged forward, covering 5 to 6 meters with ease, the injury to its front leg seemingly having no effect. Lin Feng fell into the water on the 1st floor through the staircase gap. Quickly deducing the reason behind the absence of the 2nd floor security bars, the Mastiff had devoured all the nearby pets and poultry. Submerging in the water, he swam to the back door, carefully opening it to slip away. The Mastiff was not slow either, quickly making its way from the upper floor to the 2nd floor window, vigilantly observing the surroundings of the villa. However, after waiting for some time without catching sight of the kitten, it roared in frustration, unable to comprehend the predicament it was now in. Chapter 22. The land nearby. The hunting team happened to pass by. The team leader's expression brightened as he swiftly led his men toward the source of the sound. The Mastiff continued to bellow loudly, completely unaware of the fate that awaited it. The hunting team arrived nearby and soon spotted a formidable Tibetan Mastiff. One middle-aged man immediately leaped forward, his feet barely grazing the ground, moving with the grace of a dragonfly skimming the water's surface before soaring to the 2nd floor. The Tibetan Mastiff glared fiercely, baring its teeth as it lunged at the man. In a casual motion, the man maneuvered to the side of the beast, his hand glowing with a radiant white light as he delivered a powerful punch to the Mastiff's head. The impact left the creature dazed, its movements slowing considerably. The man's iron fist fell upon the Mastiff's skull like a tempest, reducing its head to a pulpy mess. Meanwhile, others in the team seized the opportunity to aim their tranquilizer guns at the Mastiff. The relentless assaults only incited the Mastiff's fury, causing its eyes to turn crimson and its size to swell, wounds on its body rapidly healing. Now nearly 2 meters tall, the enraged Mastiff elicited a change in the man's expression. He urgently called out, "This creature possesses unique abilities. I doubt I can handle it alone. Hurry and assist me." 2 more individuals from the speedboat leapt onto the 2nd floor, engaging the Mastiff in combat. All 3 were seasoned fighters, skillfully avoiding direct confrontations and instead circling the Mastiff, delivering swift strikes. The ferocious Mastiff swiped and bit in vain, unable to land a hit on the cunning humans, who instead left it battered and bruised. Soon, the Mastiff felt weakened, swaying and collapsing within the room. The trio sighed in relief. The slender middle-aged man chuckled. This haul is quite rewarding. A live peak beast will fetch a handsome price. Many affluent buyers will be eager. Another chimed in. This creature is a handful. If we weren't aiming to capture it alive, I suspect you would have dealt with it already, brotherly. The value of a living Tibetan Mastiff far exceeds that of a dead one. I wouldn't kill it even if offered, as the price difference is staggering. Today's bounty is commendable. Old Lin, you take this hefty beast back and promptly handle it at the beast market. If it awakens on the way, it could become troublesome. The hunting team divided into two groups and departed. At that moment, Lin Feng cautiously peeked out, watching as the hunting team moved further away. Finally exhaling in relief. The martial artist's agility was impressive. Even a first-tier peak beast couldn't graze their clothing. If I encountered them, I would likely have no strength to retaliate. Unfortunately, the prospect of a dog meat dinner was now lost. To remedy his dinner dilemma, Lin Feng descended once more into the water, where the moonlight gathered around him, casting a pristine glow upon the surface. Nearby, large fish swam towards him, darting about in the lunar light. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng unleashed his ice spike technique, securing a bluefish for dinner. After satiating his hunger, he continued to train under the moonlight, inspired by the prowess of the mastiff and the martial artists. He too must refine his agility. Feline creatures are inherently adept in agility. With diligent practice and the support of evolution points, he would surely surpass other beasts. As the night passed slowly, Lin Feng's evolution points reached only 193. The disparity compared to the full moon night was substantial. He realized that consuming dog meat would yield quicker results. With little desire to linger, he retrieved his previous basin and spatula, setting off once more in the direction the speedboat had taken the day before. The water levels had receded by over 10 centimeters compared to yesterday. At this rate, it would take more than a month for the floods to subside. The surrounding disaster relief efforts were noticeably increasing, and Lin Feng had not paddled far before spotting several speedboats adorned with red flags approaching. In a hurry, he clutched the spatula and jumped into the water. Once they had passed, Lin Feng climbed back into the basin and continued on his way, diving into the water to catch large fish whenever hunger struck, and quenching his thirst with nearby water, until he finally set foot on land as the sun set. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief, swiftly gliding with the spatula onto the shore, then hastily making his way along the dirt path without looking back. The area near the land was bustling with noise. Frogs croaked in the nearby rice paddies, cicadas buzzed from the trees, and various insects chimed in chorus. The dirt path was approximately 3 to 4 meters wide, uneven and riddled with potholes, overgrown with weeds on both sides. A small village peeked into view, and Lin Feng quickened his pace towards it. The village mainly consisted of 2-story brick houses, with a cement road running through the center, the ground also uneven. Many elderly individuals lounged at the doorsteps, fanning themselves to ward off nearby mosquitoes. A group of children played on the road, and suddenly, a yellow stray dog stood up, barking loudly at the village entrance. The nearby elders glanced over, only to chide the dog when they realized it was merely a small orange cat, saying, "Da Huang, cease your barking, that's just a kitten. Don't startle me like that again." The yellow dog quieted down, settling obediently on the ground. Other village dogs, disturbed by the commotion, ran to the entrance, and upon spotting the kitten several dozen meters away, they charged forward with unrestrained enthusiasm. Lin Feng observed and swiftly turned to flee. At his current speed, he could easily outpace ordinary dogs. However, he did not exert himself fully, akin to fishing, maintaining a steady speed to keep the dogs in pursuit. 3 dogs initially followed, but 2 gradually abandoned the chase as the kitten's pace proved swift. Only a brown sheepdog, nearly as tall as a person, remained in hot pursuit, barking loudly. Lin Feng suddenly veered off the path onto the ridge of a field, scattering frogs and insects in his wake. The sheepdog, undeterred, followed him onto the ridge. Not far ahead, the kitten paused, and the sheepdog, excited, dashed towards it, already envisioning the savory taste of meat. However, the kitten abruptly turned, locking its gaze onto the approaching sheepdog, a peculiar smile curling at the corner of its mouth. Before the sheepdog could draw near, the kitten vanished, and 2 golden beams of light materialized in the air. The sheepdog's expression turned blank as it attempted to halt, but it was too late. It soon felt excruciating pain coursing through its body, collapsing onto the ridge, succumbing to eternal silence. At that moment, Lin Feng emerged beside the sheepdog, a smile in his eyes. Indeed, the rural dogs are quite naive. He used his claws to slice through the sheepdog's fur, revealing tender flesh beneath, and opened his mouth wide to take a bite. Delicious. Chapter 23. The old dog. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng lay down on the ridge for a deep slumber, while nearby insects and frogs instinctively kept their distance, daring not to approach. Occasionally, some unfortunate mosquitoes and insects flew too close, only to be swiftly eradicated by a mysterious force, tumbling into the rice field. Some clever frogs lingered nearby, waiting patiently to enjoy the unexpected feast. Lin Feng awoke in the dead of night, had a meal, and returned to the dirt road to train, resting on the ridge when fatigued. He discovered that keeping busy alleviated his boredom. The next day, the sun rose as usual, indifferent to the disappearance of a stray dog. Zhao Yuan rose early, preparing breakfast for his beloved grandson, and when the time came, he hurriedly woke him. "Xiaohai, class is about to start, hurry and get out of bed, or you will be late." The figure under the covers mumbled sleepily, "I don't wanna, let me sleep a bit longer." Zhao Yuan was not indulgent. He pulled out his belt and gave it a few swats. After some commotion, he finally sent the little rascal off to school. Upon returning home, he felt a sense of something missing. After scanning his surroundings, he realized that the free-range local dog was nowhere to be found. He shook his head and murmured, "This fellow, has he run off again to flirt with the bitches in the neighboring village?" Previously, this dog often stayed out all night, prompting Zhao Yuan to take drastic measures, wielding a stick to discipline the dog several times, which had somewhat curbed its escapades. To his dismay, it seemed the dog had resumed its wandering today. He decided to wait until the creature returned to properly teach it a lesson. Lin Feng woke to find the sun already high in the sky. He savored a delicious dog meat breakfast and washed off the blood from his body by the field before heading out to exercise on the dirt path. The air gradually became stifling, yet Lin Feng continued to leap, pounce, and twist along the path, maintaining his active state. An elderly passerby observed him with wide eyes, muttering to himself, "Is this little cat sick? Why is it going crazy on this path?" Lin Feng suddenly froze, lying still on the grass, inwardly cursing. "You're the one who's gone mad, you old coot." The old man, standing beside the little cat, felt a bit unwell. He remarked, "This little cat is peculiar. Just seeing it makes my heart uneasy. It simply cannot be kept. Who knows what kind of trouble it could cause?" After some more rambling about his past pets, Lin Feng casually glanced at the old man's attributes. Zhao Ji health, 613760 attack, 65 constitution, 76 strength, 65 agility, 52 spirit, 85 defense, 7 magic resistance, 8 talent, arithmetic master skill. Chatterbox, he appeared to be just an ordinary old man, albeit rather verbose. Lin Feng had no intention of causing harm. Seeing the old man's health steadily decline, he turned to leave. The old man continued to meander down the dirt road, mumbling softly. Lin Feng returned to the field to rest until the path was clear before resuming his workout. By noon, he finished off the remaining dog meat, accumulating 1423 evolution points, mainly contributed by the dog. He pondered for a moment, reasoning that the small mountain village nearby should pose no danger. However, to improve his hunting prowess, he needed to increase his base attributes, thus allocating all his evolution points to them. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0415 health, 500500 attack, 31 constitution, 50 strength, 31 agility, 61 spirit, 68 magic value, 680680 defense, 5 magic resistance, 5 currently. Strength was his lowest attribute, though it did not significantly impact his overall capability, allowing him to set it aside for now. In the afternoon, Lin Feng continued his training, resting on the field whenever he grew tired. His passive skills remained effective, ensuring he wouldn't be disturbed by snakes, ants, or mosquitoes. When the sun became too intense, he would jump into a nearby rice field to cool off. Drowsily, he noticed that the day had turned to dusk. Lin Feng gracefully approached the village entrance, resuming his provocations with a series of meows. The local dogs erupted in a frenzy, rushing outside. Upon closer inspection, he realized that 2 of the dogs he had encountered the previous day were among them. The large yellow dog at the entrance merely growled a couple of times, but did not join the chase. Lin Feng then turned and fled, only to find that the 2 dogs had given up after a short distance, panting as they returned. He turned back to taunt them once more, meowing loudly. After finishing his vocal performance, he sprinkled some holy water on the ground. This enraged the pursuing dogs, prompting them to charge at him again. Lin Feng waited until they were within 20 meters before springing to his feet and dashing away, with the 2 dogs hot on his heels. This time, he switched to another field path and, once the dogs were close, unleashed his invincible slash. Luck was not on his side this time. He did not trigger a multicast, and only a solitary golden streak of light shot forth. The dogs had no time to react before the golden light pierced through them, leaving them bloodied and in pain. Their excited barks transformed into terrified yelps, and the white dog, frightened, leaped into the rice field, tail tucked as it raced home. Once Lin Feng revealed himself again, he cast Ice Spike, which struck directly into one dog's eye, finishing it off. It was then time to eat. And after satiating his hunger, he obtained 23 evolution points, exclaiming, "Once again, the dogs have proven their worth." The white dog that had fled home trembled uncontrollably, its spirit deeply scarred, and from that day forward, it kept its distance from any feline, too fearful to approach them. The following noon, Lin Feng finished his meal and decided to leave the village. After all, there were only 4 local dogs, and he had already consumed 2. Continuing would surely raise suspicions among the humans. It was better to hunt in another village. With this resolve, he took a side road away from the village. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuan was musing about his missing dog, wondering if it had once again run off to court several bitches. Unfortunately, when night fell, the dog still had not returned. And his grandson incessantly asked, "Grandpa, has our dog run away again? Why don't you go find it?" Zhao Yuan reassured him, "Don't worry, tomorrow Grandpa will go find it. And then it will play with you properly." Lin Feng traveled along the side road, surrounded by swarms of flying insects. Many misguided insects met their end at the hands of a mysterious force. This skill is truly powerful. After walking about 2 miles, he arrived at the next village, which was noticeably more dilapidated than the previous one. Many houses were still made of earth, with only 2 or 3 brick houses at the village entrance. A harmless old dog guarded the entrance, and upon seeing the little cat running down the path, it couldn't even muster the energy to rise. It merely lifted its cloudy old eyes to glance, confirming there was no threat before resuming its gaze at the willow trees before the gate, lost in thought. Having grown old, it no longer felt the need to chase after bees or cats. Lin Feng strutted past confidently, and as the old dog made no move, he sighed. What a pity. Chapter 24. The coxcomb snake. The old dog showed no reaction to the passing little orange cat, even closing its eyes. Time had dulled its edge. It simply wished to enjoy the tranquil afternoon. Lin Feng had no intention of harming a gentle old dog, for some dogs are truly dogs, while others do not deserve the title. The dirt path of the village was lined with numerous willow trees, their slender green branches cascading down, while cicadas endlessly serenaded from above. There was a pond on the village outskirts, with some white fish swimming back and forth in the water. Most houses in the village were made of earth. Many of their walls crumbled, and countless weeds climbed up the fallen walls, painting the yellow walls with a touch of green. Just then, strange noises emanated from a dilapidated house nearby. As Lin Feng's eyes brightened at the sound reminiscent of a rooster's crow, he quickly discerned it as the call of a Jiao Guanxi, a serpent adept at mimicking the cry to lure its prey, a common sight in rural areas. The source of the noise emanated from a dilapidated earthen house, surrounded by several towering pear trees, one of which housed a basketball-sized wasp nest. The ground was a tapestry of weeds, rendering it nearly inaccessible to the average person. Yet, for the little cat, this posed no challenge. Lin Feng was eager to hunt, and this Jiao Guanxi would not escape his grasp. The taste of its flesh promised to be delectable, thus worth the venture. With determination, he darted into the undergrowth, cautiously approaching the courtyard. The persistent calls continued, echoing throughout the area. Upon navigating through the weeds, Lin Feng encountered a dirt wall over a meter high. He surveyed it momentarily before crouching low and leaping effortlessly to the top. In the center of the courtyard lay a patch of low weeds, where a snake was incessantly vocalizing. Its head adorned with a vivid red crest, and its body marked by dark red stripes. It was as thick as an adult's thigh, coiled leisurely in the sun. This Jiao Guanxi was clearly not to be trifled with. Its striking crest alone was enough to deter many. Soon, however, it sensed discomfort and turned its head to the left, only to spot a small cat observing it. Before it could react, 3 ice spikes shot forth, piercing its body and pinning it to the ground. After unleashing his skill, Lin Feng remained motionless, coldly watching as the Jiao Guanxi struggled against its bonds. Despite its frantic efforts, it could not break free, blood oozing from its wounds as it cried out in vain. Eventually, succumbing to its injuries, the creature perished amidst its futile struggles. The simplicity of life bore a chilling reminder of Lin Feng's cold-blooded nature, akin to that of a butcher. Once the serpent lay lifeless, he leapt down from the wall, beginning the process of skinning it to reveal the tender white flesh within. The Jiao Guanxi's meat was notably delicate, imbued with a hint of flavor, and Lin Feng savored his meal, which granted him 4 evolution points, more than the average venomous snake. Satisfied, he swiftly ascended the dirt wall and departed the village, knowing he must seek out old acquaintances to hasten his evolution. Upon exiting the village along the dirt road, Lin Feng encountered a wide thoroughfare. To the right lay an expansive vegetable garden, devoid of laborers, save for a few greedy birds flitting about. The garden was rich with tomatoes and cucumbers, and Lin Feng took the opportunity to pluck a few tomatoes, delighting in their juicy sweetness. After consuming several, He gained an additional point of evolution and resumed his journey along the main road. After walking a few hundred meters, he arrived at a larger village, where three-story brick houses lined the street. Venturing deeper, he noticed two-story brick homes equipped with solar panels, surrounded by tall trees. Some local dogs lounged in the shade, while two were engaged in a close embrace. Lin Feng casually observed from the outskirts, formulating a plan as he settled nearby to wait for the right moment. He climbed a tree by the roadside to bask in the sun, the warmth filtering through the leaves lulling him into a deep slumber. As time passed, the road became busier with parents escorting their children, causing hearts to race and prompting some children to cry without cause. Passing drivers grew tense, wary of dozing off. Nearby, a few stray dogs exhibited restlessness, barking fiercely at the large tree by the road. Residents awakened by the commotion waved sticks to drive them away. Unperturbed, Lin Feng continued his slumber until the moon rose, at which point he lazily stretched and descended from the tree, embarking on his hunting expedition. Not far into his journey, he spotted 4 stray dogs, led by a robust golden retriever, an ideal candidate for dinner. The other strays barked furiously at the small orange cat crossing the road, yet none dared to charge forward. The golden retriever growled at a nearby black dog, seemingly urging it to take action. Reluctantly, the smaller dog approached, its hesitant demeanor revealing its reluctance. However, the golden retriever and its companions paid no heed to its hesitation, urging it onward. Just then, the little orange cat unexpectedly turned and fled. The black dog was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend that the cunning feline had escaped. The golden retriever barked loudly, charging forward with its companions in tow, leaving the black dog lagging behind. The black dog, inspired by its leader's bravery, quickly followed suit, gaining speed and ultimately taking the lead. The golden retriever and its 2 companions were left in astonishment, questioning whether the black dog had been fortified with some sort of enhancement. Lin Feng dashed forward, intentionally slowing to allow the pursuing dogs to catch up. Once beyond the village limits, he veered into a field path. The excited black dog led the way, followed closely by the golden retriever and the other 2 strays. Lin Feng halted at a bend, turning to face his pursuers. He had little interest in the scrappy black dog, uncertain of potential unseen maladies it might carry. Yet the vibrant golden retriever seemed a more promising target. With precision, he unleashed his invincible strike upon the golden retriever, 3 golden rays flashing through the air. The unfortunate creature was struck multiple times, bleeding profusely as its life force dwindled. The other 3 dogs bore injuries as well, but miraculously survived the onslaught. As the golden light faded, Lin Feng appeared atop the golden retriever's lifeless body, casually inspecting the wounds. The remaining strays stood frozen, shock etched upon their faces as they beheld their leader's demise and the small orange cat. In that moment, their world crumbled. They sensed an ominous power emanating from the little orange cat, draining their strength. The once vibrant wagging tail stilled. The 2 remaining strays whimpered and fled, while the black dog mourned its fallen leader, lamenting the loss of such a formidable companion it might never encounter again. The sound of a companion slipping away jolted it from its reverie, and the instinct for survival compelled it to flee. It leaped into the rice paddy and soon vanished from sight. When the bald black dog returned to the road, it let out a mournful howl. Its cries echoed, a lament for its fallen leader. Lin Feng, however, was less sentimental. He skillfully skinned the golden retriever and began to relish his meal. The meat of a stray dog was somewhat tough and carried a peculiar taste, slightly inferior to that of a household pet. Nonetheless, the evolution points he gained were substantial, amounting to 23 points, surpassing those from most ordinary animals. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng ventured onto the road to exercise. Whenever hunger struck, he would consume a bit of meat, and when thirst arose, he would snack on tomatoes and cucumbers from a nearby vegetable patch. Thus, another night passed, and by noon the next day, he had devoured the golden retriever, leaving only remnants and fur, which he discarded into the rice paddy. His accumulated evolution points had reached 1384, and Lin Feng continued to invest them into his basic attributes. Zhonghua Tenyuan Mao, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0415 health, 550550 attack power, 37 constitution, 55 strength, 37 agility, 66 spirit, 73 mana points, 730730 defense, 5 magic resistance, 7. His speed now surpassed that of most ordinary dogs. With a minimum strength of 37 points, he was no longer the weakling he once was. Lin Feng felt a swell of satisfaction. As long as he had enough dog meat, he could earn over 100 evolution points daily, coupled with the natural growth of his attributes. He could increase his basic stats significantly each day. At this rate, he could augment his attributes by 400 to 500 points in a month, soon becoming a first-tier demon beast. This realization filled Lin Feng with confidence. He was on the brink of transformation. It was essential to incorporate some recreational activities into his life. It seemed the time had come to acquire a mobile phone, which would allow him to swiftly grasp the current societal conditions of the world and understand the status of demon beasts within it. With that in mind, he set off towards the village. Upon reaching the village road, he was met with the raucous barking of several local dogs. The cacophony of barks erupted, as a few dogs led the charge, prompting the others to join in. The once tranquil village was suddenly alive with the sound of barking. At least a dozen dogs howling in unison. Those who had been napping were roused from their slumber, voicing their displeasure. What's all the racket? It's the middle of the day, you're waking the dead. Keep barking, and I'll stew you for supper tomorrow. Hey, stop barking. I'm trying to take a nap. Barking day in and day out. I don't understand why you keep so many dogs. Aren't you afraid they'll turn into demon beasts and eat you? If you bother my nap again, I'll buy some poison and put an end to you all. Many villagers scolded the dogs, and a few did indeed cease their noise. However, several continued to bark even more vigorously. Noting the dog's reaction, Lin Feng opted not to approach the main path directly. Instead, he stealthily maneuvered around to the back of the houses, advancing through the small vegetable gardens. Many households had small doors at the back, where they cultivated vegetables, kept pigsties, toilets, storage rooms, and miscellaneous items. Here, a few domestic cats basked in the sun on the grass, while pigs in the pigsties grunted contentedly. Lin Feng moved cautiously, deliberately shutting off his passive ability to avoid detection. A few cats cast indifferent glances his way without any reaction. He breathed a sigh of relief. His plan was halfway successful. As he passed each back door, Lin Feng listened intently to the sounds within. Some were cursing, others were engrossed in short videos, while some were disciplining children. However, upon passing a small building with cabbages, he overheard an intriguing conversation. Brother-in-law, hurry up. My sister is coming home tomorrow. You little minx. You've been at it 8 times these past 2 days. Who can handle that? I'll just help you out a bit. Lin Feng felt a rush of excitement. How audacious they were, not even resting in the middle of the day, engaging in such mischief. He glanced around, then climbed up the drainage pipe to the second-floor bedroom window, but the curtains were drawn, and the air conditioning unit was humming loudly, making entry impossible. Damn it, is it really this difficult to catch a live show? Inside, the two were lost in their fervor, and Lin Feng hesitated to leave, unwilling to miss the opportunity. Instead, he climbed to the rooftop and, in a stroke of luck, discovered the front door ajar. Upon entering, he carefully closed the door behind him and descended to the second floor. The television in the bedroom was still playing, but the sounds of passion within were impossible to escape even for the keen ears of a cat. The second floor was tiled, allowing Lin Feng to move stealthily, and he quietly approached the couple's bedroom door. Inside, the two were entangled in their passionate embrace, exchanging a flurry of intimate words. This was a stroke of fortune. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng began rummaging through the upstairs bedroom. Across from the main bedroom were 2 smaller rooms. He first entered the first room, nimbly jumping up and cautiously opening the door. Once inside, he made sure to close the door securely before boldly searching the room. The space was modest, around 20 to 30 square meters, furnished simply with a bed, a wardrobe, a desk, and 2 nightstands. Lin Feng leaped onto the desk, using his paws to open the drawer. Inside, he found some toys and cards, but at the very back lay a black mobile phone. It was indeed a stroke of fortune to find such a treasure without exerting much effort. Chapter 26. The Warrior and the Awakened. With eager anticipation, Lin Feng unlocked the phone, only to be greeted by a bloodied, ghostly visage that startled him, causing him to tumble to the floor. He hadn't expected children to be so mischievous. He had let his guard down. After regaining his composure, he jumped back onto the desk to continue inspecting the phone. The lock screen displayed a message. Are you back to steal my phone again? The phone then prompted for a password. Lin Feng wore an expression of intrigue. Little one, you've landed yourself in quite a predicament. Let your phone serve as compensation. The password posed a challenge, but it was not insurmountable. If necessary, he could wait until nightfall to make another attempt. He placed the phone back in its original spot, surveyed his surroundings, and finally decided to hide in the gap atop the wardrobe, which offered an excellent concealment. Lin Feng gathered his strength on the bed, leaped onto the cabinet, and the cramped space provided a sense of security, so he settled in to await the appearance of his target. The tantalizing sounds from the adjacent bedroom continued for several minutes before abruptly ceasing. He couldn't help but admire the prowess of these martial artists. Their skills on the bed were impressive. Soon after, a woman in high heels departed from upstairs, and Lin Feng, in the meantime, dozed off. He did not know how long he had slept, but he was stirred awake by the sound of the door opening. Cautiously, he peered out to assess the situation. A boy clad in a blue and white school uniform entered the room, appearing to be around 16 or 17 years old, likely a high school student. As soon as he stepped inside, the boy eagerly unlocked his phone, deftly entering the password, and quickly typed in the WeChat group chat, "Lao Wu. Hurry up and log in. Let us get to work." Subsequently, he logged into his gaming account and teamed up with that old Wu for some intense gaming. But his skills were woefully inadequate, making him an easy target for elimination. Thus, he often resorted to incessantly taunting his adversaries over the microphone. "I'm at the military base. Come and challenge me if you dare, you bunch of trash." I'm not exaggerating when I say that all of you present are nothing but pathetic, like a dish of spicy chicken and little chicks. Seeing you all makes me feel that life is truly sorrowful. A bunch of fools. Do you even deserve to play this game? If you're brave enough, come face me head on in Peace City. If I lose, I'll call you father. Lin Feng, observing from above, was utterly astonished, primarily because this player was so inept. He consistently wandered aimlessly with his teammates in the wilderness, all the while hurling insults, urging others to engage in combat, while he secretly farmed for resources. When he was ultimately taken down by an opponent, his demeanor instantly shifted. Brother, please don't finish me off. I'm merely trying to survive. I beg you. Brother, I was wrong, truly wrong. I promise I won't do it again, just spare me. He pleaded, as long as you don't kill me. I'll call you father. At that moment, the door swung open, and an enraged middle-aged man stormed in, brandishing a belt. He unleashed a torrent of strikes upon the youth, whose cries elicited chuckles from his teammates in the game. After the middle-aged man's disciplinary measures, the young lad begrudgingly set aside his phone to eat. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leapt down, clutching his charging phone, and made a swift escape back to the field. He quickly entered his password and began searching for information on demonic beasts on the internet. The top results were advertisements, but the sixth entry contained genuine information. Demonic beasts, having evolved from ordinary wildlife, began to appear following the resurgence of spiritual energy in 1950. Their flesh is imbued with mystical powers, and consumption of it can accelerate the flow of true energy, enhancing physical vitality. Demonic beasts of the same rank can overpower martial artists and awaken beings of equivalent levels. The highest discovered rank of demonic beasts is the 6th-tier Demon King, with 36 existing globally. In Huaxiao alone, there are 8 Demon Kings, 3 of whom have signed peace treaties with Huaxia, while 5 are listed on the Demonic Beast Wanted list. Demonic beasts come in many varieties, the most common being intelligent and physical types. Intelligent demonic beasts possess intellect comparable to humans and can transform into human forms at the 2nd tier. They often infiltrate human society to engage in various nefarious activities. Those who discover clues can report to the official hotline, and informants may receive generous rewards. Physical demonic beasts boast extraordinarily powerful physiques, capable of confronting 5 or 6 martial artists of the same tier, making them prime targets for hunting parties. Lin Feng was taken aback to discover the existence of a wanted list for demonic beasts. It seemed life for them was quite challenging. However, the information also revealed a crucial detail. 2nd-tier demonic beasts could transform into human forms, which implied they could potentially infiltrate human society. Perhaps many of their kind were already hidden among humans, waiting for the chance to ascend to 2nd-tier status. If successful, they might find companions within human realms, no longer fighting alone. Next, Lin Feng sought information on martial artists and awakened beings. Martial artists emerged following the resurgence of spiritual energy, and as the path of inner power cultivation became simplified, an increasing number of individuals embarked on the journey of becoming martial artists. Compared to awakened beings, martial artists are more prevalent, and the deeper their inner strength, the greater their explosive power. Martial artists play a significant role in resisting demonic beasts, and the state has published basic inner power techniques, allowing anyone who can sense energy to embark on the martial path. The highest rank of martial artists in Huaxia is the 6th-tier master, with over 20 registered on the official website, capable of using their inner power to traverse the air. 3 of them can defeat 6th-tier demonic beasts in unison. Lin Feng felt overwhelmed. The resurgence of spiritual energy seemed somewhat unreasonable. How could humans possess such a significant advantage? Meanwhile, he was merely a small cat, destined to evolve into a demonic beast. Would he ultimately have to stand in opposition to humanity? This posed a rather daunting dilemma. Although he presently inhabited a feline form, a human soul resided within. Would he be forced to be recruited by the state in the future? After some contemplation, Lin Feng had yet to solidify his resolve. Perhaps transforming into a human form to blend into society would not be so bad. But he still needed to observe the state's stance on demonic beasts. As the saying goes, hearing is but a shadow, seeing is believing. So he decided to take one step at a time. Then, he turned his attention to information on awakened beings. Awakened beings began to appear following the resurgence of spiritual energy and are also known as superhumans, each endowed with various extraordinary abilities. Common abilities include pyrokinesis, hydrokinesis, flight, enhanced olfactory senses, and physical mutations. The probability of an awakened being manifesting is relatively low, occurring once in every 100,000 people on average. Awakened beings possess combat abilities that surpass those of martial artists of the same tier, ranking just below demonic beasts. Some awakened beings can even cultivate martial arts, enabling them to contend with demonic beasts without falling behind. Other countries have their unique awakened beings, such as Western magicians, Southern sorcerers, and Japanese onmyoji. Lin Feng suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. He was likely to embark on an irreversible path. Chapter 27. Iron Bars. I am a law-abiding citizen. Perhaps just a petty thief of dog food, but I would never commit heinous acts that would attract the wrath of martial artists, right? Lin Feng reassured himself. Yet a sense of unease lingered within him. Humans and demonic beasts are two distinct species. How could they coexist peacefully? Just then, he noticed a sudden gust of wind. He pricked up his ears, quickly locked his phone, and placed it on the field, standing upright to observe the source of the sound. In the rice field, a white-bearded old man was darting swiftly, moving with an ethereal grace. With just a light touch of his toes on the wheat sprouts, he could leap over 100 meters, like a specter in the fields. His body attributes and name were shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly a formidable figure. Following him was a large-faced youth, who could only leap about 7 to 8 meters at a time, his steps heavy and his direction poorly controlled, moving only in a straight line. Both practiced the same form of lightness skill, yet the execution was worlds apart. Before Lin Feng could fully appreciate the scene, he heard a loud splash. The youth had inadvertently plunged into the rice field, landing in a rather undignified manner. The old man suddenly turned, his bright eyes sharp with intensity. Upon noticing a small cat observing him, his expression changed, and he swiftly approached. Lin Feng, caught off guard, felt a surge of anxiety as he kicked his phone into the rice field. Simultaneously, he was filled with trepidation. Surely, this old man would not notice him. The elder covered over 500 meters in just 2 bounds, landing lightly on the embankment. With a casual motion, he grasped the scruff of the small orange cat. Lin Feng began to thrash and meow frantically. The old man inspected the small orange cat thoroughly, even gently kneading its limbs. A peculiar glint sparked in his eyes as he murmured, "Why does this cat have such strange eyes? Yet it isn't a demonic beast." The youth's voice chimed in, "Master, master." The old man, still holding the small orange cat, lightly took off into the air to retrieve his apprentice. Lin Feng continued to struggle, attempting to escape the old man's grasp, but the elder's grip on his scruff was unyielding, rendering all his efforts futile. The elderly man approached his disciple in the rice field and, after gently weighing the garments behind him, led both of them across the muddy terrain to the main road. The young boy, covered in muck and with a face full of shame, said, "Master, I have failed again." "Failure is the mother of success," the elder replied. "The practice of lightness is a journey of perseverance. You have sustained your efforts for 2 minutes longer than last time. With a bit more time, you will surely master it." Turning to the boy, he added, "I have found something intriguing this time. Would you like to take it back and raise it? This little creature has already developed a sense of spirit. With some nurturing, it can evolve into a demon beast. Cats and dogs are easily trainable pets, and if you care for it well, it will undoubtedly become a great asset in the future." Lin Feng felt a chill run through him. He hadn't anticipated that his disguise would be seen through by this old man. Was he truly unable to escape his clutches? Yet, a glimmer of hope lingered in his heart. If the boy refused, he might still have a chance to return to nature. He did not wish to become anyone's pet. He relished his freedom. The round-faced youth blinked and looked at the little orange cat in his master's hands, joyfully exclaiming, "Thank you, master. I've been wanting a pet." The white-bearded elder nodded in approval and, with a forceful gesture, infused a peculiar inner energy into the small orange cat, causing it to immediately soften and fall asleep. He continued, "You should take the kitten home first. Later, I will help you acquire some cages and chains. Search online for methods to train demon beasts, and ensure you have proper food prepared. Release it only after it has become accustomed to you. Remember, do not release the chains until it is fully tamed." With that, the elder vanished gracefully. The round-faced youth mimicked his master's method and hurried home. The following day, Lin Feng awoke in a daze to find himself in a cage. The iron enclosure was about half a meter long and 30 centimeters high, lined with a soft blanket. He felt discomfort around his neck and reached to touch it. Feeling a cold sensation, he quickly attempted to rise but felt his body weaken, stumbling and collapsing before he could take a step. A sound rang out from his neck. Jingle, jingle. It was a collar adorned with 3 tiny bells that chimed with the slightest movement. Lin Feng was taken aback. He had not expected to become someone else's captive. The cage was situated in a modest bedroom, approximately 30 to 40 square meters in size, furnished simply with a wardrobe, a solid wooden bed, a computer desk, and an air conditioner. A few snacks were scattered on the bedside table. The cage and the computer desk were tucked into a corner and outside the window. The weather was clear, with sunlight streaming in, casting a warm glow over the bed. Dust danced in the air, but Lin Feng's heart was shrouded in gloom. How could this happen? The greatest tragedy for a cat's life is perhaps being confined. The scene evoked a well-known song in Lin Feng's mind. Iron doors, iron windows, iron chains. With my hand on the iron bars, I gaze outside. Oh, how beautiful life is beyond. When will I return to my homeland? Lying on the blanket, which lacked the fragrance of the grass from the field, Lin Feng resolved that as soon as he regained his strength, he would make a swift escape. I, Lin Feng, shall never be a slave. Chapter 28. Cat food. Gurgle, gurgle. Lin Feng's stomach protested vehemently. He had not eaten the night before, and after being captured by the white-bearded elder, he had fallen into a deep slumber until the next day, leaving his stomach devoid of sustenance. He glanced at the status panel before him. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0415 health points, 560 attack power, 38 constitution, 56 strength, 38 agility, 67 spirit, 74 magic points, 740 defense, 5 magic resistance, 7 talent. Otherworldly visitor. Tai Su body, multiple casting skills. 1. Ice spike. 2. Invincible slash. 3. Pillar of flames. 4. Blood boil, disabled, evolution points. 24. Upon seeing the introduction on the panel, Lin Feng's heart stirred. Inner energy lock. What is that? This inner energy lock was the culprit behind his current weakness, and if he could find a way to remove it, he would be free. However, with only 24 evolution points, he had no opportunity to enhance his attributes. Unless he could bask in the sunlight by the window, he could gradually gain evolution points through his Tai Su body. Yet, all of this was beyond his control. He could only lie on the blanket, slowly regaining his strength and waiting for an opportunity. In a nearby village, Zhao Yuan had yet to see his dog return, and his grandson was crying for the pet. Deciding to take action, he set out with his grandson in search of their beloved canine. Riding his electric bike, they scoured the nearby villages but found no trace of the dog. Ultimately, they reported the matter to the local security department, but it was a mere formality. Meanwhile, Luan was at a pet store in town, purchasing supplies. His master had captured a delightful little orange cat the day before, one with the potential to evolve into a demon beast. Thus, he eagerly withdrew his pocket money to buy food and supplies for the charming feline. After explaining the situation to the store owner, he was promptly met with recommendations. We have many options for cat food. I offer 2 types. One is economical, primarily vegetarian with a bit of meat mixed in, and the other is regular, made with standard meat and seafood. The third option is a luxury blend, containing fish and shrimp along with some demon beast meat, designed to help pets grow rapidly, though it is a bit pricey. Luan waved his hand decisively, saying, I want the best luxury blend, 1 week's worth of food, along with cat litter, a litter box, and some toys for the cat. Also a feeding bowl set. The shop owner was delighted. He particularly favored customers who did not haggle. He promptly prepared the requested items. After a series of calculations on his calculator, he cheerfully announced, that will be 2,580. I'll let you have it for 2,500. Luan quickly scanned the 2,500 with his phone, muttering to himself about whether the cat would enjoy the food. If it doesn't like it, I'll come back to exchange it. The shop owner, seeing the 2,600, beamed, patting his chest as he said, you get what you pay for. If your cat doesn't like it, bring it back, and I'll swap it for another brand. But rest assured, this cat food will leave your cat craving more. With a smile, Luan departed. His pocket money still plentiful enough to sustain the little cat for a month or 2. If funds ran low, he could always ask his mother for more. He even utilized his inner energy to speedily return home. Inside, a beautiful young woman was tidying up. Upon seeing her son return with a large haul, she remarked, Xiaowen, remember, since you're raising the pet, don't expect me to help. I don't have the time to care for a kitten. All cleaning and walking it will be your responsibility. Luan replied confidently, don't worry, Mom. I will take good care of Xiao Huang. This is a super kitten that can grow into a demon beast. With that, he dashed upstairs, first washing the feeding bowl with hot water, then pouring the cat food into the bowl before heading into the bedroom. Upon witnessing the little cat awaken, Luan was filled with immense joy. Xiao Huang, you are awake. I have procured the finest cat food for you. Please indulge yourself. Lin Feng tilted his head. inhaling the delightful aroma of mixed fish and shrimp wafting through the air, unable to suppress the salivation that ensued. However, he reminded himself internally that this was merely a tactic employed by humans to care for their pets, and he must remain vigilant. Lin carefully moved the cage to the window, ensuring that half of it basked in sunlight. He then retrieved a key from his desk to unlock the iron cage, placing a small bowl in front of the feline before proceeding to prepare water. The ceramic bowl, approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, was adorned with engravings of fish and shrimp, and the cat food within emitted a tantalizing fragrance. Lin Feng exerted himself to sit upright, but before he could hold his position for even a second, he slumped back down, opting instead to crawl forward, allowing his body to soak in the warmth of the sun. As the sunlight infused him with vitality, he gradually regained strength. With a swift paw, he knocked the bowl over, scattering the round, earthy-colored cat food across the blanket. There he lay, consuming the morsels. The cat food consisted of small, round pellets, each exuding an enticing aroma. Lin Feng devoured them voraciously, not daring to savor them too carefully. Who knew what strange ingredients might be mixed in? Even human food contained numerous technological enhancements, let alone cat food. Upon finishing the bowl, a system notification appeared. You have consumed cat food, earning 4 evolution points. To his surprise, having eaten only a modest amount, he had accrued 4 evolution points, which surpassed the value of ordinary meat. If the cat food remained plentiful, he could potentially gain 8 evolution points, rivaling that of a substantial portion of demon beast flesh. As he gazed at the surrounding walls, he felt a pang of disillusionment. Who would have thought that Lin would find himself reduced to consuming cat food? Such misfortune. Nevertheless, he resolved that lingering here was unwise. He would depart as soon as the internal energy lock dissipated. Before long, Lin returned with a bowl of water, opening the cage and kindly stating, "Xiao Huang, I have brought you warm water. Please drink some. Have you finished your cat food already? How could that be so quick?" Lin Feng chose to ignore the human and instead luxuriated in the sunlight. Lin, undeterred, fetched another bowl and, upon delivering it, remarked, "Eat well. If you are still hungry, I will refill it for you." With that, he opened his computer, searching for ways to cultivate a deeper bond with his pet. Lin Feng, as before, knocked over the cat food bowl, laying on the ground and consuming the remnants with great haste. Soon, he finished every morsel and drank some refreshing water from the bowl before examining the young man's attributes. Lin, second-tier martial artist, health points, 5900 attack power, 386 constitution, 390 strength, 386 agility, 320 spirit, 326 defense, 39 magic resistance, 32 internal energy, 31633260 talent, exceptional roots. Gun mastery, late bloomer skills, dragon flame technique, level 2, 13 consecutive shots, level 1, snow treading, level 1, flying dragon body refining technique, level 3. Swallow returning blade technique, level 1, Lin Feng's brows furrowed. This young man possessed impressive attributes, making his future escape increasingly challenging. Chapter 29. Punishment. After opening his computer and locating a video tutorial, Lin began to indulge in snacks with his other hand. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, domesticated pets had acquired the potential to evolve into demon beasts. The dangers associated with keeping pets had thus increased, compelling individuals to remain vigilant regarding their pets' well-being. Of course, if properly cared for, one could potentially gain a formidable companion, and now we shall begin our discussion. First, one must understand that pets are akin to children. Before acquiring one, it is crucial to ascertain that you possess ample time, financial resources, and space to properly care for them. Pets can experience fear and loneliness when left alone, requiring affection and attention to ensure their healthy development. Lin Feng scoffed at the notion. Only foolish individuals would feel emptiness and solitude. He certainly would not. Secondly, it is essential to comprehend the habits and lifestyle needs of pets. Each type of pet has its own way of life, and thorough research is necessary to arrange daily routines accordingly. This includes understanding their food intake, preferred cuisines, common ailments, required nutrition, and foods to avoid. Only by mastering this knowledge can one provide adequate care for a pet. Thirdly, one must address potential health issues. Some pets may carry unknown viruses, necessitating precautions to avoid significant repercussions. Lin Feng, unimpressed, found the sounds of Lu when eating and watching videos incessantly penetrating his ears. He closed his eyes, attentively listening to the ambient noise nearby. Outside the house, a faint sound of footsteps could be discerned, clearly indicating a person with exceptional agility, whose breathing was light. If one did not listen closely, they might remain oblivious. A sense of foreboding filled him. He would have to consider this individual when planning his escape, ensuring it occurred when the house was unoccupied. Luwen continued watching the video tutorial, formulating a general plan in his mind. He then approached the iron cage with a cat toy. Xiao Huang, come, look over here. Lin Feng flicked his ears, disinterested in the human's antics. Such childish toys were better suited for naive kittens. After some time of futile attempts to engage the little cat, Luwen lost confidence and turned to retrieve another toy, a colorful, light-emitting imitation fish. He waved it in front of Lin Feng, exclaiming, Xiao Huang, look at this toy fish. Do you like it? The little orange cat remained unmoved. Luwen, having exerted considerable effort without receiving any response, resumed his research on how to handle a new pet that ignored him. An array of information flooded his screen. Upon a new pet's arrival at home, several tasks must be undertaken. First, one must create a comfortable environment and procure some preferred foods. Some pets may exhibit significant wariness, displaying resistance to unfamiliar surroundings. Hence, they require time to adjust. While some may adapt within a day or two, others may take 10 days to half a month. Upon acquiring a new pet, it is advisable to conduct deworming and vaccination arrangements, preferably at a veterinary clinic for a comprehensive examination. After perusing a wealth of information, Luwen distilled a key point. Pets need time to acclimate to unfamiliar environments, and as they become familiar, their wariness diminishes. Reassured, he turned to the little orange cat and said, Xiao Huang, if you do not wish to play with the toy, then rest well. In a couple of days, I will join you for playtime. If you grow hungry, just let me know, and I will prepare food for you. Subsequently, Luwen began browsing the latest trending news, with the top story still focusing on the disaster relief efforts in Onion City. The situation there had been brought under control. The National Health Department had dispatched over 10 fifth-tier water element awakeners to assist in managing the flood. The average water level in the region had decreased to approximately 3 meters. According to the estimation of the on-site supervisor, the flood will be completely eradicated in about 10 days. Luwen sighed, contemplating the ferocity of this 6th-tier demon beast, which single-handedly submerged an entire city. He wondered if Xiao Huang would ever ascend to the ranks of demon beasts. Beside him, Lin Feng was attentively listening to the news, as it was a valuable source of external information that he would not miss. Time flowed slowly, and Luwen realized that this pet was quite agreeable, causing no disturbances and simply basking in the sun, rarely retreating into the shadows of its cage. It was not until noon that Luwen's mother called from outside. Xiaowen, come out for lunch. Only then did Luwen leave his room to eat. Lin Feng, smelling the delightful aroma of fish and meat wafting from the house, licked his lips and mused that this kid was quite fortunate, enjoying a lavish meal, while he himself was relegated to cat food. He needed to devise a plan to sneak some food for himself. After finishing his meal, Luwen returned to his room, snacking a bit before retrieving a cushion from the cabinet. He sat cross-legged upon it, practicing his internal cultivation. Lin Feng, feeling quite bored, began to stir up trouble. He activated his burning blood skill and lay quietly to observe Luwen's reaction. As Luwen focused on his internal energy cultivation, he remained blissfully unaware of any disturbance. Only sensing that something felt amiss, perhaps a breakthrough was imminent. He thus redoubled his efforts in cultivation. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks on the bedroom door. Luwen exited his meditative state to open the door. Mom, what brings you here? I was in the midst of cultivating. His mother scanned the room and explained. I was washing the dishes when I sensed something unusual from your side, but that feeling vanished when you opened the door. Could it be that the internal cultivation was failing? Luwen replied, I sensed it too. Perhaps my internal energy is about to break through. His mother took the opportunity to glance at the little orange cat in the iron cage, relieved to see it was still under 30 centimeters in size. She admonished him, if you are nearing a breakthrough, you must concentrate. I will not disturb you further. With that, she returned to her dishwashing. Luwen resumed his cross-legged position, and as he began to circulate his internal energy, that peculiar sensation returned. He embraced the moment, focusing intently on his internal cultivation. Lin Feng observed with a sly smile. Go ahead and break through. Consider this my little punishment for you. In the corner of the room, the mosquitoes, cockroaches, and mice met their unfortunate fate, perishing silently before they could escape. Luwen was now deeply engrossed in his practice, feeling the velocity of his internal energy surge, at least 30% faster than usual. Hence, he became increasingly convinced that a breakthrough was imminent and diligently continued his training. As his internal energy flowed, Luwen sensed a rapid depletion of his mental faculties, accompanied by a subtle pressure within his body. Perhaps this was the bottleneck from the 2nd to the 3rd tier he had to endure. Luwen did not dare to slacken, maintaining his control over the internal energy. As time passed, he began to experience slight pains throughout his body, and his spirit grew increasingly fatigued. Oh no, Could this be a sign of impending deviation? Lu Wen thought grimly, attempting to slow the pace of his internal energy. However, once the energy accelerated, it was challenging to decelerate, akin to a vehicle suddenly braking on a highway, which could cause significant repercussions for those behind. Before he could adjust the speed of his energy, the oppressive sensation dissipated suddenly. Lu Wen's mind faltered momentarily, and he felt a sweetness in his throat before a torrent of blood surged forth, his internal energy spiraling into chaos. He struggled to call out, "Mom, come quick." But before he could finish, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Lu Lan, hearing a subtle shift, rushed into her son's room and was alarmed to see him spitting blood. She swiftly positioned herself behind him, channeling her internal energy to stabilize his chaotic state. After some time, she managed to quell his internal injuries and then carried him downstairs, hurrying to the hospital. Nearby, another family felt a sense of unease and, unable to remain indoors, ventured out for fresh air. Lin Feng lay basking in the sun, chuckling to himself. With such power, you wish to keep me confined? Farewell. The afternoon sun remained intense, and the yang essence continued to permeate his body, gradually eroding the internal energy lock. Yet, this lock was as resilient as a stubborn stone, while the yang essence flowed like water, only managing to wear away the outer layer of the stone. At this rate, it would take a week to completely dissolve it. Lin Feng felt somewhat resigned, realizing he would have to remain here for a while longer, waiting for his body to fully recuperate before planning his departure. Once the others had left the house, he activated his burning blood passive skill and resumed his rest in the sunlight. As time flowed by, the sun began its descent, and the light in the small room faded. Lin Feng checked his evolution points, totaling 194, just shy of reaching 20. He refrained from investing these points into his body, uncertain if the mysterious old man would return to inspect. If he detected any anomalies, it could spell trouble. At the hospital, the doctor meticulously examined Lu Wen's condition before turning to Lu Lan. Your son encountered a mishap during his cultivation. Fortunately, you acted promptly, and he is not in serious trouble. His body is currently in a weakened state, severely depleted of vital energy. You may take him home and ensure he consumes nourishing foods. I will prescribe some energy-replenishing pills and blood tonics for him to take daily as directed. Alternatively, he can remain here, where we have dedicated nurses to care for him. Lu Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Her primary concern was that this setback would adversely affect her son's future growth. Since the doctor assured her there were no significant issues, she felt reassured. After the doctor finished their duties and provided the necessary medication, she took her son home. As the sound of the door lock turning echoed from outside, Lin Feng twitched his ears, promptly deactivating his passive skill and pretending to sleep on the blanket. Lu Lan placed her son on the bed and then turned her gaze to the little orange cat, expressing her frustration. It's all your fault, little creature. You distracted my son. If it weren't for you causing a ruckus, he might have succeeded in his breakthrough. Lin Feng closed his eyes, ignoring her, muttering in his mind. Not listening, just a bunch of nonsense. After Lu Lan complained for a while, contemplating tossing the little orange cat out, she ultimately refrained, fearing it would upset her son, and hurried off to prepare dinner. When Lu Wen awoke, it was already past 8. Weakly, he opened his eyes, feeling utterly drained of energy, taking a moment to regain his strength. Reflecting on his previous experiences, he sighed. What a pity, such a splendid opportunity. And I failed to achieve a breakthrough. He then glanced at the little cat beside him, noticing the moonlight streaming in like water, illuminating the window as bright as day. The moonlight was splendid tonight. The little orange cat lay motionless on the blanket. If not for its belly rising and falling, Lu Wen would have thought it was lifeless. As he pressed the switch, the anomaly at the window vanished. At this moment, Lu Lan heard a commotion outside and hurriedly brought the medicine along with a glass of water, grumbling. Was your breakthrough this time rather reckless? You should refrain from rashly attempting internal cultivation without assurance. Did no one at your school enlighten you on this matter? Quickly consume the medicine. You must rest for at least 3 days before continuing your internal practice. Lu Wen, aware of his fault, dared not retort and replied, All right, Mom, I understand my mistake. I will be more cautious next time and certainly won't attempt any hasty breakthroughs again. After finishing his medicine, he glanced at the iron cage beside him and said, Mom, Xiao Huang must be hungry as well. Could you please help me add some cat food? Lu Lan retorted, I was just about to mention that the day you brought that cat back, it led to your failed internal breakthrough. Certainly not a good omen. An adult cat in heat can be quite troublesome. I will not assist you in caring for it. Think carefully about whether you should get rid of it. Lu Wen quickly pleaded, Mom, this time it was my error, and it has nothing to do with Xiao Huang. I will definitely pay more attention next time and will not make the same mistake again. Just help me pour a bowl of cat food, and tomorrow when I recover, I will feed it myself, ensuring you will not have to worry. Ultimately, Lu Lan relented. She took out more than half a bag of cat food and placed it directly in the cage, stating, "Let the cat eat on its own. It can catch as much as it desires." The already famished Lin Feng swiftly turned his body and lay on the blanket, using his paws to reach into the sealed bag of cat food, pulling it closer to devour. Lu Lan observed and chided, "What a lazy little cat. You won't even stand to eat. I foresee you becoming a glutton." Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response, thinking, "I can eat lying down. What can you do about it, you little pest?" He then scrutinized the woman's physique, smirking, "You're merely a third-tier martial artist. Soon, my prowess may rival yours. If you have the capability, go train and see how I treat you later." Chapter 31. The gathering birds outside, the stars twinkled, and a full moon hung high in the sky, while the trees along the street swayed gently in the breeze. Moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the iron cage in front of it with an extraordinary brightness. Lin Feng gazed at the starry sky outside, lost in thought. How vast the cosmos is, seemingly endless. Within this immense expanse, Earth appears but a mere dot. What a profound sadness it is to transform from a free-roaming cat into a prisoner, confined within this small cage. My head may be severed, my blood may flow, but none can take away my freedom. Lin Feng began to reflect on his missteps, knowing there were powerful individuals present. He foolishly chose to spy on them. Was that not courting disaster? Now, having merely caught a glimpse of them, he had forfeited his freedom, unable to hunt, even relegated to using a small litter box. Frustration gnawed at him, and he could only pray for his evolution points to increase swiftly. Meanwhile, Lu Wen was still in bed, engrossed in videos on his phone, utterly oblivious to the troubles of the little orange cat. Recently, Tai Chi Min Esmagua had ascended to the innate martial artist level, advancing to a 5th-tier master, while those preparing to challenge him postponed their journeys. Come and witness the powerful 18 swords of heroic wind from our martial arts academy. I will share insights on swordsmanship training. Don't miss out. I will teach you how to break through the 2nd-tier bottleneck. Next, news surfaced about the infamous beasts on the wanted list. Ranked 10th was the Flame Demon King, a master of fire-based sorcery, renowned for single-handedly breaking through the encirclement of 5 high-level masters and even injuring one. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng perked up. This was the strength of a top-tier beast, capable of fending off 5 while inflicting injury on 1. Truly a formidable presence on the beast statistics list. Soon after, he heard the sound of rushing water from the bathroom, likely Lu Lan taking a shower. Outside, a pack of stray dogs quietly gathered, barking softly. In the street, a group of strays congregated near the villa, displaying intelligence as they lay beside the fence, occasionally barking a few times. As time passed, the number of strays increased, culminating in dozens of them, all focused on Lu Wen's villa. The atmosphere grew tense as later arrivals began to jostle for position, and as several alpha dogs appeared, the situation became even more charged. At this moment, a security guard passing by shouted, "Get out of here. Stop causing a ruckus. If you don't behave, I'll call the dog-catching team to round you all up." Reluctantly, a few alpha dogs led their pack away, and the multitude of strays dispersed. In the sky, bats and owls circled nearby, occasionally swooping through the air, tracing elegant arcs. As night deepened, a large flock of birds gathered, basking in the moonlight atop the villa's eaves. Lin Feng ultimately did not find an opportunity to escape, so he set his plans aside, waiting for a chance. The following morning, after finishing his cat food, Lin Feng checked his evolution points. He had only 414 points, equivalent to the points provided by 2 servings of dog meat. This method of acquisition was exceedingly inefficient, yet he was grateful for the daily natural growth that continuously augmented his attributes. The cat food in the cage, which could have lasted a day and a half, was devoured in under a day, truly a representation of transforming sorrow into gluttony. Lu Wen woke early, feeling somewhat weak. Though it didn't significantly affect his ability to eat or walk, his injuries were not severe, but his internal cultivation would be slightly hindered. After washing his face and brushing his teeth, Lu Wen had breakfast before checking on the little orange cat. The food and water in the iron cage were already consumed, so he opened a new bag and replenished it, chattering away, "Xiao Huang, why are you still lying in the cage? You need to move around a bit, otherwise, how will you grow up healthy? You must have felt lonely while we were away yesterday. I won't be going out for the next few days. I'll stay home to keep you company. I even ordered some special cat food online for you, which will surely accelerate your growth." Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him, uninterested in his incessant chatter, and began to eat from the bowl. Seeing the little orange cat finally stand up, Lu Wen nodded in satisfaction and took out the litter box to clean it. After finishing, he pulled out his textbooks to review his studies. For him, a well-behaved cat was easy to care for, requiring little effort, and the master's insight proved accurate. A cat with spirit was indeed exceptional. Lin Feng finished eating and resumed his position, basking in the sunlight. Once Lu Lan completed her household chores, she went out to buy groceries. Just as she was about to drive away, she noticed a large amount of bird droppings on her car and, looking up at the roof, saw a gathering of larks, doves, and mourning doves. Strangely, these birds were unusually quiet, seldom making noise. Lu Lan left, puzzled, to buy her groceries. Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to sleep beneath the window, only retreating to the shadows when he could no longer endure the sunlight. The assembled flock of birds abruptly scattered. Lu Wen was immersed in his studies, only taking a break to play with his toy when his eyes grew weary. Strangely, the little orange cat remained indifferent to his efforts. Left with no other option, he settled down beside a bag of spicy beef jerky and began to indulge. Upon catching a whiff of the savory aroma, Lin Feng could not resist rising from his spot, meowing loudly and fixating his gaze on the bag of treats. Lu Wen quickly set the snacks aside and approached, inquiring, "Xiaohuang, what troubles you? Do you wish to play outside?" Lin Feng continued to call out, his eyes glued to the snacks on the desk. Following the direction of the kitten's gaze, Lu Wen suddenly realized that the little creature desired the beef jerky. Unsure if it was safe for the cat to consume, he cautiously researched the matter on his phone before gingerly placing 2 pieces into the cage. Lin Feng wasted no time, seizing the jerky and devouring it, savoring the blend of spices and flavors. The jerky was delightfully chewy and quite enjoyable, perfect for passing the time. After finishing the morsels, he lay down once more to bask in the warm sunlight. Meanwhile, Lu Lan hurried back home after purchasing groceries. She relaxed only when she noticed the flock of birds flying away, but her relief was short-lived as she soon heard the sound of flapping wings, filling her with unease. Rushing downstairs, she began to suspect something was amiss upon seeing a gathering of birds. She quickly made her way to her son's room. "Xiaowen, you can no longer keep this kitten." Chapter 32. Release. Lu Wen looked bewildered, asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Lan explained the situation, stating, based on current observations, "Your kitten possesses the potential to become a beast king. Even before transforming, it has attracted the attention of numerous animals. Once it becomes a beast, it may draw even more formidable creatures, putting our family at great risk." Hearing this, Lu Wen furrowed his brow. However, the kitten had been a gift from his master, and he feared that discarding it might cause his master to worry. Furthermore, he could not let his mother know about his master's involvement, complicating matters further. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, "Perhaps we should wait a little longer. If Xiaohuang truly poses a problem, I will find a way to handle it. For now, it remains just an ordinary kitten, and there should be no immediate issues." Lu Lan nodded and went to prepare dinner. Nearby, Lin Feng wore a glum expression, realizing that he had previously overlooked these matters. Why was it that trouble arose now that he had settled in one place? Perhaps his previous roaming had kept him safe, and now his prolonged stay attracted the attention of surrounding animals. This predicament might be due to his unique constitution. Could it possess some hidden effects? Lin Feng felt the complexity of the situation deepen, yet without sunbathing, he could not gain evolution points. Weighing the pros and cons, safety took precedence. Thus, he retreated to the shadows of the cage, gazing blankly at the ceiling. Lu Wen opened his computer and messaged his master, awaiting a response. After a lengthy wait, he finally received a reply. "This kitten is indeed special, but if your family disapproves, it may be best to let it go. I can help you capture another day. If this kitten is sold to a beast pet center, it could fetch some money, and you can handle it yourself." Lu Wen's heart sank. This was his first pet, and the thought of selling or disposing of it after only a few days was hard for him to bear, especially since the little orange cat caused no trouble and simply enjoyed basking in the sun. Regardless, it was just a kitten. What ill intentions could it possibly harbor? Sighing deeply, Lu Wen turned to the little orange cat and said, "Xiaohuang, I shall release you tonight, and you can return to your freedom." Lin Feng's expression shifted. It seemed this boy had a heart after all. There was no need for him to fight for survival anymore. At the dinner table, Lu Wen shared his decision with his mother, who nodded in agreement. After lunch, he took a chain, pocketed some snacks, and led the kitten out of the villa, hailing a taxi to a village near the city. Upon arriving, he unclipped the collar and gently nudged the little orange cat into the nearby fields, placing a bag of beef jerky before it. "Xiaohuang, stay close and don't wander too far. I will return to check on you." Upon gaining freedom, Lin Feng dashed away, fearing that Lu Wen might change his mind. Lu Wen did not retrieve the bag of snacks, content to return home. Once Lu Wen had gone far enough, Lin Feng peeked back, returning to snatch up the beef jerky and make his escape. This boy was not so bad after all. He would surely repay him for the snack one day. In the fields, mosquitoes buzzed around as Lin Feng ran a short distance before activating his ability to eliminate nearby pests. He was still under certain limitations, moving at only a fraction of his usual speed. After a while, fatigue overcame him, forcing him to rest in the fields while munching on the beef jerky. Watching the rice seedlings and small grasses around him, Lin Feng felt a sense of contentment. Although the city life was enjoyable, freedom was the most precious commodity. However, the fields were not entirely safe. Encountering a beast could spell disaster, especially since he could not move quickly. It would be wiser to seek refuge in a village for a while. With this thought, he stood upright and scanned his surroundings. There were small villages on both sides, but the one to the right appeared more populated, so he made his way in that direction. With the sun replenishing his energy, Lin Feng reached the road near the village in under an hour. The roads were made of mixed concrete, uneven and dotted with sycamore trees. Most importantly, there were many solar streetlights, which would conceal the bright moonlight. Here, Lin Feng decided to rest. As night fell, the nearby streetlights illuminated, and a few elderly residents took evening strolls. Each time someone passed by, Lin Feng would deactivate his ability, not wanting to attract attention. When hunger struck, he would venture into the fields to catch frogs and snakes to sate his appetite. Later that night, a group of stray dogs passed nearby, barking loudly at the sycamore tree where Lin Feng rested. Awakened by the noise, Lin Feng's eyes lit up upon spotting the dogs below. Finally, some prey had come his way. He quickly targeted the lead black dog and unleashed his ice spike spell. With 3 spikes launched, the black dog fell to the ground, while the other strays fled in panic. Feeling triumphant, Lin Feng descended from the sycamore tree, dragging the black dog slowly toward the nearby fields. A bright light approached from a distance. It was a taxi driver, delivering passengers in the middle of the night. Initially drowsy, the driver suddenly jolted awake as a shiver ran down his spine. Casting a casual glance to the side, he spotted a dark figure moving slowly in the fields, sending a chill through him. He dared not look around any longer, muttering to himself, "Woyang Tianzuan, please do not involve me." In the back seat, the passenger asked, "Driver, did you turn on the air conditioning? Why does it suddenly feel so cold?" The driver swallowed hard, replying, "Brother, I think I might be a bit fatigued today. If I keep driving, I might get into an accident. How about I rest at your place for the night? I won't charge you for the fare. What do you think?" The passenger could only respond with confusion. The driver ultimately did not dare to return along the original route. He lingered at the passenger's home for the entire night and hastily departed the following day. As he passed through the area again, his heart raced, and he murmured, "I mean no offense, dear brother, please spare me." In the tree, Lin Feng was sleeping soundly. Chapter 33. Accumulation. By the time Lin Feng awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, its warm rays filtering through the branches, casting a delightful warmth upon him. With a leisurely stretch, he made his way to the field to indulge in a sumptuous dog meat feast. This delicacy far surpassed cat food in taste and provided a wealth of evolution points. Nearby, hundreds of birds had gathered in the trees. After finishing his meal, Lin Feng returned to the road for some exercise. The little birds sang merrily, among them a few fiery larks hopping about. The road bustled with activity as Lin Feng alternated between exercising on the pavement and checking for food in the fields. Resting in the trees when weary, time flew by in this freedom, and soon night fell, bringing out the elderly men who strolled about. A few of them were quietly discussing as they passed through the area. "Why does the air here feel so refreshing? It seems better than elsewhere." "I feel the same. Nowhere else is as cool as here." "Old Chen, let us take a break here. I'll go home and fetch my partner to avoid wasting electricity on the air conditioning." Lin Feng, hidden among the branches, found it amusing. These ordinary old men had only a few hundred life points. If he had not deactivated his fiery blood burn, they might have perished. However, he did not wish to cause trouble. Having them nearby provided a sense of safety and could serve as scapegoats in case of any beastly encounters. Thus, he decided against relocating. The elderly men called their friends, and soon more than 10 appeared on the road, bringing benches to rest. However, the mosquitoes were plentiful, and they waved their fans incessantly. After resting for over an hour, they gradually returned home, agreeing to come back the next day. It was not until the deep of night that Lin Feng finished the dog meat. After a long sigh, he lamented that the pack of stray dogs no longer dared to approach, leaving him without his next meal. He glanced at the progress board and saw he had accumulated over 200 evolution points, still needing more than 100 to extract skills. The daily acquisition of essence was limited, fluctuating between 23 to 28 points, which was far less substantial than the dog meat. However, the nearby strays were too intimidated to come close. Thus, Lin Feng turned his attention to the resting birds nearby, including some fiery larks, which could serve as breakfast the next day. The following morning, the sky was overcast, thick clouds obscuring the sun. The sultry weather gradually became cooler, prompting the nearby birds to depart one by one. Lin Feng, perched atop the treetop, felt bewildered, The promised fiery lark breakfast had vanished. Ultimately, he returned to the fields, catching some earth snakes and frogs to satisfy his hunger. Afterward, he continued to hide in the tree, passing the time. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves. Yet Lin Feng wore a melancholic expression, disliking the dreary day. In the evening, the group of elderly men did not arrive. Lin Feng continued hunting in the fields. With his internal energy lock gradually dissipating, only a small portion remained. Once the energy lock completely vanished, he could venture out for hunting. The long night gradually passed, and the next day, the sun ascended the sky once more, as small birds began to gather, including over 10 vibrant sparrows. They frolicked on the large tree, while other birds dared not approach. If any did, the sparrows would collectively jump to drive them away. Their swift movements left no time for the other birds to escape, often resulting in a peck or two. One bird had to yield its place. Lin Feng, eyeing the scene from a nearby tree, waited for the moment when no one was below before launching his invincible strike at the fiery larks. This time, the skill activated a multiple casting effect, unleashing 2 beams of golden light that swiftly dispatched 6 fiery larks. The surrounding birds took flight, no longer daring to approach. Lin Feng quickly descended the tree, transporting the lark carcasses to the nearby field, where he savored his feast. Consuming 6 fiery larks granted him a substantial increase of 60 evolution points. This revelation brightened his eyes. It seemed these fiery larks were reliable, and he would need to target them more frequently in the future. After a hearty meal, he returned to deactivate the fiery blood burn, waiting for the birds to gather. However, half a day passed without any sight of them. Lin Feng remained patient, knowing that time was on his side. After all, birds would come for food, some not fearing death. As evening approached, another flock of birds gathered, including another group of fiery larks. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to unleash his skill. 3 golden beams shot forth, striking the frolicking fiery larks. This time, he eliminated 8, causing the remaining birds to flee in a panic, quickly vanishing from sight. In the field, Lin Feng devoured all 8 fiery larks, finally amassing over 400 evolution points. After cleansing himself, he squatted on the field's edge to extract skills. As the 400 points disappeared, the wheel began to turn, passing through thousands of skills before finally slowing to a stop. System prompt: you have acquired a new skill, Tian Mao Jiubian. Lin Feng gazed at the skill introduction, utterly astonished. It was an extraordinary skill indeed. Chapter 34. A gift of a dog. Tian Mao Jiubian allows you to enter a state of reverse transformation whenever you receive damage exceeding your current life limit or your life points reach 0. Each transformation doubles all attributes, with the current number of activations, 99. After 9 transformations, the skill evolves into Tian Mao GT. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled at this extraordinary skill. It granted him 9 lives, a guaranteed life-saving technique. Moreover, this skill could double his attributes, enabling him to ascend to a high-level beast after just 9 activations. In a world rife with peril, employing this skill now would be somewhat wasteful. It could serve as a trump card for the future, providing him with an additional safety net against potential threats. Currently, the system indicated that the evolution points required for skill extraction had risen to 800, prompting Lin Feng to temporarily forego skill extraction and focus on strengthening himself first. As the moon gradually rose, its pure white light enveloped the earth. The elderly men returned, this time accompanied by several children and 3 local dogs. Upon reaching the vicinity, the dogs barked excitedly at the phoenix tree. Woof, woof, woof. Following the dog's gaze, the children soon spotted a small orange cat perched in the tree, prompting a chorus of excited shouts. Grandpa, there's a little orange cat in the tree. Look, Big Bye, hurry and chase that cat away. Where did this wild cat come from? It shouldn't be up there. We need to scare it off. If it poops in the tree, we'll be in trouble. Watch how I drive it away. One boy, around 10 years old, gathered a few small stones from nearby and began to throw them at the shadow in the tree, hitting it on the 7th or 8th throw. Meow meow. Lin Feng suddenly let out a cry of despair. He had not anticipated that the children of today could be so mischievous, truly a group in dire need of discipline. Woof woof woof. Below, 3 local dogs barked excitedly, their tails wagging fervently from side to side. The surrounding elders, witnessing the commotion, erupted in laughter. This little cat is rather clever, managing to find a place to escape the summer heat. It seems we have indeed discovered a delightful spot. Oldly, your grandson possesses remarkable intuition. Has he already cultivated his foundational internal energy to the 5th level? Indeed, my grandson holds great promise of becoming a 4th-tier martial artist. Though I wonder if I will live to see that day. Just ponder how many more years you have left. In this era, raising a martial artist requires considerable expenditure. Moreover, accumulating internal energy is a slow and arduous process, impossible to accomplish overnight. The path of martial arts is fraught with challenges. The elderly men continued their idle chatter, unconcerned with the children's reckless behavior. Lin Feng, unwilling to indulge these rascals, retaliated by snapping off a branch from a nearby tree. Bang! The child throwing stones had not anticipated that the cat would retaliate, and in a moment of carelessness, was struck on the head. He immediately shouted to his companions, "This little cat dares to fight back. I predict it will grow into a formidable beast. Everyone, throw stones and kill this wretched cat." The surrounding children, spurred on by his words, eagerly began to search for stones. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng felt a sense of foreboding. He swiftly rolled behind the great tree and scampered down, rushing towards the nearby ridge. The child, witnessing this, shouted, "Big White, bite that naughty cat to death." The 3 local dogs followed suit, barking loudly as they pursued, racing ahead. Lin Feng zigzagged through the ridge, the dogs hot on his heels. Fortunately, the terrain was complex and ever-changing, and on several occasions, the dogs nearly caught him, but he managed to evade their jaws just in time. Alas, the 3 dogs were not so fortunate. They dashed too quickly and plunged into the rice field, emerging covered in mud. Infuriated, they barked louder than ever. When Lin Feng had fled approximately 500 meters, he suddenly turned around, gazing calmly at the large white dog behind him. The white dog, sensing victory, thought, "Little cat, you cannot escape now." However, as it approached, the cat vanished before its eyes, and a flash of golden light surged forth, striking it directly. The golden light slashed at the large white dog, causing several blood arrows to erupt from its body, and it collapsed onto the ridge, its eyes wide in shock. The black dog, too close behind, could not halt in time and collided with the body of the white dog. Bang! Lin Feng was also knocked down into the rice field by the black dog, emerging as a muddy mess himself. Without hesitation, he unleashed an ice spike spell towards the black dog. 3 ice spikes soared into the air, and the black dog fell silent as it collapsed. The remaining dog, face filled with terror, leapt over the bodies of its 2 companions and fled into the rice field. TCH, nothing more than that. Lin Feng spared this last dog, allowing it to escape. After all, the 2 larger dogs would suffice for a couple of days' meals. He rose from the rice field, cleaned himself, and then dragged the dog corpses to wash them, preparing to enjoy a feast of dog meat. The fleeing dog hastily returned home, trembling in its den. The elders by the roadside noticed the cooling aura had vanished and could only fan themselves vigorously. A few children waited by the road for their dogs to return. But as time passed without sight of them, they began calling out loudly, "Big White, where did you run off to? Come back quickly. Little Black, we should go home. Hurry back. Big White, come back. If you don't return soon, I'll be angry." Alas, the children's voices grew hoarse, and in the end, they could not summon their dogs back. Meanwhile, Lin Feng was indulging in dog meat on the ridge, beneath the enchanting moonlight. Chapter 35, The Trouble of Happiness. The next day, the group of elders returned to the roadside, but the previously cool aura had not reappeared, causing the accompanying grandmothers to scold them. "Where's this cool place? I came for nothing. I'm leaving. You old man, you tricked me again. Tomorrow, I'll make you eat pickled vegetables. I knew that old fellow was unreliable. Come on, dear grandson, let us head home." After much debate, the elders reached no conclusion and continued to wander aimlessly along the road. 2 children lamented the loss of their large dog, but the elders merely brushed them off, and the matter faded away. Lin Feng remained on the ridge, guarding the dog corpses, when suddenly, the number of mosquitoes nearby surged. He was unsure of the cause, but could only unleash a fiery attack to ward them off. Although the moonlight was bright, it could not deter the mosquitoes' craving for flesh. As they crossed into the range of his fiery attack, they fell in disarray, and numerous frogs gathered to feast upon the unexpected bounty. Occasionally, a foolish frog would hop into the fiery zone to enjoy the fallen mosquitoes, but it would meet its demise within mere moments. It was not until the 3rd day past midnight that Lin Feng finally disposed of the dog corpses, and the restrictions on his body vanished entirely. With his evolution points now totaling 2674, he allocated these points to his attributes. Chinese rural cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0415 health, 660660 attack, 50 constitution, 66 strength, 50 agility, 73 spirit, 80 magic, 800800 defense, 6 magic resistance, 8. Although these attributes were significantly inferior to those of a first-tier beast, they were sufficient to enable Lin Feng to hunt local dogs with ease. Thus, he decisively left the ridge, determined to seek another dog for his evening feast. As Lin Feng advanced, a swarm of mosquitoes took to the air in the rice field, while frogs and snakes sought refuge in the crops. His next destination was a village to the left, one he had yet to explore, Though smaller than the previous one, it surely had its share of domesticated pets. Upon arrival, he discovered it was an abandoned village, with dilapidated houses where various animals had made their homes. As the little orange cat entered, several large snakes slithered out from the adjacent buildings, while a few weasels scurried from nearby burrows. Bats fled from the sky, and owls hurriedly relocated. In an instant, the small village sprang to life. Ultimately, Lin Feng could not bear to disturb these creatures and chose to leave. As he was not yet hungry and needed to find dogs without delay, continuing on his path, he traversed through the rice fields toward another village. Upon stepping onto the village road, several large dogs began barking furiously. This was a medium-sized village, home to over 100 families and bordered by 2 large ponds. The ponds were overrun with water hyacinths, and many houses had large trees providing shade at their entrances, where the local dogs had made their nests. The dogs of the village, seeing this unexpected visitor, began to gather, and soon 7 or 8 local dogs had formed a pack. Preparing to pass the time by tormenting the little cat, Lin Feng faced the pack of dogs with unwavering composure. Among these creatures, the most agile one boasted merely 60 points, far inferior to his own score by over 10 points. The audacity of these dogs to dream of capturing prey was nothing short of ludicrous. He employed the same tactic once again, luring the pack towards the road. The leader of the pack, a half-white, half-brown hunting dog, had once triumphed over 3 local dogs in a fierce battle, which earned it the title of the village's dog king. The village's female dogs were at its beck and call, while the nearby village's house cats and strays would divert their paths upon its approach, further emboldening it to regard all cats as worthless. When the dog king witnessed a strange cat passing through the village without acknowledging it, fury ignited within him. He rallied a few of his loyal followers to launch an attack, intent on teaching the stray cat a harsh lesson. However, to his astonishment, the stray cat veered off into a rice field mid-escape, where the narrow path could hardly accommodate it and its followers side by side. The dog king's most devoted follower. The second dog raced ahead onto the path, keen to capture the stray cat and earn favor from his leader for a chance to frolic with the female dogs. Meanwhile, the dog king split his forces, leading several dogs to flank the cat from another route. Lin Feng sprinted furiously, eventually halting on a broad ridge, turning to regard his pursuers. Among them was an adult Siberian husky, resembling a wolf with its predominantly grayish-white fur and eyes gleaming with intelligence. Upon spotting the little cat halting ahead, the husky's excitement peaked, and it opened its mouth to snap at the little orange cat. At that moment, 2 ice spears suddenly shot forth, piercing the husky's forehead with a sickening thud. Its expression of exhilaration swiftly morphed into one of astonishment before it succumbed to eternal silence. Yet Lin Feng remained vigilant. The sounds of the dogs on his right were drawing perilously close, as a few had taken a shortcut into the rice field. Muddy and frantic, the first to appear was another of the dog king's loyal followers, Dahe, known for its cunning in battle and preference for targeting the legs of its foes. Having triumphed over 3 stray dogs, Dahe was among the dog king's most esteemed subordinates. Shrouded in black, its face bore a fierce countenance. Yet it was perplexed to find the second dog sprawled on the ridge. It immediately halted and barked loudly, alerting its companions to the powerful adversary ahead. The remaining dogs, however, appeared oblivious to Dahe's warnings and charged forward. In an instant, the little cat transformed into 2 streaks of golden light, darting between the 5 local dogs, striking them with precision. 3 of the dogs sustained the brunt of the damage, their blood spilling freely and staining the water of the rice field crimson. Once the golden light vanished, the little orange cat stood proudly atop the fallen dogs, letting out a triumphant meow. The approaching dog king was filled with dread, turning on its heel and fleeing without a second thought, deeming the bizarre situation too perilous, preferring the safety of home. The other dogs, finally roused from their stupor, scampered away in defeat. Lin Feng gazed at the bodies strewn across the rice field, pondering the predicament of having slain too many dogs, an enviable dilemma indeed. Chapter 36. Growth. Lin Feng dragged the corpses from the rice field to the ridge, cleaning off the mud to reveal 4 pristine carcasses. Faced with the abundance of dog bodies, he experienced a bout of indecision, ultimately choosing to sample the second dog. He refrained from consuming its head, unwilling to let the peculiar dog's influence affect his intelligence. With deft claws, he sliced through the leg's fur, beginning his meal. The meat was tough, ideal for gnawing. As he savored each bite, the sizable dog leg gradually vanished. Satisfied, Lin Feng let out a contented burp before stretching on the ridge, eventually drifting into slumber. The following morning, sunlight poured over the land, rousing the villagers from their slumber. The aroma of cooking wafted through the village, heralding the start of the children's joyful summer vacation. They gathered to play cards, tease the local dogs, climb trees to catch birds, and poke at hornet nests, reveling in their merriment. A few children noticed their dogs were missing, but they dismissed it, believing the dogs had merely ventured out to play. Lin Feng, perched on the ridge, found the cacophony of the village grating, the cries of children piercing his sensitive ears. Thus, he swiftly allocated his newly acquired evolution points to enhance his constitution and strength, dragging the dog corpses to a more secluded location, distancing himself from the raucous village. He made 8 trips with the 4 dog carcasses, relocating them over 500 meters, exhausting himself in the process. Once finished, he indulged in a hearty meal. The result was evident. He was no longer subjected to the incessant cries of children. Now, each time he earned evolution points, he dedicated them to bolstering his physique and strength, allowing him to consume increasingly larger portions of food. Over 10 pounds of meat were necessary to sate his hunger. During his idle moments, Lin Feng trained in the fields, leaping, maneuvering midair, and executing flips. The narrow ridge challenged his physical agility, and the innate feline reflexes enabled him to react swiftly, avoiding a tumble into the water. When fatigued, he strolled along the ridge, and when hunger struck, he feasted on the local dog's legs. 2 days passed in a blur, and the remaining dog meat began to spoil. Lin Feng's attributes underwent another transformation. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0, 5 to 1. 5 years health points, 760 attack, 50 constitution, 76 strength, 60 agility, 75 spirit, 82 magic points, 800 defense, 7 magic resistance, 8. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Feng had reached half a year of age, his attributes now surpassing those of the village dogs. As long as he avoided encounters with beastly creatures and human warriors, he could roam freely across the rural fields. Regarding the remaining tainted dog meat, he resolutely opted against consuming it, setting his sights on hunting the plump dog king within the village. Under the moonlight, Lin Feng advanced with a bold gait, striding into the village unapologetically, eliciting a fervent response from the local dogs. The dog king and a few of its subordinates, however, upon spotting the little orange cat, were struck with terror, remaining motionless in their den, lacking even the courage to glance at the feline. The other dogs, witnessing their leader's silence, grew awkward, and several raced to the dog king's den, barking frantically, urging their leader to take action. The dog king feigned slumber, ignoring the pleas of its subordinates. Even Dehei trembled within the den, understanding that this foe was not one they could confront. Several anxious subordinates paced beside the dog king, while the little orange cat strutted confidently toward the gathered dogs. Suddenly, the dog king sprang to its feet and dashed toward the village's edge, with the little orange cat close on its heels, escaping the confines of the village. Silence enveloped the village as the dogs stood frozen, dumbfounded, unable to fathom that their king had fled. In that moment, the dog king's reputation lay in tatters. Some robust dogs believe that the era of the dog king has come to an end, especially after witnessing the dog king being driven away by a small cat. It is time to elect a new dog king. Thus, these dogs engage in a fierce battle, with the last one standing crowned as the new ruler. The anguished howls of the dogs awaken some villagers, who mistakenly believe a beast is on the prowl. Armed with kitchen knives, they rush out of their homes, only to sigh in relief upon discovering that it is merely a scuffle among local dogs. What the hell are you fighting about in the dead of night? Do you all want to die? If you continue this ruckus, I'll have every one of you dealt with by morning. One villager scolds. Fighting at this hour, De Huang. You've truly outdone yourself. With breakfast gone, you'll have to go hungry. A group of raucous dogs finally quiets down. But the former dog king does not return the next day. The village dogs continue to battle fiercely to determine the new dog king. The villagers, witnessing the brutal clashes, are filled with concern for their own pets. The former dog king has been forgotten, relegated to the annals of history. The latest victor is a valiant white hunting dog, who inflicts severe injuries on several opponents, securing dominion over a few female dogs in the village. That afternoon, it frolics with the former dog king's favored female, attracting the attention of many children. Afterward, the new dog king marks its territory throughout the village, asserting its sovereignty. Meanwhile, the former dog king's loyal companion, Dehei, observes this from the shadows, sensing that the small cat will eventually return. As fate would have it, when the moon hangs low in the sky, Lin Feng steps into the village once more, his presence heralded by the barking of the dogs at the entrance. The new dog king eagerly seeks a battle to establish its authority, and the cat that frightened the former dog king becomes the perfect target. Without hesitation, it charges toward the small cat, accompanied by 3 loyal followers. Dehei, having closed its eyes, understands that the new dog king may never return, much like its foolish companions and the former dog king. Nearby, cicadas continue to chirp, lulling Dahe into a peaceful slumber, where it will reunite with its friends to stir the winds and rouse the hearts of female dogs. Under the perfect moonlight and gentle breeze across the fields, Lin Feng savors the tender front leg of the new dog king, relishing the moment. The following day, the village returns to its lively atmosphere. Some villagers discover that their dogs are missing, prompting them to ride electric bikes along the road in search of them. They inquire in the neighboring village, but no one there has seen the lost dogs, leading the villagers to express their anger on the main road. Which bastard stole my guard dog? When I catch you, I'll break your dog's legs. One shouts, damn it, a bunch of shameless dog thieves. If you dare come back, I'll beat you so hard you won't know what hit you. Another laments, how could they take my dabai? I fed it well, planning to feast on it for the new year, and now it's gone without a trace. What a loss. Some villagers report the theft to the local police station, hoping for swift action against the dog thieves. However, the police merely take notes and drive around the scene before retreating to their office to enjoy the cool air, as dog thefts are a common occurrence. Moreover, the dogs might grow into beasts, so there is little urgency in their concern. Lin Feng remains in the village for 2 days, consuming a substantial amount of dog meat, significantly enhancing his attributes. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0515 health, 870870 attack, 81 constitution, 87 strength, 81 agility, 78 spirit, 85 magic, 850850 defense, 8 magic resistance, 8. Lin Feng is now close to reaching 100 points in attributes, with plenty of local dogs still around. However, he decides to leave, for one must not cling too tightly to a single source of gain. After all, rural folk are fond of keeping pets, and he can easily move to another village to continue his endeavors. Under the bright moonlight and the refreshing summer night breeze, Lin Feng gradually distances himself from the fields. Nearby, a gathering of frogs leaps forward, indulging in the swarming mosquitoes, while birds take flight from the edges of the fields. The road is devoid of vehicles, illuminated solely by streetlights that attract countless mosquitoes. These insects swarm the air, while bats flit overhead, hunting for food. Soon, a small cat passes beneath a streetlight, causing the surrounding mosquitoes to fall like raindrops, littering the ground with their tiny corpses. Lin Feng, startled by the dense cloud of mosquitoes, notes that these pests are twice the size of ordinary ones. Had he not been ablaze with fervor, he might have been plagued by them. Suddenly, a massive shadow sweeps across the sky, sending a fierce wind that scatters the nearby mosquitoes. Lin Feng is also blown to the roadside, managing to grasp the grass to avoid being swept into the rice paddies. When he looks up, the shadow has vanished. Such speed could only belong to a beast, indicating that this area is not safe. Thus, Lin Feng quickens his pace, hastening down the road. He must find a new hunting ground, for should this mysterious shadow set its sights on him, it could spell disaster. He runs for several hours, grateful for the moonlight's energy that keeps him from tiring. It is not until the sun rises high the next day that Lin Feng halts before a village of several dozen households. Many homes are 3-story buildings, and most notably, the village is imbued with the scent of numerous native dogs. As Lin Feng appears at the entrance of the village, the local dogs erupt into excited barks. The cacophony escalates as 2 gray dogs at the village entrance howl, causing the entire pack to stir, their fervent barking echoing through the streets. Were it not for their chains, they would undoubtedly have charged at him. Faced with this uproar, Lin Feng merely smirks. They are but a bunch of dependent mutts, hardly worthy of his concern. He slows his pace to savor the furious expressions of the nearby dogs. Almost every household in the village owns a dog, with some keeping 2 or 3, making it a veritable dog village. Even the nearby villagers avoid passing through, opting instead to take longer routes to bypass this canine stronghold. Lin Feng, however, strides boldly down the center of the road, having turned off his fervor to avoid any accidental harm. At this moment, the entire village erupts in a chorus of barking, attempting to drive away this unexpected visitor. Villagers emerge to witness the commotion, curious about the audacious intruder daring to traverse their dog village. Upon realizing that the intruder is merely a small orange cat, they are taken aback, never expecting a cat to wander through. An elderly man, observing the little orange cat crossing the road, furrows his brow and removes the collar from his own dog. The fierce Rottweiler stands over a meter tall, roaring ferociously ahead before charging towards the small orange cat in the middle of the road. Lin Feng was taken aback by the lack of chivalry among the villagers, as they had indeed unleashed their ferocious dogs. He hurriedly sprinted towards the edge of the village. Ahead, several households had similarly released their hounds, intending to teach the small orange cat a lesson about the harsh realities of life. The approaching dogs, with fierce expressions and menacing visages, aimed to tear apart any intruder daring to trespass upon their territory. Unperturbed, Lin Feng leaped over the heads of the oncoming dogs, landing gracefully before vaulting over a local mutt. Two more fierce dogs approached in tandem, one of which had leapt high, attempting to block his aerial path. With a dismissive glance, Lin Feng propelled himself upward once more, lightly tapping the head of the Rottweiler as he soared past, gaining speed. His movements were as fluid as flowing water, utilizing his exceptional agility to dodge the lethal attacks of the pack. Within mere seconds, he had traversed 70 to 80 meters, escaping the ambush of the dogs. The dogs, now more enraged than ever, especially the one whose head had been touched, were filled with fury, seeking revenge upon this audacious feline. The villagers watching were astounded. This little orange cat seemed to possess remarkable skills. The pack of over 10 dogs relentlessly pursued the cat, which had now fled the confines of the village, prompting discussions among the villagers. This orange cat was quite something, managing to elude the pursuit of so many fierce dogs. Its future appeared limitless. Goodness, this creature is practically becoming a spirit. My own dog can catch rabbits, yet it cannot seize a mere half-grown kitten. One villager chuckled, already filming the spectacle, eager to share it online for potential likes. That little cat is surely doomed, with so many fierce dogs in pursuit. Not even a wild boar could withstand such a chase, let alone a half-grown cat. I think I'll just head home for dinner. Lin Feng led the remaining dogs into the fields, halting only when they were approximately 3 to 4 kilometers away from the dog village, at which point only 6 dogs managed to keep up. These dogs, with their sleek coats and imposing stature of over a meter tall, boasted health points in the range of 7 to 800, far exceeding that of ordinary mutts. They spread out, attempting to encircle him from the adjacent ridges. Pathetic fools. Lin Feng scoffed, turning to confront the 2 dogs trailing him with an invincible strike. Chapter 38. Dog Village 2. As 3 radiant blades of energy surged forth, the 2 dogs were struck multiple times, drenched in blood, leaving the ridges stained. By the time the other 4 dogs converged, they remained oblivious to the chaos that had unfolded. Leading the charge was a solid black hunting dog, intent on avenging its injured pride after the cat had leapt upon its head. The other 3 dogs followed suit, charging forward. Lin Feng showed no mercy. He leapt forward, gliding past the hunting dog while launching a fiery pillar between the 2 canines. 5 rolling flames erupted from his form, creating a wall of fire that rapidly encircled him. The 2 dogs beside him had no time to react before they were turned to charred remnants. Even the rice plants in the field were scorched, collapsing under the heat. 2 other local dogs, witnessing the scene, were overtaken by terror and leapt into the rice fields, tails tucked, fleeing homeward. Lin Feng did not pursue them. He would have ample opportunities to deal with them later. He proceeded to eviscerate the 2 roasted dogs, savoring their delectable hearts before peeling away their charred exteriors to relish the meat. The 2 retreating dogs huddled together in their den, too frightened to bark loudly. A few villagers, initially drawn by curiosity, mistook their silence for a mere loss of target and paid them no mind. As evening fell, the absence of the 4 dogs raised alarm among their owners. These dogs were not only their guardians, but also held value during the festive season, and losing them would be a significant loss. The 4 villagers mounted their electric bikes in search of their dogs, calling out along the main road. Hey, where have you gone? Come home quickly. Ah Huang, where are you? Hurry back. The moon hung faintly in the sky, dotted with stars that cast a dim light upon the earth. Clouds drifted, occasionally obscuring the moon, only for it to re-emerge moments later. Lin Feng continued his training along the ridges, occasionally pausing to admire the moon and listening to the villagers calling for their dogs. Their plight reminded him of the adage. Had I known this day would come, I would have acted differently. They now sought their dogs, having released them from their chains, fully unprepared for the consequences of their choices. While Lin Feng remained leisurely, the villagers faced misfortune, laboring into the night without their dog's return. Forced to prepare for another search the following day, as the moon ascended to its zenith, a peculiar fishman emerged from the drainage ditch, possessing human limbs yet with the head of a black fish. Kneeling in the middle of the road, he reverently bowed to the moon, emitting various strange sounds. Suddenly, the clouds thickened, shrouding the moon, and a fierce wind began to blow, bending the rice seedlings in the fields. Moments later, a torrential downpour commenced, far exceeding the intensity of the previous rain Lin Feng had encountered. The pounding raindrops stung against his skin, and Lin Feng felt a sudden chill. Had the dragon arrived? He quickly vacated the ridge, heading towards the road in search of shelter from the downpour. However, midway, he encountered the kneeling fishman in the center of the road. The fishman's attributes and name were shrouded in mystery, clearly another formidable presence. The fishman remained motionless on the ground, prompting Lin Feng to cautiously retreat. seeking another village for refuge from the rain. The downpour intensified, inundating the ridges, while the drainage ditches beside the road swelled, the water level rising to meet the roadway. In the tumultuous current, countless shadows surged upstream within the drainage, moving forward. Lin Feng, sprinting onward, was struck by a thought upon seeing the dark fish in the ditch. Could the strange fisherman be kneeling in homage to these fish? It seemed this creature possessed unique talents, perhaps even being a high-tier beast. Nonetheless, the fate of these fish was of no concern to Lin Feng. He was solely focused on finding shelter from the rain. The downpour persisted for 2 to 3 hours, during which Lin Feng found refuge in a nearby village. He leaped onto an unoccupied small house from a large tree, boldly entered through the main door, and made his way to the bedroom to escape the rain. Outside, the wind howled, and the rain poured heavily. Yet Lin Feng nestled comfortably in his bed, sleeping soundly. The following morning, the sun continued to shine upon the earth, the air fresher after the rain, and the sky a brilliant blue. As the local residents ventured outside, they were met with the shocking sight of the rice fields submerged in water. Many towering trees along the roads had toppled, and even some pathways had caved in. The local security office had already dispatched personnel to commence the removal of fallen trees and to restore the roadways, with villagers voluntarily assisting in the efforts. In Goatsuan, a few households had no choice but to abandon their search for their dogs and instead contribute to clearing the debris. By the time Lin Feng awoke, the sun was high in the sky. After a brief activity in his bedroom, he made his way back to the rooftop, where puddles still lingered. Before departing, he ensured that the large door on the upper floor was secured, knowing he could return at night for a restful reprieve. For the mattress was undeniably more comfortable than the fields outside. He set off along the main road towards Goatsuan, aware that the excessive water in the fields had likely spoiled the dog meat he had hunted the previous day. It was better to seek out those courageous dogs for retribution. Crowds of industrious individuals lined the roadsides, some martial artists leveraging their remarkable strength to shift large trees, while others wielded chainsaws to dismantle them into manageable sections for removal. Numerous villagers gathered at the roadside, observing the spectacle and engaging in animated discussions. Some dogs, accompanying their owners, joined in the commotion, barking fiercely at the sight of an orange cat on the road, their chains rattling ominously. The villagers were perplexed, for their dogs were usually well-behaved, yet displayed such hostility towards the small feline. Navigating through the throngs of people, Lin Feng soon arrived at Goatsuan, where most villagers were occupied with various tasks, leaving the dogs to loiter at their doorsteps. Most were tethered by chains, though a few had been set free, playfully splashing in the puddles at their thresholds. The appearance of the orange cat at the village entrance incited chaos, as nearly all the dogs erupted into a cacophony of barks, while 2 cowered in their doghouses, trembling. Lin Feng's playful meows echoed back, igniting the dogs' fury, prompting over 10 of them to charge towards him. Seizing the moment, he turned tail and sprinted down a less populated path, followed closely by the pursuing canines. Chapter 39. A thieving indulgence. The rural roads were lined with numerous small alleys and neglected corners, and Lin Feng led the pack of robust local dogs into a secluded nook far from Goatsuan. This area was overgrown with wild trees and lush vegetation, where various vines thrived amidst a riot of blooming flowers, making it nearly impassable for an ordinary person. Lin Feng skillfully maneuvered through the low underbrush, the rainwater clinging to his fur, leaving him chilled. He approached a small mound of earth and emitted a series of meows. The dogs trailing behind him, previously hesitant, were stirred into a frenzy by the sound of the kitten's calls, old grievances and fresh animosities rising within them, and they eagerly followed him into the thicket. Not far into their pursuit, they spotted the kitten perched beside the mound, its expression one of mockery directed at them. The lead was a fierce hunting dog, towering amongst the pack at approximately 1 meter in height. With a commanding bark, it urged the other dogs forward. However, to their horror, the kitten suddenly vanished from sight. In its place, for streaks of golden light surged towards them, slicing through the group, which erupted in anguished howls. 2 dogs fell lifelessly to the ground amidst the golden flashes, while the remaining canines were left battered and bloodied. This bizarre occurrence surpassed their comprehension, even causing the leading hunting dog to tremble in fear as it turned and fled. Seeing their leaders retreat, the rest of the pack hastily followed suit, abandoning the scene. Once the dogs had distanced themselves, Lin Feng revealed himself, shaking his head in disdain, taunting them to come at him collectively. After they had retreated, he settled in the grass to savor a delightful feast of dog meat, while the surrounding mosquitoes buzzed incessantly. Nearby, villagers clearing the fallen trees spotted the floating carcasses of dogs in the rice fields, and one exclaimed, "Yushan, isn't that your dog floating in the water?" Turning swiftly, Yushan confirmed it was indeed his dog. Ignoring the protests of onlookers, he hastily stripped down to his underwear and waded into the water to retrieve his pet's body. The dog's abdomen had been slashed open, its entrails missing, with a few crayfish indulging in the remains. The dog's hind legs had also vanished, deep gashes marring its belly. The surrounding onlookers began to murmur. The marks on this dog are too smooth. One wonders what kind of beast could have done this. It seems this dog was quite unfortunate. A common village dog would have no chance against a beast, yet we rarely encounter such creatures here. Could it be that a water-based beast from the neighboring city has crossed over? This situation felt amiss, and several curious observers decided to contact the security office for assistance. However, the lines were flooded with calls for help, and all they received was a busy signal. Ultimately, they had to relent. Only Yushan remained, his countenance darkened. At over 40 years of age, he had relied on dubious means for his livelihood. This dog had been specially trained for a certain individual, promising a substantial sum upon maturity. Now, after months of investment, it all felt wasted. Fortunately, he still had 2 dogs left, but he was not about to let this grievance go unpunished. With the security office preoccupied, he resolved to take matters into his own hands, vowing to capture the responsible creature and exact his vengeance. By midday, the roads were mostly cleared, and Yushan climbed into his dilapidated van, making his way towards town. He purchased numerous traps and bait at a hunting supply store before returning home to set traps in the more overgrown areas nearby. As evening fell, he felt a surge of confidence as he returned home, anticipating the imminent catch. In the dead of night, Lin Feng stealthily returned to the previous village, adeptly scaling a tall tree and leaping onto an adjacent rooftop before finally making his way to the second floor to rest. This place had become his new stronghold. Though he lamented the absence of a mobile phone to alleviate his boredom, perhaps he could devise a plan to acquire one. With this thought, he felt a rush of excitement. Considering that his current circumstances were rather tedious, why not seek out a phone to pass the time? He sprang from his bed, surveying the village, where some feral cats were still busily engaged in their activities, thankfully without the presence of any local dogs. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a couple of 2-story brick buildings, 2 of which were flanked by large trees, providing a shortcut for his entry. He nimbly leaped into the first house. Upon reaching the upper floor, he discovered there was no lookout tower, merely a water tank. In the lower right corner of the rooftop lay a metal cover, which he quietly lifted before silently descending onto the platform below. The platform was over 2 meters high from the second floor, but without hesitation, Lin Feng leapt down, rolling forward upon landing to dissipate the impact. On the second floor, there are 3 rooms, with a small living room in the center. Lin Feng wandered around the living room, but all the bedroom doors were locked, and the living room contained little of interest, compelling him to descend to the first floor. The kitchen downstairs, too, was sparse, leading him to open the refrigerator. Inside, he discovered an array of frozen meats, yogurt, cakes, and on the lower shelf, some eggs and frozen chicken legs. Lin Feng pulled out the cake, seized a small knife from atop it, and cut a piece to savor. A delightful sweetness enveloped his senses. His eyes sparkled with joy as he devoured the cake with abandon. After finishing a substantial piece, he felt a slight heaviness in his mouth, prompting him to grab a packet of yogurt, puncture a small corner, and slurp it down swiftly. The thick, sweet liquid cascaded down his throat, effectively masking the lingering taste of cake. He discreetly returned the remnants of the cake to the fridge, tossed the yogurt packet into the trash, and nonchalantly took another yogurt with him as he left, ensuring to replace the tin lid with care before departing, a satisfied expression gracing his face. Lin Feng returned the yogurt to his bedroom, and then set out towards the second house, which boasted a rooftop cannon tower, making a silent entry rather challenging. After circling the premises twice, he ultimately decided against forcing the door lock to avoid revealing his presence and left with a sense of disappointment. The third house, a brick-and-mortar structure, lacked large trees in front but had a backyard. Lin Feng extended his claws and deftly climbed through the brick crevices into the small courtyard. This house had its kitchen and bathroom situated in the backyard, with the kitchen on the left and a modern kitchen on the right, which housed a large refrigerator. Filled with anticipation, Lin Feng opened the fridge and was dazzled by the assortment of fruits and meats inside. Surely, this was a wealthy household. He resolved to indulge once more. The refrigerator was brimming with various meats, chicken, duck, fish, and shrimp, each more tempting than the last. On the middle shelf, an abundance of fruits awaited: watermelons, apples, bananas, oranges, and cucumbers, among others. Lin Feng wasted no time in extracting a succulent chicken leg, chomping down on it voraciously. The flavor of the processed chicken legs was delightful. He consumed 5 in quick succession. To cleanse his palate of the meaty taste, he peeled a banana, which was a perfect compliment. Before he left, Lin Feng made sure to dispose of the banana peel in the trash, casually clutching a large orange as he exited. Upon returning home, he He felt no inclination to move and instead succumbed to slumber by the window, the moonlight cascading over him. Nearby, a variety of birds and small creatures gathered, only to be startled away by an influx of adrenaline. A few simple-minded animals lay sprawled outside the window. As the rooster began to crow, the villagers gradually awakened. Wang Hong, having been cooled by the air conditioner all night, was eager to rise and prepare breakfast. When she opened the refrigerator, she discovered the cake was missing, a remnant from her child's birthday celebration the day before, which had contained a small piece. Now, the cake was inexplicably gone, along with 2 packets of yogurt. With a sudden realization, she inferred the cause. Her 2 wayward children must have crept out in the night. Fueled by anger, she broke off a branch and marched to her children's door. A series of knocks echoed through the house, followed by the sound of 2 children crying. "Mom, it wasn't me. It must have been my brother who stole it. I didn't even get up yesterday. Wah, I didn't eat it. It was definitely my little brother. He told me he wanted cake yesterday." Meanwhile, the true culprit, Lin Feng, had just awoken, and upon hearing the children's cries, he felt a pang of guilt. He hurriedly stepped outside. He had left behind a local dog, which would suffice as today's meal. The street was still quiet, with only a middle-aged man busily working in a concealed corner by the roadside. As Lin Feng approached, he realized the man was setting traps. A large animal trap had ensnared a hedgehog, whose body bore several bloody wounds, its tongue protruding in a pitiful display. Frowning, he realized that there were villagers nearby who set traps. He would need to be more cautious in his future endeavors. If he were to be caught, it could jeopardize his mobility. When Lin Feng reached the thicket where the dog's body remained, he settled down to enjoy the meat. By the time the sun had risen to its zenith, the middle-aged man returned, setting another trap outside, with some torn pork as bait nearby. Lin Feng observed the man's actions closely, and after he left, he tossed a stick to trigger the trap, ensuring no hazards would linger in his vicinity. With a snap, the trap closed violently, leaving a significant mark on the stick. Once satisfied with his precautions, he climbed a nearby tree to bask in the sun, gradually drifting into slumber as a gentle breeze brushed against him. It was only at midnight that he finished the dog meat, converting the acquired evolution points into enhancements for his attributes. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, Lifespan, 0515 Health Points, 10-20 Attack Power, 96 Constitution, 102 Strength, 96 Agility, 93 Spirit, 100 Magic Points, 1000 Defense, 10 Magic Resistance, 10. A system notification appeared. 2 attributes had surpassed 100, allowing for the potential evolution into a demon beast. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened at the realization that surpassing 100 in attributes facilitated this transformation. Although he wondered if specific locations were required, to be prudent, he decided to find a secure place, as he was uncertain how long the evolution process might take. Should it take too long, he risked discovery by humans. Thus, Lin Feng hurried back to his previous dwelling, reclining by the window to bask in the moonlight before initiating his evolution. Suddenly, a surge of immense power coursed through his body, colliding against every part of him. He felt as though his flesh, blood, and bones were being torn apart, only to be incessantly reassembled. Waves of excruciating pain followed, and he gritted his teeth to endure. Yet, the agony showed no signs of abating. Initially, he could tolerate it, but as the discomfort intensified, he could no longer contain himself and let out a desperate cry. Meow! His mournful wail startled numerous nearby rodents into a frantic retreat. Soon, the pain exceeded the limits of his brain's tolerance, and Lin Feng's vision faded to black as he collapsed beside the window. The moonlight enveloped the village in a brilliant glow, casting a brilliant white beam that illuminated the entire settlement as if it were daytime. This radiant light was tenfold that of ordinary times, typically only present on full moon nights. Beams of moonlight streamed through the window, filling the small orange cat's body, soothing his furrowed brow. A multitude of animals gathered nearby. Countless birds flocked to the rooftops, while various small creatures appeared on the ground, all drawn by the moonlight. Frogs, mice, weasels, hedgehogs, centipedes, and others congregated in the village, basking under the moonlight, their natural enmity forgotten as they coexisted in peace. A shadow swiftly descended from the heights, hovering quietly in the air, murmuring incantations. This little cat astonishingly attracted such an abundance of moonlight. One could only wonder about its unique constitution, capable of creating such a stir even at the initial stage of ascension. Perhaps our clan of demon beasts is on the verge of welcoming an exceptional progeny. I can only hope that no members of the Martial Arts Association or the Extraordinary Alliance are nearby. Otherwise, it would spell trouble, and I would need to aid in concealing this little one. After uttering these thoughts, the shadow took a deep breath and exhaled a multitude of misty vapors. This white fog gradually expanded, ultimately enveloping an area spanning over 10 miles. The smoke diffused outward, seeping through the gaps of houses, causing those who were engrossed in late-night videos to experience a sudden darkness before drifting into slumber. Even those clandestinely playing cards at night succumbed to sleep before they could react. Nearby, even the small animals collapsed in the white mist. The shadow circled the vicinity a few times, ensuring there were no anomalies before releasing a sigh of relief. This little cat possesses immense potential. Our demon clan situation is perilously precarious, and I sincerely hope it does not fall. Little kitty, strive on. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. The shadow lingered a while longer before quietly departing. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, who was sound asleep, the moonlight continued to pour in from the window, its chilling essence incessantly transforming his body. The next day, as the sun rose, the nearby roosters crowed, shattering the tranquility of the village. Villagers awakened to the cacophony, many hastily rising to prepare breakfast for their children, while others lingered in bed with their little ones. The fragrant smoke from cooking began to waft, and the village gradually blossomed with life. Some small animals had already taken flight, leaving behind only the more robust creatures. After the children finished their meals, they rushed outside to play, wreaking havoc on the local fauna, soon returning home in a frenzy, clamoring to shed their damp clothes. Even the adults inside felt the oppressive heat, murmuring to one another in confusion. What is happening? It's barely past 8, and the sun is already so scorching. The weather seems rather unusual. It appears this year will be another trying one. The effects of global warming on the environment are profoundly significant, and one wonders if future weather will become even more sweltering. Goodness, how can it be this hot so early in the morning? Who could possibly endure this? Today, there seemed to be an unusual number of birds around. I even spotted a centipede the length of a chopstick on the wall. It could be preserved in liquor. Meanwhile, the children, having shed their clothing, continued their outdoor frolic, soon drenched in sweat, their clothes thoroughly soaked, beads of moisture clinging to their hair. As time passed, the village became increasingly stifling. Those who ventured out to procure supplies felt an odd sensation as they left the village. The temperature outside was significantly cooler than within. However, the villagers, not overthinking, merely commented on the peculiar weather before attending to their own affairs. By noon, everyone remained indoors, unwilling to step outside. In an unoccupied dwelling, Lin Feng gradually awakened, feeling an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. Even a slight movement resulted in a cacophony of cracks and pops throughout his body. At this moment, he felt an intense heat and an almost imperceptible foul odor, prompting him to leap from his bed. To his astonishment, he jumped 5 or 6 meters, landing directly at the entrance from the window. With another leap, he returned to his bed, suppressing the unpleasant smell as he began to inspect his personal panel. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0545 health, 22202-220 attack, 105 constitution, 122 strength, 105 agility, 102 spirit, 150 magic, 1500-1500 defense, 12 magic resistance, 15 talent, otherworldly visitor. Great void body, multiple casting skills. 1. Ice spike. 2. Invincible slash. 3. Pillar of blazing fire. 4. Blood boil, deactivated. 5. Heavenly cat transformation evolution points. 0. You now possess the strength to survive. With a little caution, you may live to a ripe old age. System panel notification. You have advanced to become a demon beast. All attributes have increased by 10, due to your constitution and spirit exceeding 100 points. The constitution bonus has changed from 10 to 20, and the spirit bonus has changed from 10 to 20. Your talent as an otherworldly visitor is now in effect, providing an additional 30 spirit points. This is your first breakthrough into becoming a demon beast, completing a life evolution, and you are awarded an additional talent and skill, which can be claimed at any time. Lin Feng stared at the system notification in bewilderment. How could this be? It turns out that attributes exceeding 100 grant double bonuses. He had inadvertently missed out on over 10 points. What a loss. This could easily amount to 1 billion. Thankfully, the system was generous enough to reward him with a talent and skill. However, the unpleasant odor still lingered. Lin Feng hurriedly dashed outside to wash himself in the nearby field, discovering a significant amount of dirt and debris in his fur, making it nearly impossible to clean thoroughly. Thus, he leapt into the muddy water, repeatedly applying the muck to his body before rinsing it off. The mud effectively removed the debris from his fur. Upon examining his reflection in the water, he noticed he had grown in size, now measuring around 40 centimeters in length. His limbs had also become sturdier, capable of withstanding greater force, and even his fur felt smoother. After admiring his appearance, Lin Feng returned to the house feeling refreshed. Once settled on his bed, he clicked to claim his rewards. System notification. You have acquired the talent of Strength Growth and the skill Bloodthirsty Claw. Strength Growth. Whenever you increase your strength attribute using evolution points, you may additionally gain 1 point of strength. Bloodthirsty Claw. Your attacks carry a bloodthirsty ability. Whenever an enemy bleeds, this skill is triggered automatically, converting 20 physical damage dealt to the enemy into health, with the converted health not exceeding your current health limit. Wonderful. Lin Feng was quite pleased with this talent and skill. The former would accelerate his attribute growth, while the latter enhanced his combat endurance. The Bloodthirsty Claw resembled a vampiric item from games. As long as his strength increased significantly, he could reap even greater benefits from the Bloodthirsty Claw. Moreover, he possessed the Invincible Slash skill, which dealt purely physical damage. When his health was low, he could unleash the Invincible Slash, restoring a substantial amount of health. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. This was undoubtedly a worthwhile endeavor. The only glaring concern was that his evolution points had been entirely consumed, and he couldn't discern the reason. Perhaps he would need to pay closer attention to the evolution point issue next time. After reviewing his gains, he discovered his hearing had also become remarkably acute. Previously, he could hear sounds within a 10-meter radius, but now his auditory range had expanded to 30 or 40 meters. In the corner behind the house, he could discern the sounds of various small insects scuttling, while the birds in the trees flitted about. Nearby, a couple was engaged in a game of cards. Honey, you're much better than Xia Jingqiang. You truly treat me well. Ah. Hee. Shaoli, I'm still the best. You'll never regret following me. I must hurry home soon. Don't get distracted. Focus. Lin Feng felt an insatiable urge and promptly left the house. He ascended to the rooftop and effortlessly leaped down 2 stories, landing gracefully on the ground without so much as a tremor. Approaching the neighboring window, he observed that it was merely over 5 meters from the ground. With a casual jump, he landed on the security bars, where he crouched down to scrutinize the activity within the room. Inside, the air conditioning was vigorously blowing cool air, while 2 individuals on the bed were engrossed in a heated struggle, oblivious even to the slight gap in the curtains. To Lin Feng's astonishment, the protagonists within were an elderly martial artist and an ordinary yet stunning young woman, with a wedding photograph of the woman alongside another man resting on the bedside. Alas, how the standards of society have declined, and how fickle human hearts have become. How could this woman so shamelessly engage in such actions? While he chastised her, he could not resist the temptation to continue watching, occasionally offering his commentary. Suddenly, the old man shifted his position and caught sight of Lin Feng's shadow at the window. His expression changed drastically, morphing into one of bewilderment. Chapter 42. The Bait. The old man, startled by the shadow outside, found his staff inexplicably immobilized. In a moment of panic, he shouted, "Who is peering in from outside?" The shadow darted away, and the old man soon realized it was merely a cat. He let out a sigh of relief. The woman, however, was so frightened that she covered her face and dared not utter another word. After much effort, the old man managed to quell the turmoil within him using his internal energy, then stealthily prepared to exit. Fortunately, there was no one on the village road at that moment, sparing him from being discovered. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety about the day's events, silently vowing to be more cautious in the future. After all, if someone were to uncover this scandal, it would lead to dire consequences. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, feeling a mix of exhilaration and curiosity after being discovered, departed with reluctance. He sprinted down the main road, his speed exponentially faster than before, covering 100 meters in merely 7 or 8 seconds, surpassing the speed of most animals. With a full-bodied leap, he could easily jump 8 or 9 meters, far exceeding the leaping capabilities of ordinary felines, and could even keep pace with electric scooters at full speed. He raced to the dog village, eager to score one last haul, as the dogs here were clean and had a slightly better flavor. Each dog provided more evolution points compared to others. When he appeared at the village entrance, the dogs erupted into a frenzy of barks, yet not a single mutt dared to step outside the village. The cacophony startled Yushan, who hurriedly emerged to investigate, but finding nothing amiss at the village entrance, he returned to his home to rest. Once Yushan was back inside, Lin Feng emerged from the nearby bushes, sighing at the foolishness of the dogs that had become unexpectedly clever in just a few days. However, he had his ways to entice them, whether through insults or by using bait. He swaggered over to a nearby house, leaped onto the roof, and scattered a pile of holy water down below. A white dog below seemed ready to explode with rage, barking furiously at the rooftop. Ignoring the commotion, Lin Feng spotted a delightful treasure, several pieces of cured meat drying on the upper floor. He leaped high to sever the strings and seized a piece of dried pork. Indulging in a feast, weighing over 2 pounds, The meat had a salty flavor that paled in comparison to the taste of dog meat. He took a single bite before discarding it. Then, he paraded around the rooftop, occasionally nibbling at the cured meat and feigning ecstasy, meowing intermittently. Once he noticed the dogs below salivating, he tore off a piece and tossed it to the ground. The dogs quickly snatched it up, devouring it hungrily. The village dogs, unable to resist such temptation, saw a few of them disregard their friends' warnings and rush towards the building, barking madly. Lin Feng tossed down several more pieces of meat, igniting a fierce brawl among the dogs, shattering their camaraderie. Those who could not seize any meat grew increasingly frustrated and began attacking their companions in a frenzy. It was only at this moment that Lin Feng leaped down from the rooftop, swiftly making his way towards the outskirts of the village. Several dogs, now incensed, followed the orange cat, eager to claim the large piece of cured meat, unaware that it was a call from the Grim Reaper. Lin Feng quickly reached the previous thicket, with several dogs unhesitatingly trailing behind him. As two beams of golden light shot forth, 3 dogs met their untimely demise in this forsaken place. The remaining dogs promptly turned tail and fled, when suddenly, a loud snap echoed as one dog was caught in a trap. The ensnared dog panicked, yelping incessantly, yet its companions dared not linger and vanished in an instant. It was Lin Feng who, upon hearing the commotion, emerged and cast an ice spike to free the trapped dog. Once tranquility was restored, Lin Feng settled amongst the weeds, savoring his freshly acquired dog meat, which was far superior to frozen chicken legs or cured meat, albeit slightly lacking in flavor. Looking over at the cured meat, an idea struck him. He tore off a piece and mixed it with the dog meat, enhancing its taste. Lin Feng feasted on nearly 1.5 hind legs, amounting to almost 20 pounds of meat, earning himself 28 evolution points. At this rate, consuming 1 dog daily would hardly suffice. This was splendid news for him. The more he ate, the more evolution points he could amass to advance sooner. Once he reached the 2nd tier and could assume human form, he would find a way to enter human society. After his meal, Lin Feng climbed a tree to bask in the sun, and this time, the system notification brought him joy. You have absorbed solar essence, gaining 4 evolution points. The evolution points accrued from sunbathing were notably higher than usual, perhaps indicating that the essence he could extract as a beast had increased. By midnight, Lin Feng had discerned the situation. The quantity of evolution points gained from solar and lunar essence had doubled. This implied that he could now obtain over 40 evolution points daily, combined with the points from dog meat, totaling around 200 points, meaning he could enhance his attributes by at least 20 points each day. Moreover, with the added benefit of natural growth, he could now engage in predation to further augment his attributes. Taking advantage of the moonlight, Lin Feng hung the dog carcasses from a nearby tree to deter any nearby animals from pilfering his food, leaving the trapped dog for the villager to deal with. Once he had finished, he returned to his hideout under the cover of darkness. By then, the villagers were fast asleep, allowing him to sneak into a backyard and utilize the shower. Lin Feng took special care to wash himself thoroughly with shampoo, relishing the warm water cascading over him. Afterward, he retrieved some fruit from the kitchen refrigerator to enjoy on the rooftop. The cool breeze swept away the summer heat, while the moonlight provided a refreshing chill, making it more comfortable than an air-conditioned room. As he munched on an apple atop the roof, weariness washed over him. After finishing the apple, he hurriedly returned to rest. The next morning, Lin Feng awakened to the crowing of a rooster and promptly dashed to his designated spot for drying dog meat. An unexpected turn of events unfolded as the villager with the trap arrived, accompanied by a youth of approximately 15 years. Remarkably, this lad was a rare awakened, possessing a mental attribute far superior to that of ordinary warriors. Lin Feng found himself concealed within the grass by the roadside, quietly observing the attributes of the youth. Chapter 43. The shift. This boy was the first awakened Lin Feng had encountered, and the potency of his mental attributes was astonishing. Yu Yunxiang, 2nd tier awakened, health, 5160 attack power, 405 constitution, 416 strength, 405 agility, 365 mental, 776 magic power, 7760 defense, 41 magic resistance, 77 talent, earth affinity. Exceptional mentality skills, earth shield, earth spike, earth wall, mental shock, rock armor. Upon witnessing the attributes of his counterpart, Lin Feng ceased his advance and opted to remain hidden in the grass, patiently awaiting the departure of the two. Yushan continued to chatter with his son. Yunxiang, our family has suffered a significant loss this time. The hybrid dog I raised was worth several thousand, but alas, it was devoured by a wild beast. I hope you can help me catch that creature when you return home. I bought several traps, but unexpectedly, I ended up killing old Zhang's dog as well. Please do not speak of this. We shall feign ignorance, and I will relocate the traps later. Yu Yunxiang furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Father, you killed someone else's dog. Are you not concerned about being scolded? It would be better to compensate them than to have others gossip behind our backs. What is there to fear? Our dog is also lost. It serves them right for letting theirs roam free, Yushan retorted, tossing the deceased dog into the grass before preparing to leave with his son. As they approached the roadside, Yu Yunxiang suddenly darted toward the nearby thicket, ready to unleash his powers, only to restrain himself upon discovering it was merely an orange cat. Yushan hurried over, waving his hand. This is just a wild cat. There is no need to be so tense. Yu Yunxiang explained. I sensed something lurking in the shadows, and I was not expecting it to be just a small cat. I have been overly anxious due to our school's frequent practical drills, which have made me sensitive to prying eyes. I will be more cautious in the future. As the two walked away, Lin Feng was drenched in cold sweat. He had not anticipated that an awakened could detect him. He realized he could not afford to recklessly spy on others. Had this individual chosen to attack in that moment, he would have been in grave danger. Once the pair had distanced themselves, Lin Feng returned to the grass, continuing to savor the dog meat left from the previous day. He resolved to depart after finishing his meal, knowing that escaping the dog village would not be so easy next time. As night fell, he had consumed nearly all the dog meat, and his evolution points reached 372. He decided to allocate these points to enhance his attributes. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, Lifespan, 5 to 45 Health, 2330 Attack Power, 125 Constitution, 133 Strength, 125 Agility, 113 Mental, 161 Magic Power, 1610 Defense, 13 Magic Resistance, 16. The attributes of that youth were overwhelmingly formidable, and Lin Feng could not help but feel envious. He wished his stomach could become a bottomless pit, allowing him to continuously consume dog meat, thereby swiftly increasing his evolution points. Having reviewed his attributes, he set out, eager to avoid another encounter with the youth. His primary objective remained focused on his development. He sprinted eastward along the main road, moving with great speed, the adrenaline coursing through him continuously clearing nearby mosquitoes. The cement road widened, eventually merging into a main thoroughfare. With a highway entrance nearby, after a moment's hesitation, he chose to run onto the main road, intending to catch a ride. Unfortunately, after a considerable wait, no vehicles passed, compelling him to continue onward. Before long, he noticed a sign displaying the words Linquan County. He raced along the road and soon arrived at a medium-sized county town, where countless neon lights flickered. Regrettably, he had yet to reach the second tier and could not enter the town. It was wiser to find a suitable place for further development. Lin Feng sat briefly by the roadside, reflecting, before leaping onto a nearby tree to survey his surroundings. To his left, he spotted a village and hastily dashed toward it. This village appeared considerably more affluent, featuring numerous villas and three-story buildings. Many villas had guard dogs at their gates, and some even boasted surveillance cameras to monitor the exterior. Encircling the village was a large pond, approximately 30 meters wide and over 200 meters long, with rice paddies flanking either side, providing ample cover. Lin Feng's arrival startled many dogs, which erupted into a cacophony of barks as if they had been set ablaze by fireworks. Meow, meow, meow. Lin Feng energetically responded from the roadside, preparing to lure the enemies. A few dogs, unable to withstand the provocation, charged toward the open area. They chased the orange cat in a frenzied pursuit. Soon reaching the edge of the rice paddy, several dogs halted at the paddy's edge, while one large black dog continued its relentless chase, barking loudly. The chase extended for 400 or 500 meters, scaring away numerous frogs and snakes along the way. It was not until they reached a thicket of wild grass that Lin Feng finally halted, unleashing his ice spike spell to eliminate the black dog, before settling down on the paddy ridge to enjoy his feast. The other dogs returned home long before, completely unaware that their companion had vanished. After satiating his hunger, Lin Feng lay on the paddy ridge, awaiting dawn. Having grown accustomed to soft beds in recent days, resting on the paddy ridge was an adjustment for him. The following noon, the sun shone brightly as a pack of dogs frolicked out of the village, with one particularly mischievous dog knocking several others into the rice field. Covered in mud, the dogs continued their playful antics deeper into the paddy. When they arrived at a weed-choked ridge, they stumbled upon a terrifying sight. An orange cat was feasting on the leg of a dog. The sight sent the dogs into a panic, and they turned to flee. At that moment, beams of golden light shot forth, and several dogs collapsed in the rice field. After dispatching these 5 dogs, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words. Was this what they meant by waiting for the dogs to come to him? The skill he employed had eliminated 5 dogs, and he still had half a dog left uneaten. Undoubtedly, a significant amount of dog meat would go to waste. Lin Feng could only drag the remaining dogs to the paddy ridge, methodically cleaning them up and selecting the more succulent thighs and backs to consume. The next day, the disappearance of 6 dogs from the village raised concerns among the residents. These dogs were their guardians, relied upon for protection against thieves and beasts. With 6 gone in an instant, suspicions arose regarding the presence of beasts or dog thieves in the vicinity. Thus, the villagers reported the matter to the security department while organizing a search party to investigate the situation. Chapter 44. The hunting party arrives. Wangjiazwang in Linquan County was predominantly inhabited by the Wang family, who had produced a highly capable individual that wielded considerable influence within the county, simultaneously propelling the village's development. Wang Dafu serves as the village head of Wangjiazwang. Upon receiving word from a villager that 6 local dogs had mysteriously vanished the previous day, he promptly rallied more than a dozen villagers to scour the vicinity. Their initial focus was the interior of the village, meticulously inspecting every nook and cranny, yet they found no trace of the dogs. Consequently, Wang Dafu divided the searchers into 3 teams, each comprising at least 4 individuals. The leaders of these teams were seasoned martial artists, while the rest were ordinary villagers. With the presence of skilled martial artists, they felt somewhat prepared to confront any potential beast they might encounter. Wang Dafu himself led a group of 3. Despite being in his 50s, he remained a peak martial artist, capable of holding his ground against common beasts until reinforcements arrived. The sun hung high in the sky, radiating oppressive heat, akin to a blazing furnace, causing sweat to bead upon their brows as they traversed the landscape. As they progressed along the edge of the pond, their garments quickly became drenched. Suddenly, a middle-aged man in their party halted, his nose twitching as he exclaimed, "Village head, I smell a strong scent of blood." Wang Dafu's eyes gleamed with urgency. "Lead me there at once." Wang Lian, quickly call the others to come. Following the trail of blood, they soon reached the ridge of a field, where they discovered the remnants of the dogs' bodies, yet no sign of any beast nearby. After examining the site, Wang Dafu remarked, "This beast is formidable. The wounds on the dogs are long and deep. It may well be a large creature. You two stay put. We shall wait for the others. I will call my son and have him send some people to handle this." He then took out his phone and dialed, "Son, a beast has been spotted near our village. Arrange for some help to capture it." A robust male voice responded from the other end, "Understood, father. Please be cautious and do not act rashly. I will coordinate the arrangements immediately. We will have people here before nightfall. I have also dispatched personnel from the security department to assist in capturing the beast." After a brief conversation, Wang Dafu ended the call, and those nearby began to commend him. "Village head, your son is indeed accomplished, having established such a vast enterprise in the county. With his involvement, success is assured. Our village has thrived thanks to Hung Wei's support. He will surely eliminate this audacious beast." Wang Dafu puffed with pride. "My son is a master-level martial artist. Any of his subordinates possesses the skills of a martial practitioner. What sort of wretched beast could possibly evade the pursuit of the hunting team and the security department?" He then instructed the others to return to the village, stating, "Now we must simply await reinforcements." Meanwhile, Lin Feng, who had been lurking nearby, leaped into the waterlogged field upon hearing footsteps, having overheard their entire conversation. He found it surprising that the villagers would react with such vigilance over a few missing dogs. Going to such lengths to summon aid, it seemed rather unwarranted. Once the villagers departed, he reluctantly abandoned the prospect of feasting on the dog meat, but not before seizing a hind leg to serve as his sustenance. Around 4 in the afternoon, 3 vehicles arrived at Wangjiazwang, 2 being 7-seater private cars followed by a vehicle from the security department. Upon their arrival, they sought out Wang Dafu to ascertain the situation. This gathering included 2 hunting teams, both financially supported by Wang Hongwei. The personnel from the security department, having received numerous benefits from Wang Hongwei, hastily responded upon hearing of the beast's appearance, a scenario they typically would have disregarded in other villages. Wang Dafu recounted the events, prompting the members of the hunting teams to promptly accompany the villagers to the scene of the incident. The security department personnel split into 2 groups. One began reviewing the nearby surveillance footage, while the other followed the hunting teams to assess the situation firsthand. As they traversed the narrow ridge of the field, the atmosphere among them was relaxed. Capturing a beast was merely child's play for them. They swiftly arrived at the site of the dog's remains, where 2 experienced members of the hunting teams examined the area, particularly the spots where the dogs had been gnawed upon. After thorough inspection, they concluded the bite marks resemble those of a small beast. However, the injuries on these dogs are peculiar, being both elongated and deep. It is possible that this small creature has awakened some rare abilities. The personnel from the security department conducted their own examination and arrived at the same conclusion. subsequently notifying their colleagues to be vigilant for signs of nearby small animals. After assessing the scene, the hunting teams parted ways with the security personnel, each employing their own methods to prepare for the capture of the beast and the bounty that awaited. Both hunting teams set out bait along the nearby paths and established surveillance equipment before returning to the village to quietly await the beast's appearance. Meanwhile, Wang Dafu arranged a lavish spread of food, gathering everyone to eat, drink, and converse. At this point, Lin Feng had already distanced himself. He would not be foolish enough to wait for the enemy's reinforcements. Guerrilla tactics were the true path to success. He continued along the ridge, crossing several villages, until he paused in front of a small village as night fell. There, he lured a yellow dog, swiftly employing a skill to eliminate it. After satisfying his hunger, he sat on the ridge, contemplating his future. As his abilities increased, so too did his daily food requirements, necessitating a strategy of guerrilla warfare. The optimal approach would be to strike swiftly and then relocate, ensuring he remained undetected by his foes. His goal was to ascend to the second tier and find a way into human society, eventually securing a modest place to earn a living while gradually enhancing his attributes. Survival was paramount. On the other hand, a shadow flitted along the road of Wangjiazwang, drawn by the enticing scent of roasted dog meat. After a moment's hesitation, it advanced to indulge in a feast. Suddenly, the hunting team's phones blared with alerts, revealing that a mutated black dog was in the area. They swiftly equipped themselves with specialized tranquilizer guns and hurried toward the baited location. However, before they could arrive, the mutated black dog, standing around 1.8 meters tall with deep red eyes and large ears, caught wind of their approach and bolted down a narrow path through the fields. Its extraordinary hearing enabled it to evade capture multiple times, but the relentless pursuit instilled a sense of urgency it had never before experienced. The hunting team split into 3 groups, with 2 members per team, each led by a martial artist. The 3 squads advanced in AV formation, with agile members flanking the black dog, while the team captain, a peak martial artist, trailed closely behind. If they could corner this mutated black dog, a swift encirclement would be easily achieved. The black dog sensed something amiss. The humans on either side were closing in at an alarming speed. Even its own pride in its speed could not shake off the pursuers. Continuing in this manner would undoubtedly lead to its demise. Ahead lay only rice fields with no refuge in sight. If captured, escape would be nearly impossible. Many of its companions have perished at the hands of humans, leading it to wander aimlessly. Little did it anticipate that today, it would once again fall prey to humanity's gaze. Perhaps this is the lament of a dog. Yet it finds itself with no alternative. As it sensed the pursuers closing in from both sides, the black dog abandoned all restraint. Lunging ferociously at the human on its right, determined to take at least one with it into death's embrace. As it dashed past the embankment, it stumbled upon the carcass of its kind, a gruesome sight where the limbs had been gnawed away by other creatures. The sight of its fallen kin filled the mutated black dog with despair, reflecting its own potential fate. This grim realization of having no retreat spurred the mutated black dog into a vicious attack, leaping toward the human on the right with a feral growl. The warrior was well prepared, a member of the hunting team accustomed to the onslaught of beasts, adept in his secret techniques, particularly the swallow's flight. Upon the dog's approach, he deftly pivoted, his form gliding like a swallow as he swiftly maneuvered through the rice paddies, appearing behind the black dog in an instant. He promptly drew a tranquilizer gun and fired. Suddenly disoriented, the black dog felt a sharp sting in its rear and, unable to pivot on the narrow embankment, charged fiercely at a nearby young man. The young man, relying on his defensive martial arts training, stood firm and unleashed a powerful punch at the massive beast. The impact echoed as the young man's fist struck the dog's forehead, splitting its skin and exposing the raw flesh beneath. In retaliation, the black dog sank its teeth into the young man's thigh, piercing deep, and blood gushed forth. Upon tasting the warm, crimson liquid, the dog was overwhelmed by an intoxicating sweetness. The blood of humans was far more delectable than that of any other creature. Enraptured by madness, the black dog savagely clung to the young man's leg, feasting on the essence of humanity. The young man continued to strike the dog with relentless blows, while another warrior arrived, channeling his inner strength to deliver a devastating punch to the dog's abdomen. The black dog, suffering immensely, opened its maw involuntarily, expelling the recently ingested flesh and blood. In a state of pain, it fled toward the nearby rice field, seeking escape. As it reached the center of the field, it caught sight of an orange cat standing foolishly in the water, oblivious to the chaos around it. However, the black dog, driven solely by the instinct to survive, paid no heed to the cat and darted past, veering towards a middle-aged warrior waiting on the embankment. As the black dog revealed itself, the warrior sprang forward, wielding a pry bar with lethal intent aimed at the dog's head. The blow landed with tremendous force, sending the dog crashing to the ground, momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the warrior unleashed a flurry of strikes with the pry bar. The black dog, now enraged, retaliated fiercely, biting down on the warrior's leg. The warrior let out a scream of agony as the searing pain coursed through him. The dog refused to release its grip. A fellow warrior, rushing to assist, aimed a punch at the dog's spine, his fist glowing with a faint white light, striking true. With a sickening crack, the dog's vertebrae shattered, leaving it limp on the ground, its eyes filled with despair. The injured warrior quickly bandaged his wounds, muttering about the ferocity of the black dog and his unfortunate fate of needing medical attention. Nearby, another warrior offered words of consolation, suggesting that the injured man had indeed performed commendably and that their efforts would not go unrewarded. As the captain of the team passed by and spotted the dog's lifeless body, he ordered the group to remain vigilant, for there might still be another beast lurking nearby. One of the younger warriors suddenly exclaimed that he had spotted an orange cat in the center of the rice field. The captain, upon hearing this, swiftly devised a plan, instructing the team to take their positions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, cornered by the approaching hunters, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Having run so far, he had thought himself hidden in the water, yet here he was, discovered. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he bolted forward, hoping to evade capture. The rice plants swayed as the hunters advanced, closing in on his position. Lin Feng attempted to test his path, but was met with resistance from nearby warriors, understanding that a fierce confrontation loomed ahead. With determination ignited within him, he propelled himself toward the area with the fewest pursuers. As he burst from the rice field, a warrior was hot on his trail. Old Zhao swung the pry bar with the intent to strike the orange cat, only to be met with a sudden barrage of ice spikes that shot toward him. Caught off guard, he could only slightly evade one, while two others pierced his shoulder. The chilling spikes lodged deep, disrupting his attack. The orange cat, nimble and quick, leaped away from the assault and began sprinting. Old Zhao, despite the pain coursing through his shoulder, swiftly drew his tranquilizer gun, aiming at the retreating orange cat. In that moment, Lin Feng heard the gunfire and executed a deft roll to avoid the tranquilizer dart, then leaped again, disappearing from view. Captain Wu, now unrestrained, brandished several poisoned throwing knives, each laced with a potent neurotoxin he had acquired at great expense. He summoned his inner strength, leaping over embankments in pursuit of the orange cat, and at the opportune moment, hurled the knives. In a flash, the knives struck, one finding its mark on the cat's hind leg. To Lin Feng, it felt merely like a harmless sting, and he continued his frantic escape. But the sound of approaching footsteps grew louder, signaling imminent danger. In a moment of desperation, he pivoted sharply, executing an unstoppable strike aimed at the pursuing warrior, his body transforming into two streams of golden light. Captain Wu, taken aback by the orange cat's unexpected abilities, attempted to shield himself with his inner strength. As the golden light danced, blood splattered, leaving deep, jagged wounds across Captain Wu's body. He felt his vitality drain, knowing they had encountered a formidable foe capable of extraordinary powers. As the golden light dissipated, Captain Wu felt excruciating pain coursing through his body. He sensed an eerie power emanating from the orange cat, and instinctively, as the opponent revealed itself, he delivered a kick towards the feline. Lin Feng adeptly leaped to evade the attack and retaliated by landing a blow to the abdomen of the martial artist ahead. Captain Wu, gritting his teeth against the pain, unleashed a punch that struck the orange cat squarely in the stomach. The impact sent Lin Feng flying several meters away, causing him to roll clumsily on the ridge, blood spilling from his mouth. This adversary possessed an attack power exceeding 900, and that single blow nearly cost him his life. Realizing the vast disparity in their strengths, he wasted no time and scrambled forward to escape. Captain Wu remained rooted in place, blood gushing from his wounds, and he quietly watched as the opponent fled, devoid of the courage to pursue. At this moment, Lao Zhao hurriedly approached, two ice spikes still embedded in his wounds. Upon seeing the injuries on the captain, his expression changed dramatically. He felt a wave of relief that the orange cat had not unleashed its skills upon him. Otherwise, he would have been in grave trouble. Daring not to chase after the orange cat, he instead drew a tranquilizer gun and aimed at it, but each shot was deftly evaded by the creature. Seeing his teammate arrive, Captain Wu could no longer stand and sank down onto the ridge, saying, "Lao Zhao, stop wasting bullets. Gather everyone. I have something to discuss." Only then did Lao Zhao cease fire, summoning the other members of the hunting team, while the orange cat vanished into the rice paddy. At this point, 4 out of the 6 members of the hunting team were injured, and upon their arrival, They quickly produced medical supplies to bandage the captain's wounds. Captain Wu, severely injured, surveyed the scene and lamented, "This was my oversight. I never anticipated the presence of a demon beast here, and to think it is immune to neurotoxin. That black dog we encountered must have been unfortunate, leading to our discovery. This little cat is truly the main threat. It possesses at least 2 peculiar skills. If we pursue it further, there will undoubtedly be casualties. Our mission here was solely to honor Boss Wang. It would be a grave loss if someone were to die over a mere demon beast. Thus, there is no need to risk our lives for an orange cat. We have already captured the black dog, and we can take it back for a reward. Let's corroborate our statements so we can provide a proper account later." With the captain's words, the other members of the hunting team nodded in agreement. They were not willing to sacrifice their lives for a demon beast. Moreover, with the black dog in their possession, they would not miss out on a monetary reward, making it unnecessary to complicate matters further. The other members of the hunting team echoed their consent. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had not ventured far. He was poised to ambush at a bend ahead, adhering to his principle of exacting revenge. Having suffered several broken ribs from the martial artist's assault, he prepared to launch a counterattack as soon as the opponent drew near. He overheard the hunting team discussing their plans as they gathered. It was unexpected that they had backing, and Lin Feng was compelled to swallow his indignation. He did not wish to provoke any formidable elders. Seizing the opportunity while they were in discussion, he returned to the ridge behind them, where the black dog lay unconscious. Without hesitation, he extended his sharp claws and slashed at the robust hind leg of the dog. Once the bone was exposed, he unleashed his ice spike technique, shattering the leg bone before hastily dragging the black dog's hind leg away. The unfortunate creature, having already endured a broken spine, now lay unconscious. Bereft of its strong hind leg, one could only imagine the expression it would wear upon awakening. Upon the return of the hunting team, they were met with the sight of the black dog missing a leg, causing Captain Wu to gasp in shock. He quickly instructed everyone, "Hasten to carry this black dog away. The demon beast is still nearby. We must remain vigilant to avoid ambush." A youthful member of the hunting team hoisted the black dog onto his back, while the others maintained a heightened state of alert as they made their way back to the village, their hearts racing until they finally caught sight of it. As they stepped onto the main road, their earlier despondency vanished, replaced by expressions of pride. Upon returning to Wang Dafu's villa, they eagerly recounted their harrowing ordeal, nearly allowing the black dog to escape, and credited Captain Wu's timely intervention for their success. "This black dog is formidable. It has already injured 4 of us. Truly a powerful demon beast. Uncle Wang, come out and see. We have captured a demon beast." Hearing the commotion in the courtyard, Wang Dafu quickly dressed and emerged, astonished at the sight of the large black dog. "What a massive creature. Captain Wu, you have worked hard. Please, come inside and rest." Another hunting team emerged from their quarters to assess the situation, their bait having failed to lure any prey, marking their efforts as fruitless. Captain Wu exchanged pleasantries with Wang Dafu before returning to the county seat with the black dog's carcass, while the other hunting team packed up their belongings and departed. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, enduring intense pain, continued on with the dog leg in his grasp, the moonlight streaming down upon him, gradually aiding in the recovery of his injuries. His vitality slowly replenished in the moonlit glow as he ran several miles before finally stopping in an abandoned village. The area was overgrown with weeds and eerily quiet, save for the sounds of small animals and insects. Gritting through the pain, he dragged the dog leg to a tree, where he slowly consumed it, his mind replaying the events of the battle earlier. He realized that human martial artists were not as terrifying as he had imagined. With the right skills, it was indeed possible to defeat a second-tier martial artist. He devoured the dog meat voraciously until a system notification echoed in his mind. Chapter 47. The Spirit Realm Key System Notification. You have consumed the meat of a low-tier demon beast for the first time, earning 50 evolution points and an opportunity for a talent draw. Lin Feng's expression brightened instantly. This demon beast's meat was quite valuable. With just one injury, he had secured an opportunity for a talent draw. This was certainly a worthwhile endeavor. He immediately focused on the panel and initiated the talent draw. A great wheel appearing before him, its pointer whirling until it finally settled on the Spirit Realm Key. Spirit Realm Key. Your soul is extraordinary. You can consume magic points to open a gateway, allowing your spiritual form to traverse the spirit realm. During this time, any energy particles you acquire will merge with your essence. Should your spiritual form be unable to endure or suffer severe injury, it will return to your body. Cost: 1,000 mana, cooldown, 7 days. Gazing at the new talent, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What was this spirit realm? Did another world exist within the material realm? Furthermore, he had no knowledge of the dangers that might lurk within the spirit realm. If he encountered formidable monsters, it could spell trouble. After carefully reviewing the skill description twice, he noticed the clause concerning returning upon severe injury, which eased his concerns. He resolved to venture into the spirit realm to uncover its mysteries, but first, he needed to wait until his body had fully healed. Subsequently, Lin Feng distributed the evolution points evenly across his 4 attributes and reclined upon the tree to recuperate. By the following morning, he had consumed the remainder of the dog leg, barely satiating his hunger. After a night of rest, his vitality had significantly improved, though the injured areas still tingled with irritation. Zhonghua Tianyuan Mao, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0545 health points, 16522460 attack power, 149 constitution, 146 strength, 149 agility, 126 spirit, 174 magic points, 1740 defense, 14 magic resistance, 17. Lin Feng calculated that his health was regenerating at a rate of approximately 24 points per hour, roughly 1% of his total health. This pace was rather slow, indicating that health recovery could significantly impact the sustainability of future battles. The recovery was even less than the damage inflicted by his blood surge ability. In prolonged combat, blood surge would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon, as the enemy's health recovery could not match the depletion he caused. Unfortunately, felines were inherently unsuited for extended engagements. They resembled assassins, relying on swift, decisive strikes. With tigers being an exception, still nursing his wounds, Lin Feng reclined on a tree, basking in the sun while listening to the nearby birdsong. The sun remained fierce, its rays penetrating his injury, causing his fractured ribs to itch as they slowly healed under its warmth. The atmosphere was saturated with heat, yet the large tree provided ample shade, accompanied by a gentle breeze, a perfect spot for respite. When hunger struck, he used magic to eliminate nearby pigeons for lunch, prompting other birds to recognize the danger and flee the area. The evolutionary points gained from common birds paled in comparison to those from dog meat, yielding only 5 or 6 points per meal, accumulating to slightly over 20 points in a day. In this desolate village, devoid of human presence, Lin Feng relished the solitude and managed to acquire over 60 evolutionary points by the end of the day. As night fell, a gathering of small animals assembled nearby, basking in the moonlight's ethereal glow. It was not until the following morning that Lin Feng's health fully restored, and he stretched languidly on the tree. His previously aching belly felt normal again, and after confirming that his broken rib had healed through some movement, he sighed with relief. A large flock of Huyunju chirped animatedly on the adjacent tree, capturing Lin Feng's attention. His eyes sparkled at the sight of these delightful creatures, known for their nourishing properties. Without hesitation, he targeted the flock, unleashing his invincible slash, transforming into 3 beams of golden light. This time, 11 Huyunju fell victim to his assault, their demise occurring before they could react, while the remaining birds slowly took flight. Emerging from the cover of the tree, Lin Feng noticed the fleeing birds and leaped into the air, casting a pillar of flame. A 2-meter-long flame materialized, rapidly spiraling around him, claiming 3 more Huyunju. Their feathers singed to a charred black. With a thud, Lin Feng landed from a height of over 10 meters, fortunately on all 4s, avoiding a concussion. He hurriedly gathered the remains of the Huyunju, plucking their feathers and preparing them for a feast. The charred birds emitted a savory aroma, although their taste was inferior to that of fresh ones. After consuming 14 Huyunju, his stomach felt satisfyingly full. This meal granted him 140 evolutionary points, proving even more rewarding than dog meat, though the rarity of Huyunju made them harder to find compared to local dogs. After indulging in his culinary delight, Lin Feng lingered for a while until his appetite was sufficiently sated before departing the village, setting his sights on the next village to hunt for local dogs. He traversed the country road eastward, passing through 2 or 3 small villages without engaging, mindful of the regional implications. If several nearby villages reported missing dogs, it would attract unwanted attention, complicating his stealthy endeavors. By midday, he arrived at the outskirts of a larger village, home to over 100 families, which also housed more than 30 local dogs, an opportunity worth seizing. As the sun reached its zenith, the village filled with the enticing aroma of food. Many households indulging in a post-meal nap, leaving only mischievous children to play outside. At this hour, adults were scarce, allowing Lin Feng to stroll confidently down the village path. He called out to the dogs lounging in the shade, meow woo meow woo. A few children playing nearby noticed the spectacle but remained engrossed in their game. The local dogs, however, could not tolerate the intrusion, rising with determination to teach the orange cat a lesson. Lin Feng swiftly retreated, pursued by over 10 fierce dogs. He turned abruptly down the dirt path, racing deeper into the rice fields. To his surprise, the pack of dogs displayed remarkable unity. Charging under the lead of a large white dog, they split into several teams, encircling him from all directions. The field was littered with dog droppings, indicating it was a favored play area. The dogs used the terrain to their advantage, cornering Lin Feng onto a narrow embankment. With a sudden bark, the white dog commanded attention, its subordinates halting in anticipation of their leader's performance. This dominant dog boasted over 800 health points, the highest among the local pack. It eyed the trapped orange cat, its mouth watering in anticipation of a meal. It approached with a menacing gait, drool escaping its lips. Yet, what awaited it was not an easy target, but rather 3 razor-sharp ice spikes. As the projectiles launched, they struck the white dog squarely between the eyes, sending it crashing to the ground in disbelief. The surrounding dogs, witnessing their leader's swift demise, panicked and fled, having never imagined such a fate. Lin Feng would not let this bounty escape unclaimed. He unleashed his invincible slash towards the retreating dogs. 2 beams of golden light surged forth, claiming 3 unfortunate dogs who had not yet turned to flee, their bodies collapsing grotesquely on the embankment. The remaining dogs successfully escaped, trembling as they lay at the village entrance upon their return. With ample food secured, Lin Feng chose not to pursue them further, recognizing that killing more would be wasteful. He gathered the dog carcasses, cleaning them thoroughly, and relished the taste of succulent dog meat under the glaring sun. After his feast, he reclined on the embankment, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds, momentarily lost in thought. Remembering his talents, he slapped his forehead, having almost forgotten to utilize them. Ensuring the area was clear of onlookers, he spent his evolutionary points and activated his talent. With a surge of magic, a phantom white door materialized before him, rendering his body transparent as he began to fade from view. As the white door vanished, the orange cat on the embankment disappeared without a trace. Lin Feng felt a darkness enveloping him, only to find himself in a familiar world, surrounded by rice seedlings and overgrown weeds, a replica of the reality he had just left behind. The sole distinction lies in the fact that the creatures and insects here have vanished, rendering the entire world enveloped in silence, seemingly devoid of vitality. With only the resplendent golden sun above radiating its light, Lin Feng gazed at his reflection in the water of the rice field, astonished to find himself reverted to his ordinary appearance from a past life. He still donned the black casual attire from his time of traversal, yet his body shimmered in gold, resembling a luminous golden figure. In a hurried attempt to stand, he inadvertently exerted too much force and tumbled into the rice paddy, soaking his clothes in the water. It took him a moment to readjust to walking on 2 legs, but with a mere leap, he soared over 50 to 60 meters, exhibiting a jumping power tenfold that of the real world. Could this truly be the difference between the real world and the spirit realm? After a brief contemplation, he adapted to the speed of his strikes, capable of delivering dozens of punches in a single second, his swiftness significantly enhanced. Subsequently, he experimentally unleashed an ice spear technique. A 2-meter-long ice spear shot forth, piercing the ground and creating a deep hole. Satisfied with this display, Lin Feng pondered what enhancements others might gain in this realm. He surveyed his surroundings and ultimately resolved to investigate the nearby village. As Lin Feng stepped onto the main road, the sky underwent a transformation. A swarm of blue light particles cascaded from space, tinting the entire sky a brilliant azure. A thought struck him. Could these blue orbs be energy particles? From the surrounding village emerged a colossal white centipede, measuring over 3 meters in length. It ascended straight into the air, its hundreds of legs frantically grasping at the blue light particles, soon causing its abdomen to emit a vibrant blue glow. Various other creatures also burst forth from different directions, serpents stretching dozens of meters, dark birds exceeding 10 meters, and even enormous earthworms spanning several meters, all reveling in the celestial feast. Lin Feng hesitated briefly, but the peculiar creatures devoured the blue light particles in a flash. Once the particles vanished, a fierce melee ensued among these animals in the sky. Each creature possessed unique skills. Some could breathe fire, others exhaled icy breath, while a few emitted strange golden light, transforming the air into a chaotic battlefield of bizarre creatures. Defeated animals were torn apart and consumed by their neighbors, while some returned to the ground, laden with their spoils, soon disappearing from sight. In the distance, numerous large shadows gathered, embroiled in combat, as a rain of blue light had summoned countless extraordinary beasts to clash. Lin Feng felt a stirring within. This was the survival method of the spirit realm, where the law of the jungle reigned supreme. He glanced around before fixating on the airborne centipede, first examining its attributes. First stage peak flying centipede, spirit body, health, 59, 205. 920 attack, 59 spirit, 492 magic resistance, 49 talent, spirit realm creature, limb regeneration skills, venomous spray, venomous tentacles, toxic mark, lethal strangle. Upon observing its attributes, Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The creatures of the spirit realm possessed only spirit attributes. He was curious about his own attributes and quickly turned his gaze to his own panel. Lin Feng, spirit body, health, 46, 804. 680 attack, 46 spirit, 368, spirit body doubled, magic, 36, 803, 680 magic resistance, 36 talent, otherworldly visitor, void body, multiple casting, power growth. Spirit realm key skills, 1. Ice spear technique, 2. Spirit realm invincible slash, 3. Pillar of blazing fire, 4. Fiery blood surge, 5. 9 transformations of the celestial cat. 6. Bloodthirsty claw evolution points. 6. Lin Feng exhaled in relief upon reviewing his attributes. Even his invincible slash skill had undergone some changes. Spirit realm invincible slash. Rapidly strike nearby enemies 5 times while in an invincible state. Each attack inflicting 4 points of magic damage. Mana cost, for 100 points. Cooldown, 240 seconds. The upgraded invincible slash dealt greater damage, with doubled costs and cooldown times. Yet overall, it remained quite formidable. The final note was intriguing. The spirit realm allowed for prolonged existence, suggesting that many ancient beings resided here. Lin Feng contemplated this, but chose not to delve deeper. His attributes were now nearly on par with the flying centipede, allowing him to engage boldly. If he failed, he could always return to the real world. If victorious, the rewards would be substantial. Unbeknownst to him, the flying centipede had also detected the creature on the ground, descending with claws bared, poised to hunt this unfamiliar being. Little did it know, Lin Feng remained undaunted. While the centipede boasted higher health, his own attributes were commendable, making the outcome uncertain. As the centipede hovered above, it suddenly released a plume of white toxic mist from its body. The mist expanded, enveloping a radius of several dozen meters, obscuring any trace of its foe and reducing visibility to about a meter. The most troublesome aspect was that Lin Feng's health was diminishing at a rate of 13 points per second, yet he remained unafraid, for he possessed the fiery blood surge. As long as the centipede lingered within the mist, he still held a chance. After all, the rate of health loss from the toxic fog was over 30 points less than the damage from the fiery blood surge. Before long, a gust of wind approached from behind. Lin Feng's ears perked up, prompting him to roll on the ground to evade the enemy's attack. The flying centipede's form flickered and vanished within the mist. Its health had also diminished significantly, alleviating Lin Feng's anxiety. He decided to endure, curious to see whose skill would prove superior. Meanwhile, the centipede navigated through the mist, seeking an opening to deliver a fatal strike. However, this unfamiliar adversary reacted with astonishing speed. Its previous attack, a mere threshold creature, could not withstand, yet this enigmatic being evaded effortlessly. Moreover, it instinctively sensed an unusual power emanating from the opponent, steadily eroding its vitality. The flying centipede circled again, then lunged towards Lin Feng's back. If it could capture him, it could execute its lethal strangle, a move that would spell doom even for second-stage spirit realm creatures. However, as it approached, Lin Feng once again evaded, suddenly vanishing and transforming into 3 beams of golden light that rapidly closed in. The 3 beams rained down upon the centipede, dealing a flurry of damage. 1, 423, 46. 1, 423, 1, 423. Before the centipede could retreat, it was sliced into numerous pieces, unable to unleash its own lethal move, meeting an untimely demise within its own toxic mist. As Lin Feng revealed himself, the centipede's remains cascaded from the sky, and the white mist began to dissipate. He gazed at the fragmented centipede's body, perplexed about how to absorb it. Lin Feng picked up a centipede corpse, and to his surprise, it felt remarkably soft to the touch. The blue light particles within its abdomen continued to shimmer. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the centipede whole. It melted in his mouth like jelly. After consuming it, a warm sensation enveloped his body, and before long, Lin Feng had devoured a substantial portion of the corpse. The system notification chimed in accordingly. Chapter 49. Eye of the Spirit Realm System Notification. You have devoured a first-tier Spirit Realm creature for the first time, gaining 10 evolution points, 5 Spirit Energy Particles. Every 2 Spirit Energy Particles can be converted into 1 point of mental strength and 1 Spirit Realm talent. Eye of the Spirit Realm. Your eyes are unique, allowing you to perceive unusual phenomena in the material world. Upon seeing this talent, Lin Feng was suddenly reminded of many things. It seemed that talents had their Spirit Realm counterparts as well. Did this not imply the existence of other worlds in the future with the potential to acquire talents and skills from those realms? It appeared that Earth was not as simple as he had imagined. Now, with the emergence of a spirit realm, who knew if realms such as demon realms, monster realms, or ghost realms would appear next? His situation could become perilous. The urgency was to grow stronger. For only with formidable power could he ensure his survival and avoid becoming someone else's sustenance. The battle in the sky was gradually reaching its conclusion, with only a few large creatures still engaged in combat. At that moment, the golden sun overhead abruptly transformed into a silvery hue, casting a grim light that blanketed the ground in whiteness. Subsequently, a massive shadow materialized high above, stretching thousands of meters and resembling a floating city in the sky, blotting out the luminous rays. Countless tentacles adorned with white fur extended from its body, swiftly reaching for the airborne creatures. These beings stood no chance against the colossal shadow, being captured by the tentacles before they could even struggle. The tentacles pierced into their bodies, incessantly siphoning their essence, and the creatures seemed to be in a deep slumber, offering no resistance. Their forms gradually shrank until they vanished without a trace, allowing the immense shadow to glide forward leisurely. Lin Feng, paralyzed by fear, lay flat on the ground, unable to move. The attributes of this shadow were shrouded in mystery, and he could not discern its nature until it had distanced itself. The spirit realm was indeed formidable, Lin Feng mused, then prepared to collect the flying centipede corpses. However, to his astonishment, these corpses began to gather autonomously. In no time, the remains below had transformed into over a dozen small flying centipedes. The blue light particles within their bodies had completely merged, and once they had restored themselves, they scattered in all directions. Lin Feng unleashed his invincible strike, transforming into two beams of golden light as he leaped and slashed around him, slicing a significant portion of the flying centipedes into pieces, with only a few managing to escape. Perhaps this was the unique lifestyle of spirit realm creatures. Observing the fleeing centipedes, Lin Feng sighed, then picked up one of the smaller centipedes from the ground to consume. This time, the texture was slightly inferior to the last. While the previous experience was akin to eating jelly, this felt more like consuming pastry, necessitating chewing to swallow. After devouring an equivalent quantity of centipedes, he acquired 6 evolution points and 3 spirit energy particles, considerably less than before. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swiftly resumed swallowing the flying centipedes on the ground, and soon he had cleaned them out entirely. At this moment, brilliant blue light emanated from his belly, which had become distended. Lin Feng looked at his swollen abdomen with a wry smile. It resembled the belly of someone 9 months pregnant. He feared that these creatures might transform back into centipedes within him, and this thought sent a shiver down his spine. Overall, he gained 98 evolution points and 36 spirit energy particles, which was still commendable. At that juncture, another system notification arose. You have reached the limit of absorbed spirit energy particles. Your soul cannot accommodate any more. Please return to the material realm promptly. Upon seeing this notification, Lin Feng felt a wave of relief and hurriedly clicked to return. The white door materialized before him once more, and he stepped through. As his vision darkened, he found himself back in the material realm. The sunlight was still vibrant, and a chorus of insects chirped, creating a lively atmosphere compared to the serene spirit realm. Nearby, a weasel was stealthily munching on dog meat, and upon seeing the sudden appearance of an orange cat, it froze, dropping the morsel it was holding. Lin Feng merely cast a disdainful glance at the weasel. It was just an ordinary creature, unworthy of his attention. What troubled him most was the abundance of blue light particles still swirling within his abdomen, resembling colorful lights. He felt lethargic, collapsing onto the ground, unwilling to move. The system notification appeared again. You have acquired 36 spirit energy particles in the spirit realm, which will convert into 18 points of mental strength. This conversion will take 12 hours, during which your mental strength will gradually increase. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He did not wish for his current state to be discovered by others. He lay quietly on the ridge, waiting for time to pass. The weasel scampered away in haste, taking the fallen dog meat with it. As time elapsed, the moonlight gradually emerged, and frogs and snakes from the rice fields began to venture onto the ridge to hunt, commencing their delightful nocturnal activities. Only Lin Feng remained, guarding his dog meat. Once he felt revitalized, he practiced his cat punches on the ridge, honing his agility and leaping skills. Towards the latter part of the night, the power of the moonlight surged suddenly, granting him double the lunar energy each hour, indicating that the night of the full moon was soon approaching. During this time, he glanced at his reflection in the water, and to his relief, the blue light particles in his abdomen were not visible in the reflection. This led him to ponder that perhaps only the eye of the spirit realm could perceive these blue particles, alleviating his concerns about them affecting his daily life. As hours slipped by, Lin Feng's mental strength steadily increased, sometimes by 1 point, other times by 2. After 10 hours, he had accumulated a total of 18 points of mental strength, bringing his overall mental strength to 202 points. Throughout this period, he had not consumed a single bite of dog meat. Once the spirit energy particles were fully digested, he felt his stomach return to normal. Without delay, he pounced on the dog meat and devoured it heartily, soon feeling his belly swell again. Satisfied, he lay down on the ridge to sleep. The next morning, a gentle breeze wafted through, waking Lin Feng from his slumber. The first thing he did was feast on some dog meat before continuing his training on the ridge. The sun today was exceptionally bright, and even the solar energy seemed more abundant. Lin Feng's evolution points had now reached 183. He decided to conserve these points, planning to gather more during the full moon night, when he could also draw another skill. Chapter 50. Dog Thief. Having resolved his plan, Lin Feng ceased his wandering. To preserve the dog meat, he invested some thought. Given the high temperatures around, he sought ways to lower the temperature. He directed an ice spike spell towards the dog meat, with sharp, icy spikes embedding themselves within. He stuffed these ice spikes into the dog's abdomen and covered the meat with some rice seedlings, effectively lowering the temperature and preventing it from spoiling prematurely. The recovery speed of magic power is quite rapid, alleviating any concerns regarding the insufficiency of ice cones. Furthermore, the proliferation of ice cones has led to a noticeable drop in the surrounding temperature. Although the sun above radiates intense heat, the presence of ice cones beside Lin Feng provides a respite, allowing him to endure the scorching sun for a longer period. He now experiences a tinge of regret for not discovering this method sooner. The nearby village has also returned to its lively atmosphere, as several villagers who had lost their local dogs have begun to sense something amiss. They call out the names of their dogs, hoping to summon them back. Unfortunately, after toiling for half a day without a response, suspicions arise that their dogs may have been stolen by dog thieves, prompting them to unleash a torrent of curses at the village entrance. Damn it, you despicable dog thieves, woe betide you if I catch you. I shall hang you up and beat you, they exclaim in fury. How dare you steal from Zhao village? I curse you all to contract AIDS. Face soaring prices when shopping for groceries, encounter collapsing bridges, and suffer vehicle explosions. Once I procure some surveillance cameras, the next time you attempt to steal a dog, I shall break your legs, condemning you to a lifetime in a wheelchair. Even Lin Feng, perched on the ridge, feels a wave of embarrassment. Fortunately, the blame has fallen on the dog thieves. If these villagers were to discover that the dogs had been pilfered by their own hands, it would be disastrous. He resolves to act cautiously in the future, ensuring he remains undetected. Today, he remains seated on the ridge, opting not to wander, as he wishes to avoid idle gossip, thereby spending the entire day there. As dawn breaks the following day, a transformation occurs, the essence of sunlight intensifies, and within an hour, he acquires 20 evolution points. Lin Feng feels invigorated. If this pace continues, he anticipates amassing over 400 evolution points by day's end, sufficient for a skill extraction after accounting for the points accumulated over the past 2 days. At this moment, the supply of dog meat remains ample for a day's consumption, prompting him to linger, watching his evolution points steadily rise, his spirits buoyed by anticipation of the skill he might acquire. By the time night falls, his evolution points reach a total of 805. With eager anticipation, Lin Feng clicks to extract a skill. The system prompts him. You have spent 800 evolution points to extract a skill, acquiring the skill Stunning Ray. Stunning Ray releases a beam of light to strike an enemy, stunning them for 3 seconds and inflicting 2 points of mental magic damage. Mana cost, 300 points. Cooldown, 300 seconds. Lin Feng tugs at his ears in dissatisfaction. This skill pales in comparison to his previous one. It appears to be a strong control skill, yet the lengthy cooldown necessitates real-world testing to ascertain its true efficacy. The evolution points required for the next skill extraction have doubled again to 1,600 points, meaning it will take approximately 8 days to extract a skill at the usual rate. Lin Feng must temporarily abandon the notion of acquiring a new skill, opting to wait for the next full moon night. As the night deepens, it becomes an opportune time for hunting, leading Lin Feng to set off towards the nearby village, intending to test his new skill on the local dogs. As he reaches the main road, a van suddenly approaches, nearly colliding with him. Luckily, his swift reflexes allow him to leap aside just in time, narrowly avoiding being crushed under its wheels. Infuriated, he can only mutter curses inwardly, as he still lacks the ability to articulate his anger. Upon reaching the village, the van abruptly halts, and a burly middle-aged man swiftly opens the door, darting to the side of a local dog. With a casual wave of his right hand, the dog collapses into unconsciousness. The man then tosses the dog into the van and swiftly grabs a few more barking dogs before hastily returning to the vehicle, which promptly turns around and speeds away. Lin Feng watches in astonishment, realizing that dog thieves truly exist in this area. At that moment, the door of a nearby villager's home swings open, and a robust man clad in a short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts, wearing slippers, charges out wielding a kitchen knife. Upon discovering that his dog has vanished, he erupts in wrath. The van has not yet distanced itself, prompting him to decisively push aside a motorcycle and chase after the van, knife in hand. The villager continues to shout angrily, "You scoundrels! My household only has one old dog left, and you still can't let it go. Thankfully, I installed surveillance." He vows, "When I catch you, I will sever your hands." Lin Feng, invigorated by the unfolding drama, trails behind the villager at a distance, eager to witness the ensuing commotion. The van driver soon realizes something is amiss and exclaims, "Lu Gu, someone is tailing us, and they're quite fast. I doubt we can shake them off." Lu Gu glances back, snorts, lights a cigarette, and replies, "Drive back to the county town. I refuse to believe this fellow can keep up on the national highway." The driver steadies himself, focusing on the road ahead. And soon the van exits the village and enters the national highway. However, he notices that the villager is still in hot pursuit. "Lu Gu, he's truly gaining on us," the driver exclaims. Lu Gu exhales a large cloud of smoke nonchalantly, stating, "Just lead him to Li's village ahead. I'll have someone deal with him." After making a call, he says, "Li Gu, we're being followed by a tough character. We'll reach your village in about 5 minutes. Please assist us." A background of mahjong sounds follows, and someone responds, "Understood, I'll take care of it." Lu Gu hangs up, continuing to smoke while occasionally glancing back, muttering to himself, "How dare you pursue us? You're in for a rough time." The van soon veers into a side road along the national highway, with the motorcycle following closely behind. In no time, the van arrives at a village, where someone shines a flashlight twice, to which the van responds with 2 honks before slipping away behind the village. As the motorcycle approaches, 3 formidable men at the village entrance suddenly bellow, "Who dares to steal? Last time, they took over 10,000 yuan from my home, and now they have the audacity to return. I'll make sure to beat you to a pulp." One of them seizes the opportunity and kicks the motorcycle-riding villager. The villager falls to the ground, and even his kitchen knife slips from his grasp. The 3 men then pummel him mercilessly. Being an ordinary person, he stands little chance against their combined strength, quickly ending up bruised and begging for mercy. Lin Feng passes by nonchalantly, continuing his pursuit of the van ahead. Chapter 51. Soul Pearl. The van speeds along the rural roads, swiftly entering the national highway, racing toward the county town. As Lin Feng reaches the main road, he too must quicken his pace, trailing closely behind the van as they enter the county. The van heads east, weaving through numerous streets and alleys, finally halting in a narrow lane. Suddenly, a gate to a yard swings open, and the occupants of the van drag the unconscious dogs into the yard. After a while, the van departs, and Lin Feng quietly scales the wall, covertly observing the situation inside the yard. The yard is modest in size, approximately 30 square meters, surrounded by iron cages filled with several unconscious dogs, each cage housing about 5 or 6 local dogs. Adjacent to the yard are 3 rooms, one of which remains illuminated, where 2 individuals are engaged in conversation. "Lu, what is going on with you today? You have only delivered 11 dogs, which is significantly fewer than before." "Alas, do not mention it. I encountered a fool today who followed us the entire way. I had someone teach him a lesson, and I suspect that fellow nearly lost half his life." "I see, there is nothing that can be done. You should be cautious these days. The other party may contact the security department. Perhaps you should rest for a few days before taking action. In our line of work, safety is paramount. If we get caught, it would be troublesome, for time is money. Rest assured, I will not falter. My agility is unmatched, and those who could catch me would not be found in the countryside." "Very well then, I shall not linger. There are 2 good dogs among them, each priced at 1,000, while the others are 400 each, totaling 5,600. Please confirm if this is correct. Do we even need to discuss this?" "Brother, I shall take my leave and return in a few days." With that, the stout man hummed a tune as he exited the courtyard. The next person to appear was a burly middle-aged man, who, after seeing the first man off, retrieved several syringes from the house. He began administering injections to the dogs in the cages before opening another room. As soon as the door was opened, a strong stench of blood assaulted the senses. The middle-aged man donned an apron and dragged a dog onto the table, commencing the dissection of the dog. With a cleaver in hand, he first slit the dog's throat and then plunged it into hot water. After a minute, he retrieved the dog to place it in a machine for defurring. Finally, he laid the dog upon a nearby table to begin dismemberment. Within a mere 5 minutes, The dog was reduced to chunks of meat. Lin Feng's brows twitched at the gruesome scene. This man was indeed more terrifying than he had anticipated. Strange occurrences unfolded as the middle-aged man slaughtered the dogs. Some emitted white specks of light upon being killed. These specks dimmed upon hitting the ground until they eventually vanished. One particularly robust dog, after being slaughtered, exhibited an even more peculiar phenomenon. A pure white dog appeared on the cutting board. Upon its emergence, it barked frantically at the butcher, even attempting to bite him. Yet its attacks had no effect. The butcher remained oblivious to the commotion, feeling fatigued after handling the large dog. He stepped outside to smoke and rest for a while. The large dog could only continue to howl at the butcher, its form growing fainter until it finally dissipated into thin air. Lin Feng was struck with a revelation. It seemed that animals possess souls. But why did some dogs lack them? What conditions led to the emergence of a soul? Where did this dog go after vanishing? This scene left Lin Feng deep in thought. Indeed, the world was far more complex than he had imagined, and he resolved to maintain a lower profile in the future. Before long, another van arrived, and the middle-aged man emerged with over 10 dogs, exchanging them for more than 6,000 yuan. The stout man, working part-time as a butcher, administered injections to this new batch of dogs, then finished processing the previous ones, storing the meat in a nearby refrigerator. Checking the time, the butcher yawned and took out some trash before locking the door behind him. Once the butcher had left, Lin Feng jumped into the courtyard, where the stench was overwhelming. He entered the building and attempted to touch the white specks on the ground, prompting a system notification. You have obtained 2 soul orbs. Soul orbs can enhance your 4-dimensional attributes. Every 2 points of soul orbs can increase 1 attribute. Upon reading this, Lin Feng's expression changed. This object was called a soul orb. If animals could generate soul orbs, could more advanced humans not do the same? Moreover, soul orbs were far superior to evolution points, as 2 points could increase 1 attribute, while 1 soul orb equated to 5 evolution points. If there were a place that could produce a large quantity of soul orbs, would it not accelerate the evolution process? The arrival of soul orbs afforded him greater options. He might consider visiting hospitals to see if he could acquire more. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. He first opened the refrigerator, dragged out a plump dog, and began to eat until he was satisfied before stepping outside. At the entrance, Lin Feng used his ice spike technique to open the door, then proceeded to unlock the cages one by one. The dogs remained in slumber, unresponsive to the changes around them. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to drag the dogs outside to the entrance before quietly departing. The butcher had already returned home to sleep, completely unaware that his hideout had been robbed. Upon awakening to the sound of his alarm in the morning, he hurried to his workplace, only to find a crowd gathering around the small courtyard, pointing and murmuring. He approached them and soon discovered that his hideout had been reported. Several security personnel were inside investigating the tools of the trade. The onlookers were engaged in lively discussions. I had noticed something was amiss here. The stench was unbearable, and there were frequent dog barks. It turns out to be a dog slaughterhouse. I wonder whose despicable act this is, carrying out such business right at our doorstep. I wonder who reported this. The security personnel are here now, and the culprit surely hasn't fled far. I hope they catch him soon. Dogs are so lovable. Why must they eat them? I firmly oppose dog meat consumption. Dogs are humanity's best friends. Let them be spared. In my life, I despise the killing of dogs and the consumption of dog meat. They are so loyal to us. Why must we eat them? I cannot fathom how many dogs this butcher has slaughtered. He is truly a detestable man. Let them eat and drink as they please. But I enjoy dog meat. It's tender and flavorful. If you haven't tried it, stop complaining. The crowd erupted into chaos, while the butcher, filled with resentment, stepped aside and made a call. Boss, my hideout has been exposed. Please help me investigate who reported it. I must make them pay. Understood. I will look into it. Meanwhile, Lin Feng had reached the county hospital, preparing to seek traces of soul orbs. Chapter 52, The Enigma of Souls. Following the guidance of the streetlights, Lin Feng made his way to the hospital. Along the route, he observed many stray cats, but the stray dogs were notably scarce. After traversing over a dozen main roads, he finally spotted 2 or 3 thin strays. He began to understand that there might be an underground industry in this county dealing with the processing of dogs, which accounted for the decline in stray populations. These dog thieves were his competitors. If they were to steal the majority of the dogs, Lin Feng would face a crisis regarding dog meat, as it was the primary source of his evolution points. 2 tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. He resolved to find a way to eliminate this gang. Otherwise, he would soon be unable to procure dog meat. As he pondered, he arrived at Lin Feng Hospital. Lin Feng Hospital was a county-level facility, bustling with people daily. It not only treated ordinary individuals, but also catered to martial artists. Many patients began exercising in the plaza before dawn, for it is only when one falls ill that the importance of health becomes evident. The entire hospital was permeated with the scent of disinfectant. No one wished to linger within its confines. In the hospital, a myriad of individuals traversed the space, accompanied by a melange of intertwined scents, starkly contrasting the fragrance of rural flora. Upon arriving at the hospital plaza, Lin Feng found himself momentarily overwhelmed by the cacophony of odors, which was indeed quite discomforting. Fortunately, he was not a canine, as even an ordinary dog would likely shy away from such an environment. He lingered in the plaza for a while, observing the elderly couples taking their leisurely strolls, and only when the unpleasantness subsided did he resolve to enter the hospital. At the entrance, two middle-aged security guards kept watch. Though their physiques were somewhat slight, both possessed martial prowess. The guard on the right appeared to be dozing off. The one on the left, however, was quite alert. Upon noticing an orange cat attempting to enter, he furrowed his brow and bellowed, "Where did this stray cat come from? Get lost." Lin Feng cast a glance at the man, realizing he was of a significantly higher caliber and thus deemed it prudent to retreat smoothly and discreetly. The guard on the right, startled by the commotion, hurriedly inquired, "What is going on, Deji? Are you about to clock out?" "No, no," the left guard replied. "Just a stray cat trying to enter the hospital. I chased it away." The right guard, still roused, exclaimed, "You startled me. Next time, don't make such a fuss. Just kick them out without hesitation. Who knows if they're not some sort of beast?" At this, Lin Feng, having not ventured far, felt a chill run down his spine, realizing the guards were rather vigilant and not particularly fond of animals. It seemed he had acted recklessly. After all, the hospital was a hub of diverse individuals, and there could easily be those who detest animals. With numerous surveillance cameras in the vicinity, his movements could be monitored at any moment, necessitating caution in employing any abilities beyond those of an ordinary feline. Should danger arise, preserving his own life might prove challenging. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he was determined to ascertain whether any soul orbs were present. Lin Feng meandered around the hospital several times before finally discovering a blind spot in the surveillance. He slipped through a small door, gaining access to the hospital's interior. The corridors were permeated with the strong scent of disinfectant, and many individuals were already active, some casting curious glances at the orange cat before hastily exiting to procure meals. The nurses at the station mostly dozed off, occasionally jolted awake by the ringing of a bell, rushing to assist with intravenous drips. To Lin Feng's disappointment, there were no soul orbs to be found. This area consisted merely of ordinary wards, with few fatalities to give rise to such phenomena. He continued his exploration upwards. The stairwell was notably cooler than the other areas, enveloping him in an unsettling chill. After wandering from the 1st to the 15th floor, he finally encountered the critical care unit. Unfortunately, the door was firmly closed, only opening when someone entered or exited. In front of the waiting area outside the intensive care unit sat a few ordinary individuals. Beside them stood a young woman clad entirely in gray. Her demeanor was vacant, her gaze occasionally darting towards the middle-aged couple nearby. The couple, also ordinary folk, anxiously watched the critical care room, seemingly awaiting news from the doctors. Intrigued, Lin Feng approached and circled the gray woman twice. He discovered he could pass through her form effortlessly, each passage causing a slight drain on his vitality. Yet he felt no other sensation. As he brushed against her multiple times, the gray woman displayed a flicker of curiosity, attempting to bend down to touch the orange cat. However, her hand was merely a shadow, failing to make contact. Lin Feng looked up and responded, "Meow." Only then did the middle-aged couple notice the orange cat. The woman, with reddened eyes and a weary expression, lamented, "Where is this orange cat from? I wonder if our little Yun is all right. The doctor's Haven tea come out yet? I hope she is not in dire straits." The man, also with tearful eyes, reassured her, "Don't speak such morbid thoughts. These doctors are martial artists. Even in the worst-case scenario, they can save little Yun's life. If it comes to that, we can transfer her to the city, where there are specialized medical awakeners who will surely save her." At this, the woman began to relax, affirming, "Yes, our little Yun is a martial artist. It shouldn't be that simple for her to come to harm. Her health is better than ours. She should be fine." Lin Feng's heart stirred. Could the woman beside them be the martial artist they referred to? Yet, how could her soul be detached from her body? After repeated failed attempts to interact, the gray woman ultimately relinquished her efforts and drifted towards the corridor's exit. Even the thick walls could not impede her passage as she floated through the hospital like a forlorn specter. Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling a twinge of trepidation as she increasingly resembled a ghostly figure. He crouched beneath the middle-aged couple's seat, anxiously awaiting the unfolding of events, ready to use them as a shield should trouble arise. As the daylight gradually brightened, The ethereal woman seemed to tire and settled in a nearby corner, remaining motionless. Eventually, the door to the critical care unit swung open, and a doctor clad in a white coat emerged. The middle-aged couple rushed forward to inquire about their daughter's condition. The doctor explained, "The patient's condition has stabilized. She remains in a comatose state. In the coming days, we will transfer her to the monitoring unit until she is out of the danger zone. You need not worry, they are finishing up inside, and she will be brought out in about half an hour." With that, the doctor returned to the critical care room. Shortly thereafter, the gray woman was suddenly drawn by a powerful force, her form involuntarily gliding toward the critical care unit, where she vanished from sight. The middle-aged couple breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief, their expressions softening. Yet, Lin Feng was left in a state of confusion. He had not found any soul orbs. But his bewilderment only deepened. As the sun ascended, the hospital became increasingly crowded. Some individuals spotted the orange cat beneath the public seating and immediately began to shoo it away. Lin Feng had no choice but to vacate the area. At present, soul orbs were elusive, and he resolved to pursue them another day. The paramount task was to enhance his strength, so he set off along the main road, preparing to leave the county. In the city, stray cats gazed at the swiftly sprinting orange cat with puzzled expressions, unable to comprehend its frantic pace. With the sun now shining, the streets bustled with life, filled with office workers, students heading to tutoring sessions, and numerous individuals out for breakfast. As Lin Feng passed a breakfast shop, the aroma of steamed buns enticed him, prompting him to leap onto a table and snatch a bun, while the middle-aged man seated there was momentarily distracted. The man, engrossed in his porridge, heard the commotion and quickly lifted his head, only to find one bun had vanished, while the orange cat was already darting 10 meters away. He could only curse in exasperation. "Damn it, whose pet is this? Shouldn't it be kept at home? If I catch you next time, you'll regret it." After venting his frustration, he resumed eating his bun, as another long day of toil awaited him. Watching the hurried passers-by, Lin Feng felt a wave of reflection wash over him. Ever since he had transformed into a cat, he had been liberated from the grind of a 996-work schedule. Though this freedom came at the cost of many joys, his greatest gain was perhaps the right to live freely. Yet, he could not allow himself to be discovered as a beast. To continue living this carefree existence, his only path forward lay in ceaselessly strengthening himself. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as those captured by hunting parties, reduced to mere sustenance for humans. Although the city is bustling with life, it is not a place where he wishes to linger. No matter how brightly the neon lights flicker, they cannot hold back his fervent desire for strength. The countryside, on the other hand, holds its charm. There are fewer people, and the air is free from the acrid exhaust of automobiles. With enough vigilance, finding food is certainly achievable, and there are plenty of dogs around. Lin Feng raced along the main road, encountering a bus along the way. With a running leap, he ascended to the roof, gripping the metal with his sharp claws, and thus, he hitched a ride out of the city. The only downside was the chilling wind that nipped at his tender body. Passers-by noticed the orange cat atop the bus and expressed their astonishment at such an unusual sight. This cat was rather intriguing, as it had learned to hitch a ride. It seemed destined to be taken to the countryside. No one could tell from whom this orange cat had been abandoned. If it fell from the bus, it would surely meet its end, a most unfortunate fate. "Mom, look, there's an orange cat on the bus. It's so amusing. I want to have a little kitten too." The bus driver remained oblivious, diligently picking up passengers as the bus smoothly exited the county. The brisk wind filled Lin Feng with vitality, and within about an hour, he gathered thrice the usual amount of evolution points. Even as the bus came to a halt, he was still savoring the experience. It turned out that the Taisu body had such applications. Truly, the saying "life is in movement" holds profound truth. As the bus stopped, Lin Feng leaped down. He had only snatched a bun for breakfast, which had earned him a scolding. Hence, it was far better to fend for himself. The bus had stopped in a small town, where numerous taxis awaited passengers along the main road. Lin Feng chose not to linger. He had no desire to be caught in a fight, so he followed the main road to the nearest village outside of town. There, a few scruffy stray dogs were scavenging for food, their matted fur indicating they were not the best of companions. Upon spotting the orange cat, the strays revealed their viciousness, barking loudly. However, such antics held no fear for Lin Feng. To him, these dogs were merely a meal waiting to be served. If not for their unkempt state, he might have engaged them. Nevertheless, the strays, unaware of their fate, grew increasingly aggressive as they saw the orange cat make no move to defend itself. 3 of the strays abandoned their previous scraps and charged toward the cat, eager to taste fresh meat. Lin Feng had initially no intention of intervening, but seeing them court danger, he dashed toward the nearby rice fields. The rice stood half a meter tall, typical dogs would soon vanish within. Lin Feng was cautious not to run too quickly, lest the strays fall behind. After a brief pursuit, one of the stray dogs, losing patience, returned to the scraps, leaving only two in pursuit. Once Lin Feng distanced himself from the main road, he halted, turned, and unleashed his powerful attack. Golden light shot forth, and within moments, the two strays lay defeated upon the embankment. However, bothersome flies and horseflies began to gather, drawn by the scent of the fallen dogs. Lin Feng hastily activated his burning blood, causing the grasshoppers, frogs, and eels in the rice field to perish before they could escape. The two strays reeked of a foul odor, and with a furrowed brow, Lin Feng tossed them into the rice paddy to wash them, scrubbing several times with the muddy water until the stench was removed. He then used his claws to peel back their fur, exposing the tender flesh within. Fortunately, the meat was unspoiled, and he indulged in a hearty meal. After satisfying his hunger, he flattened some nearby rice seedlings to rest upon, then employed his ice spike technique to freeze the dog meat before leisurely making his way to the roadside, waiting for the next bus to pass. Before long, a bus approached, and seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng sprinted after it. As the bus slowed to pick up passengers, he leaped onto the roof, absorbing the radiant energy that enveloped him. An unusual scene unfolded on the road, with an orange cat sprawled atop the bus, basking in the sun. Once the bus entered the county, more passers-by noticed this spectacle, some even pulling out their phones to capture the moment and share it online, with amusing titles. In Linquan County, an orange cat rides the bus. Can you believe it? This hefty cat is a sight to behold. The bus driver is lacking in martial ethics. If humans can ride the bus, why not animals? Come see this orange cat that enjoys hitching rides into town. Many speculated whether this cat was a sentient beast for its ability to hitch a ride. Numerous residents of Linquan County viewed the video of the cat on the bus, though many dismissed it as a mere curiosity. However, some individuals took special interest, including members of hunting teams and martial arts associations. Upon witnessing the commotion, Lin Feng sensed trouble and quickly leaped off the bus, sprinting toward the outskirts of the city to await the return of another bus. Meanwhile, the leader of the dog thieves utilized connections to access surveillance footage from the nearby alley, sending the original video to the butcher. The butcher's eyes gleamed with malice upon seeing the orange cat dragging the dog outside. It was indeed a sentient beast. It seemed that the hunting team would need to take action. Chapter 54. A nighttime escape on the main road outside the city. Lin Feng awaited the arrival of a bus, and perhaps fortune favored him, for within 2 minutes, a bus appeared. He took a few steps back to gain momentum before leaping onto the roof, continuing to enjoy the cleansing rays of energy. As the bus passed, the surrounding energy rapidly infused his being, the absorption rate significantly heightened. The only drawback was the strong wind, which ruffled his fur, giving him a rather distinctive appearance. He made several round trips until noon when he returned to the rice field to feast on dog meat, continuing to hitch rides in the afternoon to absorb more energy. By evening, as all buses ceased operations, he reluctantly returned to the embankment to guard his meal. During the night, some hunting teams and martial artists in Linquan County viewed videos of the orange cat riding the bus, prompting several teams to devise plans. Some martial artists recognized the value of this sentient beast and secretly banded together, preparing to capture the orange cat the following day. Lin Feng, completely unaware, continued to train and consume dog meat on the embankment, channeling all evolution points into his attributes. Zhonghua Tiantian Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0545 health, 26702670 attack power, 178 constitution, 167 strength, 178 agility, 141 spirit, 206 magic points, 20602060 defense, 16 magic resistance, 20 currently. His agility attribute had diminished to the lowest, while his spirit attribute soared to the highest, primarily due to the harvest from the spirit realm. Overall, his attributes were steadily increasing each day, and Lin Feng was quite content with his current state. As long as he could maintain this trajectory of growth, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of high-tier beasts. In the dead of night, Lin Feng's heart began to race violently, rendering him unable to sleep on the ground. He recognized this sensation from his previous life. It always preceded some unfortunate event the following day. In this world, he encountered something for the first time, and he quickly reflected on the events of the day. The first act was to punish a dog thief. The second was to snatch a bun from a middle-aged man. The third involved hitching a ride on a bus, and the fourth was the killing of a stray dog. Lin Feng paced back and forth along the ridge, swiftly contemplating countermeasures. Assuming he had been targeted by the hunting team, they would undoubtedly take action after their investigation was complete. Should someone awaken a talent akin to a dog's keen sense of smell, his current location would become perilous. and he needed to devise a way to mask his scent and escape swiftly. He also had to be wary of drones searching from above, ensuring he did not appear under surveillance while on the move. Resolute in his decision, Lin Feng began his actions. He first consumed the remaining dog meat, disposed of the body of the stray dog into a nearby rice field, and covered it with mud to obscure any traces. Next, he leapt into the rice field, coating his body in mud, and proceeded along the paddy until the scent dissipated before returning to the ridge. This time, Lin Feng intended to leave Linquan County, so he traversed the rice fields alongside the main road until he reached the entrance of the highway, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At that moment, few vehicles were on the highway, and Lin Feng cautiously crossed over to another county. The highway sign read Lingbei County. Upon seeing this sign, Lin Feng felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. His overnight escape should have evaded the hunting team's notice. The following morning, numerous hunting teams and warriors lay in wait on the main road, silently anticipating the appearance of the orange cat. However, as time passed, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, by noon, the orange cat had yet to make an entrance. Some astute individuals began to leverage their connections to investigate nearby surveillance, even tracking down the small town where the bus had stopped. But still, there was no sign of the orange cat. Among the hunting team was an awakened individual named Wei, gifted with extraordinary olfactory senses. He first located the car roof the orange cat had traversed, sniffed the area, and led his team toward the nearby fields. They crossed numerous ridges and ultimately discovered the buried stray dog. The hunting team leader scrutinized the dog's wounds with a grave expression, remarking, "Xiao Wei, this beast has likely awakened a formidable skill. Look at the length and depth of these scars. We must all remain vigilant. Do not separate, or we may face trouble from this creature." The others nodded in agreement, and Xiao Wei continued to lead the way, though the scent of the orange cat had already extended into the rice field, gradually fading until it ultimately vanished. The group lingered in the vicinity for quite some time until some elderly farmers arrived, cursing at the sight of the trampled rice seedlings. "Where are you fools from? Don't you realize it's nearly harvest time? How dare you trample through the fields? You must not want to live. My son is a third-tier warrior, and when he returns, he will surely deal with you." They continued to rant. "You worthless scoundrels, you've ruined so many seedlings. I'm calling the police to handle this." Their outrage echoed through the air, lamenting the destruction caused to their crops. The hunting team felt helpless and could only pay compensation to settle the matter. The team leader, growing increasingly irate, returned to the county seat and reported the incident involving the orange cat and the dog carcass to the Hunter Association, specifically marking it as dangerous. Consequently, Lin Feng found himself listed on the Linquan County hunting roster. Should anyone discover the orange cat and report it to the Hunter Association, they would be rewarded with 10,000 yuan. Many drivers were potential bounty hunters, well aware of the wanted lists issued by the security department as well as the bounty list from the Hunter Association. Thus, when the list was refreshed, many took note of the orange cat's description. However, the cat's appearance was rather commonplace, resembling numerous orange cats throughout Linquan County, leading to over a dozen false reports throughout the afternoon. By the time the hunting team arrived, they had only captured ordinary orange cats, resulting in a series of misunderstandings in the city. The unfortunate felines caught ended up being turned into hot pot, inadvertently falling victim to Lin Feng's actions. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's circumstances were not much better. He could not ascertain whether he had left any traces behind. Upon reaching Lingbei County, he deliberately swam through several ponds, passing through numerous villages without daring to stop, not even pausing for breakfast. It was only as midday approached that he finally halted in a small village, where he noticed over 10 dogs, ample enough for several satisfying meals. Seizing the opportunity during the midday rest, he approached the main road of the village and called out to the local dogs, "Meow, meow, meow." The village dogs, unable to resist such temptation, eagerly rushed towards him, ready to teach this audacious orange cat a lesson. Lin Feng turned and fled, beckoning the pursuing dogs along, and when he led them to the ridge, he revealed his sharp fangs. As the multitude of dogs chased him into the depths of the ridge, Lin Feng finally halted, turning to unleash his formidable attack. With 2 beams of golden light emitted, 3 dogs were struck multiple times, and before they could plead for mercy, they were transformed into lifeless bodies. The remaining 3 dogs, terrified, tucked their tails and fled in haste. Once the 3 had distanced themselves, Lin Feng sat down to relish his delectable feast. The flavor of farm-raised dogs surpassed that of strays, devoid of any foul odor. Once skinned, they were a delight to consume, boasting far superior meat quality. After satisfying his hunger, he continued training. Although the weather was sweltering, he utilized his ice spike technique to cool down, making his days considerably more pleasant than before. As night fell, the moon and stars dimmed, a gust of wind swept across the fields, carrying with it a hint of moisture. Such is the nature of the heavens. The weather is perpetually unpredictable, with rain potentially looming at any moment. Lin Feng gazed upwards at the sky, a trace of resignation in his eyes. Concluding that rain was imminent, he hastily rose to seek shelter in the nearby village. Upon seeing the malevolent orange cat, the village dogs, having witnessed their injured companion return, became meek and no longer dared to bark at him. Lin Feng walked down the center of the road, scanning the houses on either side. Fortunately, luck was on his side, and he soon discovered a two-story house with a locked door. He circled to the back, leapt up, and skillfully broke the lock to gain entry. The dust covering the corridor and rooms indicated that the owners had been absent for quite some time. Satisfied, Lin Feng nodded, prepared to retrieve the dog carcass. However, upon seeing the large stray dog, he hesitated. It was cumbersome and could only be dragged along the ground, resulting in a mess of mud. Ultimately, he opted to stand upright and walk, and once familiar, he carried the dog to the back door, leaping upstairs with the carcass, then transferring the remaining dog meat back as well. After completing his tasks, he barricaded the door and retired to the bedroom to rest. In the dead of night, a sudden downpour arrived, with large raindrops striking the ground with a resounding patter, leaving only the sound of the rain echoing in the air. When Lin Feng awoke, the outside world was still shrouded in darkness, the rain persistently falling. Lacking a mobile phone to discern the time, he decided to rise and enjoy a meal of dog meat. After satisfying his hunger, he meandered through the house and stumbled upon an electrical box in the stairwell. With a push of the switch, he activated the power, and to his delight, the lights illuminated the space. This discovery was akin to finding treasure, especially since there was a computer in the bedroom. He explored both upstairs and downstairs, connecting the optical modem before turning on the computer, which surprisingly booted up successfully. This desktop model was somewhat antiquated, taking nearly 2 minutes to start. Upon activation, the computer automatically connected to the local network, revealing the time in the lower right corner, August 18, 2022, 7:58. Eagerly, Lin Feng opened the pre-installed browser, and the long-awaited interface materialized before him, showcasing categories such as entertainment, sports, games, society, health, martial arts, beasts, and awakened ones. He first delved into the martial arts section to peruse the latest news. The headlines included, 5th level by Yunshou innate martial master teaches you how to ascend. Nanchang County hosts the 2022 Youth Martial Arts Conference, gathering talented youth from various provinces. 5th level King Kong sect master meets with Bing Bing, suspected romantic involvement, and origins of the Martial Arts Association's top 10 experts ranking. Lin Feng found himself captivated, gaining profound insights into the contemporary world. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, many individuals had begun cultivating internal strength, with the government vigorously promoting martial arts. However, regulations surrounding these martial artists had tightened. Weapon use remained prohibited for civilians, allowed only for hunting teams and certain specialized practitioners. Currently, the Martial Arts Association boasted over 100 million members, implying that 1 in every 10 individuals was a martial artist. In stark contrast, the number of awakened ones was significantly lower, approximately 20 million, many of whom possessed auxiliary abilities of little practical use. Only a few million could join the Awakened Ones Association, while numerous awakened individuals chose not to affiliate with the official bodies, instead forming various smaller groups. Numerous foreign professions had also established branches across the region. The plight of the beasts was dire. Upon detection, hunting teams would swiftly intervene, with the government maintaining a wanted list for these creatures. Those who successfully hunted these beasts could earn substantial rewards. Even ordinary citizens who reported sightings of beasts could alert the security department and receive compensation. Many high-level martial artists kept beasts as pets, but these were nurtured from a young age and possessed powers far inferior to their caretakers. Only those weaker beasts could apply for pet certificates, granting them a slim chance of survival. Time flew by with the presence of the computer, and it was only when Lin Feng's stomach growled that he realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. He hastily descended to the lower level, locating the water valve beneath the stairs and turning it on. He then tidied the countertop in the kitchen, placing the remaining dog meat in the refrigerator. After finding the induction cooker and pot, he cleaned them and began to cook the meat. The kitchen spices had spoiled, leaving only salt usable. Thus, Lin Feng simply boiled a large pot of dog meat, seasoning it lightly with salt. Once cooked, the taste was satisfactory, at least better than raw meat. The only downside was the time-consuming nature of cooking, which paled in comparison to the expedience of eating raw meat. After his meal, Lin Feng continued to browse various news articles, the hours slipping by quickly. This was far more comfortable than his previous life in the wilderness. Being a homebody by nature, He found joy in these days devoid of concerns for food or entertainment. Outside, the torrential rain had eased to a steady downpour. Upon engaging with the internet, Lin Feng felt time accelerate. It was filled not only with martial arts videos, but also featured elegant women. Many female celebrities possessed martial arts skills and exuded a grace that surpassed the fame of their earthly counterparts. The martial arts videos were vastly superior to those from his past life, as everyone here had a foundation in martial arts, rendering each move a spectacle of beauty. Of course, some darker-themed videos existed, showcasing hunting teams capturing beasts and posting these encounters online, drawing many viewers. Some videos specifically instructed on the techniques for defeating beasts, while others provided live demonstrations. High-level martial artists could toy with lower-tier beasts, which were utterly incapable of even touching their shadows, relegated to mere instructional examples. Lin Feng watched with keen interest, gaining insights into the capabilities of high-level practitioners. These individuals could withstand beasts with their exceptional agility or defensive prowess, although they might falter against unique skills like the invincible slash. In the dead of night, a chilling howl of a dog echoed from outside the village. Lin Feng's ears perked up, and he quickly sprang from his bed, making his way to the rooftop to peer outside. To his astonishment, he beheld a ghastly figure approaching. Chapter 56. The pressing wait outside. The sky was pitch black, rain cascading from above, striking the doors and windows with a relentless patter. At the village entrance, a dark silhouette approached slowly, while the local dogs barked frantically at the apparition. The figure seemed oblivious to its surroundings, fixated on its forward path. Lin Feng's expression turned grave as he attempted to target the figure with his skills. But those that had functioned in the spiritual realm had no effect on the shadow. He could only observe from above. Peak First Level Ghost, Wang Xiaojun, Health, 5,650 600 Attack Power, 46 Spirit, 460 Magic Resistance, 46 Talent, Yang Absorption Skills, Ghostly Veil, Ghostly Hand. Weight of Suppression, the shadow appeared wary of the local dogs, keeping its distance from them. Eventually, it selected a house devoid of dogs and glided through the iron gate. Entering another's home, Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He swiftly approached the door the shadow had entered, quietly following behind. The shadow ascended the stairs to a bedroom where a young woman lay asleep. It hovered over her, opening its mouth wide as it began to inhale. Lin Feng sprang into action, turning the doorknob. Fortunately, the door was not locked. With a soft click, the bedroom door swung open, revealing a horrifying scene. A pale, indistinct figure loomed over the woman, continuously drawing in some essence. The shadow remained engrossed in its consumption, unaware of the presence of an orange cat. The woman's breathing grew erratic as she began to toss and turn in her sleep, the air conditioning blanket slipping off her. The shadow mirrored her movements, appearing as terrifying as the Black Mountain Demon from a Chinese Odyssey. The woman seemed to be trapped in a nightmare, yet there was no immediate danger to her life. As the shadow continued its feeding, her movements intensified. She writhed on the bed, her nightgown becoming disheveled, revealing her fair skin and curves. Lin Feng, initially apprehensive, was taken aback by the unexpected display. The woman was quite attractive, with a commendable figure, causing him to gaze in awe. He had anticipated such a feast for the eyes during his excursion. However, he remained uncertain of the shadow's intentions, opting instead to relish this peculiar encounter between the living and the ethereal. As time gradually passed, the woman remained restless in her slumber, her eyes incessantly fluttering and her fingers trembling slightly. Yet, she found herself unable to open her eyes, seemingly ensnared in an inescapable nightmare. Witnessing this, Lin Feng broke into a cold sweat. He had encountered similar scenarios numerous times on Earth. During periods of physical frailty, he would feel as if something was pressing down on him. Despite being aware that he was awake, he could not open his eyes and could only desperately wiggle his fingers, praying for someone to rescue him. Each time, it took an arduous struggle to break free. And even upon awakening, he would feel utterly drained, devoid of strength. He had always attributed these experiences to nightmares, unaware that something far more sinister was at play. At this moment, the woman on the bed was ensnared in such a predicament, a shadow looming over her. No matter how fiercely she fought, it was to no avail. Lin Feng found himself in a quandary. None of his skills could lock onto the shadow. The only ability available was hot blood ignition, but its destructive capacity was substantial and could potentially harm the woman. The woman continued to struggle, her face contorted in anguish, and within moments, her vitality had diminished significantly. Meanwhile, the shadow's mental strength had increased slightly. If this continued, the woman's life force would dwindle further, potentially placing her in grave danger. Sympathizing with the woman's plight, Lin Feng recalled his own similar experiences, naturally harboring a modicum of animosity towards the shadow. Moreover, Having seen the woman in her vulnerable state, he felt justified in taking action. After a moment of contemplation, he activated hot blood ignition, an ability that inflicted true damage, which he believed would be effective against the shadow. Once the skill was initiated, both the shadow and the middle-aged woman experienced a simultaneous decline in vitality of over 20 points. Suddenly, the shadow turned its head and threatened the orange cat at the door, revealing its sharp teeth in a terrifying display. However, Lin Feng remained unfazed. When the shadow realized its threat was ineffective, it floated off the bed, heading straight for the orange cat. Lin Feng hastily fled outside, fearing that if he lingered any longer, the woman might succumb to the flames of hot blood ignition. He finally halted on the main road outside. The shadow followed closely behind, and Lin Feng swiftly waved his hands, quietly activating Ghostly Veil, causing his hands to take on a bluish hue, gaining a semblance of physicality. Then, he leaped into action, aiming his hands at the orange cat's neck, intent on strangling it. Lin Feng found the shadow's actions perplexing. He had initially intended to exhaust this entity with hot blood ignition. To his surprise, the shadow managed to manifest its hands physically, allowing its skills to lock onto the orange cat. Consequently, Lin Feng unleashed Invincible Slash, transforming his body into 3 beams of golden light that rained down upon the shadow's colossal hand. Various damage figures erupted: 392, 27, 392, 392. After multiple strikes of golden light, the shadow's hands disintegrated into the ether, and its vitality plummeted significantly, inciting a sense of panic within it. It had not anticipated that the orange cat would possess such formidable power and had unwittingly suffered a considerable setback. Within the shadow's body resided a peculiar energy that was steadily eroding its ghostly essence, which it could not withstand. Fearing for its life, the shadow took flight, not daring to linger any longer. Lin Feng, determined not to let the shadow escape, pursued it, though he currently lacked any skills to inflict damage. He intended to use hot blood ignition to wear it down. The shadow fled, eventually turning at a crossroads and darting towards a small grove. Upon following, Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing he had stumbled upon a cemetery. However, knowing the shadow was on the verge of being exhausted by hot blood ignition, he clenched his teeth and pressed on. The shadow reached a grave and abruptly lunged into it, vanishing without a trace. As it returned to the coffin, it finally exhaled in relief, yet horror soon gripped it as the ghostly essence within it continued to dissipate. Lin Feng remained beside the grave mound, allowing the raindrops to soak his hair, anxiety gnawing at him. He feared the emergence of other spectral entities and stood vigilant against potential ambushes. As time trickled by, the shadow grew increasingly feeble, eventually bursting forth from the grave and making a desperate escape. However, the orange cat trailed leisurely behind, and after less than 100 meters, the shadow could no longer move. The dark mist enveloping its body vanished entirely, leaving behind a black orb. Initially, Lin Feng had feared the shadow would remain hidden within the grave, but he was relieved to see it finally emerge. The black orb that dropped caught his attention, prompting him to rush over to collect it. A system notification promptly appeared. Chapter 57. Recuperation. You have slain a minor ghost for the first time, earning 46 soul orbs and an additional chance to draw a skill. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried back to his small abode, entering the bathroom to turn on the hot water. The warm water washed away his fatigue, and his taut nerves relaxed considerably. After finishing his bath, he returned to his bed to draw a skill. The pointer spun wildly before settling on Summon Fire Elemental. Summon Fire Elemental. Summon a fire elemental from the molten world to fight on your behalf. The strength of the fire elemental is contingent upon your mental fortitude and can last a maximum of 60 seconds. The stronger you are, the mightier the summoned fire elemental will be. If the fire elemental is slain, it will split into 2 smaller fire elementals to continue the battle. The split fire elementals cannot further divide. Mana cost, 200, cooldown, 120 seconds. Upon reviewing the skill's description, Lin Feng's enthusiasm surged. This skill was indeed promising. The summoned fire elemental would serve as an impeccable meat shield, and if he could trigger multiple castings, he might summon 6 fire elementals at once. This would equate to 6 loyal allies, fearlessly charging into battle. Moreover, the fire elemental's ability to split meant that 1 could become 2, and 6 could transform into 12 diminutive fire elementals, ideal for serving as cannon fodder. After admiring the skill, Lin Feng allocated his soul orbs to enhance his attributes. Zhonghua Tianyuan Mao, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0545 vitality, 2830 attack power, 208 constitution, 183 strength, 208 agility, 156 spirit, 222 mana, 2059, 2220 defense, 18 magic resistance, 22. With his physical attributes now reflecting a strength exceeding 200. Primarily due to the influence of his strength talent, he gained double growth with each allocation. Lin Feng grimaced at his relatively low agility. How could a feline be lacking in swiftness? It seemed imperative to bolster his agility moving forward, striving for a well-rounded development, as speed was crucial for evasion. Additionally, when advancing, surpassing the standard attributes would yield double enhancements, which was significant. A 10-point boost in all attributes would suffice for numerous hearty meals. Having determined his allocation strategy, Lin Feng promptly ventured outside, as the food in his refrigerator had been entirely consumed, and it was prudent to stock up again. The light rain continued to fall, presenting an opportune moment for his endeavors. He leaped from the upper floor and hurried towards the nearby village. The local dogs appeared strangely mute, showing no reaction to the orange cat in the center of the road. Lin Feng arrived at the village behind him, where several local dogs lay resting under the eaves. He stood at the entrance and bellowed loudly, rousing the slumbering canines. The dogs perked up their ears, glanced at the orange cat in the road, and then returned to their positions, lethargy overtaking them on this rainy day. Only one robust dog barked loudly, a series of woof-woofs, yet the other dogs remained unperturbed. It ventured alone into the wind and rain in pursuit of the orange cat, disappearing into the distance. Throughout the night, Lin Feng traversed several villages, eventually bringing back 5 local dogs, which he stored in his refrigerator, allowing him a few more days of sustenance. During this period, he occupied himself with computer games and feasted on salted dog meat, venturing out to hunt only when his provisions dwindled. In his leisure, he indulged in single-player games and watched short videos, leading a rather carefree life. Meanwhile, the local security department received reports from the villagers, lamenting the theft of their pet dogs and chickens. However, the security personnel merely took notes and advised the villagers to keep a closer watch on their animals, resulting in no further action. Despite their ire, the villagers felt powerless. The guards, predominantly warriors, were disinclined to intervene in petty theft. By noon on the 25th, while Lin Feng was engaged in a virtual slaughter within his game, the computer screen suddenly darkened and all appliances in the house ceased operation. Alas, a power outage. It seems this stronghold is no longer viable. Another reason for his departure was that he had already depleted many nearby dogs, and remaining here risked exposure. He needed to change locations, as his attributes had also undergone significant transformation. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0545 health points, 3340 attack power, 283 constitution, 234 strength, 283 agility, 239 spirit, 242 magic points, 2420 defense, 23 magic resistance, 24. At present, Lin Feng's strength was notably superior, while other attributes varied only slightly. His jumping ability had improved significantly, and his speed had increased to the point where he could now keep pace with ordinary cars on the road. Fortunately, his size remained relatively unchanged, stabilizing around 40 centimeters. He had grown to a size comparable to that of an adult orange cat, and no one would suspect he was a monstrous beast while strolling down the street. After reviewing his attributes, Lin Feng noticed that the spirit realm key had cooled down completely. Having spent the last few days engrossed in gaming, he had not ventured into the spirit realm for hunting. With the power outage, it was the perfect opportunity for exploration. As he activated his skill, a white door quietly materialized, and he stepped through it, returning to the long-forgotten spirit realm. The surroundings were eerily silent, devoid of the chirping insects and birds. Lin Feng reappeared in the same wilderness, the location unchanged. The sky was a brilliant gold, and the surrounding wild grass flourished robustly. He recalled fleeing from several centipedes in this area and promptly made his way to a nearby village, preparing to hunt the remaining centipedes. However, upon arrival, he found the village eerily quiet, completely devoid of life. Even the houses stood empty, lacking any presence. Is anyone there? Come out and speak. Lin Feng shouted repeatedly, but his calls went unanswered. The centipedes were nowhere to be found, and after searching fruitlessly, he decided to leave along the dirt road lined with wildflowers and tall rice shoots, devoid of any signs of wildlife. Reflecting on his previous encounter with flying centipedes, Lin Feng suddenly wondered if these creatures only emerged when spiritual energy particles appeared. With this thought, he ceased his hurried pace, leaping onto a large tree by the roadside, waiting patiently for the manifestation of spiritual energy particles. The stillness around him was unsettling. To ensure his safety and deter any lurking dangers, he ignited his fervor. Time passed slowly until the golden sunlight overhead abruptly changed, followed by a pale white light enveloping the ground. Countless blue light dots fell from the sky, and nearby, various monstrous beasts emerged, competing for the blue particles. Chapter 58. The struggle for food. From the rice paddies beside the road, 6 large black rats emerged, led by one that was over 5 meters long and pitch black. They leaped effortlessly into the air with remarkable speed. Lin Feng took a moment to assess the attributes of the leading black rat. First order peak black rat, spirit body, health points, 5850 attack power, 58 spirit, 485 magic resistance, 48 talent, spirit realm creature, rapid reproduction, agile response skills, frenzied bite, berserk, rapid regeneration. These creatures opened their mouths wide in the air, continuously swallowing the nearby blue light particles, soon glowing with an eerie blue light from their bellies. Many large animals took flight from other areas, all vying for the blue particles. As the particles began to vanish, the animals turned on one another, causing chaos in the sky. The black rats displayed cunning, coordinating their attacks against a 3-meter-long flying centipede. 6 rats surrounded the centipede, each taking turns to bite off one of its legs. The centipede struggled to fend off the 6 rats, and its poisonous mist proved ineffective against them. Before long, it succumbed to exhaustion and was dragged back to the ground by the rats. Lin Feng observed silently from the tree, and as the rats began to descend, he unleashed his spirit realm invincible slash and summoned fire elements. Instantly, 6 fire elements materialized in the rice paddies, while 5 beams of golden light surged towards the group of rats. The golden light danced, slashing at the 6 rats, while the fire elements launched their attacks. The rats barely had time to react before sustaining numerous wounds, damage indicators flashing above their heads. 144, 146, 58, 148. Once the golden light dissipated, Lin Feng revealed himself. The large black rats glared fiercely, baring their sharp teeth at the unfamiliar creature. Without hesitation, Lin Feng unleashed the pillars of fire, 3 5-meter-long flames rushing past him. The black rats were caught off guard by the flames, their fur singeing. The fire elements also relentlessly attacked the nearby black rats. The leading black rat suffered the worst. One of its eyes was obliterated by the golden light, and now the other eye was scorched by the flames, forcing it to stagger back to regain its footing. The surrounding rats also received varying degrees of burns, their spiritual energy particles rapidly dissipating as they attempted to recover from their injuries. Seizing the moment, Lin Feng unleashed a stunning beam, 2 radiant white lights shooting forth to strike the 2 nearest black rats. Taking advantage of the chaos, he grabbed the centipede's carcass and leaped back to the fire elements, taking a moment to assess them. The fire elements were a dark red, their forms obscured, engulfed in roaring flames, each standing 2 meters tall, their scorching heat singeing the nearby rice shoots. First tier intermediate fire element, health, 34, 203, 420, attack power, 34, spirit, 242. Magic resistance, 24, talent, split, skills, scorch, self-explosion. The 2 rats struck by the stunning beam remained motionless, passively enduring the onslaught of the fire element. Each attack from these fire elements emitted a crimson light, and upon striking the large black rat, it inflicted burns upon the enemy, leaving behind a persistent red mark that continued to sear. The magic resistance of these large black rats was considerable, limiting the fire element's attacks to a mere minimum damage of 1 point. Conversely, the harm inflicted by the scorching was significantly greater, as it pulsated 5 times within a second, imposing 5 points of forced damage upon the large black rat. Nearby, for other large black rats, sensing the dire situation, turned to flee, leaving behind the 2 stunned black rats to endure the damage. Lin Feng understood that he might not be able to eliminate these large black rats. Having obtained what he desired, he took the centipede carcass and retreated. Once the 2 large black rats regained their senses, they noticed their companions had fled, and their bodies were covered in numerous red marks, incessantly burning them, while their prime target had vanished, with their eyes turning crimson and their bodies swelling. Their fur morphed into an eerie shade of red as they lunged forward to attack the fire element. In the rice paddies behind them, several rats, accompanied by a multitude of kin, returned. These rats were only about 2 to 3 meters in size and were significantly less formidable than the large rats. However, their sheer numbers quickly overwhelmed the fire element. Once the fire element's health was depleted, it exploded, sending countless red lights radiating outward. The rats within a 2-meter radius were scorched, suffering extensive burns, while their health rapidly declined. After the fire element's demise, it split into 2 smaller fire elements, continuing their assault on the surrounding foes. The nearby rats hastily retreated, while others stepped in to take their place. Before long, the fire element exploded once more, inflicting burns on yet another group of rats. The leading large rat observed the entire spectacle, realizing the enemy was rather peculiar, and thus refrained from further pursuit. hastily retreating to their den with its subordinates. The fire elements successfully bought Lin Feng the time he needed to escape, allowing him to return to the previous village, where he hid inside a house and consumed a significant portion of the centipede. A system notification appeared. You have acquired 48 spirit particles in the spirit realm, which will automatically convert into 24 points of spirit power. This conversion will take 12 hours, during which your spirit power will gradually increase. Additionally, you have garnered 130 evolution points, marking this as a bountiful harvest. Lin Feng felt quite satisfied and clicked to return, his form flickering before vanishing from the spirit realm. Upon returning to the material world, he felt languid, with a blue light flickering in his abdomen, prompting him to patiently wait for time to pass. In the early hours, Lin Feng had digested the blue light within him, raising his spirit power to 267 points. Only then did he depart from this stronghold, making his way toward other villages. The local dogs in the nearby villages fell silent at the sight of the orange cat, fully aware of its terrifying prowess. They curled up at their doorsteps, motionless, with some timid dogs covering their eyes with their paws, pretending not to see the feline. Others retreated indoors, lying in their yards, too fearful to venture outside for an extended period. Lin Feng sprinted along the main road, advancing toward the rice paddies only when the sun rose high in the sky. Although this approach was somewhat slower, it offered greater safety, preventing him from being detected. Previously, he had noticed his name on the H Province Beast Bounty list, ranked at number 100. Although he was at the bottom of the list, the bounty was substantial, amounting to 2 million huaxia coins. Even Lin Feng was taken aback by his own worth. Thus, as he moved, he exercised utmost caution. Chapter 59. Exposure. Lin Feng traversed the path along the rice paddies and encountered a robust gray rabbit, roughly 40 centimeters in size. The gray rabbit, hiding in the grass and nibbling on blades, hesitated upon spotting the approaching orange cat before hastily fleeing. Its flight inadvertently revealed its location to Lin Feng, who swiftly unleashed 2 bursts of speed, closing the distance in an instant and pinning the rabbit down with his paw. The gray rabbit, still restless, twisted its head in an attempt to bite the orange cat. Having not yet had breakfast, Lin Feng decided to show no mercy. The rabbit's movements appeared to him as if in slow motion. He extended his sharp claws and slashed across the rabbit's neck, ending its life. Subsequently, he skinned the rabbit and began to relish the taste of wild rabbit meat. The texture of wild rabbit meat was tender and quite palatable, and this one rabbit sufficed to satiate his hunger. System notification: you have consumed an adult gray rabbit, earning 5 evolution points. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Feng took a brief rest before commencing his training. He stood upright on his hind legs, practicing punches, rotations, and jumps along the narrow path. Whenever he entered the spirit realm, he returned to his human form, and once he reached the second tier, he could also transform into a human. Therefore, he needed to ensure his legs were agile and well-trained. It was only when his fur was drenched in sweat that Lin Feng paused his exercises, licking his lips, feeling parched. However, the water in the nearby fields was murky and unpalatable. After much deliberation, he cautiously approached the nearby village. There, he discovered a small rural supermarket, typically converted from a private residence, notably lacking surveillance cameras, making it convenient for pilfering. The proprietor was a middle-aged woman, casually fanning herself while watching videos, with 2 children frolicking in the background. Soon, the room filled with the sounds of crying. The woman, visibly annoyed, scolded and retreated into the back room with her phone. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng dashed into the room, opened the refrigerator, and snatched a bottle of Sprite before fleeing, all within 3 seconds. Once outside, he leaped lightly onto a nearby tree, uncapping the bottle of Sprite and savoring a sip. The cool, icy liquid flowed down his throat, filling him with a delightful sweetness that warmed his heart. It was a truly exquisite sensation. Meow. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as if he had returned to the carefree days of his youth, his eyes glistening with nostalgia. By noon, he finished the Sprite, and his stomach began to grumble once more. He jumped down from the tree and set out to lure the local dogs. However, the more than 10 dogs in the village were all chained up, barking ferociously at the orange cat in the road. The chains rattled loudly as they struggled, yet they could not escape their confines. One particularly fierce gray dog barked the loudest, baring its teeth and salivating profusely, its gaze filled with a savage intensity, as if it could devour the orange cat whole the moment it was freed from its chains. Lin Feng glanced around, noting the absence of surveillance cameras and that the villagers were resting at home after lunch, presenting an excellent opportunity to steal a dog. Without hesitation, he struck, casting an ice spike spell to sever the chain before leaping with force, striking the dog on the head with his paw. Bang! The dog's skull hit the ground, leaving it dazed. Before it could react, pain shot through its neck, plunging it into eternal darkness. Lin Feng seized the dog by the neck with his mouth and leaped to the rooftop of a 7-meter-tall building, swiftly crossing over the small structure and making his escape. Only a group of bewildered local dogs remained, alongside the ice spikes that lingered on the ground. The dogs that had been barking loudly now felt their bodies weaken, whimpering and no longer daring to make a sound. It was around 3 in the afternoon when Hu Yuba discovered that his dog was missing, leaving only a puddle of water and a broken chain on the ground. Ever since dogs had been frequently stolen in the vicinity, the villagers had invested in chains for their pets, yet they never anticipated that thieves would still manage to steal their dogs. Consequently, he stood at his doorstep, vociferously cursing. "How shameless you dog thieves are! I secured my dog with a chain, and still, you dare to steal it. You lack humanity. If you have the guts, do it in front of me, and I will smash your heads." Hu Yuba's outburst attracted many onlookers who, upon learning that a dog had been stolen, began to voice their condemnation. "I knew these dog thieves would return. Many dogs have gone missing from nearby villages. I heard that in Dawang village, 3 dogs disappeared just a few days ago. I never expected these scoundrels would strike in our village," he exclaimed in frustration. "I really can't comprehend why they steal dogs every day. These are merely ordinary local dogs. They won't turn into beasts. It's utterly ridiculous. Old Hu, perhaps you should consider keeping a cat instead. They can help catch mice and won't be stolen," someone suggested. At that moment, a man interjected, "Old Hu, I have a surveillance camera at my doorstep, and my house is less than 200 meters from yours. I spend a considerable amount on it. And it even has zoom capabilities. We might be able to see what happened at your door. As long as we can obtain the license plate number of the dog thief's vehicle, we can take action." Hu Yuba's expression brightened, and he quickly replied, "Old Luo, take me to see it right away. If I find these scoundrels, I will report them to the security department." Old Luo led Hu Yuba into his home, where he activated the surveillance monitor. Soon, they witnessed the unfolding events. A bold orange cat swaggered into the village, and once it saw no one around, it swiftly snatched away a large local dog. Hu Yuba gasped in shock, stammering, "I never expected it to be an intelligent beast. This is troublesome. It has likely set its sights on our village. It can easily carry off a dog weighing 60 to 70 pounds, putting our children in danger. It may even steal a child at night." Old Luo's eyes lit up at the sight of the orange cat. "Lao Hu, hurry and report this to the police." Hu Yuba hurriedly stepped outside to make the call. Old Luo swiftly recorded the orange cat's actions on his phone and, pulling it out, found the number for the local hunting association. "Hello, hunting association. I have discovered a beast, an orange cat that is an intelligent creature. Please check if there are any wanted notices for it." A gentle female voice responded, "Please describe the creature's characteristics and the details of the incident, and I will begin searching for any wanted information in the area." The creature is an ordinary orange cat, predominantly orange and white in color, with remarkable jumping ability. Capable of carrying off a dog weighing dozens of pounds and leaping to the second floor. "Understood, I will report this. Please provide your address, and a hunting team will be dispatched to verify the information. Once confirmed, your reward will be credited to your account." Before long, the security department arrived first, and the village dogs fell silent, no longer daring to bark at the strangers. The security personnel verified Hu Yuba's statement before reviewing the surveillance footage. After confirming the details, they reported to the county and dispatched over 20 security guards to capture the beast. Simultaneously, several hunting teams from the county received the alert and rushed towards the village. Lin Feng, having finished eating dog meat, was blissfully unaware of the danger that had silently approached. Chapter 60. Pursued. Upon arriving in the village, the security department began to set up defenses, with a vehicle broadcasting warnings in the vicinity. "A beast has been sighted nearby. This creature is an orange cat. Please exercise caution. Report any sightings immediately, and those who provide information will receive a cash reward. Our phone number is 555. The villagers began to discuss the commotion, and when some spotted the orange cat wandering through the village, their eyes lit up, and they quickly called the security department. "Hello, security department? We have spotted an orange cat." In an instant, security personnel were running about, capturing a large number of innocent house cats, but progress was slow. Some guards discreetly shared this information with familiar hunting teams, knowing they could receive extra rewards if their counterparts made a catch. As the sun began to set, the hunting teams gradually arrived in Baohe village. 6 hunting teams came, some responding to information from the hunting association, while others were tipped off by security personnel. The first to arrive was the Hans Han hunting team, led by Zhao Hans Han, a Tier 3 martial artist with a notable reputation in the county's hunting circles. He had come at the behest of a wealthy client willing to pay handsomely for the capture of the intelligent orange cat. If he successfully captured the cat and delivered it to his client, he would earn a significant sum. Upon arriving in the village, He noticed the police cars parked at the entrance, causing his heart to sink slightly. If the security department caught the beast, it would complicate matters. Zhao Hanshan contacted Old Luo, and after making sure of the information by reviewing the surveillance footage, he relayed the details back to headquarters. Before long, a reward of 20,000 yuan was credited to Old Luo's phone, causing him to beam with joy. Thank you, Captain Zhao. Please proceed with your tasks. I want to take up more of your time. Zhao Hanshan then approached the area where the dog had gone missing and instructed his team member, Old Yu. It's your time to shine. Old Yu, dressed in casual gray attire, was an awakened individual capable of distinguishing thousands of scents, able to track enemies in a crowd. He was the vice captain of the Hanshan hunting team. Upon reaching the site of the disappearance, he began to sniff the air, quietly activating his awakening abilities. Quickly detecting the scent of the dog, after confirming the direction, he leaped onto the rooftops, heading towards the nearby rice fields. Most members of the hunting team were Tier 2 martial artists, each employing their own skills to follow behind, with only Zhao Hanshan accompanying Old Yu on the rooftops. Other hunting teams arrived, each engaging in their own tasks, some splitting up to search the surrounding roads, hoping to catch the beast off guard when it appeared. As the bright moon rose and the air remained warm, many villagers ventured out for a stroll. Some were drawn to the activities of the security department and hunting teams, while others, possessing martial skills, joined in, hoping to strike it lucky by capturing the beast. The security personnel, seeing this situation, were also troubled and reported it to their superior. Upon learning the situation, the supervisor frowned and remarked, "Why are so many people out here? If something happens, it could turn into a major incident." To prevent a significant mishap, he left his office and drove to the scene to oversee the situation. The first team, the Hanshan hunting team, followed closely behind Old Yu, crossing fields and startling countless frogs and insects. Ribbit, Lin Feng, deep in slumber, suddenly perked up his ears, and his brows began to twitch. He could no longer sleep and immediately jumped up, looking around in confusion. He casually glanced and spotted 5 burly men hastily approaching from the neighboring village. A sudden alarm surged within Lin Feng, fearing he had been compromised. Given the urgency of the situation, he immediately allocated the 96 evolution points he had acquired that day into agility and then sprinted desperately toward the adjacent rice fields. If captured by these hunting teams, he could very well end up as a soup ingredient, and he had no desire to become someone else's meal. The muddy terrain of the fields made progress treacherous, and every step he took sent swarms of insects into the air. He had no choice but to disable his passive abilities, yet even then, some insects were agitated, compelling him to accelerate further. When Lao Yu and his team arrived, they discovered the remains of a dog on the ridgeline, its limbs devoured, leaving only the torso. He examined the ground, and a glimmer of insight flashed in his eyes. "Captain, the ground is still warm. This beast hasn't gone far. It has already burrowed into the rice fields. You should pursue to the right immediately." Upon hearing this, Zhao Hanshan promptly advanced in the direction indicated by Lao Yu, splitting his team into 2 groups to follow him to the right. Soon, Zhao Hanshan noticed movement in the rice fields ahead and tapped into his inner strength, quickening his pace. However, the complex terrain of the ridgeline presented challenges. He had not yet reached the 4th tier, and even with increased speed, he had to decelerate when navigating turns. The prey lay directly ahead. Yet he struggled to close the distance, even stumbling into the waterlogged fields several times due to his impatience. Upon realizing the approaching danger, Lin Feng decisively abandoned his sprint through the rice fields, pivoting onto the ridgeline, where he adeptly maneuvered with his agile reflexes. Nevertheless, the 2 pursuing teams relentlessly pursued him, forcing him toward the road ahead. Fortunately, he managed to slip away unnoticed, darting across the 5-meter-wide road and quickly into another rice field. A throng of villagers had gathered on the road, and upon spotting the orange cat emerge from the fields, they erupted in shouts. "The beast is out. Guards, come and catch it. Good heavens, it's just an orange cat. How can it run so fast? Has it truly transformed into a beast?" Feline beasts are notoriously difficult to capture. The hunting team and the guards will surely face challenges now. "How adorable. I want to take that orange cat home." "You want to keep a beast? Aren't you afraid it will eat you? What a fool." Another hunting team and guards, noticing the orange cat, brightened at the sight and hastily pursued it into the adjacent rice fields. Some villagers, emboldened by their martial prowess, joined the guards, racing into the fields. Members of the guard pulled out radios, announcing, "We've detected traces of a beast on the main road to Zhao village. It's fleeing toward Yongzhuang village." The rest of the guards hurriedly drove toward the vicinity of Yongzhuang village, and the head of the guard breathed a sigh of relief upon learning of the beast's appearance. In his eyes, as long as the beast was in sight, their mission was assured. In the brief time it took to cross the road, Dozens of pursuers emerged behind Lin Feng. He could hear the increasing footsteps, and panic surged within him, his heart racing. The moon shone brightly. Without a single cloud in the sky, any plans to escape under the cover of night were dashed. My fate is sealed. Heaven does not favor me. Chapter 61. The initial battle, many villagers converged from all directions toward the orange cat, shouting excitedly, "Don't let the beast escape. Bring it to me. I shall prosper. With the sun and moon, I shall pluck the stars. There is none like me in this world. Haha, small orange cat. Witness the might of my eagle claw technique. This beast is mine. My 8 steps chasing cicadas has reached the 3rd tier. Who can match me?" Members of the hunting team muttered in exasperation, "Why are there so many people coming? This is troublesome." The reinforcements in the hunting team deployed infrared drones for aerial tracking and hurried along the road toward the beast's intended path. In stark contrast to the excited hunters and villagers, Lin Feng was in a state of sheer panic, hearing the hurried footsteps and excited breaths of those nearby. These individuals formed a vast net, ensnaring Lin Feng, making escape seem nearly impossible. Before long, Lin Feng encountered his first adversary, a tall, thin 2nd-tier martial artist. Dressed only in shorts and a short-sleeved shirt, he had discarded his shoes, his feet caked in mud. Upon spotting the orange cat, his eyes lit up, a crooked smile spreading across his face. A faint glow emanated from his palm as he swung it forcefully toward the cat. Lin Feng, undeterred, leapt just before the enemy struck, activating his blood-burning technique midair. The man suddenly felt a jolt throughout his body, causing his movements to falter for a moment. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng extended his claws and inflicted a grievous wound upon the man's face, leveraging the momentum to spring away. The man, momentarily dazed, found his face slashed and his head stomped, erupting in fury. Damn it! He swiftly turned, unleashing his inner strength to close the gap to the orange cat, his palm glowing fiercely as he swung a punch at the airborne feline. Even Lin Feng was taken aback by the enemy's sudden display of inner strength. However, his keen hearing alerted him to the impending danger. With no other option, he unleashed his invincible slash. The orange cat transformed into 5 beams of golden light, striking toward the 3 men ahead. In an instant, the golden light traversed over 100 meters, slashing at the 3 martial artists. Their faces contorted in shock. They hastily summoned their inner strength for protection. Yet, they could not evade the enveloping golden light, which swiftly inflicted 7 or 8 deep gashes, blood spraying everywhere. As the golden light dissipated, Lin Feng revealed himself. He chose not to annihilate the 3. Deep down, he remained human and refrained from crossing certain moral lines. Moreover, killing them might attract the nation's most formidable assassins, and the consequences would be dire. Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, Lin Feng would not resort to lethal force. After expending his skills, he fled, prioritizing his escape. The 3 men scrambled to staunch their wounds, with a burly man shouting, "Everyone be cautious. This beast seems to possess some rare awakened skills." The guards behind yelled, "Nearby villagers, do not crowd. The task of capturing the beast falls to our guard and hunting team. Please do not sacrifice yourselves needlessly." Some villagers halted upon witnessing the injuries, while others, emboldened by their own bravado, forged ahead, determined to capture the beast for a reward. Zhao Liang was among these villagers. He typically engaged in commerce, had some savings, and was a 3rd-tier martial artist. Unfazed by the anguished cries behind him, he scoffed, "A bunch of clowns chasing a beast. Today, you shall witness the prowess of a 3rd-tier martial artist." With the orange cat in sight ahead, he unleashed his inner strength, his speed surging as he soared across the ridgeline like a great bird, his target firmly set on the orange cat. Zhao Liang, fueled by his inner strength, closed in on the fleeing orange cat, swiftly extending his hand to grasp its neck. Herein lies the vulnerability of the feline beasts, if one can seize upon this weakness. The orange cat's combat prowess would diminish by half, rendering the battle significantly easier. Suddenly, 3 fiery tongues, each 2 meters long, erupted from the orange cat, swiftly encircling it. Zhao Liang, the unfortunate first target, could scarcely evade in time and was inadvertently scorched, his eyes and fur singed, transforming his face into a charred visage, even igniting his costly garments. The surrounding rice paddies, too, succumbed to the flames, turning a crisp yellow and exuding a fragrant aroma. A cry of anguish escaped Zhao Liang as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his face in despair. The nearby villagers, startled by his wretched scream, instinctively slowed their pace. They had merely come to witness the spectacle, and sustaining injuries would be an unwise trade-off. The guards, overwhelmed, had one member bellow, "Non-essential personnel, evacuate at once. This beast has awakened a unique ability, We shall handle the ensuing chaos. It was only then that the villagers halted, assisting the injured back toward the road. The remaining pursuers comprised the guards and the hunting team. These seasoned individuals, having faced various beasts, were unlikely to make the same errors as the villagers. Soon, another member of the hunting team caught up to the orange cat, clad in specialized protective gear that offered some defense against the creatures. Unlike the unprepared villagers, he retrieved a tranquilizer gun from his attire and aimed it at the orange cat, firing multiple rounds. The tranquilizer darts contained potent neurotoxins. Should they strike, the beast would soon become languid, making it a simple task to subdue it thereafter. As Lin Feng heard the gunfire, he rolled on the ground, narrowly evading several tranquilizer darts before continuing his advance. This brief delay allowed his pursuers to close in. The man concentrated his inner strength and struck a powerful kick at the orange cat. Should he connect, the creature would be doomed. The fierce gust of wind rustled the nearby rice seedlings, and sensing the peril, Lin Feng tensed up and leapt, narrowly evading the attack aimed at his feet. He then summoned fire elements, which promptly manifested 3 blazing fire spirits on the field, positioning themselves to assail the man. With a wave, the fire elements launched a red projectile, which the man deflected with a casual motion, yet the red dot clung to his hand, searing his skin. A cry of pain escaped the man as he gathered his inner strength and retaliated with a forceful kick towards the fire element. The fire spirit, too close to evade, was sent flying several meters away, landing in the adjacent rice field. The flames erupted from the fire element, igniting the surrounding crops. The other 2 fire spirits unleashed their assaults, sending forth red beams of light. The man retreated, shouting for assistance. Someone help. This thing is rather sinister. The others, no longer holding back, rushed forward. 2 drew long knives, while another brandished a whip, all simultaneously attacking the fire elements. The fire spirits managed to evade the attacks, but the red projectiles began to ignite the nearby rice crops. After several rounds of assault, 1 fire element exploded, setting ablaze the surrounding paddies. The 2 attackers were splattered with red dots, their garments catching fire. Subsequently, 6 smaller fire elements emerged from the rice field, continuing their assault on those nearby. The situation worsened as the fields ignited, flames spreading rapidly, thick smoke billowing upward, visible even to the distant onlookers. The villagers were struck with terror. Should the fire spread, it would devastate numerous rice fields. Many voiced their fears loudly. Guards, hurry and extinguish the flames. My heavens, someone is setting fire. Quick, save the crops. In a panic over their own fields, some villagers rushed toward the inferno, but the narrow ridges could not accommodate the throngs, causing many to tumble into the rice paddies. Chaos erupted, with shouts of anger and pleas for help filling the air. The raging flames painted half the sky crimson, drawing an ever-growing crowd. The guards ceased their pursuit of the beast, redirecting their efforts towards extinguishing the fire. Those still chasing Lin Feng were elite individuals, no matter how he ran. Evasion was futile, compounded by a drone overhead locking onto his position. Recognizing the drone as his greatest threat, he seized an opportunity to unleash an ice spear spell. As 2 ice spears shot forth, the drone sparked and spiraled down into the rice field. The pursuers were struck by a chill at this display. This beast had unleashed several unique abilities, marking it as a formidable adversary. Should it escape, it could potentially evolve into a fearsome demon king. Zhao Han, too, felt a surge of murderous intent as he grasped the creature's menace. Although this orange cat was merely a first-tier beast, its extraordinary abilities indicated a perilous future if allowed to mature. Resolutely, he accelerated his pace, instructing his team, the mission parameters have shifted from this moment forth. The orange cat is to be killed on sight. The resounding command echoed across the fields, sending shivers down Lin Feng's spine. A flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes, yet he swiftly quelled it. To slay me, you may find yourselves ill-equipped. After all, I possess 9 lives. Zhao Han, no longer holding back, unleashed his inner power, propelling himself forward in a sweeping arc to intercept the orange cat. Channeling his strength, a mysterious blue aura enveloped him as he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards the charging orange cat. A fierce gust of wind surged through the air, accompanied by an enigmatic white mist that coated the nearby rice plants and ground in frost. Lin Feng, undeterred, directed a stunning beam of light at his adversary. 3 beams surged forth, piercing through the ferocious wind and striking the opponent directly. The ensuing gust struck Lin Feng, chilling him to the bone, rendering his limbs momentarily stiff as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. At that moment, a wave of warmth surged within him, dissipating the icy grip. Conversely, Zhao Han was struck by the stunning light, his vision darkening as he found himself frozen in place, utterly immobilized. Panic surged within him as his inner strength and mind spiraled out of control, leaving him as motionless as a statue. Above him, 3 damage notifications appeared: 375, 375, 375. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment at his opponent's attributes. Zhao Hanshan, a third-tier intermediate warrior, possessed an impressive life force of 1, 597, 517, 100. An attack power of 1, 276, a physique of 1, 360, strength of 1, 276, agility of 1, 040, and a spirit of 1, 590. His defense stood at 186, 50, magic resistance at 159, while his internal energy was a staggering 1, 350, 015, 900. His talents included indomitable will, mastery of martial arts, and extraordinary mental acuity. His skills encompassed Jinshan Gong, Hanbing Zhang, Hanshan Nigong, Zhuifeng Bu, Ziakina Shou, Minghu Quan, Baisha Qiangfa, and Jinzong Zhao. Lin Feng, recognizing the formidable nature of his opponent, understood that he needed to act swiftly to delay Zhao Hanshan's movements. Otherwise, he would be relentlessly pursued to his demise. In a flash of inspiration, he leaped towards the enemy's throat, extending his claws to viciously slash twice, opening deep wounds that allowed crimson blood to seep forth. Yet, despite the critical hits, the damage inflicted was insignificant due to the tough skin of his adversary, resulting in mere superficial scratches. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Lin Feng resolved to escalate his assault. Within a mere second, he unleashed a flurry of strikes, creating multiple fissures in his opponent's windpipe before retreating, all executed in less than 3 seconds. Meanwhile, his comrades shouted in alarm, questioning their leader's well-being and vowing to exact vengeance upon the beast. Upon regaining consciousness, Zhao Hanshan was acutely aware of the excruciating pain in his neck and the struggle to breathe. Observing the dark crimson blood staining his hands, he hastily applied pressure to several acupoints to stem the bleeding. As 2 team members arrived with medical supplies, they frantically began treating his wounds, relieved that they were not life-threatening. After addressing the injuries, they utilized a spray that quickly crystallized, temporarily sealing the wounds. The remaining 2 team members, undeterred, armed themselves, determined to slay the beast in retribution for their captain. Zhao Hanshan, reflecting on the recent confrontation, felt a shiver run down his spine at the thought of the beast's uncanny prowess. After tending to his wounds, he urged his comrades to pursue the creature without delay, insisting he would catch up shortly. Complying with their leader's orders, the 2 hastened to follow. Lin Feng and his companions continued their relentless pursuit, unaware that a hunting team awaited them on the road ahead. The hunting team members, all seasoned warriors, had never encountered such a formidable first-tier beast. Typically, beasts possessed only 2 or 3 innate skills. However, this orange cat had already demonstrated 4, with the potential for hidden abilities. The hunters heightened their vigilance, prepared to strike decisively upon encountering the creature, ensuring it would not have a chance to retaliate. The urgency was particularly palpable among the 2 team members from Hanshan hunting team, as the beast had injured their captain, compelling them to avenge him. Lin Feng sprinted along the path, his senses heightened by the presence of 5 individuals ahead, each with a breath that indicated they were not ordinary villagers. These 5 belonged to another hunting team. Having predicted the beast's route based on drone surveillance, they had swiftly positioned themselves for an ambush. As they observed the swarming insects in the rice fields, they steeled themselves for the impending confrontation, ready to unleash their internal energy in a concerted assault against the orange cat. Upon reaching the road, Lin Feng felt a tightening sensation throughout his body. Yet he was prepared, as his woody slash was no longer on cooldown. He unleashed the attack towards the approaching adversaries, manifesting 6 radiant beams of golden light. The weapons and projectiles of the hunting team fell futilely short, and the orange cat transformed into 6 gleaming lights, leaving the hunters in agony as they experienced excruciating pain in their limbs. Each suffered deep, 20-centimeter gashes on their legs, exposing bone and splattering blood everywhere. Their specially designed protective gear was torn asunder, and one unfortunate soul bore a grievous wound across his face, exposing his skull. As the golden light dissipated, Lin Feng dashed past the bewildered hunters, who exchanged incredulous glances, collectively losing their will to pursue. Their initial intent to gain an advantage had backfired, leaving them disheartened and empty-handed. The following hunters, upon witnessing the aftermath of the hunting team's encounter, were taken aback by the severity of the injuries, particularly the horrific facial wound of one unfortunate individual. However, they quickly resumed their pursuit, undeterred, as injuries and battles against beasts had become commonplace. To earn a living, one must embrace the inherent risks, Opportunities for effortless gain are a rarity in this world. Nonetheless, the sight of their injured comrades heightened the caution of the remaining hunters, who now regarded the orange cat as a formidable enemy. Lin Feng fled with a growing sense of dread, though fortune smiled upon him as he spotted a grove of trees ahead, potentially offering an escape from his pursuers. Thus, he quickened his pace towards the sheltering woods. The 10 or so hunters behind him also noted the trees. While some harbored intentions of seizing an advantage, they understood that if the orange cat reached the woods, tracking it would become exceedingly difficult. Consequently, 7 or 8 of them simultaneously unleashed their internal energy, accelerating their pace, overtaking their comrades, and positioning themselves directly in front of the beast. The first to reach the orange cat was a burly man wielding a long knife. He circled in front of the creature and delivered a powerful strike, bellowing, "Beast, receive my mighty slash." The blade descended with tremendous force, its edge glinting ominously as it cleaved through the air, casting a brilliant glow that eclipsed the moonlight. Lin Feng, transfixed by the blinding light of the blade, felt an involuntary shiver course through him. Should he be struck, escape would be unlikely. In response, he summoned the pillars of fire, conjuring 4 pillars of blazing flames that swiftly spiraled outward, deflecting the trajectory of the man's knife. The blade grazed past Lin Feng, leaving him with a chilling sense of mortality. The burly man, caught off guard, was engulfed by flames, his clothing igniting and transforming him into a blazing figure. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Feng leaped onto the man's shoulder, propelling himself upward, soaring over 10 meters high. However, the distance to the grove remained daunting, and doubt crept into his heart regarding his chances of survival. Another hunter, witnessing the unfolding chaos, also leaped, brandishing a long sword that he thrust forward with the swiftness of a striking serpent, piercing the orange cat's belly and emerging from its back. Lin Feng felt an abrupt chill in his abdomen, followed by a staggering blow that registered a damage of 1580. This strike nearly halved his vitality, and he sensed his strength dissipating, leaving him hanging limply on the sword like a skewered piece of meat. The hunter before him was relentless, twisting the long sword after it struck its mark. Lin Feng experienced another wave of excruciating pain in his stomach as another significant damage figure appeared, 790, causing him to involuntarily spit out a mouthful of dark crimson blood. The hunter, accompanied by an orange cat, landed, while his companion struggled to extinguish the flames enveloping him, which only fueled Lin Feng's fury further. In a fit of rage, he hurled the orange cat to the ground and once again traced a graceful arc with his longsword. With a sickening sound, Lin Feng, utterly weakened, could muster no resistance against this lethal strike, watching helplessly as the sword descended, sending another wave of agony through his body. A fleeting thought crossed his mind: my life is at an end. The hunter exhaled in relief, gazing at the bisected beast. With a flourish, he shook the blood from his sword and smugly addressed the surrounding crowd, apologizing for the inconvenience. He boasted that the creature had been vanquished by their night flame hunting team and promised a feast upon their return. The other onlookers ceased their actions, exchanging pleasantries. "I never imagined it would be you who dealt with the beast. Your luck is extraordinary. It seems our efforts have been in vain." Luck is indeed a facet of strength. Consider yourself fortunate this time. The creature possessed some peculiar abilities, but its combat prowess was rather mediocre. Who would have thought that despite our collective efforts, you would be the one to reap the rewards? Members of the Hanshan hunting team felt somewhat speechless, unable to comprehend how the beast had fallen so easily. The creature proved to be far too fragile, leaving their captain to suffer the consequences. The burly man ahead extinguished the flames on his body, his hair singed away, and his clothing tattered, revealing his robust physique. "Damn, thankfully old Xing is competent. I merely suffered bad luck, losing my clothes. I'll have to feast on cat meat when we return." Turning back, he prepared to glimpse the true form of the beast, only to be startled into a cold sweat upon discovering that the orange cat's corpse had vanished, leaving behind only a pool of dark red blood. The muscular man thought he must be seeing things and rubbed his eyes, but the area remained empty, devoid of the orange cat's remains. Alarmed, he shouted, "Old Xing, we have a situation. The beast has disappeared." Xing Jun furrowed his brow, hastily glancing down. But the ground was barren, with no trace of the creature. Other members of the hunting team approached to assess the situation, engaging in hushed discussions. Could it have possessed the ability to become invisible? But surely, injured as it is, it couldn't have escaped far. It must still be nearby. We must remain vigilant. This beast is indeed peculiar, wielding numerous magical skills, and even in its weakened state, it managed to flee. Perhaps it has companions lurking nearby? I suspect it possesses a teleportation skill and may have retreated into the woods ahead. Old Zhao, let us proceed. We might still stumble upon a great opportunity. Indeed. Given its injuries, it cannot have fled far. We should disperse and search. We are bound to uncover its trail. The group hastily scattered to search for the creature, with some venturing into the nearby woods. After an exhaustive search, they returned empty-handed. For over an hour, the team sought any sign of the beast, until personnel from the security department arrived with tracking dogs. The dogs sniffed vigorously at the spot where the orange cat had vanished, circling the area several times before ultimately halting at the same location. Old Yu from the Hanshan hunting team had also traversed the vicinity numerous times, concluding that the beast had indeed vanished into thin air. No one dared to assert whether the creature was truly dead, not even Xing Jun, the one who had struck it down, and as night fell, they departed in disappointment. Only a few hunting teams lingered nearby in hopes of discovering a boon. But after an entire night of fruitless searching, they too retreated with no choice. Upon learning of the beast's disappearance, Lao Luo devised a scheme, editing a video of the orange cat stealing a dog and posting it on Douyin with a title that read, "The Pinnacle of Dog Thieves, the Beginning of the Beast. Orange Cat." The video garnered significant local attention, with many viewers liking and sharing it, and some even merging it with footage of Gotzi's dog theft, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Lao Luo also hosted a live stream recounting the tale of the orange cat, spinning numerous stories about its escape from the hunting team, thus earning a considerable profit. The local villagers found themselves with much to discuss, some even using tales of the beast to frighten their children. There lurks a man-eating beast nearby. If you're not careful, it might devour you without a trace. So do not wander off. Should the beast consume you, no one will come to your aid. Members of the security department maintained their watch in the vicinity for several days, noting that the moonlight in that area was unusually bright, and the growth of rice seedlings exceeded that of other regions, with numerous animals congregating nearby. Yet no other anomalies were observed. Some villagers took advantage of the night to catch rice frogs and venomous snakes to sell, earning a tidy sum in the process. By September 4th, an abundance of animals appeared in the rice fields, having dwelled there for 9 days, growing considerably larger. A few villagers, seizing the moonlight, ventured out to catch bullfrogs and eels, only to find the moonlight had become eerily bright, accompanied by strange red clouds drifting in the sky. A large flock of birds swooped low, emitting haunting cries. Exchanging wary glances, the villagers sensed something amiss, hesitating to pursue the frogs. One villager hastily called the security department. "Hello, is this the security department? We have a situation here." What am I doing? I'm just out for a stroll, not catching frogs." "Never mind. It's nothing. You can carry on." The officer on the other end, comfortably enjoying the air conditioning, dismissed the caller with casual remarks, returning to watch videos indoors. With their report falling on deaf ears, the villagers, feeling increasingly anxious, hurriedly made their way home. A blood-red cocoon gradually emerged along the path, the clouds above dimming ominously. The cocoon deepened in hue, and the surrounding animals sensed the disturbance, scattering in all directions, while the large birds took flight. The cocoon began to crack open, and Lin Feng, groggy from slumber, emerged. As he took in his surroundings, he recalled the events leading to his unconsciousness. He had been cleaved in two by a sword before succumbing to sleep. Yet, he could faintly feel his body gradually mending and growing stronger, awakening only today. Now, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, far surpassing his previous capabilities. He promptly turned his attention to his attribute panel. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 0645 health points, 58405840 attack power, 580 constitution, 484 strength, 580 agility, 504 spirit, 534 magic points, 53405340 defense, 48 magic resistance, 53 talents, otherworldly visitor. Void body, multiple casting, strength growth, spirit world key, spirit world eye skills. 1. Ice spike. 2. Invincible slash. 3. Pillar of flames. 4. Blood boil, disabled. 5. Heavenly Cat's 9 transformations, 89. 6. Bloodthirsty claws, 7. Dread beam. 8. Summon fire element evolution points. 6. System notification. Your health points have reached 0. Activating Heavenly Cat's 9 transformations automatically. You have entered a state of reverse mutation, which will last for 9 days. After 9 days, your base attributes will double, and the current count has changed to 89. Ding! Reverse mutation completed. Your strength has reached the standard for breakthrough to the 2nd tier. Please complete the evolution within 24 hours. After 24 hours, you will automatically evolve into a 2nd tier demon beast. Lin Feng only realized what had transpired when he saw the subsequent notifications. He had not anticipated that a single death would yield such formidable power in the 2nd tier. The skill of Heavenly Cat's 9 transformations was truly outrageous. Exchanging one life for doubled attributes was undeniably a bargain. However, that assailant was exceedingly despicable, and revenge would eventually be necessary. Yet, the most pressing matter at hand was achieving the second tier. He needed to find a secure location. Furthermore, with his constitution still below 500 points, he had 24 hours remaining to elevate it. After all, exceeding the standard in a single attribute could yield double amplification, which was crucial for significant growth during each advancement. Lin Feng rose to his feet and surveyed his surroundings, only to discover that the rice paddies had turned yellow, with the grains appearing quite plump, indicating that harvest time was imminent. His form had not changed at all. Standing up, he was barely taller than the rice. He leapt casually and astonishingly soared over 20 meters high, taking in the entirety of his surroundings. I have grown stronger. Chapter 65. Ambush in the cool night. As a gentle breeze arose, the rice plants nodded frequently in the wind. Lin Feng, guided by the moonlight and the refreshing air, set forth toward the nearby village. His current objective being to swiftly hunt 2 local dogs and complete his advancement. Each of his leaps spanned over 30 meters, allowing him to effortlessly traverse the rice fields. With the rushing wind whistling past his ears during each jump, Lin Feng dared not activate his passive skills lightly, lest he cause devastation among the local wildlife. What had initially seemed a distant village was reached in less than 2 minutes. This was a small settlement with only 20 households, adorned with numerous poplar trees. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting mottled shadows upon the ground. Many villagers were lounging at their doorsteps, with several hefty local dogs lying about, all pricking their ears and gazing intently toward the village entrance. Lin Feng, cautious not to reveal his presence, decided instead to let out a series of loud yowls. Meowing insistently, a few dogs sprang to their feet, their collars clanking noisily, yet they were unable to break free from their chains. Villagers scolded, "What is all the commotion? It's just a wild cat meowing. What are you anxious about? Get down. Where did this wild cat come from, making such a racket? Da Huang, come back here. Don't run off. Be careful not to be eaten by a demon beast. Come back. If you go out again, I'll break your legs." Meow, 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 meow. Meow? Lin Feng's voice grew hoarse, yet not a single dog emerged. The village was equipped with several surveillance cameras, and he dared not enter to steal a dog. Thus he departed and headed toward the next village. As he ran halfway, he overheard voices on the main road and slowed his pace to eavesdrop. A van was parked nearby, with a burly man asking a young woman for directions. The muscular man said, "If you take me to Erlongzhuang, I will give you 500. We've been searching the area for a while and can't find it. Just consider it a favor. You won't regret it." The young woman, dressed in athletic attire and appearing around 20 years old, was an advanced martial artist and hesitated at the proposition of 500 huaxia coins. Her family was of modest means, and her parents worked tirelessly, rarely resting even on holidays. With 500, she could purchase many things. Her eyes revealed her yearning. Seeing her reaction, the man continued, "All right, I'll add another 100. Just help me get to the vicinity of Erlongzhuang." The girl nodded, confirming, "As long as we reach the place, you'll pay immediately." Lin Feng squinted, tugging at his ears, internally lamenting how easily deceived the current generation of young women appeared. Both individuals in the van were martial artists, and yet this novice dared to enter their vehicle on an isolated road. Truly, it was akin to an immortal seeking death. As soon as the girl entered the vehicle, the burly man swiftly shut the door and aimed a swift strike at her neck with his hand. The girl, horrified, raised her arms in defense, but the assailant's speed was too swift. She barely lifted her hands before her vision darkened, and she slumped unconscious in the van. The driver quickly started the vehicle and fled the scene. Lin Feng's heart raced. At the moment the van accelerated, he leaped onto the roof, intent on observing how these individuals perpetrated their malevolence. Inside, the burly man was indiscriminately groping the girl, lacking any semblance of decency, nearly violating her entirely. The van journeyed along a desolate path, soon arriving at a reservoir where another car awaited. Inside the vehicle were 2 individuals dressed in casual attire. Upon seeing the van approach, they hurriedly opened the car and retrieved a portable medical kit from the trunk. They laid out a large oilcloth on the ground and set up 2 portable light sources, establishing a rudimentary surgical site. When the van arrived, the door swung open, and the burly man hoisted the disheveled girl out, stating, "All went smoothly. Let us hurry up. This is the source of goods our employer had prearranged. If she hadn't returned to the countryside, it would have already been completed." The driver lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, remarking, "If we weren't pressed for time, we could have savored this. You've had your fun this time. I didn't even get a chance." The other 2, already donned in surgical attire, expertly began to undress the girl, wielding a scalpel poised to slice into her chest. At this sight, Lin Feng could no longer contain his fury. These organ traffickers deserve to die? He directed his invincible slash toward the three individuals, unleashing four beams of golden light that sliced through the air. Before they could comprehend the situation, the golden beams had inflicted deep gashes upon them, blood splattering everywhere. The exposed body of the girl was stained with crimson. The two individuals clad in white lab coats, being mere martial apprentices, perished on the spot. Although the burly man was a martial artist and sustained the most damage, he was also gravely injured. His body was riddled with deep gashes, revealing ghastly white bones, and even his throat suffered a cruel cut, blood gushing forth, transforming the surroundings into a gruesome slaughterhouse. The burly man clutched his bleeding throat with his right hand, yet blood continued to seep from various wounds. No matter how desperately he tried to staunch the flow, the last remnants of his life force, a mere 1,000 points, dwindled rapidly. Lin Feng stood before him, observing the despair etched upon his face, witnessing the clarity in his eyes fade into murkiness until all breath departed. In that moment, the fury within Lin Feng surged. Such scum deserved to perish, and even if he were to kill 100 or 1,000, he would harbor no regrets. Upon seeing the situation deteriorate, the occupants of the van hastily started the engine, attempting to flee the scene. As the vehicle sped away, the driver trembled, murmuring to himself, "I cannot die. My son is about to enter university. I must earn money to buy him vital supplements. I wish to see him marry and have children. I cannot die here." Lin Feng turned his gaze towards the fleeing van and sprinted with all his might. Upon nearing it, he unleashed a spell of ice spikes. 3 shards of cold light darting through the air, piercing the tires with a sharp thud. A deafening explosion ensued as the van lost control and plunged into the reservoir. The driver's head collided with the steering wheel, rendering him momentarily unconscious, blood gushing forth as water began to pour in through the open windows. He struggled, thinking, "I cannot die. I must return home. My wife is waiting for me." In that moment, a surge of strength erupted within him, and he swiftly unfastened his seatbelt. Then, he delivered a powerful punch to the hood of the van, sending it soaring over 10 meters. With a leap, he escaped the confines of the vehicle. He glanced back towards his assailant, only to be startled to see an orange cat watching from the shore. His heart sank. It was a beast of the supernatural realm, and he realized he was in grave trouble. Lin Feng smirked coldly as he awaited the driver to surface. Once the driver reached the water's surface, he unleashed a stunning beam of light, 2 rays striking him squarely. Before the driver could react, he was immobilized, feeling as though he had turned to stone as he sank into the depths. Underwater, several dark figures emerged swiftly, dragging him downwards. When the driver regained consciousness, he found himself at the bottom of the reservoir. As he attempted to swim upwards, he sensed something was amiss. His lower body felt unbearably heavy, as if something was pulling him down. He glanced below but saw nothing, so he swam upward once more. Yet again, that eerie sensation returned, as though invisible hands were guiding him deeper. The driver could no longer withstand it. He wanted to scream for help, but at a depth of 8 or 9 meters. No sound escaped his lips. The surface, though seemingly close, proved futile despite his frantic struggles. Realizing he might be facing malevolent spirits, he concentrated his inner strength, biting down hard on his tongue until it bled, directing the crimson spray downward. The dark figures suddenly released their grip, vanishing from his ankles. Seizing the opportunity, he kicked off the bottom and surged toward the surface. When he broke through, he gasped for air, only to be met with a shadow leaping from the shore, landing on his head and forcing him back under the water. Coughing up murky water, his breath became erratic as the dark figures returned, seizing his ankles once more and dragging him downward. The driver felt his strength wane, his body growing heavier, as he plummeted toward a bottomless abyss, engulfed by an endless darkness. Moments later, another dark figure emerged from the depths, eyes filled with resentment. On the shore, Lin Feng waited, his cold smile revealing satisfaction at the sight of the man not resurfacing. Those who harm others must be prepared to face their own demise. Today marked Lin Feng's first kill, and he felt no remorse. Rather, he yearned to take more lives to quench his anger. Then he recalled the unconscious woman and hurried back. She remained in a stupor, surrounded by mosquitoes feasting on her. As Lin Feng approached, the insects fled. He took a moment to admire her form, pale and delicate, before rummaging through her clothing, only to discover she possessed no mobile phone. Left with no choice, he turned to the fallen men, retrieving a phone and unlocking it with their fingerprints, finally dialing the security department. A male voice answered, "Hello? This is the Yonghe Town Security Department. How may I assist you?" Lin Feng was at a loss for words, unable to utter anything coherent. So he picked up a nearby scalpel and began tapping it against another. The sound of clanging metal echoed through the line. "Hello, what's going on? Please, speak up." The voice on the other end urged, bewildered. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, ceased his actions, placing the phone beside the woman and draping her clothing over her. Once the spell of ice spikes cooled down, he prepared to unleash it again, the spikes now measuring 50 centimeters in length, their tips razor-sharp. He set the spikes beside the woman, hoping to rouse her, before inspecting his spoils. In the car, he discovered a black bag containing hundreds of thousands in cash. "What a stroke of fortune," Lin Feng exclaimed, elated. The adage about killing and plunder rang true. This money must be hidden well. It would prove invaluable in his future dealings within the human realm. He stood tall, slinging the black bag over his shoulder, and as he departed, he gave the unconscious woman a gentle shake. Lu Yin stirred groggily, opening her eyes to find an orange cat curiously observing her. Confused, she mumbled, "Who are you?" At this moment, her garments slipped down, revealing the little white rabbit beneath. She immediately cried out, "My clothes! What do you intend to do?" Before she could fully grasp the situation, a strong scent of blood wafted through the air, and upon turning her head, she saw 3 individuals nearby. Their lifeless forms in a state of gruesome decay. This was Lu Yan's first encounter with death at such close quarters, and she was overwhelmed, retching violently. Lin Feng, noticing that the woman was unharmed, quietly departed, taking the package with him as he left. Lu Yan vomited for several minutes, nearly expelling her bile, and as memories of the incident flooded back, she could not help but burst into tears. Just then, her phone rang, and she hurriedly glanced at the screen. It was a call from the security department. She quickly answered, exclaiming help. By this time, Lin Feng had long since vanished, and the fate that awaited this woman now rested solely in her hands. Should she find herself in peril once more? It was uncertain whether anyone would come to her aid. He ventured along the fields, swiftly arriving at a village near the reservoir, where dozens of households resided, and a few dogs played at the entrance. The trio of dogs at the entrance stared wide-eyed at the orange cat walking upright, seemingly unable to fathom such an extraordinary spectacle. The lead black dog suddenly barked loudly, rallying its companions to charge at the orange cat with the intent to maul it. A smile crept across Lin Feng's lips as he set down the package and unleashed his unparalleled strike, a beam of golden light shooting forth, leaving all 3 dogs sprawled on the ground. Heaven is aiding me. Chapter 67. The rat hole. Upon learning of the fatal incident, the security personnel sprang into action, swiftly mobilizing upon receiving the precise location. Even the off-duty guards received urgent notifications, and the security department's convoy hastened towards Lu's reservoir. Bystanders walking along the roadside observed the police cars and speculated about the nature of the incident that could prompt the typically idle guards to act in the dead of night. When the security team arrived, they encountered the 3 bodies in a state of tragic demise, with a young woman standing nearby, dazed and staring at the scene. The team leader quickly assessed the situation while instructing his subordinates to escort the woman to the police vehicle for questioning. Name, age, address, and a brief description of the events, he requested. Lu Yin answered each inquiry, finally adding, "These individuals kidnapped me under the pretense of asking for directions. Had it not been for that large cat, I might never have seen the light of day again." The guard smirked coldly. "A monster is still a monster. It wouldn't save a human. It likely spared you only because it was satiated. Do not harbor any false hopes. We will be questioning you further. Think carefully for any additional details, including the direction the beast fled. We must apprehend the creature responsible for this crime. Remember, a monster that has tasted blood will become distinctly different. Are you aware of the cases where those who raised monsters were devoured by them? Those individuals were ultimately consumed by their most beloved creatures." Lu Yin, her gaze flickering uncertainly, had seen too little of the world to comprehend the complexities of such matters. Her thoughts oscillated between the man-eating monster and her savior, until the image of the orange cat began to fade from her memory. Meanwhile, the investigative guards made a new discovery, with team leader Li Yang remarking to his colleague, "The wounds on the deceased resemble those inflicted by the hunting team from a while back. I suspect this was the work of that orange cat. However, these wounds are deeper and longer. Perhaps the cat has not strayed far from this area." At that moment, another guard approached to report, "Li, the woman has seen the assailant's face." Li Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickly retrieved his phone to show her a video of the orange cat stealing a dog. Asking, "Is this the cat you encountered?" Lu Yan clutched her clothing tightly, remaining silent as she watched the footage. Li Yang's expression shifted as he said, "A monster that has tasted blood is likely to kill. Though it rescued you, it is essentially a killer and may continue its spree in the vicinity, potentially endangering your family. Do you wish to witness innocent lives lost? What if it were your parents? If you share what you know, we may consider leniency towards the creature." At this moment, Lu Yin remained mute, disregarding the guard entirely. Liang frowned. Let us do this. Contact your family first. On the other hand, Lin Feng discovered an abandoned cottage in the village, likely deserted by its owners who had gone to work. The interior was cloaked in dust. The upstairs contained a locked bedroom, while the first floor served as a dining and gathering area, complete with a small courtyard and a well. Originally a parking space, it now offered a place to prepare dog meat. Unfortunately, there was no electricity, and the refrigerator stood empty. Undeterred, Lin Feng conjured ice shards to create ice blocks before indulging in the delightful cold dog meat. The following day, the weather unexpectedly turned overcast, soon giving way to a light drizzle. Lin Feng stretched lazily in bed before leisurely savoring the dog meat. After filling his stomach, he began leaping around the house, utilizing the walls for rebound jumps, continuously accelerating his energy expenditure. As his attributes improved, Lin Feng noted an increase in his appetite and endurance. He could now devour over 20 pounds of dog meat in a single meal. With intensified training, he could potentially consume 2 dogs daily. Even without the essence of the sun and moon, Lin Feng was confident he could elevate his physique beyond 200 points by nightfall, especially with the aid of his Lingjie Qi. Once warmed up, he activated the Lingjie Qi and entered the spiritual realm. Lin Feng reappeared in the silent village, coinciding with the night in the spiritual realm, surrounded by an eerie, ghostly glow. He first checked his attributes. Lin Feng, spiritual form, health, 116, 801, 1680 attack, 116 spirit, 1068, spiritual form doubled, magic, 106, 801, 0680 magic resistance, 106. After surveying his surroundings, he noticed a distant, brilliant red light flickering, accompanied by large shadows engaged in combat. Could a treasure have emerged? Lin Feng stroked his smooth chin, hesitating on whether to intervene. His primary goal was to acquire evolution points and spiritual energy particles. There was no need to complicate matters, especially considering the spiritual realm's treacherous depths. Resolving his thoughts, he turned away from that direction and strolled along the main road, intending to confront the nest of rats he had encountered previously. He dashed along the road and soon spotted the rice fields ablaze, following the fields until he discovered a large hole in the overgrown grass. The hole measured approximately 3 meters wide and long, slanting irregularly downward, with numerous twists and turns obscuring its depths. Lin Feng, naturally cautious, cupped his hands to form a megaphone and shouted into the hole, "Little mice, come out for a feast." His booming voice echoed through the tunnel. Inside, the large black rats were enjoying their meal when they heard the call, and they all turned their gaze towards their king. The Mouse King suddenly emitted a series of sharp calls, "Zhi zhi zhi." Accompanying it were 2 robust underlings who hastily followed to investigate the situation, preparing to expel the intruders. Upon emerging from their lair, they encountered the human at the entrance, the very individual who had previously stolen their food. The Mouse King's eyes glinted menacingly as it bared its teeth in a threatening manner. Lin Feng chuckled softly before vanishing in an instant, shortly followed by 6 radiant beams of golden light. All 3 large black rats were struck by the golden light, sustaining numerous wounds. One unfortunate creature had its belly repeatedly slashed, causing undigested blue light particles to spill forth. The Mouse King, the largest among them, suffered the most from the multiple strikes, even losing its large tail, while the blue light particles within its belly rapidly digested, attempting to mend its injuries. After revealing himself, Lin Feng unleashed pillars of raging fire, 3 10-meter-high flames spiraling rapidly around him, causing the Mouse King and its 2 companions to lose a significant portion of their health. Subsequently, 4 ice spikes emerged, viciously impaling the Mouse King and pinning it to the ground, leaving it with just over 1,000 health points. The Mouse King let out a heart-wrenching cry. "Zhi." The 2 underlings, driven mad with fury, turned and lunged at the nearby human. With a cold snort, Lin Feng lightly propelled himself into the air, summoning fire elementals. Chapter 68, Li Yuan. 5 2-meter-high fire elementals appeared, swiftly attacking the Mouse King, which was ultimately vanquished after a coordinated assault. Lin Feng descended and seized the Mouse King's corpse, making his escape. Meanwhile, the 2 rodent underlings frantically tore at the fire elementals, and a horde of rats surged from the cave, causing the fire elementals to explode and incinerate a multitude of rodents. At that moment, Lin Feng had already retreated far, and given the Mouse King's impressive length of over 5 meters, it would have been challenging for him to carry it in his feline form within the material realm. His human form, however, proved much more convenient for such endeavors. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the path ahead, prompting him to halt and assume a defensive posture. The newcomer was a young man in a school uniform, appearing somewhat naive, no more than 15 or 16 years old. He scrutinized his surroundings cautiously. only looking up when he heard Lin Feng's footsteps. Upon realizing that the person before him was a man in his 20s, he exhaled in relief and hurried over. Introducing himself, "Hello, big brother. I am Li Yuan. I was just at home breaking through to the 11th layer of foundational internal power when, unexpectedly, I found myself in this place. Moreover, there is not a soul around. Everyone nearby has vanished. Could you tell me where this is?" Lin Feng assessed the young man's attributes. Peak martial disciple Li Yuan, spirit body, health, 3450 attack, 39 spirit, 295 internal power, 2950 magic resistance, 29 talent, extraordinary genius, unimpeded martial path, exceptional bone structure, true intent of fist techniques. Not activated, skills. 1. Basic internal power, 12th layer. 2. Black dragon capture technique. 3. 5 elements fist, 3rd layer. 4. Spirit cat movement technique, 2nd layer. 5. Tan leg 10 styles, incomplete. Lin Feng noted that Li Yuan possessed the best talent among martial artists and had an unknown talent that could potentially help him develop into a top-tier expert. This sparked Lin Feng's desire to befriend him, as he would inevitably need to walk among mortals in his human form. Having a companion would undoubtedly prove advantageous. Thus, he urged, "This place is rather dangerous. You should come with me at once." Li Yuan, still somewhat bewildered, followed closely behind, his gaze lingering on the gruesome remains of the large black rat, quietly marveling. This big brother is truly formidable. Such a large beast could not withstand him. He must be a martial artist of at least the 3rd tier. I wonder when I will attain such skill. Lin Feng led Li Yuan to his usual dwelling, then sat cross-legged on the ground, instructing, "You should sit down." Li Yuan hastily complied, adopting the same posture while exclaiming, "Big brother, this is our village. But all the furniture in this house has vanished, and even the surrounding people and animals have disappeared. If it weren't for seeing you, I might still be searching for a way out. This place does not appear to be the legendary secret realm. I wonder what it truly is." Lin Feng explained. "This is the spirit realm, a land of opportunities accessible only to those with fate. It is unlike reality. It is an illusory world. If you consume the beasts here, you can enhance your spiritual power. However, if you are hunted by beasts, you will encounter grave troubles, potentially leading to unpredictable outcomes." Li Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Then how am I supposed to return?" Lin Feng smiled enigmatically. "I cannot say for certain, but each time I am well fed, I am able to leave." Li Yuan gazed at the rat carcass in disbelief. "Big brother, do you mean to say you have been eating rats all this time? Consuming these creatures allows you to return to reality, and moreover, increases your spiritual power? Is it not akin to the rare treasures found in novels? How could that not be advantageous?" After speaking, Lin Feng tore off a leg from the rat. No blood flowed from the severed end, and the flesh appeared white. He made a point to show it to Li Yuan before taking a hearty bite. "If you wish to return, you must consume these creatures. Of course. There is another method," he added. Li Yuan eagerly inquired, "What is that method?" Lin Feng replied, "When night falls, spiritual energy particles will descend. If you can soar into the sky and seize some of these particles, you too can return to reality. Perhaps there are other methods, but I am not entirely certain. Be forewarned, many powerful beings seek these spiritual energy particles. Even colossal monsters akin to mountains roam the area. You must consider your options carefully." Li Yuan furrowed his brow, pondering for some time before saying, "Thank you for the warning, big brother. I would also like to ask where you captured that beast. I wish to catch one as well, or else my family might start to worry. Venturing out to hunt is quite troublesome now. I just defeated the Mouse King. And you might encounter those enraged rats if you go outside. I have plenty of food that I cannot consume alone. You should eat a little while here." Lin Feng then tore off a sizable chunk of meat and offered it to Li Yuan. Li Yuan quickly stood and waved his hands. "No, big brother. This is your food. I cannot simply take your belongings." Lin Feng reassured him. "There is a saying that all men are brothers under heaven. You are not a child anymore, and eating a little is no great matter. You too shall become a martial artist and will undoubtedly meet many friends. Sharing meals is inevitable. I have more food than I can eat. Let us share it together. Do not fuss like a woman. When next we meet, you can treat me to a meal." After saying this, Lin Feng pushed the chunk of meat into Li Yuan's hands and resumed his seat, devouring his own portion. Li Yuan hesitated for a moment before accepting the meat, saying, "Thank you, big brother. By the way, where are you from? When I return, let us add each other as friends. My phone number is 186. If you ever need my help, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly assist you. Do not overthink it, little Li. Just eat quickly, or it will spoil," Lin Feng urged. Li Yuan finally took a bite of the rat meat, feeling deeply moved. Individuals like Lin Feng, who act selflessly without expecting anything in return, are truly rare, he felt compelled not to disappoint his kindness. The meat proved to be far more palatable than anticipated, dissolving swiftly in the mouth. After consuming a couple of bites, he inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" "Big brother? I still do not know your name." "I am Lin Feng. You may call me Lin de Go," he replied. Lin de Go, where are you from?" Lin Feng paused for a moment before responding, "I am also from nearby. If fate permits, we shall surely meet again." Li Yuan's eyes brightened. "Lin de Go. We should meet up when we have time. Perhaps in the future, I might return here, and we could form a team to venture out together. I am on the verge of becoming a martial artist, and I assure you I will not be a burden." Lin Feng chuckled. "Do not overthink it. Just eat. This ample amount of rat meat is sufficient for our return." Li Yuan nodded, consuming piece after piece until his belly swelled, and his form began to fade. Sensing his imminent return, he hastily exclaimed, "Lin de Go, please do not forget to contact me. My number is 18. Lin Feng only quickened his pace in consuming his food once his companion had vanished, as this scene had confirmed one of his suspicions. It was highly likely that formidable martial artists roamed this world, and he too must hasten his progress. Upon reaching the heart of the Rat King, he discovered a blue crystal core within, at which point the system panel chimed. Chapter 69, Second-Tier System Notification. You have acquired a First-Tier Beast King Crystal Core. By devouring this core, you will inherit the innate talent it possesses. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he quickly opened his mouth and swallowed the egg-sized crystal core, which melted instantly upon entering. System Notification. You have consumed a First-Tier Beast King Crystal Core, acquiring the Rapid Reproduction talent. Rapid Reproduction. Your life essence is exceptional. During mating, you possess a 9,999 probability of conception, and each pregnancy will yield a minimum of 5 offspring. Ding. This talent is exclusive to female animals and will automatically transform, randomly replacing it with a new talent. Crimson Flame Soul. When you unleash an active skill, it will summon a crimson flame to strike surrounding enemies, inflicting 2 points of magical damage to nearby foes. The skill's area of effect is contingent upon your mental capacity, with a minimum range of 5 meters. After reviewing the details, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. This talent was indeed fascinating, particularly with its female-specific aspect. Thankfully, the system was generous. The new talent was commendable, effectively serving as an enhancement to his ordinary skills, making future encounters with adversaries more manageable. After digesting this information, he resumed devouring the rat meat until the system notification prompted him to cease. In total, he garnered 288 evolution points and 106 psychic particles, a remarkable harvest. Upon returning to the material realm, Lin Feng allocated the evolution points to his attributes before lying down to rest in his dwelling. This venture into the spirit realm had proven exceedingly profitable, yielding not only a talent, but also evolution points and psychic particles, while his mental attributes gradually improved. This time, advancing to the second tier of mental prowess should not be as taxing as the last. As time elapsed, the system notification emerged during the night. Your strength has surpassed the second-tier threshold. You will now automatically advance. With that, Lin Feng closed his eyes and collapsed onto the bed, his body beginning to undergo a gradual transformation. A potent aura of spiritual energy began to permeate the room, drawing nearby animals to gather in clusters, quietly absorbing the spiritual essence. The village's native dogs specifically made their way to the entrance, only to be swiftly chased away by a swarm of venomous insects. Before long, a torrential downpour commenced outside, yet the animals remained steadfast, refusing to depart. Fortunately, it was nighttime, sparing them from attracting undue attention. The following morning, the weather gradually cleared, becoming exceedingly hot, as if the rain had been for naught. Residents venturing outside encountered swarms of mosquitoes and venomous snakes, while rooftops brimmed with various birds, including doves, sparrows, and magpies. The roads were littered with bird droppings, causing villagers to tread carefully. By noon, the village resembled a furnace, where even brief exposure to the outdoors resulted in profuse sweating, prompting many villagers to curse from within their homes. What in the world is with this heat? The weather forecast set a maximum of 35 degrees. It feels like at least 40 out there. This rain was utterly pointless. I can't believe it. It was pouring last night, and now it's scorching hot. Staying indoors with the air conditioning is definitely preferable. If I had known it would be this hot, I would have gone to the county swimming pool today. Perhaps I could have spotted some lovely ladies. What a pity. I should head to the market later and buy some watermelons. It is simply unbearable, especially with the children about to start school. In the afternoon, those who ventured outside discovered that just over 5,000 meters from the village, the temperature dropped significantly by over 10 degrees, and animal sightings became scarce. However, they thought little of it, attributing it to unusual weather. Some took advantage of the situation to purchase air guns for hunting sparrows and rabbits, enjoying moderate success. Others formed groups to swim in the river, where large fish congregated, leading to fruitful catches. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow, and the temperature around the village quickly dissipated, turning refreshingly cool. Many villagers seized the opportunity to stroll outside, the air becoming remarkably crisp. A throng of people emerged from their homes, wandering in the moonlight and occasionally startling flocks of birds into flight. Some took advantage of the darkness to hunt for wild game, but the increased presence of venomous insects led to hasty retreats after a few stings. Elders seeking shade along the roadside engaged in conversation. The moonlight is splendid tonight. It nearly rivals that of a full moon. Indeed, it must be because of last night's rain, which cleared the clouds. Otherwise, how could we witness such beautiful moonlight? It is far cooler outside than in here. I feel the air conditioning cannot compare. Life in the countryside is truly preferable. I have little desire to return to the county. Old Zhang, you were right. Life in the countryside is more liberating, free from such trivial concerns. Here, as long as you grow enough vegetables to eat, that suffices. Unlike the city where one must venture out daily for groceries, it is such a hassle. The group lingered outdoors for over an hour before becoming chilled and hastily retreated indoors to rest. When the moon reached its zenith, Lin Feng awoke from his slumber. Rising from his bed, he realized he had returned to his human form. Gazing at his flawless hands and feet, he was momentarily awestruck. He had finally regained his human appearance and could now live a normal life. This period had been quite challenging. He then turned his attention to the system panel. You have advanced to become a demon beast. All attributes increased by 10. As your total attributes exceed 500 points, the all attribute bonus has increased from 10 to 20. Your talent, Otherworldly Visitor, is now active, granting an additional 30 to your mental attributes. You have completed your life evolution and received an additional talent and skill, which have been automatically claimed. Zhonghua Tanyuan Mao, Lin Feng, lifespan, 06180 health points, 9190990 attack power, 696 constitution, 619 strength, 696 agility, 614 spirit, 880 mana, 8800 defense, 61 magic resistance, 88 talents. Otherworldly Visitor. Body of the Void, multiple casting, strength growth, key to the spirit realm, eye of the spirit realm, soul of crimson flame. Second form, you can freely switch between human and cat forms. Skills. 1. Ice Spike. 2. Invincible Slash. 3. Pillar of Blazing Fire. 4. Blood Boiling, disabled. 5. 9 Transformations of the Celestial Cat. 89. 6. Bloodthirsty Claw. 7. Dread Beam. 8. Summon Fire Elemental. 9. Bloody Charge, launches forward, knocking enemies back and inflicting 2 points of magical damage, while restoring health equivalent to the damage dealt. Mana cost, 500, cooldown, 300 seconds. Evolution points, 5. Upon reviewing his attributes, Lin Feng's face broke into a joyous smile. He clenched his fists and whispered, from this moment forth, my destiny shall be in my own hands. A new world, here I come. Chapter 70. Ling Bei. After examining his gains, Lin Feng began to strategize for his future. Entering the human world was not a simple endeavor. The primary concern was obtaining an identification card. After all, checking into hotels, renting accommodations, taking public transport, visiting internet cafes, and acquiring a mobile phone all required an ID. Securing an identification card was essential for ensuring a prosperous future. Without it, even entering the city would be fraught with difficulties. Of course, one could survive without an ID, but life would become cumbersome and would risk exposure. For now, financial worries could be set aside. The substantial cash he had acquired previously remained in his pack, ensuring he could live comfortably for quite some time. Lin Feng pondered deeply and realized that the ID issue was the most challenging obstacle. Additionally, it was impractical to carry a backpack every time he ventured out. Alas, he could only take it one step at a time. Where there's a will, there's a way. He refused to believe that money would not suffice for survival. He rummaged through his abode for 2 casual outfits and a pair of sneakers, washing them several times before hanging them out to dry in the yard. Suddenly, a flock of birds took flight, startling Lin Feng with a cacophony of noise. However, he paid little heed to it. Once his tasks were complete, he leapt onto the rooftop, basking in the luminous moonlight, filled with aspirations for the future. The next day, before dawn, Lin Feng hastily consumed a meal of dog meat, then departed the village with his black backpack, sprinting towards the distant town. His clothing was slightly oversized, and his shoes a bit loose, but it was sufficient. Soon, daylight broke, and the streets bustled with early risers heading to the market. With over 1,000 yuan in his pocket, It appeared quite bulging, and without a belt. It looked rather unsightly. Several young women passing by frequently glanced in his direction, causing him to feel nervous, fearing he might reveal a flaw. He listened intently to their conversation. That person has an average appearance, but his skin is remarkably fair. It's even whiter than ours. He must practice ice-based martial arts. A delicate-looking young man like him is truly captivating. Indeed, our school has a boy who cultivates ice-based techniques, and his skin is similarly pale, even fairer than ours. Unfortunately, we lack the talent for ice martial arts. I heard that reaching the 12th level of foundational internal cultivation allows one to switch to any internal discipline. Alas, I only reached the 9th level. Otherwise, I would have learned ice techniques as well. Reaching the 12th level of foundational internal cultivation is quite challenging. I know a few individuals who dedicated over a decade to achieve it, yet still failed. Attaining the 12th level requires luck, comprehension, and innate talent. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Lin Feng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. It turned out that his overly fair skin was the cause of attention. It seemed he would need to sunbathe more often. He preferred to remain inconspicuous, as a life of mediocrity suited him better. Posters of a wanted notice lined the streets, featuring Lin Feng's cat form. He paused to observe it. The photograph was quite lifelike, yet these individuals were destined to never capture that elusive feline. A smirk crept across Lin Feng's face, relieved that no one around noticed. The streets were lively with villagers selling vegetables and residents bustling about in the early morning. Fresh grass fish, come by? Only 2 yuan each, you can't go wrong. Genuine leather belts, only 40 yuan. Local watermelons, just 1 yuan per jean, sweet and crisp. Lin Feng seized the opportunity to purchase a large pancake for 5 yuan, savoring it as he walked, feeling a renewed sense of connection to humanity. He also sought clothing vendors and eventually found a few stalls selling garments in the center of the street. He bought a new outfit and a pair of undergarments. He promptly discarded his old top and, after donning the fresh gray t-shirt, felt rejuvenated. After acquiring his new attire, Lin Feng continued onward, purchasing a pair of athletic shoes, discarding the ill-fitting sneakers. Regrettably, many stores remained shuttered, leaving him unable to replace his trousers. The town streets only featured a couple of bustling areas, while the rest were primarily residential zones. Most importantly, there were no establishments selling dog meat, rendering it unworthy of lingering. After meandering for a while, Lin Feng arrived at the town bus station, boarding a bus to the county town. Many passengers were engrossed in their phones, watching videos, while others chatted and smoked. Lin Feng, however, leaned against the window, gazing vacantly at the scenery outside. The sunlight streamed through the glass, warming him, and before long, he dozed off. After a while, the ticket collector shouted, "We've arrived at Ling Bay. Those sleeping in the back, please wake up." Lin Feng's ears perked up, and he hurriedly opened his eyes, grabbing his backpack and clothes as he disembarked the bus. At the station, several taxis awaited passengers, and a few individuals on electric bikes were soliciting customers. A woman approached him, saying, "Young man, where are you headed? Hop on my electric bike." Numerous such opportunists were present near the station. Once you boarded their vehicle, the fare could become exorbitant, and they might not even take you to your desired destination. Lin Feng ignored her, walking over 100 meters away before hailing a taxi. Once inside, he said directly, "Driver, where can I find a place that sells dog meat?" The driver, an ordinary middle-aged man, replied casually, "There are 3 or 4 markets that sell dog meat. Where do you want to go?" "I'd like to go to the largest one." The driver began driving. Continuing to chatter along the way, "Our county has a decent dog meat market. Many come from the countryside, local dogs. I personally enjoy dog meat. I'll take you to the Wannan vegetable market. There's only one vendor there selling dog meat, and they offer local breeds, unlike other places that sell farm dog meat, which pales in comparison. Just walk straight in, and when you see Zhao de Meat Shop, you've arrived. They also sell beef, real beef, but the prices are a bit high." Lin Feng listened attentively, nodding occasionally, and once they arrived, he promptly paid and exited the vehicle. Wannan Vegetable Market is situated on the right side of Linbei County. With over 1,000 stalls, it is a bustling marketplace frequented by many, where martial artists and apprentices are a common sight. However, Lin Feng did not enter immediately. Instead, he wandered around the vicinity for a while. He discovered a clothing store and purchased a pair of casual trousers, after which he changed into fresh undergarments and pants, feeling a wave of comfort wash over him. The shopkeeper, a woman in her 30s, could hardly take her eyes off the man who had just changed his clothes. Such a man, with skin as smooth as jade, was a rarity in the county, even if his looks were rather ordinary. Yet, his fair complexion was certainly an asset, enhancing his appeal and transforming even an average individual into a distinguished gentleman. The woman's heart raced, and suppressing her excitement, she remarked, "Handsome, Those trousers suit you perfectly. Do visit our shop often. I can offer you a 40% discount. I assure you I won't overcharge you. Intrigued, Lin Feng inquired, how much are these trousers? Normally, they cost 100, but for you, just 60 will suffice. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, familiar with the art of bargaining, and countered, 50. The shopkeeper promptly agreed, deal? Although he felt he had acted hastily, Lin Feng paid without hesitation. In a casual manner, he asked, sister, are there any places nearby for rent? I've misplaced my ID and I'm unsure if I can rent a place here. Certainly, there are rental options, but without an ID, it can be troublesome. You might have to look for places in less frequented areas, which could be inconvenient for travel. That's not an issue. As long as I have a place to stay. There's a Longhe Road behind our street. Just follow the alleys along the roadside, and you'll find many rental advertisements. By the way, do you have Feixin? We could connect there, and you can come to visit when you have time. Observing the charming woman, who was merely in her 30s and likely an ordinary person with a face adorned with heavy makeup, he wondered what she would look like without it. He politely declined, saying, I'm sorry, but I lost my phone and need to buy a new one later. Perhaps another time. Afterward, he hurried off to search for housing, following the directions she had given him to Longhe Road. There, he encountered numerous old residential buildings, many of which had faded exteriors. The streets were lined with small alleys, each plastered with rental advertisements. Entire rental, 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom with a large balcony, moderately furnished, fully equipped with appliances. Direct rental from the landlord, no additional fees. Contact 185. Direct rental from the landlord, Longhe Road number 152, simply decorated, 1 bedroom, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, 1 bathroom. 7th floor, panoramic view, brand new air conditioning, phone, 135. Direct rental of a 1-bedroom apartment. Downstairs there's a street filled with food options, landlord self-renovation. Fully furnished with appliances, contact 157. Lin Feng frowned. Contacting the landlords required a phone call, thus he realized he needed to resolve the issue with his mobile device promptly. He then turned towards a nearby service center. Here, he found the familiar 3 major telecom operators, but no matter which one he approached, they all insisted on ID verification. Ultimately, he sought out a small private shop nearby. After visiting several establishments, a middle-aged male proprietor finally responded, it's troublesome without an ID. But I can help you register using my friend's ID. This type of mobile card requires at least a 200 yuan activation fee, with a minimum monthly subscription of 99. How does that sound? That works, thank you very much. Lin Feng quickly agreed. Before long, he had acquired a mobile card and purchased a domestic brand smartphone, finally resolving his phone dilemma. Next on his agenda was securing a rental. By this time, it was already past 11, and mealtime had arrived. Lin Feng hailed a taxi, asking, driver, is there a dog meat restaurant nearby? The driver started the meter and soon arrived at a restaurant. Lin Feng quickly paid and entered, discovering that many patrons were indeed enjoying dog meat. He chose a secluded corner and ordered several dishes, braised dog meat, clear stewed dog meat, 5-spice dog meat, and fragrant rice dog meat, among others. While waiting for his meal, he used his phone to install various common apps, Douyin, Feixin, Xiuqiu, and a browser. Before long, the dishes arrived, their delectable aroma filling the air. The table was overflowing with food, and the neighboring tables were similarly abundant. As many of the diners were martial artists with hearty appetites, Lin Feng was not particularly noticeable among the guests, but the smoke from several diners made him uncomfortable. Additionally, the dog meat was scant, and the spicy flavor was unbearable for him. Each bite triggered a fit of coughing. Sighing, he thought, I can't handle spicy food. It diminishes the joys of life. After finishing his meal, he calculated that he had spent over 900, which only granted him 40 evolution points, a rather unwise investment. Exiting the restaurant, he regretted the expense, lamenting, I should have just bought some dog meat and cooked it myself. He resolved to secure a place to stay. Once again, he took a taxi back to Longhe Road, making calls to inquire about rentals. Hello, landlord, do you have a place for rent? What? No ID? That's not acceptable. Our company requires a signed contract. Without an ID, it's impossible. Realizing he was speaking to a broker, Lin Feng quickly hung up the phone. He continued his inquiries, but encountered either deceitful brokers or unsuitable locations. Eventually, with no other options, he decided to venture into the alleys to search in person. The alleys were about 3 to 4 meters wide, lined with many parked electric bikes, and overhead were a tangle of wires, resembling the urban villages. The streets featured numerous 5 to 6-story buildings, some reaching 7 or 8 stories, all lacking elevators, and many bore for rent signs. Lin Feng inquired at various places, aiming for those closer to the rooftops. He wandered from early afternoon until past 5, finally locating a suitable apartment. Had it not been for his robust physique, he would have likely collapsed from exhaustion. The apartment was situated in the middle of the alley, on the top floor of a 9-story building without an elevator. However, it did feature a spacious balcony, overlooking clutter and drying clothes from neighboring units. The landlord, a middle-aged woman in her 40s, was also a peak martial artist. With enthusiasm, she remarked, "Young man, you must have a solid foundation in internal energy. Climbing 9 flights of stairs must be a breeze for you. Moreover, this place is quite spacious. You'd essentially have your own floor. 2 bedrooms, 1 living room, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom, all for just $2,000 a month. It's an absolute bargain." This price was several hundred higher than other options, and being on the top floor, Lin Feng would not have chosen it if not for his need to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. After she finished speaking, Lin Feng replied, "Could you possibly lower the price a bit? I still need to find work here, and my salary is uncertain. How about $1,800 a month? I can commit to at least a 6-month lease." The landlord immediately retracted her smile, stating, "I can't offer any discounts. Without your ID, who knows if you're a fugitive assassin? This is the price, take it or leave it. If it weren't for your fair complexion, I wouldn't even consider renting to you." Lin Feng quickly smiled and replied, "Sister, please don't be upset. I'll take it. It's getting dark, and I still need to buy daily necessities. Please bring out the contract. I'll sign it right away." Only then did the landlord retrieve the contract from her bag, instructing him to write down his name and phone number. "I have set a minimum rental period of 6 months, with a deposit of 2 months' rent and 1 month's rent paid in advance. The sanitation fee amounts to 100, and the key to the residence costs another 100. Each month, I must pay for water and electricity." After much effort, Lin Feng finally managed to send the landlord away, and as he surveyed the dilapidated surroundings, a sense of belonging began to envelop him. Though the dwelling was modest, it provided shelter from the elements, allowing him to finally settle down and develop in peace. Chapter 2. Miscellaneous matters. Once the landlord was dispatched, Lin Feng set down his backpack and ventured out again with over 1,000 yuan. There remained much to procure: bedding, pillows, shower gel, soap, and other daily necessities. Fortunately, there was a convenience store nearby, and after several trips, he successfully acquired all the essentials. By this time, the moon had risen, and the dog meat shop was likely already closed. Lin Feng had no choice but to take a taxi to the dog meat restaurant. Returning home well past 8, he busied himself with cleaning the house, sweeping, mopping, and taking out the trash. After tidying up the newly purchased kettle and appliances, the place finally looked presentable. Upon checking the time, he realized it was already past 11 o'clock. It must be said that household chores can be quite bothersome. Most people had long since retired for the night, leaving only a few night owls engrossed in videos or games. Lin Feng pulled a small stool outside and sat beneath the moonlight, the surrounding mosquitoes buzzing incessantly. With a swift motion, he caught a pesky mosquito and crushed it effortlessly. Although this little creature could not pierce his skin, its incessant noise was quite irksome. After sitting for a while, he became restless and transformed into his feline form, leaping onto the rooftop to bask in the moon's glow. That night, the moonlight illuminated the surroundings for miles, and nearby martial artists noticed an acceleration in their internal energy cultivation. Stray cats and dogs congregated in the area, lounging along the streets, relishing the moonlit ambience. Unbeknownst to him, the night passed swiftly, and before dawn, Lin Feng washed up and set out once more. He navigated through alleys and turned down 2 streets until he arrived at Zhao Da's butcher shop. To his surprise, a considerable line had formed, and Lin Feng could only join the queue. The customers ahead were swift in their transactions. "Boss, I ordered 60 gene of dog legs yesterday." "Boss, I placed an order for 80 gene of hind legs." "I pre-ordered 200 gene of breastbones." Most of these patrons had arrived well prepared, having placed their orders in advance, with some paying in cash and others using mobile payments. When it was Lin Feng's turn, he stated, "Boss, I would like 100 gene of dog meat." The proprietor, a stout middle-aged man and a second-tier martial artist, promptly retrieved several large cuts of dog meat, weighed them, and packed them into 4 plastic bags. The total for 100 gene came to 3,000 yuan. Lin Feng mentally sighed in relief, grateful for the ample cash he had brought. He quickly extracted a bundle of notes, counted out 30 bills, and handed them to the boss. "By the way, do you have a group? I plan to come by often, and if they're SA group, I'd like to join." The boss gestured toward a door nearby, saying, "Add me on Feishin, and I'll add you to the group tonight. If you need anything, let me know in advance to avoid any shortages of dog meat." After adding the boss on Feishin, Lin Feng departed with the dog meat. Upon returning home, he placed the meat in the refrigerator and hurried out again to purchase some seasonings and other items. Once everything was ready, he cleaned the dog meat and placed it in the stew pot with salt, beginning the cooking process. The simple preparation required no elaborate culinary techniques. Just salt and a few seasonings would suffice. While the meat simmered, Lin Feng sat at the door, soaking up the sun and scrolling through his phone. Upon opening Douyin, he was greeted by an array of videos featuring beautiful women and various curious clips. Martial artists showcased their skills, awakened individuals demonstrated their abilities, and others live-streamed capturing magical beasts, among countless other entertainments. As the savory aroma of the simmering meat wafted through the house, Lin Feng finally entered, carrying the stew pot outside to taste his creation in the sunlight. This straightforward boiled dog meat paled in comparison to that found in restaurants. Yet he was not picky. He simply needed to fill his belly. After consuming over 10 jin of dog meat, he found himself still hungry and decided to prepare more. This breakfast consumed over 20 jin of dog meat, yielding 65 evolution points. Calculating for 4 meals a day, that would amount to approximately 260 evolution points. The only downside was the expense. Spending 3,000 yuan a day totals 90,000 a month, which could be quite a strain, yet it was undeniably more economical than dining out. After all, this money was acquired through his own efforts, and he wouldn't mind spending it. When funds ran low, he could always embark on another venture to sustain his lavish lifestyle for several months. Most importantly, this place was safe from the hunting teams, allowing him to diligently enhance his attributes. After his meal of dog meat, Lin Feng reclined on the balcony to soak up the sun. A minor discomfort was the stool, which was not particularly comfortable. A lounge chair would have been ideal. After a while, he could no longer endure the discomfort and swiftly ventured out again, scouring several shops nearby until he finally found a wooden lounge chair. After completing the purchase, he carried it home. While ascending the stairs, he encountered 2 beautiful women. The air was rich with their fragrance, as they too had just descended, clad in professional attire and exuding a subtle elegance. Upon noticing Lin Feng, they exchanged glances. As they continued down, they whispered to one another, "Xiao Bing, this guy is so fair-skinned. I've met many people, but never someone with such a delicate complexion. Look at your silly face. Hurry up and move. If you don't speed up, you'll be late, and the manager will give you trouble." Humph, that old lecher. I wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile wryly, surprised that someone would refer to him as a little white face. It seemed he needed to increase his sun exposure, striving to darken his skin tone at least to that of Gu Tianla. Upon returning to the rooftop, he settled into the lounge chair and resumed scrolling through his phone. By noon, hunger struck, prompting him to cook more dog meat. With 100 jin of meat, he could enjoy 4 meals. Coupled with the daily infusion of energy from the sun and moon, he could amass nearly 300 evolution points each day, which was quite impressive. That evening, he even messaged the boss to place a reservation for dog meat, increasing his order from 100 jin to 120 jin. The boss replied, "Understood. I'll add you to our group shortly. If you need anything, just let me know in advance." Customers in the group enjoyed some discounts. While strangers paid 30 per jin, group members only paid 29. "Thank you, boss." Lin Feng then continued to recline at the door, basking in the moonlight. Life had become significantly more comfortable than before. From the upper floor, he could hear the voices of other tenants and the sound of cards being shuffled. Occasionally, large vehicles would rumble down the street, embodying the simplicity of daily life. If life continued in this tranquil manner, it would be quite pleasant. Before long, Lin Feng stumbled upon a Douyin video. Today, a girl named Wang Ling went missing near the mall in Lingbei County. She is only 18 years old. The family has reported the incident, and the security department has initiated an investigation. The family claims they will offer a reward of 100,000 yuan for her safe return. Lin Feng's brow furrowed. Could it be that the group of ruffians had come to town? If the girl had vanished today, her chances of survival were likely slim. It seemed these individuals were once again intent on showering him with money. A potential idea struck him. If these people sought to eliminate evidence, they might employ the same tactics as before. Without delay, he pulled out his phone and began searching for nearby reservoirs. After confirming the location, Lin Feng set off with navigation in hand. Chapter 3. The reservoir. After descending the stairs, Lin Feng sprinted with fervor, running faster than a car in full throttle. Drivers of sports cars gaped in astonishment at the dark figure racing along the roadside. I must say, this fellow possesses remarkable agility. I estimate he is at least of the martial artist caliber. If everyone possessed such lightness of foot, our taxi company would inevitably face ruin. Alas, I wonder when I shall break through to become a high-level warrior. It seems so arduous. Along the main road, a few individuals are engaged in nocturnal jogging when a shadow swiftly darts past them, only to vanish into the darkness at an astonishing speed, leaving behind a group of astonished giants. Currently, the distance to Wang Lu Shuku is 988 meters. Please reduce speed to prevent accidents. The navigation voice incessantly chimes from the mobile device, yet Lin Feng pays it no heed, merely accelerating slightly to reach his destination. This location is a sizable reservoir, situated merely 2 or 3 kilometers from the county town. Adjacent to the reservoir is a stretch of over 200 meters of concrete road, yet regrettably, there is not a single soul in sight. However, around the bend ahead, some individuals are engaged in night fishing, and Lin Feng decides to approach them. There are 3 individuals in this area, and unless one is particularly observant, they are not easily noticeable. With the grace of a specter, Lin Feng silently approaches from behind and leaps onto a nearby tree. He is merely 10 or so meters away from the trio, and the open view allows him to observe every movement in the vicinity. This distance is ideal for igniting his passion without the risk of harming anyone else. It feels utterly perfect. The 3 fishermen remain oblivious to his presence, completely engrossed in their activity, and for some inexplicable reason, the fish, typically unresponsive, are now biting frequently. The 3 fishermen, suppressing their excitement, cast their lines repeatedly and soon reel in a considerable catch. At that moment, one of the fishermen's phones rings. He hastily answers, saying, "Hello, dear, I don't wish to return home just yet. The fish are plentiful. It's almost midnight. If you don't come back soon, I will open the door and go to sleep. Whoever wishes to enter may do so. If you enjoy fishing, so shall I, and let us see who catches first." With that, the fisherman abruptly hangs up and turns off his phone, disdainfully muttering, "No one can deter me from fishing, not even my wife." The 2 companions beside him gaze at him with admiration. This man is truly formidable, forsaking his spouse for the sake of fishing. Lin Feng, perched in the tree, is equally impressed, exclaiming silently, "Fisherman, you are extraordinary. To disregard one's wife for the thrill of fishing is truly commendable." The fisherman, reveling in his abundant catch, suddenly feels a tremendous pull on his fishing rod and shouts, "I've hooked a big one." A massive wave erupts from the water, bending the rod dramatically. Had it not been for his commendable physical condition, he would have been pulled into the water, though merely an advanced martial apprentice. He is in the prime of his youth, possessing a solid foundational internal skill of 6 levels. The force he wields is no less than several hundred pounds, yet the fish beneath the surface seems to possess even greater strength. He attempts to yank it back, but the massive creature remains unyielding, pulling him toward the reservoir. His 2 companions quickly set aside their rods and rush to assist him. They grab him by the waist, straining to pull him back. Below, the fish thrashes vigorously, sending ripples across the water's surface, with the moonlight fragmented within the waves, rising and falling with the motion. Suddenly, Lin Feng's ears perk up. He hears the distant sound of a car horn. A vehicle approaching at this hour may not harbor good intentions. He swiftly removes his clothing, shuts off his phone, and wraps it within his garments, transforming himself into a feline form. His body diminishes, gradually reverting to that of an orange cat, and the world around him expands dramatically. Lin Feng leaps from the tree and stealthily traverses along the shadows beside the concrete road, ultimately concealing himself within a patch of weeds, quietly awaiting the arrival of his target. Unexpectedly, the sounds from the fisherman cease, but he remains unfazed. Soon, a silver-white van arrives, halting in the middle of the concrete road. The driver abruptly flings open the door, and together with a burly man from the vehicle, they haul out a black plastic bag. They approach the nearby shadows and open the bag, revealing a sleeping, beautiful girl. The driver chuckles, "Yin Tao. We are fortunate this time. They haven't arrived yet, allowing us to enjoy ourselves." The burly man replies, "Brother, who goes first? I recall you took the lead with the last woman. Should it not be my turn this time?" The driver strokes his chin, lights a cigarette, and responds, "All right. I shall yield this time, but do not be overly rough. If there are any marks left for them to see, it would be troublesome. I have heard this girl is favored by a significant figure, so be cautious." Gui Yun Tao nods and begins to undress the girl, murmuring, "This girl is barely 20. She might still be innocent. I must relish this moment." In mere moments, he has stripped her of her clothing, revealing a stunning physique that is hard to resist. Gui Yun Tao feels a surge of desire, hastily removing his trousers while swallowing hard. He thinks to himself, "What a great opportunity. This girl has surely never experienced a man. Let me be her first." Lin Feng can no longer bear the sight. These 2 martial artists engaging in such despicable acts fills even a cat with shame. He then unleashes his unparalleled strike, sending 3 streaks of golden light toward the 2 men, each strike leaving nearly a meter-long gash. Accompanying the golden light are 3 crimson flames, each the size of a palm, scorching the wounds to a charred black. Just as Gui Yun Tao has removed his trousers, he sees a beam of golden light approaching. Before he can react, he feels a chilling sensation below, as the golden light severs his manhood. He collapses to the ground, howling in agony. Ah, my little chicken. Gui Yunyong, caught off guard, also suffers multiple strikes from the golden light. By the time he regains his senses, his body is already marked with 7 or 8 gashes, and the anguished cry of his brother sends a jolt of fear through him. He quickly retreats, anxiously scanning for the assailant. 3 ice spikes fly toward the writhing Gui Yuntao, pinning him to the ground like steel nails. While blood pours from his chest and abdomen, 3 more crimson flames accompany the ice spikes, further scorching his wounds. He clutches his groin, crying out, "Brother, save me." Gui Yunyang's eyes blaze with fury as he channels his internal energy for a powerful strike, aiming at the orange cat with fists aglow with brilliant white light. In Lin Feng's eyes, the man's movements appear to unfold in slow motion, allowing him to clearly discern the trajectory of the punch. With a casual leap, he evades the attack, slipping out of the opponent's reach. He locked onto the man in midair, swiftly unleashing a sanguinary charge. Countless crimson rays enveloped his entire being, accompanied by a tremendous thrust propelling him forward. With a resounding crash, the red light struck Gui Yunrong's chest, forcefully hurling him 7 to 8 meters along the cement pathway. He could feel several of his ribs fracturing. The direst consequence, however, was the wounds on his body, which erupted with blood under the pressure of external forces. Another fiery crimson flame descended, scorching a significant patch of his hand. He sensed his strength waning rapidly, a foreboding feeling creeping into his heart. This orange cat possesses formidable skills. I may not be its match. I must stall until that group arrives. Gui Yunrong's eyes flickered uncertainly, yet his limbs moved with urgency. He delivered a powerful kick to push the beast away. Then, he quickly retrieved a pill from his pocket, crushed it between his teeth, and swallowed it whole. A surge of potent medicinal energy surged within him, halting the bleeding from his wounds and igniting his internal power with ferocity. His eyes glowed crimson as he roared, "Beast, come. Let us see who is truly superior." Lin Feng, observing the man's attributes surging, was taken aback. Gui Yunrong, peak second-tier warrior, health, 719516260, 5000, attack power, 1432, 50, constitution, 1476, 500 strength, 1432, 500, agility, 1365, 500, spirit, 1490, 500, defense, 147, 50, magic resistance, 149, 50, internal force, 126, 601, 4900, 5000, talent, robust physique. Exceptional agility skills, Neo Family Fist, Taiji Hands, 12 grappling techniques, by Shui Gong, second layer, Overlord Fist, second layer, Linghe Body Technique. Ah, this fellow possesses pills. Lin Feng's pupils narrowed, his wariness towards this individual heightened. It seemed that in future encounters, he must eliminate such adversaries in one fell swoop, leaving them no chance to recover. Feeling the rampant medicinal energy coursing through him, Gui Yunrong became increasingly reckless. He harnessed his internal force and leaped forward, a flash of white light once again illuminating his hand as his fist lunged toward the beast's head. His movements were significantly swifter than before, traversing the several meters in the blink of an eye, the fierce wind rustling the surrounding grass. Lin Feng remained unperturbed, lightly stepping backward while releasing a beam of intimidating light toward Gui Yunrong, 3 white rays striking the enemy directly. He then leapt forward, claws aimed at the back of the opponent's head. As Gui Yunrong charged ahead, he felt the entire sky darken, his body stiffening as he collapsed to the ground. Pain surged through his skull, and several warm pieces of flesh fell before him. Is this my brain matter? How could this happen? I had consumed the pill. Gui Yunrong's eyes widened in disbelief as he sensed his body growing cold, yet he could utter not a word. The world before him dimmed, though a flicker of unwillingness remained in his mind. No, I refuse to die. My brother is still waiting for my rescue. I cannot perish like this. Rise, rise. Gui Yunrong silently roared in defiance, and suddenly he felt a peculiar force nearby. As this force surged into his body, he astonishingly stood once more. He bellowed, "Beast, you cannot defeat me. I shall slay you." Lin Feng furrowed his brow at this bizarre spectacle, realizing that humans indeed could manifest a soul. Yet, this individual had transformed into a grotesque figure, enveloped in dark energy. Standing over 2 meters tall, covered in jet black fur, with 2 massive tusks protruding from its mouth. It was undeniably a true beast. Peak second-tier pig spirit health, 129,001, 2900 attack power, 129 spirit, 990 magic resistance, 99 talent, shadow gathering, materialization skills, forceful charge, hard fur projection. Lin Feng felt as though his entire existence had been shaken, This creature was once human. How could it have morphed into such an eerie form? Who is truly the beast here? The pig spirit suddenly roared, "Die!" It then charged forward with great speed, enveloped in dark light. Lin Feng instinctively leaped as the creature accelerated. Had it not been for the beast's roar, he might not have reacted in time. Bang! The pig spirit collided with a century-old tree, which instantly toppled, leaves rustling as a powerful gust of wind sent many leaves flying. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed with realization. This creature could indeed impact solid objects, suggesting that physical attacks were effective against it. With this newfound understanding, he devised his strategy. The pig spirit turned around, charging again with frenzied cries, its hooves leaving deep impressions in the muddy earth. Yet this time, its assault missed entirely, sustaining a few scratches in the process. Infuriated, its human memories grew hazy, consumed by a singular desire to shred the pesky orange cat and devour it whole to quench its fury. It turned once more, ramming into the orange cat, yet after multiple failed attempts, it found itself further wounded by scratches. The battlefield gradually shifted to the desolate woods by the reservoir, with large trees spaced every few meters. Lin Feng used these trees to nimbly evade attacks while waiting for his skills to cool down. The pig spirit, increasingly agitated, focused intently on the orange cat, relentlessly charging regardless of where it fled, devastating the surrounding trees. Lin Feng silently counted down 20, 19, 18, until his skills were ready. He then pivoted, revealing a cruel smile. Abomination, prepare to meet your end. Chapter 5. The carp spirit 5 ice spikes flew forth, striking the pig spirit squarely, followed by 3 fire elementals materializing around it. Lin Feng transformed into 2 beams of golden light, launching a flurry of slashes at the pig spirit, while 10 palm-sized flames hurtled toward it. In the blink of an eye, the pig spirit's health plummeted. In that moment, the pig spirit's form dimmed, suddenly recalling its human memories. It was Gue Yunrong, once a warrior who had inadvertently strayed onto the path of human trafficking. Over 40 years had swiftly passed, during which he had married and fathered children. Had he known this would be his fate, he would have chosen a different path. In his final moments, he remembered his newborn child, a surge of resentment flooding his heart. Why was fate so cruel? The pig spirit, laden with unending bitterness, succumbed to eternal darkness, leaving behind a black orb on the ground. Lin Feng approached and touched the orb, which disappeared silently, a system prompt emerging. You have absorbed a second-tier soul pearl, acquiring 99 soul points. Lin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging that this harvest was quite satisfactory. At least it was not in vain. The worker, the soul of the worker, is indeed superior to others. These 99 soul points can be converted into over 40 points of attributes, equivalent to approximately 4 to 500 evolution points. The only lamentable aspect is the rarity of such entities. This time, he had to defeat 2 martial artists to encounter one. Was it true that to obtain soul pearls, one must tread the path of hunting human warriors? He pondered in place for a while, his thoughts wavering. Some individuals are truly human, embodying greatness, while others are devoid of humanity, their hearts tainted. He realized he must not waver in his convictions due to the actions of a few. Those malevolent beings should not be categorized as human. Perhaps they could be dealt with. While Lin Feng was deep in thought, a van approached from the distance. He hurried to the roadside, transforming back into human form, and tossed the bodies of 2 individuals into the reservoir before reverting to his feline shape, waiting quietly for the van to arrive. Soon, the van came to a halt, occupied by an ordinary middle-aged woman. Dressed in a gray long-sleeve shirt with slightly darkened skin and denim jeans, she had a cigarette dangling from her mouth. Upon seeing the van, she exhaled a sigh of relief. As she disembarked, she clutched a black plastic bag, grumbling, "I apologize for being late. I had a flat tire on the way. I don't know what's been going on lately. Someone keeps scattering nails on the road. What a foolish act. If I find out who it is, I'll surely kidnap their children. Old Gue, why are you 2 lurking about without headlights? Are you up to mischief with the women?" After stepping out, the woman approached the van to inspect it, but saw no sign of anyone. Instantly, her vigilance heightened. Tentatively, she called out, "Old Gue, stop playing hide and seek. I'm leaving." As she spoke, her gaze wandered, and she soon spotted the slumbering girl by the roadside and the pools of blood. Her expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to flee. Observing that no one else was around, Lin Feng sprang forth, extending his claws toward the back of the woman's head. His sharp claws pierced her brain, splattering crimson and white matter everywhere. The woman let out a shriek of agony, nearly losing her sanity. It felt as though a steel needle had been thrust into her skull, twisting violently. In her panic, she dropped the black plastic bag. As she reached to touch her head, her fingers encountered the soft, white brain matter. Realizing what had transpired, She collapsed to the ground like a limp noodle, her body convulsing a few times before succumbing to death. Lin Feng transformed back into human form, carelessly tossing the woman's corpse into the reservoir. At that moment, a massive shadow lurked nearby, swiftly devouring the woman's body in 2 bites, staining the water's surface with bright red blood. The shadow was approximately 5 to 6 meters long and, after finishing the meal, transformed into a half-fish, half-human creature that emerged onto the shore. The fishman, completely naked and adorned with numerous golden scales, had a mouth resembling 2 large sausages, complete with whiskers on either side. Its prominent appendage swayed conspicuously, reminiscent of a carp spirit. The fishman spoke, "Brother Cat Demon, thank you for the warrior corpses you provided. They enabled me to transform. However, my transformation was rather hasty, and I am unsure how to achieve a perfect form like yours." Lin Feng's eyes flickered with interest upon realizing the existence of such an awkward creature in the midst of its transformation. Second tier advanced carp spirit life points. 198,901, 9890 attack power, 1653 constitution, 1689 strength, 1653 agility, 1254 spirit, 1452 demon power, 145,201, 4520 defense, 168 magic resistance, 145 talent, devour, underwater breathing. Minor fortune, dormant evolution skills, bite, rapid charge, quick regeneration, water element shield, burrowing, low altitude flight, rain technique. Ah, a burrowing carp spirit. This creature seems quite capable. After reviewing the creature's attributes, Lin Feng felt a desire to befriend it, particularly due to its devouring talent, which indicated it was no ordinary entity. The creature also possessed minor fortune, suggesting it could one day evolve into a high-tier demon beast. He greeted, "Greetings, Brother Carp, I am Lin Feng. I am also uncertain how to achieve a perfect transformation. By the way, how did you learn to speak human language?" He paused, observing the carp spirit's reaction. The carp spirit, with a naive demeanor, replied, "So you are Brother Lin. I learned human speech by secretly listening to humans nearby. I must thank you once more. Had it not been for the 2 warrior corpses you gifted me, I would still be in carp form. The issue of perfect transformation is not of great concern to me. I am not overly worried about it. You are my first companion, and your assistance has been monumental. I am unsure how to express my gratitude." Lin Feng stroked his chin and replied, "You may call me elder brother. Helping you transform is simply what an elder brother ought to do. However, I have a small tip. If you wish to achieve a perfect transformation, observe humans closely. You will undoubtedly discover new insights. By the way, have any humans come to capture you here?" The carp spirit, brimming with pride, responded, "Previously, many humans cast nets in the water to catch fish, but I can burrow. Whenever I sense danger, I would dive into the underwater caves, which is how I managed to evade capture. However, many large fish have been taken by humans, and I often sneakily retaliate by stealing from nearby anglers. You must be cautious. Once humans notice a companion is missing, they will investigate. They may even drain the reservoir. And then, even if you can burrow, escaping death will be exceedingly difficult." Hearing this, the carp spirit's expression changed. "In that case, I must prepare early. I will dig a deep cave below. I will not allow humans to catch me. Then be diligent in your work. Avoid stealing from anglers for a while, and you may just evade disaster. I must return now." The carp spirit lamented, "Brother Lin, I have no friends here. Please visit me often when you have time." Lin Feng nodded and transformed back into his feline form, clutching the black plastic bag as he sought out his clothing. The carp spirit leaped into the water, vanishing, leaving only rippling waves behind. Upon his return, Lin Feng discovered that 3 anglers had disappeared, leaving behind some fishing gear on the shore, with one fishing rod drifting further into the water. Such is the law of the jungle. Lin Feng reverted to human form, donned his clothing, and reflected on the situation before kicking the nearby fishing gear into the water and pushing 2 vans into the reservoir. He had no desire for his demon beast friend to be hunted by humans, as he too was now a member of the demon beasts, naturally wishing for their numbers to flourish. Only when the population of demon beasts increased could he feel a sense of safety. Lin Feng was unaware that his mindset was subtly shifting. Before long, the woman on the shore began to stir, her face filled with terror as she clutched her clothing and scanned her surroundings. She quickly spotted the 2 vans nearby, and the faint scent of blood lingered in the air. Rising to her feet, she fled without uttering a sound. As she sprinted onto the main road, she frequently glanced back, fearful that those nefarious individuals might pursue her. It was only when she reached the county town that she borrowed a phone from a nearby internet cafe to report her predicament, recounting her ordeal in meticulous detail. The personnel from the security department hastily mobilized to bring the woman back for a statement, then promptly proceeded towards Wang Lu Reservoir based on her directions. Captain Yang Chong of the security department was also troubled. In recent days, he had received several reports of missing persons, yet each investigation yielded no results. As this group was exceedingly cunning, just after he completed his examination of the scene, he received a call from Director Wan, instructing him to refrain from further interference. As the missing individuals had already been found, Yang was to conduct a brief investigation and provide a written report, while the director would handle the subsequent matters. With a frown, Yang ended the call, feeling a sense of helplessness as he gazed at the bloodstains on the ground. Nevertheless, he meticulously examined the site before leading his team back. Upon returning home, Lin Feng sat on his bed, counting his earnings, 10,000, 20,000, 32,000. This haul seemed quite fruitful. After finishing his tally, he lay down at the door, feeling quite pleased. This sum would sustain him for a while. If only he could capture a human trafficker every day, he would no longer need to worry about finances. Another night swiftly passed. The following morning, as per his routine, Lin Feng went to sell meat, purchasing 120 pounds, which should suffice for the day. During the day, he made a point to check local Douyin, only to find that videos regarding missing persons were being suppressed. They were nearly invisible unless one actively sought them out. Various indicators suggested that numerous factions existed within the human realm. Perhaps this was why the carp spirit could survive in the reservoir. In this world, light and darkness coexist. Not everyone is imbued with a sense of justice. Take, for instance, those selling dog meat. Demand creates the market, which in turn leads to disputes over profit, hinting that significant organizations may lurk behind these individuals. Yet, none of this concerned Lin Feng. As long as he witnessed a steady increase in attribute points, he was content. The families of the three fishermen also reported their disappearance, prompting the security department to return to Wang Lu Reservoir. They discovered the vehicles of the three men along a narrow path beside the reservoir, yet no fishing gear or other belongings were found. Consequently, speculation arose that a supernatural beast might dwell within the reservoir, leading the security department to enlist local fishermen for a search. The fishermen found no trace of the missing men, but did recover 2 vans. It took the combined strength of over a dozen martial artists from the security department to extract the vehicles from the water. Following the vehicle information, they identified one as a cloned plate, while the other led them to the Gouet brothers. The security department speculated that these two might have harmed the fishermen, but as they were outsiders, further inquiries became quite complicated. Meanwhile, the carp spirit evaded a close call in its cave. For the next few days, Lin Feng maintained a secluded existence within his abode. He spent his days consuming dog meat while browsing Douyin, keeping an eye on developments concerning Wang Lu Reservoir. Fortunately, the security department had not begun draining the reservoir for searches, indicating that the carp spirit remained safe, allowing Lin Feng to redirect his focus. On September 15th, as dawn broke, the sun quickly became sweltering. By just after 7 in the morning, the outside world felt unbearably hot. Lin Feng, seated on the rooftop, was drenched in sweat. Yet the air conditioning in his home was working tirelessly, with the front door left ajar, allowing cool breezes to waft in and provide some relief. He was accumulating over 40 evolution points each hour, equivalent to a typical day's yield. Since yesterday, he had ceased utilizing his evolution points, amassing over 500 thus far. Should he experience another bountiful harvest today, he would be able to unlock a new skill by tomorrow, filling him with anticipation. As much of the city sweltered under the heat, local residents remained indoors with their air conditioning units. However, this respite was short-lived, as many transformers began to fail under the strain, igniting in flames amid flashes of electricity. The power department of Lingbei County became inundated with repair requests, with higher authorities urging swift action. Electricians braved the heat, sweat streaming down their brows, evaporating almost instantly upon contact with the ground. Several electricians suffered from heat exhaustion, hindering their repair pace. Animals in the vicinity began to congregate towards Lingbei County, while some residents, seeing no improvement in conditions, opted to take buses to the countryside. They soon realized that the countryside offered a much cooler refuge than the city, prompting them to invite friends for a respite. Local inns quickly filled to capacity, with many starting diesel generators to ensure guest comfort. By midday, every room had been booked. As noon approached, the city felt akin to an oven. Merely stepping outside for 3 minutes would leave one drenched in sweat, with even basements growing uncomfortably warm. Taxi drivers were reluctant to venture out, fully aware of the risk of tire blowouts. Some individuals, realizing the dire situation, attempted to flee to the countryside, with the fortunate ones succeeding while others faced tire issues and had to seek nearby shelter. Some martial artists discovered that during this period, their training yielded significantly greater results, an hour of internal cultivation equating to 10 hours of usual practice. They discreetly informed their friends, encouraging them to join in the intense training. After experiencing the benefits, these martial artists shared the news, and soon, many began to practice at home. Those who had retreated to the countryside upon hearing the news hastily returned, eager to partake in this heightened training. The city streets felt eerily quiet, with stray cats, dogs, and birds avoiding lingering too long, only daring to bask in the sun briefly before seeking shade. Many small animals succumbed to the relentless heat, perishing on the streets. Residents near Changha Road were particularly exasperated. Not only were they without power, but they also endured the sweltering temperatures within their homes. They resorted to shedding their clothing and frequently bathing to cool off. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, residing on the top floor, enjoyed a remarkably comfortable existence. The fierce sunlight had tanned his skin, allowing him to step outside without drawing too much attention. A pile of ice cones lay nearby, providing unexpected relief from the heat. At lunchtime, with the power out, he relished chilled dog meat. To him, raw meat was still palatable, and the cold variety tasted even better. If only the sun shone this brightly every day, he mused, he could ascend to a higher level sooner and reach the pinnacle of his existence as a cat. Chapter 7. Urban Warfare. As the moon ascended, a different scene unfolded. The oppressive heat of the city quickly dissipated, replaced by a chilling cold. The electricians, who had been grateful for the onset of night, were swiftly confronted with a biting chill. Their flimsy clothing could no longer fend off the encroaching cold. The workers shivered uncontrollably, their repair efforts stalling once again as they called home for thicker garments. Those who had intended to venture out for a cool breeze abandoned their plans, while workers returning home sought refuge indoors. Couples could embrace and drift into slumber, while the unfortunate singles could only wrap themselves in blankets for warmth. Outside the city, over a dozen shadowy figures congregated, all of them nearby demon beasts sensing the potent lunar energy permeating the urban area. This lunar force proved immensely beneficial to them, accelerating their ascension process. Thus they gradually converged towards the city. Residents near the county town noticed the shadows on the road and hastily contacted the Martial Arts Association and the Hunters Association. The two official organizations promptly dispatched personnel to intercept the demon beasts. Soon, the demon beasts encountered human warriors, and a fierce battle ensued, with many residents secretly recording the event on their phones, while others broadcasted live from their balconies. The warriors and hunting teams numbered over 200, vastly outnumbering the demon beasts. However, empowered by the lunar energy, the demon beasts exhibited a significant increase in combat prowess, managing to withstand the humans' fierce assaults. Some demon beasts even utilized the moonlight to rapidly recover and evolve, resulting in little advantage for the human warriors. Lin Feng, who was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin, caught sight of this live broadcast, his eyes lighting up. Among the hunting teams were familiar faces, including a member of the team that had once defeated him, now engaged in battle. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng realized that if he intervened now, he might attract the attention of the humans in the city, risking exposure of his identity. However, with the power still not restored, the surveillance systems likely remained offline, affording him the opportunity to ambush. If that individual were to become isolated, he could exact his revenge. Resolute, Lin Feng secured his door and transformed into his orange cat form. Leaping across rooftops towards the battleground, he traversed through streets and alleys until he reached the chaotic scene of conflict. After surveying the surroundings, he perched on an inconspicuous air conditioning unit, quietly observing the unfolding battle. The battlefield was a tumult of chaos, spanning a distance of 500 to 600 meters, with the warriors operating like a pack of wolves, systematically segmenting the battlefield and dividing the demon beasts into smaller groups. The demon beasts, overwhelmed, soon bore numerous injuries. A massive fireball erupted on the battlefield, sending several warriors flying. The source of this devastating attack was a wild boar demon, its crimson fur indicating a fiery affinity. With each swing of its limbs, fireballs erupted, pockmarking the ground with craters. The nearby warriors could only dodge, sustaining injuries from flying debris. Take this. Before the wild boar demon could revel in its power, a burly man charged in with a blade shimmering with a faint azure light, carving a strange trajectory as it descended. The wild boar demon raised its arms in defense, but overestimated its protection, the blade slicing through its sturdy armor and splattering blood everywhere. The hulking figure struck and retreated without lingering. Another warrior, wielding a spear, lunged from the side, a flash of azure light heralding another grievous wound, this time a gaping hole appearing at the boar demon's rear. In agony, the boar demon howled, unleashing a wave of scorching heat. Flames surged outward like a tsunami, catching several nearby warriors unprepared and leaving them scorched. On the rooftops, Spectators stood with their hands clasped behind their backs, observing the battle. As the wild boar demon unleashed its fury, a shadow suddenly swooped down. Moving with the swiftness of lightning, brandishing a longsword, the figure approached the wild boar demon. In the brief moment the flames dissipated, the sword striking like a venomous serpent. A large wound appeared on the boar demon's chest, blood gushing forth as it let out a pitiful scream, cursing the vile humans. This blow inflicted significant damage, leaving the demon acutely aware of a pain in its heart, a torment that even the lunar energy could not suppress. Though its wound began to heal, the internal damage would not mend swiftly. Filled with rage, the wild boar demon roared and chased after the shadow, sending forth flames that left deep craters in its wake. Yet the foe, like a slippery eel, evaded direct confrontation, striking the boar demon intermittently. With each encounter, the wild boar demon's pace slowed until, ultimately, a powerful strike from the burly man severed its head, marking it as the first demon beast slain by humans. The sight instilled trepidation among the other demon beasts, causing their combat to become hesitant. Lin Feng, aware of the lurking danger, dared not make a move. Numerous humans lay concealed on the rooftops, and hidden masters could be observing. The human warriors favored concealing their true strength, while the demon beasts seemed to face inevitable defeat. Lin Feng pondered the irrationality of the demon beast's assault on the human city. Was it not a path to self-destruction? Were they truly foolish, unlike the cunning Liu Jing, who wisely concealed itself in the reservoir to gradually evolve? This survival tactic seemed far more prudent. Unbeknownst to Lin Feng, since his arrival, the concentration of lunar energy in the vicinity had been rapidly increasing. The wounds on the demon beasts began to heal at an accelerated pace, and they sensed this strange transformation. It was akin to a sudden influx of healing support in a team battle, alleviating all concerns. Consequently, the morale of these demon beasts surged, and they began to exchange injuries with the humans, adopting a more savage combat style, willing to endure wounds in order to inflict grievous harm upon their foes. One warrior soon faced a dire consequence. In front of him stood a transformed fish demon. Seizing an opening, he swung his blade, only to have the fish demon stand its ground, allowing the massive blade to pierce its body before retaliating with a fist aimed squarely at the warrior's head. The impact was catastrophic. The warrior's skull exploded, painting the ground in a gruesome display of red and white, as his lifeless body collapsed to the earth. Vivid crimson blood splattered across the pristine ground, adding a stark beauty to the battlefield. The nearby residents trembled at the sight of such carnage, while several live streams were promptly shut down by the platform. Observing from the rooftops, numerous experts turned pale, and within moments, over 10 of them leaped from their perches. These were all third-tier warriors, their strength far surpassing that of the second-tier fighters, and their arrival intensified the brutality of the conflict. Lin Feng seethed with indignation. These individuals displayed a blatant disregard for martial ethics. Below, a group of younger fighters engaged in combat, yet they chose to intervene, an act of overwhelming the weak. If they refused to honor the principles of combat, he too could take action. Chapter 8. Chaos and battle. The third-tier warriors who joined the fray were formidable, and one burly man seized an opportunity to strike a wolf demon. He sent the creature reeling, blood spilling from its mouth, before retreating without entanglement. By chance, this warrior stumbled near Lin Feng, who seized the moment with glee, unleashing Ice Spike and summoning fire elementals. 2 ice spikes shot forth, piercing the warrior's abdomen, creating 2 gaping wounds. Following swiftly, 6 fire elementals surrounded the warrior, and the sky unleashed hundreds of crimson flames, cascading down like an explosion of fireworks. Over 50 warriors and demon beasts were engulfed by the flames, sustaining severe burns. Some warriors were even incinerated alive, plunging the battlefield into utter chaos. The injured warriors were utterly powerless to continue the battle, retreating swiftly. Even several third-tier warriors had been scorched by the flames, compelled to withdraw before they could even join the fray. Observers atop the building, too, were struck by the flames, their wounds charred and blackened, prompting them to hastily flee. Those spectating from the sidelines buzzed with conversation. Goodness, who unleashed such terrifying flames? Is it possible that a high-tier demon beast has arrived? Do they intend to assault the city? This is truly unprecedented. Something felt amiss. Among these demon beasts, there surely lurked high-tier ones, employing treacherous ambush tactics. Brothers, be cautious. Do not fall prey to sneak attacks. Is there an old six among the demon beasts? Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. How cowardly to hide and skulk. If you have the guts, come out for a one-on-one battle. One-on-one. Do not think I, Lie Yin Shou with Chunkuan, fear you. Once you emerge, I'll make you cough up blood. The demon beasts, however, harnessed the power of the moonlight to rapidly heal their wounds, their morale soaring once more. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. He comprehended how this innate ability functioned. This talent encompassed a 50-meter radius, and every human and demon beast within that area was subjected to the flame's onslaught. This ability was astoundingly formidable, had it been unleashed with a few more skills. A significant portion of the warriors below might have perished in the inferno. However, this talent bore its own shortcomings, as it targeted only enemies, indiscriminately affecting both foes and allies, making it difficult to control. As Lin Feng pondered, the battlefield below underwent further upheaval. The wailing of sirens heralded many vehicles approaching, and personnel from the security department were entering the fray. The sound indicated at least 20 police cars racing to the scene, suggesting a considerable deployment from the security department. The warriors and hunting teams below, upon hearing the arrival of reinforcements, felt a surge of energy and resumed their struggle against the demon beasts. From the bodies of the deceased, two shadowy creatures emerged, one a dog-headed figure, the other a massive wolf form. Yet those around could not perceive these entities. Witnessing the nearby conflict, the two creatures felt a pang of fear and swiftly transformed into shadows, darting into the darkness and vanishing from sight. Lin Feng's eyes gleamed. These two had infiltrated the city, and it seemed he might encounter them again. Perhaps he could even obtain soul orbs. He discreetly noted their escape route, preparing to settle the score with them later. The chaos of battle intensified as 6 fire elementals began attacking both warriors and demon beasts, plunging the battlefield into a 3-way melee. Upon the arrival of the security personnel, they swiftly seized the high ground, producing firearms from nearby buildings to harass the demon beasts. The cacophony of gunfire erupted. Although the damage inflicted was minimal, it was exceedingly disruptive, preventing the demon beasts below from focusing on combat. The fire elementals burst forth amidst the chaos, inflicting burns upon nearby warriors, and the 6 elementals multiplied into 12, continuing their assault. 2 members of the hunting team, witnessing this spectacle, abruptly changed countenance. Xingjuan of the Yeyin hunting team remarked, "These fire elementals resemble the skills of the cat demon I previously slain. After killing it, its corpse mysteriously vanished. It seems it has not perished after all. It may well be hiding nearby. Everyone must exercise caution, for this cat demon is undoubtedly a formidable foe." The others furrowed their brows, fully aware of the cat demon's tenacity and its plethora of peculiar skills. Should it lie in wait to ambush, injuries could ensue. Xingjuan continued, "The day I killed it, it was likely targeting me. I will devise a strategy to lure it out. You all search for its location. Together, we shall eradicate this lurking threat." A concerned companion interjected, "Are you certain you can handle it? The cat demon excels at ambush. Do not put yourself at risk." Xingjuan laughed confidently, raising his chin proudly. "To me, this cat demon is nothing more than a mere chicken. One strike is all it will take to slay it. Having dispatched it once, I can certainly do so again. Have faith." With that, he employed his lightness skill, circling the battlefield, his gaze scanning the surroundings. The other members of the Yeyin hunting team shadowed him, poised for support, and soon they arrived at Lin Feng's location. Suddenly, Xingjuan's brow twitched violently. He realized he was being watched. Lin Feng lay atop an air conditioning unit, a cold smile gracing his lips. The young man was quite audacious, using himself as bait. Truly, he had ventured into a realm of peril without a care. Chapter 9. Revenge. Some individuals are perpetually overconfident in their abilities, even in the face of danger. They press forward. Although Xingjuan sensed impending peril, he did not retreat. Rather, he gathered his inner strength to shield himself and continued onward. In his eyes, that orange cat was hardly even second tier, posing no threat whatsoever. Moreover, he had previously dispatched it, believing he could easily subdue it again. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with a chilling resolve. He firmly adhered to the principle of repaying grievances. The surrounding warriors and demon beasts continued their tumultuous struggle, ensuring that none would take note of this confrontation. Thus, he decisively unleashed a wave of stunning light. 5 beams of white light suddenly appeared, striking directly at Xingjuan, who had no time to evade and felt his body stiffen. "Oh no, what is this?" Panic surged within Xingjuan. He could not move, forced to watch as 3 golden lights flew toward him, slashing repeatedly. His limbs were severed first, and his abdomen was cleaved open, exposing his internal organs, his intestines spilling onto the ground. He felt the cool breeze caress his insides, a chilling sensation coursing through his heart. Soon, a sharp pain gripped his neck, and his head rolled away, landing in the dust. Xingjuan's eyes were filled with terror. How could this happen? The opponent was merely a first-tier demon beast, yet it had suddenly become so powerful. Gazing at his dismembered body, a sense of absurdity flashed through his mind. Was this truly his body? It looked so grotesque. The surrounding spectators watched as a warrior was dismembered by golden light, many unconsciously empathizing with him, shivering in horror. Some could not bear the sight and retched on the spot. "Oh no, why is this happening?" A fine person turned into a pile of flesh in an instant. "It's too terrifying. Ugh, this is appalling. How horrifying." The demon beasts deserved to perish, resorting to ambush tactics. Where were the nearby warriors? They should rush in and eliminate it. This creature must be a high-tier demon beast. Why were our high-tier warriors not engaging? Quickly, eradicate that cat demon. At that moment, a fresh wave of crimson flames erupted in the sky, swiftly descending upon the surrounding warriors and demon beasts. None could evade these flames, which sought their targets relentlessly. Within a 100-meter radius, all humans and demon beasts were once again engulfed in flames. 2 demon beasts succumbed to the inferno, while over 10 warriors were scorched to death, leaving more than 30 severely injured. Some martial artists who were merely spectators sustained severe injuries, prompting them to flee in terror, akin to a pack of frenzied wild dogs. The tumultuous events caused the nearby members of the security department to turn pale, and they began to frantically open fire on the orange cat in the arena. Bang! 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 Lin Feng was struck by over 10 bullets, causing his health to plummet by more than 100 points. He dared not linger. Instantly aiming at the 4 martial artists hidden in the shadows and launching a bloody charge, his body transforming into 5 streaks of light as he surged forward. Meanwhile, the other 4 members of the hunting team had been severely burned by flames and were desperate to escape. But they were violently thrown back by the intense shockwave before they could take 2 steps. Another 5 flames descended, incinerating the 4 of them alive. The surrounding severely injured martial artists could no longer withstand the onslaught, succumbing to the flames one after another. In total, over 40 martial artists perished, and several dark figures rose from their remains, fleeing frantically into the darkness. Lin Feng also made a swift escape through a nearby alley, leaping hundreds of meters in just a few moments before vanishing into the shadows. This sudden upheaval unfolded in less than 3 seconds, resulting in the deaths of more than 50 martial artists. Even the third-tier martial artists were filled with dread, fearing that the enigmatic cat demon might strike them from the shadows, leading to a significant reduction in their combat effectiveness. They were acutely aware that should they perish, their children would be left to bear another's surname, and their wives would likely seek solace in the arms of strangers. It was far better to preserve their lives. After all, there were countless martial artists in the world, and surely someone would confront that cat demon. The nearby beastkin also sensed that something was amiss. If even such a formidable cat demon had fled, staying here meant certain death, prompting them to begin their retreat, with neither side harboring the will to fight. Several beastkin quickly made their escape, leaving only a few unfortunate ones ensnared by the martial artists, who were swiftly executed on the spot. Nearby, some individuals had recorded the battle involving the orange cat, and videos of the cat demon's confrontation had been uploaded to various major websites, garnering numerous likes and comments on platforms like Douyin. This orange cat is rather intriguing. I can't help but notice how those golden flashes resemble the invincible strikes from video games. My goodness, this cat demon is terrifying. It's made me hesitant to keep a cat. Cats are such cold-blooded creatures. I once saw a video where an elderly lady was devoured by her cat for failing to satisfy its appetite. What a fearsome and vicious creature. I once endured a nightmare after such an encounter. Please, do not share more videos like that. In the eyes of cats, humans are merely their servants, and the consequences of their becoming sentient are unfathomable. I suggest we eliminate all cats. Nonsense. Not all cats are malevolent. That's a bit too broad of a brush. Typically, I enjoy watching videos of hunters pursuing beastkin, but this time, something different has emerged. In the aftermath, the security department mobilized en masse, initiating confidentiality agreements with nearby residents. All footage regarding human casualties was edited down, leaving only the thrilling moments of beastkin being slain. Certain videos were either blurred or suppressed entirely. Even Douyin began to remove these bloody videos, providing them with no visibility, effectively burying the Lingbei County incident. Many local martial artists were still at home training and had not participated in the battle. In hindsight, many regretted not joining the fray, believing they might have had the opportunity to slay the cat demon and gain notoriety. The security department seized the opportunity to promote the martial artists who had slain beastkin, aiming to project a positive image for Lingbei County. They were also covertly seeking assistance, hoping to dispatch some 4th-tier martial artists to bolster their ranks. Numerous underground organizations in Huaxia took note of this battle, with some attempting to ally with the cat demon and secretly sending agents to Lingbei County. These videos were also sold to foreign entities, and the rampant slaughter led many to recognize Huaxia's cat demon, with significant powers beginning to manipulate events from behind the scenes. Would Huaxia be able to eradicate this cat demon? Major gambling houses had opened betting on the outcome, with many wealthy individuals placing their bets and dispatching agents to Huaxia to intervene in the conflict. The Hunters Association raised the bounty on the cat demon. Anyone who could bring it down would receive 10 million Huaxia coins, making the cat demon one of the top 10 targets on the H Province Hunters Association's wanted list. Numerous underground hunting teams received lucrative contracts, promising 10 million USD to anyone who could eliminate the cat demon in Lingbei County, sparking a flurry of activity among these underground hunters. Many began their journeys to Lingbei County, heralding an impending storm. Chapter 10. Illusory moon thousandfold / the stars waned, and the sun ascended slowly. The intense moonlight was visibly diminishing, and Lin Feng lamented deeply. Why is there only one full moon night each month? If it lasted a few more days, I would have long since leveled up. At that moment, Lin Feng's evolution points barely exceeded 1,500, and he needed 2 more servings of dog meat to reach 1,600. He hurriedly dashed to the dog meat shop, expertly queuing to pay. The owner wasted no time, taking the money and retrieving 4 large bags from beneath the counter. Along the way, many were discussing the previous day's battle. I'm telling you, that video was exceedingly bloody. A cat demon killed dozens of martial artists. Many say it's a high-tier monster, possibly lurking in some corner of the city, preying on humans. Good grief. Is it really that terrifying? I should be cautious. If that thing devours me, it would be a real problem. I also heard that the recent missing persons cases are the cat demon's doing. It particularly enjoys snatching away young children aged 17 or 18. Everyone should keep a close watch on their kids. It's truly a calamity. Why doesn't the security department mobilize experts to eliminate that wretched cat demon? I've prepared myself. I'm set to travel out of town for work in the next 2 months, and when it's safe here, I'll return, blissfully content. Damn it, I'm taking a leave today. I'll come back only after that cat demon is slain. Lin Feng's expression shifted upon hearing this. These people are talking nonsense. It's not the cat demon eating people, but rather human traffickers at work. Why are they blaming me? When Lin Feng returned home, his ears finally found peace, and he began to ponder strategies. Yet he found no clarity after much deliberation. They say the internet is omnipotent. Perhaps I should check what those absurd netizens are saying online, as it might lead to a solution. He first set about cooking the meat, then lounged in a chair, opening a local video site to see what the netizens had to say. To his surprise, the comments were even more outrageous. Some claimed the cat demon had long been lurking in the city, often preying on stray cats and dogs, and once it gained sentience, it began to consume humans. Others suggested that this cat demon had been driven over from the neighboring county, having been caught stealing local dogs before fleeing here. Some even posited that it was the leader of the beastkin, with the peculiar occurrences in the urban area being the cat demon's doing. Some users advised the authorities to enlist renowned experts to eliminate the cat demon, accumulating numerous likes and support. The officials also issued a statement, asserting that traces of the cat demon had been found in the recent missing persons cases, urging the public to report any sightings of the creature. Many netizens began to report feline animals in their vicinity, hoping the authorities would promptly send someone to handle the situation. Upon reading this, Lin Feng felt a chill in his heart, realizing that he had merely dealt with a few enemies, and now he had become the public enemy of the county. He resolutely decided not to transform into a feline form for the time being, choosing instead to remain steady and quietly await the situation to pass. The internet possesses no memory. Perhaps many netizens would soon be drawn to other trending topics. There are countless distractions such as celebrity gossip, entertainment news, bizarre challenges, and so forth. No one would remain fixated on this cat demon for long. After coming to this realization, Lin Feng calmed himself and indulged in some dog meat. By noon, however, he noticed the situation had escalated. Police cars were frequently appearing in the vicinity, and it wasn't long before one sped by. Had he been discovered? Hurriedly, Lin Feng made his way to the alley's entrance, where he saw a police vehicle was passed, carrying some rather peculiar prisoners, stray cats and dogs from the neighborhood. Many people were discussing this on the street. The guards seemed to be quite swift this time, evidently aware of the need to clear out the strays. Cats are so adorable, why capture them? They lamented. Yet, if they did not manage these strays soon, trouble would surely arise. Who knew if another cat demon might emerge? Many were preparing to leave Lingbei. For as long as this cat demon remained at large, it would continue to pose a significant threat. I heard the bounty on the cat demon had surged to 10 million. Anyone who could slay it would instantly become a millionaire. Alas, my martial skills are too weak. Otherwise, I would undoubtedly seek out that cat demon myself. With a heavy heart, Lin Feng returned to his rented room. Fortunately, he was currently in human form. Yet, this still felt precarious, for he was now an undocumented individual. Should the government instigate a large-scale lockdown or dispatch some extraordinary individuals? He feared he might not be able to hide. Who knows if there exists a special division like the Longzhu and Huaxia? If some masters truly appeared, his life would be in grave danger. The pressing matter was to grow stronger swiftly, as long as he could overwhelm everyone with his prowess. None would dare to call for his demise. Moreover, many were flocking to other cities. This was the perfect opportunity for him to escape this land of strife. After formulating his plans, Lin Feng decided to leave, but not before paying a visit to that Liu Jing to issue a warning. By noon, after finishing his meal, he had gathered enough evolution points. Lin Feng began by taking a refreshing bath. Then, with a heart full of trepidation, he prepared to extract a skill. He silently prayed, "Oh heavens, I truly need your assistance this time. Grant me a formidable skill." The skill will manifested once more, with thousands of skills flashing before him. Finally coming to a halt, Huan Yu Qian Chongzhan. Swing your sword to unleash 1,000 illusory moon sword chi strikes upon your adversary. The strength and range of this skill are contingent upon your mental fortitude. Mana cost, 2,000, cooldown, 600 seconds. This skill was quite impressive. Lin Feng gazed in awe. This was a growth-type skill, undoubtedly second only to Tian Mao Jiu Bian, and could serve as a powerful trump card. Most importantly, he also possessed the talent for multiple castings. Should this skill trigger multiple times, even third and fourth tier experts would struggle to withstand it. Eager to test this skill, he realized he had yet to explore the Ling Jia in recent days, so he activated his talent to enter the realm. A familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, and he reappeared in that small house, recalling that he had previously rescued someone there. Back then, they had shared a meal of rat meat together, but he might never see that little creature again. The sun shone brightly outside as Lin Feng leapt out the door, determined to seek out those rats and test his new skill. On his way, he noticed a change in his attributes. Lin Feng, second tier advanced spirit body, health, 20840 attack, 208 spirit, 1784 mana, 17840 magic resistance, 178. With over 1,700 points, he had reached the second tier advanced stage. Indicating the depth of the second tier, it was likely that reaching its peak would require over 2,000 points. This meant that if Lin Feng were to be defeated now, he could not enter the third tier. He might lose 2 lives before advancing a tier. He would need to proceed with caution, ensuring that his attributes could reach the third tier upon resurrection. Only then could he turn the tide and navigate future challenges more successfully. As Lin Feng pondered this, he arrived at the entrance of the rat hole, shaking off his thoughts and letting out a loud roar. "It's raining. Come out and gather your clothes." Chapter 11. Experiment. The newly appointed Rat King was resting in its burrow, having recently claimed 8 mates from the former Rat King, enjoying a carefree life. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside the cave. The surrounding rats perked up their ears, gazing at the new Rat King. The Rat King called out to its subordinates, "Zhi. 7 or 8 robust rats followed closely behind, stepping out with great confidence. Upon reaching the cave's mouth, they spotted the peculiar creature. The former Rat King had met its demise at the hands of this being, and memories of its brutal end filled the others with dread. A hint of gravity crossed the new Rat King's gaze as it shouted again into the depths of the burrow, preparing to summon a horde of allies to overwhelm the enemy. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, just as he intended to utilize Huan Yu Qian Chongzhan. He received a system prompt. Please use a sword-type weapon to trigger the current skill. Frowning, he quickly retreated, disappearing in a matter of moments. The new Rat King turned to see the enemy fleeing, its eyes filled with confusion. Did the opponent know it was summoning reinforcements, or were they simply afraid? With the enemy having escaped far away, it could only soothe the approaching rat horde and return to the burrow. Lin Feng sprinted back to the main road, staring blankly at the skill prompt, realizing it required him to wield a sword. But in this strange spiritual realm, where could he find a long sword? Surveying his surroundings, he quickly fixed his gaze on a nearby large tree. The skill did not specify that the sword had to be made of steel, so perhaps a wooden sword would suffice. He swiftly transformed into a feline form, unsheathing his sharp claws to slice off a sturdy branch from the tree. Then, he painstakingly began to carve it with his claws, working tirelessly for half a day before finally crafting a round wooden sword. Fortunately, this wooden sword met the system's requirements, and Lin Feng transformed back into his human form to confront those large, black rats. Arriving at the cave entrance, he bellowed once more, "Hey, come out to play." The rats inside froze, collectively turning their gaze toward their king. The Rat King, now incensed, wondered why this outsider had returned, clearly seeking death. With a furious roar, it commanded, "Zhi," and all the rats surged forth, the Rat King leading the charge to eliminate this intruder and solidify its status. Lin Feng, Hearing the commotion from the cave, wore a mysterious smile as he gripped his round wooden sword, ready for the enemy's emergence. As the massive Rat King appeared, he swung the sword with great force. The wooden sword rapidly turned crimson, and a flurry of faint red sword chi erupted, enveloping a 10-meter radius. Countless sword chi surged forth like a blood-red dragon, while the wooden sword began to splinter from the tip. The Mouse King felt as if everything around him had slowed down. He could distinctly perceive the round, blood-red sword aura, sensing the lethal intent it harbored. At that moment, he realized his doom was imminent. The blood-red sword aura shattered all obstacles ahead, and the Mouse King was torn into countless minute particles, expanding the previously 3-meter-wide cave to a staggering 10 meters. The horde of mice disintegrated into ashes amidst the blood-red sword aura, leaving behind not even a trace. While the pit was filled with swirling azure light particles, Lin Feng, observing the profound cave, couldn't help but marvel at the power of this skill. He glanced at the wooden sword in his hand, now completely shattered, leaving only a bare handle. This skill was indeed useful, albeit somewhat wasteful of swords. Would he need to carry a wooden sword with him every time he ventured out? The spiritual energy particles in the cave continued to cascade downward. Lin Feng quickly reined in his thoughts, leaping into the pit, bouncing off the walls to absorb the spiritual energy particles within. Before long, he had collected the required amount. Curiosity piqued regarding the cave's depth, he decided to descend further, swiftly reaching the bottom. The spiritual energy particles above continued to drift downwards, illuminating the surrounding walls, while droplets of water and small stones occasionally plummeted. Lin Feng estimated the cave's depth to be several hundred meters. With a newfound understanding of this skill, he leaped back up, returning to the material realm. A system notification informed him that he had acquired 178 spiritual energy particles in the spirit realm, which would convert into 89 points of mental strength. This conversion would take 12 hours, during which time his mental strength would gradually increase. While he had gathered enough spiritual energy particles, he regrettably had not obtained any evolution points. Nonetheless, Lin Feng felt reassured with the first-hand knowledge of his new skill, contemplating how he would wield it against those pesky adversaries in the future. With this newfound ability, he pondered whether he truly needed to leave. After much deliberation, he concluded that departing was wise. The human world was fraught with hidden dangers, and encountering those who exploited their advantages could spell disaster for him. Moreover, skills had cooldowns, and he could not unleash them endlessly, making it easy for enemies to exploit his vulnerabilities. Thus, he decided to find a secure place to develop his abilities. Having come to this conclusion, Lin Feng ventured out again, intending to purchase a few wooden swords for self-defense. He opened his phone's navigation app to locate a nearby weapon shop and jogged over. To his surprise, a substantial queue awaited outside the store, as people felt the urgency to arm themselves due to the recent cat demon incident. The sales staff were cheerful, enthusiastically recommending various weapons. "Sir, take a look at our silver 7-kill sword. The blade is crafted from alloy steel, undeniably durable, and we offer a warranty for only 38,000. This white tiger blade is equally impressive, made from pure carbon steel, featuring high strength and excellent cutting performance. It's also easy to sharpen. Priced at 49,999, guaranteed to satisfy. And here we have the silver Overlord spear, forged from pure steel with a titanium alloy tip. A true weapon of distinction. The spear is the king of arms, absolutely worth having." While customers were quite generous in their purchases, none of the weapons were sharpened to avoid accidents. To buy a sharpened sword, one had to present a certificate, which the shopkeeper would duly record. Lin Feng found a few swords he liked, but realized he didn't have sufficient funds, and since long swords were disposable, he deemed it unnecessary to invest in expensive ones. Consequently, he purchased 7 affordable swords made of ordinary steel, totaling over 7,000 yuan. The shopkeeper even gifted him a black, patterned sword bag, which added a touch of flair. As Lin Feng exited, he felt a surge of confidence. Although he stood only 165 centimeters tall, dwarfed by the surrounding muscular men, he was now armed. With a weapon in hand, he felt empowered, regarding the unarmed individuals around him as mere trifles. He began scanning his surroundings, seeking a suitable spot to test his new skill. However, the bustling streets were filled with hurried pedestrians and elegantly dressed women in short skirts, making it difficult for him to act. Moreover, he had no friends in the city to boast to about his new acquisitions. Suddenly, the image of the carp spirit popped into his mind. Right. The carp spirit had invited him to visit, and it would be perfect to show off his new look. Chapter 12. Farewell. The first order of business for a visit was to bring a gift. Lin Feng pondered what he should present to the carp spirit, who had a penchant for mischief. This habit was undesirable, and he needed to find a way to help his friend amend it. as a naturally evolved being. The carp spirit likely lacked formal education. Thus, Lin Feng contemplated gifting him some knowledge about humanity, along with delectable treats. He returned to his rental apartment, acquiring a backpack to carry his money and 2 outfits before departing. Subsequently, he purchased a brand new tablet from a nearby store, asking the staff to download numerous martial arts dramas and films featuring demon hunters. The characters in these shows possessed formidable abilities, capable of splitting mountains and parting seas. Lin Feng also equipped the tablet with a solar charging panel, ensuring it would serve the carp spirit for some time. Next, he sought a delivery service to transport him to a nearby wholesale food market, where he splurged on various meat products: Nanyang roast duck, Beijing roast chicken, can luncheon meat, spicy chicken feet, and more, spending tens of thousands of yuan. These items were well packaged to prevent water damage, ensuring the carp spirit would have ample sustenance. Once everything was in order, he took the delivery service to Wang Lu Reservoir, where the driver helped unload the boxes of food. Inquisitively, the driver asked, "Young man, what are you planning to do with all this food at the reservoir?" Lin Feng casually replied, "Our company is hosting a gathering here. I'm just setting things up for the many guests to follow." Satisfied, the driver departed. By this time, evening had fallen, and the fishing enthusiasts had dispersed. A gentle breeze swept through, making the waterside quite refreshing. After a while, the moon peeked through the clouds, and the nearby insects began to chirp. Lin Feng raised his voice, calling out, "Brother Carp, I've come to see you." However, despite repeated calls, there was no response. He surmised that the carp spirit might still be busy in the reservoir. Determined to attract attention, Lin Feng found some large stones nearby and began throwing them into the water. The splashes created ripples that spread across the surface. Before long, a large shadow emerged quietly at the water's edge. It was the carp spirit, who relaxed upon seeing Lin Feng. The carp spirit hurried to the shore, transforming back into his human form, his appearance unchanged from their last encounter. With a hopeful expression, the carp spirit said, "Brother Cat Demon, you truly came to visit. Many people have been casting nets in the reservoir lately. I was afraid you wouldn't dare come." Lin Feng laughed heartily. "Brother Carp, I promised I would come see you. You haven't eaten anyone recently, have you?" "I haven't. Ever since you advised me last time, I've been much more cautious. Recently, there has been no one coming to fish, yet the reservoir is teeming with fish, and my provisions are ample." Lin Feng furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual had not abandoned his intentions of human consumption. Thus, he counseled, "This world belongs to humanity. They possess many formidable warriors, and I have brought you a wealth of knowledge from the human realm." He then produced a tablet and taught the Liu Jing how to operate it. The Liu Jing, being naturally intelligent and finding the device relatively simple to use, quickly mastered its functionality. Lin Feng continued, "This device must not come into contact with water. Find an uninhabited spot near the reservoir to observe. It also has a solar charging panel, allowing for daily recharging. Moreover, I have brought an array of food, which you may take to your cave and savor at your leisure." The Liu Jing, captivated by the tablet, brightened at the mention of food. "Human food? I have sampled their bait before, and it was delectable." Lin Feng chuckled, "That bait is not particularly tasty. Allow me to show you this food." He opened a package and offered it to the Liu Jing. After tasting it, the Liu Jing could not help but exclaim, "Oh my, this is exquisite. This food far surpasses the bait and human flesh." Lin Feng gestured to a large pile of boxed provisions behind him, saying, "All of this food is for you. I have come to bid you farewell. I stirred up considerable trouble yesterday and must take my leave. Perhaps we shall meet again." The Liu Jing's brow furrowed. "Brother Cat Demon, why not take refuge in my cave for a while? There is more than enough food for both of us. Even if enemies approach, we can withstand them together." Lin Feng shook his head. "Our paths diverge. You may grow strong here at your own pace. I am destined to wander, so do not worry too much. My strength is sufficient for self-defense. By the way, I am here to demonstrate my new skill." The Liu Jing, intrigued, asked, "What new skill?" With a bright smile, Lin Feng unzipped his sword bag and drew forth a long sword, declaring, "Behold, my technique is called the illusory moon thousand-fold slash." He then directed his skill towards the reservoir, unleashing thousands of crimson sword auras, causing the long sword to shatter gradually as the water was cleaved apart. Water splashed violently, and clouds of white steam billowed upward as the blood-red sword auras pierced through the sludge below. The sword energy even breached an underground river, unleashing a torrent of water that caused the surface to boil. The Liu Jing stood in awe, sensing the terrifying power contained within that sword aura. Had he been struck by such an attack, he would have been utterly annihilated, leading to an even greater admiration for his friend. Lin Feng then spoke slowly. "Brother Liu, the human world is home to many powerful warriors. I would likely not survive a single exchange with them. so it is best that you refrain from indiscriminately consuming humans. However, should anyone seek trouble, do not hold back, strike decisively. With that, he bid farewell, departing. The Li Yujing watched as the cat demon's figure receded, feeling an inexplicable sensation within. He lingered by the reservoir for quite some time, reluctant to return to the water. This was his first friend, and indeed his only friend. Although they had only met twice, he had already come to regard the cat demon as the best brother in the world. The Li Yujing silently vowed to grow stronger quickly so that he might bestow grand gifts upon his brother in the future. Lin Feng continued along the national road, soon arriving at the highway entrance, bypassing populated areas and making his way through rice fields. At this time, most of the rice had been harvested, leaving behind only stubble and the marks of harvesters, along with small creatures scurrying through the fields in search of food under the cover of night. Various mosquitoes flitted about, quite bothersome. However, once Lin Feng activated his blood-burning technique, the area fell silent as swathes of mosquitoes fell lifelessly to the ground. Before long, he reached a service station, where dense vegetation obscured the entrance. Yet, this posed no challenge for him, as he effortlessly leaped into the service area. Inside, numerous long-distance buses and cars awaited. Boarding one would allow him to escape Lingbei County. Lin Feng strolled confidently into the service area, only to discover that many formidable warriors were present. His arrival attracted considerable attention. Chapter 13. Tier 4 Warriors. The warriors in the service station had come from nearby regions, hastening towards Lingbei County upon hearing of the bounty on the cat demon. Most were hunting teams, while some solitary practitioners sought merely to take advantage of the situation. Those truly wishing to rid the world of evil were few and far between. As Lin Feng strolled into the service area, his conspicuous sword bag drew eyes, for it was rare for a warrior to venture out alone with such an item. A swordsman typically fell into one of two categories, either a seasoned expert or an utter novice. Given Lin Feng's youthful appearance, he did not seem like a master. Consequently, many warriors dismissed him as an arrogant fool, losing interest after a cursory glance as they resumed their discussions about the cat demon. Only when the attention of those around him shifted did Lin Feng exhale in relief. Several formidable individuals were present among the warriors, and being scrutinized by them felt akin to being preyed upon by a beast. Fortunately, they did not realize he was a demon beast, and he feigned calmness while purchasing various provisions, planning to leave swiftly once he had finished. As he prepared to pay, he discovered that his money had been depleted during his purchases. He then had no choice but to retrieve cash from his backpack. A tall, lean warrior passing by caught a glimpse of the substantial amount of cash in Lin Feng's bag and, intrigued, remarked, "Brother, what error is this? Why do you carry so much cash when you venture out? Do you intend to use it to bludgeon a demon beast?" The nearby warriors perked up, turning their heads towards Lin Feng. He completed his transaction before replying, "Brother, one may indulge in whims, but one ought not to speak carelessly. Be wary of words that could attract a beating." The tall, lean warrior's expression shifted at this retort. Laughter erupted among the onlookers as they began to chatter. "This fellow has quite the tongue. I wonder how his skills measure up. Huh, what era is this? Someone still carries large sums of cash. It's quite amusing. Yet, some notorious figures on the wanted list do carry cash, as they cannot afford to reveal their identities and find cash more convenient." The young man indeed seemed suspicious. Venturing out alone with such a hefty sum of cash, he was either a dangerous individual or simply a naive novice. "Old Jew, quickly check if this person's information appears on the wanted list. Perhaps we can profit on the way." Having completed his payment, Lin Feng prepared to leave when the tall, lean warrior, visibly flustered, shouted, "Stop! You cheeky brat, your tongue is rather sharp. I see you are eager for a beating. You must apologize to me now, or I shall ensure you enter standing but exit crawling." Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, irritation flaring within him. "I was here minding my own business, and you chose to prattle on beside me. What is wrong with me responding? Is it only you who is permitted to speak?" He could hardly be bothered with this individual, and moreover, he had no desire to cause trouble here. Thus, he suppressed his anger and stepped forward to leave. Suddenly, 5 individuals rose to block his path, with a bald man at the forefront. He spoke coolly. "Halt. You think you can simply walk away after offending someone from the Panshui hunting team? I reckon you're tired of living. I present you with 2 choices. Either compensate our hunting team for emotional damages, or crawl on your knees beneath my brother's legs. Choose wisely." Many martial artists around were watching the spectacle, and a few who disapproved of the Panshui hunting team's actions contemplated intervening, but they were quickly restrained by their companions. The people of Huaxia have a penchant for witnessing drama, especially when it involves martial artists. At this moment, the atmosphere in the service area grew silent. With all eyes fixated on the standoff between the 2 factions, To be precise, it was the Panshui hunting team against a lone young man, who appeared rather frail and clearly not a master. Almost everyone presumed that the young man would resort to monetary compensation. However, Lin Feng snorted coldly, thinking that if they wanted him to pay, they should consider whether his sword would agree. At this declaration, the surrounding crowd erupted into laughter. What a spectacle, they thought. How absurd. This fellow was in for a rough time. The bald man from the Panshui hunting team was a fourth-tier martial artist, renowned for his ferocity with the Five Tigers soul-cutting blade. It seemed the young man was in grave danger. The youth appeared naive, not realizing he was no match for a fourth-tier martial artist, and now he dared to challenge one. How foolish. This young man fancied himself an adventurer, but he would soon learn the consequences of his audacity. Lin Feng covertly assessed the attributes of the bald man before him. Zhu Tianlin, fourth-tier intermediate martial artist. Health, 522, 105, 2210 attack power, 4112 constitution, 4221 strength, 4112 agility, 3860 spirit, 4586 defense, 522, 100 magic resistance, 508, 50 internal energy, 458, 604, 5860 talents. Robust physique. Master of internal arts, blade master skills, 5 tigers soul cutting blade, 8 extremes fist, black dragon capture hand, 8 gates golden lock blade, yin yang linked legs. Snow treading without a trace, calmness skill, Xianyang heart method, elephant armor skill. After examining the attributes, Lin Feng couldn't help but click his tongue in disbelief. Fortunately, he had acquired new skills. Otherwise, he would have had no hope of contending with this individual. The bald man's attributes were terrifying, and if he were to attack, Lin Feng feared he would stand no chance of retaliation. His mind raced, and he knew that he must not allow the other party to strike first. Thus, Lin Feng deliberately said, "Captain Zhu, I have long admired the esteemed reputation of the Panshui hunting team. I am merely an unremarkable junior, while you are seasoned veterans. It would be rather laughable for you to bully a young novice like myself. How about this? If you can withstand a single strike from me, I will compensate you with the money from my backpack. If you cannot, then let that fellow behind you apologize to me. This way, it won't seem like you are using your strength to intimidate, and we can all maintain our dignity." The members of the Panshui hunting team fell silent, turning their gazes to Zhu Tianlin. With a cold snort, Zhu Tianlin replied, "Since you propose it, I shall grant you this opportunity. There are so many witnesses here. Let them bear witness. If you lose, you will hand over the money. This is your own condition, and I do not wish to hear any nonsense afterwards." The onlookers sighed at the unfolding scene. Here was yet another individual unaware of his own limitations, foolishly thinking he could defeat a fourth-tier martial artist. How absurd. This foolish lad dared to challenge a seasoned warrior. Perhaps he was oblivious to the realities of his situation. Lin Feng calmly suggested, "There are too many people here. Let us step outside for our duel." With that, he shouldered his pack and stepped out first, followed closely by the Panshui team. A throng of spectators, eager for entertainment, trailed behind. Chapter 14. With this strike, you may find yourself facing death. Lin Feng leapt lightly into the rice fields beyond the service area. Zhu Tianlin's eyes flickered. He sensed no internal energy emanating from this young man. Could it be that he was a physical awakener? Regardless, he remained unfazed. A fourth-tier martial artist, also known as a master, was entirely different from an ordinary martial artist, and he could easily suppress an awakener. He summoned his internal energy and soared high, following closely behind the young man into the rice fields, the distance between them now less than 10 meters. The spectators climbed to the rooftops of the service station to view the impending confrontation. Some discreetly pulled out their phones to capture the moment. The display of a fourth-tier martial artist was certainly worthy of observation. Lin Feng set down his backpack and sword bag, retrieving a modest long sword from within. The blade measured 1 meter and 2 centimeters, even dull and unsharpened, presenting a rather pitiful appearance. Zhu Tianlin, filled with arrogance, chose not to wield a weapon. He lifted his head haughtily and remarked, "I did not expect you to be an awakener. No wonder you have the audacity to challenge me. However, you do not comprehend the distinction between a master and a martial artist. Strike when you are ready. Let me witness the capacity of an awakener." With the sword in hand, Lin Feng's demeanor shifted. He lightly flicked the long sword, his eyes radiating confidence. "With this strike, you may very well meet your demise. I offer you one last chance. If you apologize now, I shall spare your life." The spectators were abuzz. This young man was rather audacious, daring to boast before a fourth-tier master. Did he not fear provoking the man's wrath? Members of the Panshui hunting team were equally incensed, shouting their encouragement. "Captain, make quick work of this fool. Curse that insolent brat. Let him know his place." I'll make sure to teach him a lesson once you win. Zhu Tianlin's expression darkened. He had extended an opportunity, yet the young man failed to appreciate it. He retorted, I had intended to spare you. But since you squander this chance, do not expect any mercy from me. Blame your own foul tongue. I hope you learn your lesson in your next life. Lin Feng flicked the sword 3 times and solemnly declared, if that is the case, prepare to meet your end. Zhu Tianlin's eyes gleamed with a fierce killing intent. Enough with the chatter. I shall grant you one opportunity, and you will die with clarity. Without hesitation, Lin Feng swung his sword, unleashing the illusory moon thousand layers slash. At that moment, the moonlight seemed to freeze. Thousands of blood-colored sword energies surged forth, closing the 10-meter gap in an instant. Imbued with a haunting beauty yet laden with lethal intent, the ground beneath them was carved into a 3-meter-deep ravine by the sword energy. And all Zhu Tianlin could see were those terrifying, blood-red sword energies. At this moment, he could distinctly sense his entire body trembling, covered in goosebumps, a manifestation only encountered when faced with an insurmountable adversary. He desperately urged himself to evade, yet as soon as he summoned his strength, the sword energy was already upon him. At such a close range, evasion was futile. He could only watch helplessly as the crimson sword energy surged toward him. Memories flooded his mind. From his youthful fame to the formation of his own hunting team, he had sailed smoothly through life, never anticipating that everything would culminate here. Zhu Tianlin's heart brimmed with regret. Had he known, he would never have ventured into this treacherous situation. The sanguine sword energy gradually dissolved all that lay ahead, and the martial artist vanished in an instant, leaving no trace behind. The blood-red sword energy continued its trajectory, slicing through the fields like a meteor, etching a long gash into the earth. A fierce gust of wind swept up surrounding debris and remnants, spiraling forward like a writhing dragon until it vanished from sight. Meanwhile, the long sword in Lin Feng's hand could no longer withstand the force of the sword energy, shattering into nothing but a bare hilt. It seemed as though everything had reached its conclusion, and the martial artists present dared not utter a word. Who would have imagined that a young man could unleash an attack rivaling that of a grandmaster? Thus, a 4th-tier martial artist met his demise, leaving behind not even a trace of ash. Perhaps his greatest purpose had been to reveal this formidable young powerhouse. When Lin Feng turned around, the martial artists atop the service station had already departed, including the members of the Pan Shui hunting team, as if they had never been there at all. Such is the nature of this world. If one possesses sufficient strength, no one will dare to provoke them. Lin Feng silently shouldered his backpack and sword bag, placing the remaining hilt inside as a keepsake before returning to the service area. At this moment, the service area fell into an eerie silence. Despite the presence of hundreds of martial artists, not a single soul dared to speak, resembling mutes in the oppressive atmosphere. The tall and lean martial artist of the Pan Shui hunting team was forced to kneel at the entrance, not even daring to lift his head. The ordinary onlookers were affected by this atmosphere, and seeing the martial artists in silence, they too refrained from making noise, resulting in an oppressive stillness in the service area. Lin Feng disregarded this individual, seeking out a bus to another province, negotiating with the driver, and departing. It was only after the bus had driven far away that the martial artists in the service area collectively exhaled, fearing that this young man might annihilate everyone present with a single stroke. Oh my goodness, this young man is terrifying. I believe his strike could rival even that of advanced grandmasters. I was nearly frightened out of my wits. Who would have thought there could be such a formidable character in H province? If he came here to hunt demons, that cat demon would surely be doomed. I have truly witnessed something remarkable, though it is unfortunate for that martial artist. Clearly, this young man offered him a chance to survive. Yet he chose to confront him head-on, and now, not even his ashes remain. Haha, I just recorded all of this. I initially intended to show my friends the consequences of posturing, but I never expected the outcome to be this way. How naive of me. Those fortunate enough to capture the duel's proceedings were filled with joy, promptly uploading the spectacle to various websites, complete with catchy titles. The Sword Saint of Humanity strikes. Sword energy like a dragon annihilates a 4th-tier martial artist. With this strike, your demise is assured. Sword in hand, none can rival. The youngest grandmaster has emerged, obliterating the challenger with a single blow. Some even made a special trip to the service area to copy the surveillance footage, editing the events and posting them online to attract a large audience. These videos triggered a resounding wave across the internet. Chapter 15. Turmoil. The tall and lean martial artist of the Pan Shui hunting team only stood up when he saw the bus disappear into the distance. He had not anticipated that his reckless words would lead to the captain's death, nor that he himself would nearly perish. Moreover, his companions forced him to kneel in apology, which only fueled his anger. The other 4 members of the Pan Shui hunting team remained inside the service area, laughing and chatting, while he stood outside in misery. His frustration boiled over. Why should that young man be so formidable? Was it merely due to his superior martial skills? Yet, we live in a society governed by law. An indiscriminate killing incurs consequences. Thus, this 6th member discreetly moved aside to dial the security department's number. Hello, is this the security department? We have someone committing random acts of violence here at the Ling Bay service station. Please hurry, or I might die. The personnel at the security department, taken aback by the occurrence of such a grave incident at night, quickly summoned other guards, and 5 police vehicles surged from the station. When the security team arrived, the tall and lean martial artist hurried to greet them, explaining the situation. The head of the security department, Zheng Jin, initially thought the man was joking. He loudly reprimanded. Do you know that falsely reporting an incident can lead to punishment? Sword energy like a dragon. I suspect you are merely rambling. Such an attack can only be executed by a grandmaster. Just one young man achieving grandmaster status? A grandmaster would not easily come to our Ling Bay County. I think you must have been drinking or are under the influence of drugs, lost in a fantasy. The surrounding officers erupted in laughter, their faces filled with mockery. The tall and lean martial artist hastily explained, I'm not the only one who saw it. All the martial artists in the service area witnessed it. Just ask anyone. And they confirm. Zheng Jin, skeptical, entered the service area to inquire, but the martial artists continued their discussions, diverting the topic whenever he broached the matter. Oh, the moon is particularly round tonight. Officer, have you eaten? Would you care to join us for a meal? Old Shun, we must celebrate with a drink soon. What duel? I didn't TC anything. I was just here eating. I certainly didn't TC anyone dueling. I wonder when I'll advance. My Fei Longhand just 1T reached the 4th level. It's so frustrating. From the responses of these individuals, Zheng Jin sensed something amiss. And a chilling thought struck him. Could a grandmaster truly be at large? He swiftly exited the service area, glancing back as he reached the door. The martial artists were intently watching his retreating figure, their faces betraying expressions of anticipation. Zheng Jin began to piece together the situation and addressed the tall and lean martial artist. Lead me to the scene. Only then did the tall and lean martial artist guide Zheng Jin and several guards outside the service area. As they emerged, a potent scent of earth filled the air, and they collectively gazed at a 10-meter wide, several thousand-meter-long sword scar, deep in contemplation. Was it possible that a grandmaster had indeed struck? Zheng Jin was the first to react. Xiao Li, Xiao Wang, measure the length of this gash. I will report to superiors. The other 2 exchanged wry smiles before taking positions on either side, timing their efforts to unleash their lightness skills to the fullest. Zheng Jin also moved aside to call his superior. Hello, Director, we have encountered a complicated case. A grandmaster has passed through here. A hurried male voice responded from the other end. Then why haven't you invited him back? Treat him with the highest courtesy. No, just stay there and engage him in conversation. I'll be there shortly. No, Director. That master has killed a martial artist here, and someone has reported it. The master has already left. After a moment of silence on the other end of the phone, it was stated, that is a matter for the Martial Artist Association to handle. It has nothing to do with us. You all should return quickly. I do not wish to hear any more about this. Zheng Jin let out a sigh of relief. He certainly did not want to be at odds with a master. Understood, Director. We will return immediately. He then stood silently beside, waiting for the other guard to return before saying, gather the team. This matter is not our concern. Whoever it is, you should go to the Martial Arts Association. The personnel from the guard department arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly. Yet the news of the battle spread far and wide. According to their estimates, the sword mark was approximately 2,000 meters long, a terrifying sight indeed. Some guards even came across videos on Douyin while returning, witnessing that fearsome sword strike, and were even more grateful for their captain's decision to retreat. The tall and thin martial artist was left in despair and could only call the local Martial Arts Association to lodge a complaint. The martial artists from Ling Bay County are bullying us. They are recklessly killing people in the service area, which is simply chilling. The local Martial Arts Association had no choice but to send someone to investigate, and upon witnessing the scene, the leader's face turned pale. They quickly reported to the local president. Thus, the news of a master appearing in Ling Bay County spread rapidly, reaching even the president of H Province, Shang Wansheng. Shang Wansheng ordered, closely monitor the movements of this master. Once we ascertain his precise location, the local president must ensure he is apprehended. I shall personally pay him a visit. The Martial Arts Association personnel came to process the situation and then withdrew. The tall and thin martial artist, grasping at straws, dialed the local Hunter Association to complain. Our hunting team was bullied by the Martial Arts Association, and they even killed our team leader. Consequently, the Hunter Association sent someone over, who, upon arriving at the scene, fell silent. The team leader could only report to the president, who was merely a fourth-tier martial artist. Upon hearing that someone had provoked a master, he immediately shrank back. These people actually dared to provoke a master and expect us to clean up after them? They are daydreaming. Let them figure it out themselves. Thus, the Hunter Association personnel also departed. The tall and thin martial artist never expected that 3 major organizations would refuse to intervene, leaving him to return home in disgrace. The other 4 were even more resolute. They drove back to the local Hunter Association overnight and withdrew from the Pan Shui hunting team, leaving the team with only a single member. Many netizens who were scrolling through Douyin late at night stumbled upon videos posted by martial artists and were left in awe. After all, masters rarely showcase their skills. They are the pinnacle of martial arts, and opportunities to witness their prowess are scarce. A wave of comments flooded the videos. The Sword Saint has returned. It is truly terrifying. Now I understand why masters seldom act. They are not merely practicing martial arts. They have begun to cultivate the Tao. I feel this young man may potentially surpass the master. I wonder if he takes disciples. I would be the first to register. This guy rivals Yu Jiansheng. I am now a devoted fan. Goodness, becoming a master at such a young age. He can walk freely in Huaxia from now on. I have a 3-foot sword. Who dares to test my blade? Sword cultivators are indeed formidable. We now have a new contender among the 5 great sword saints of Huaxia. Truly, the path of martial arts is flourishing. At this moment, Lin Feng was still on the bus, snoring peacefully. The moonlight streamed through the window, continuously providing him with energy. Chapter 16, Magic City. The next morning, the bus halted at the A-City service area for a brief rest. The driver called out loudly, "We have arrived at the A-City service area. Everyone, please disembark and take a 40-minute break. Be sure to take care of your valuables. We are not responsible for any losses." Many passengers awakened from their slumber and stepped off the bus to eat. Lin Feng, carrying his sword bag and backpack, also disembarked, attracting considerable attention with his unique appearance. However, the other travelers were largely unaware of the significant events that had transpired the previous night. Some even did not know when he had boarded. The service area was bustling with people, and many martial artists were resting there, eating while scrolling through Douyin. Soon, someone spotted the incident that occurred at the Lingbei service area, and discussions began about whether to visit Lingbei. Some believed that since a master had appeared in Lingbei County, there might be even more formidable figures present, and venturing there would only invite trouble. Others wished to see the master's sword mark and witness the prowess of such a figure. Numerous martial artists from Lingbei County had arrived at the back of the service area, many live-streaming to show the lengthy sword mark to their online audience. Some villagers also rushed over, clamoring for compensation from the Martial Arts Association, as this involved damage to private property. The Martial Arts Association had no spare funds for compensation and insisted that these individuals approach the government, which also shifted responsibility, turning the matter into a contentious dispute. Lin Feng encountered trouble as well. Upon entering the service area, he once again attracted considerable attention. His distinctive appearance, with a sword bag and black backpack, left a lasting impression. Consequently, those around secretly scrutinized Lin Feng, refraining from speaking out of fear that this master might draw his sword against them. The once bustling service area fell into a hush, with only a few oblivious martial artists boasting loudly about their past exploits against beastly foes. Lin Feng, however, did not dwell on these matters. He simply needed to use the restroom and buy some food to satisfy his hunger. After the allotted break time, he boarded the bus again. The passengers on the bus did not notice anything unusual, but the day had already brightened significantly. Many passengers, unable to sleep, began scrolling through Douyin, and soon someone spotted the video of the master from Lingbei County. Several travelers felt that the person in the video looked somewhat familiar, as if they had seen him before. Only a young couple noticed the connection and frequently glanced toward the bus, and to their surprise, they indeed spotted the video as protagonist. They did not dare to speak up, opting instead to vent their frustrations on social media and various websites. The bus did not stop until noon, when the driver announced, "All right, we have arrived in Mo City. Everyone, please disembark in an orderly fashion and ensure you have all your belongings. Do not lose anything." Lin Feng blended into the crowd as he exited the station, greeted by towering skyscrapers. The city was a spectacle of high-rises and flashing neon lights, with overpasses everywhere and pedestrians hurrying past without a moment's pause. This was Mo, the most unique city in Huaxia, where the atmosphere was filled with indulgence, and hundreds of thousands of dollars seemed to vanish like a pebble cast into water. Most importantly, this city was a melting pot, filled with travelers from around the globe, who could live peacefully as long as they did not break the law. Lin Feng gazed at the ceaseless flow of people, momentarily lost in thought, never expecting that a simple bus ride would bring him to Mo. Perhaps this was fate's design. The most pressing matter now was to locate a place selling dog meat, and then find a suitable residence to settle down. He first activated the navigation system to locate the dog meat market, and soon a plethora of large markets appeared before him. These establishments not only sold dog meat, but also a diverse array of exotic beast meats. Anything one could desire was available, provided one had sufficient funds. Oh, the advantages of a big city. Here I am, and surely no one will discover my presence. Lin Feng casually selected a meat market and hailed a taxi to make his way there. The taxi fare here was notably more expensive than in other areas, where the starting price was typically 5 yuan, but here it was doubled. However, he refrained from vocalizing his complaints to avoid being labeled as a country bumpkin. Their conversation during the ride was sparse, and upon arrival, Lin Feng promptly settled the fare and exited the vehicle, eager to explore the vendors selling meat. This market specialized in meat products, offering a variety of meats, yet most were frozen, and he could not find any fresh dog meat for sale. After inquiring with numerous vendors along the market, he discovered that all the meat was sourced from slaughterhouses. No one slaughtered the animals themselves, with no other options available. And since his request was modest, merely to enjoy some dog meat, he began searching for rental accommodations nearby. The rent in this area was significantly higher than in other places, with even a one-bedroom apartment costing around 2,000 to 3,000 yuan and shared accommodations starting at over 1,000. After asking at many locations, he finally found a small apartment that did not require an ID for renting. However, even the one-bedroom apartment cost over 3,000 yuan, and the interior decor was quite shabby, with the restroom being communal. Upon witnessing the conditions, he decisively decided to leave. Being without an ID was indeed challenging. Before he knew it, night had fallen, and Lin Feng, still without a place to stay, found himself wandering the streets alone with his backpack. Eventually, he grew weary of searching and opted to visit a dog meat restaurant for a hearty meal. While dining, he took out his phone to search for places that did not require an ID for cooking services. Thankfully, the vast online community provided ample suggestions. If one traveled to another city without an ID, they could stay with relatives or close friends. Massage parlors and oil massage establishments were deemed the best options. Purchasing a tent to camp beneath a bridge was also an alternative, or one could seek a cave in the mountains. Entertainment venues such as KTVs and 24-hour restaurants were plentiful, and bathing centers offered a chance to wash up, while internet cafes were available for a spot to rest. Lin Feng's eyes lit up with possibilities. Indeed, with so many options, he could easily find a place to spend the night and strategize for accommodations the following day. After satisfying his hunger, he set off towards a nearby bathing hotel, knowing that such places were preferable as no one would inquire about his background. Wealth was the only requirement. This establishment, named Sihai Bathing Hotel, offered massage, bathing, and various services, including 3 meals a day. The building boasted over 50 stories, and at the entrance, for beautiful young ladies welcomed guests, each radiating charm. Upon the arrival of customers, they would sweetly exclaim, "Welcome." After the front desk attendant prepared a room for Lin Feng. He paid 600 yuan for the room and a 200 yuan deposit, then ascended to his floor with a meal card in hand. Only after Lin Feng stepped into the elevator did the attendant pull out her headset and say, "Captain, we have an unusual guest here. This operation may encounter unforeseen complications." Chapter 17. The rabbit demon Lin Feng arrived at the 15th floor, room 1508. He inserted the card to activate the electricity, and the lights and air conditioning sprang to life, releasing a refreshing breeze. To his left was a restroom, the glass of which remained transparent, allowing one to observe any movement within. The room featured a large bed, a colorful television opposite, and a bedside table on the left laden with snacks available for consumption without additional charges. However, the items on the right bedside table, comprising bed linens, incurred separate fees. Lin Feng first removed his clothing to take a shower, as he had become quite dirty during his journey. A hot shower was a welcome comfort. Afterward, he donned a short-sleeved shirt and loose shorts, washing his discarded clothes in the sink before hanging them on a rack, where the air conditioning would likely dry them overnight. Once tidied up, he lay on the bed and began searching for rental information nearby, discovering numerous housing recommendations on Douyin. Yet, most were from agencies and without an ID. It was nearly impossible to finalize arrangements. Thus, he slowly perused the comments, hoping to find a place that did not require identification. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Feng furrowed his brow and set down his phone, inquiring, "Who is it?" A female voice outside responded, "Hello, sir, I am the service attendant here, and I have brought a complimentary fruit platter for you." Lin Feng hurried to the door and opened it. Standing there was a stunning woman in a mid-length dress, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with long, flowing hair and fiery red lips. She wore white stockings that accentuated her slender, curvaceous thighs, and her beautiful face left a lasting impression. She gracefully entered with the fruit platter and said, "Sir, we also offer complimentary specialty massage services. I will attend to you. And if you require anything else, feel free to call upon nearby attendants for assistance." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression shifted to one of intrigue. He hadn't anticipated such services at the hotel. "In that case, I shall not be modest," he replied, returning to the bed. However, he discreetly assessed the attributes of this woman. Third-tier advanced rabbit demon, Sun Xiao, health, 458, 204, 5820 attack, 4326 constitution, 3982 strength, 3862 agility, 4326 spirit, 4185 demon power, 413004, 1850 defense, 398 magic resistance, for 18 talent, transformation, danger perception, body, ice affinity, exceptional agility skills, ice sword, multiple ice spikes, charged leap, flying sand and stone, rapid digging, ice heart technique, dragon probe, blizzard, frost bullets. So she is a fellow practitioner, a rabbit demon lurking in the human world. Lin Feng was taken aback by this encounter. However, he was uncertain of the rabbit demon's intentions. Could she merely be hiding in the human realm while providing massage services? That seemed rather implausible. Sun Xiao set down the fruit platter and took a deep breath, sitting at the edge of the bed. She focused on recalling what she had learned from her phone in the past. Only after collecting her thoughts did she remove her high heels and climb onto the bed, awkwardly beginning to massage this unfamiliar man's legs. She inquired, "Sir, how is my pressure?" "Ouch." Lin Feng gasped in surprise at the sudden intensity, quickly responding, "Be gentle. If you apply any more force, I might end up in the hospital." Sun Xiao stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. "My apologies. I am new here. Please forgive me. How about I give you a back massage instead?" Lin Feng then set aside his phone and lay down on the bed. Sun Xiao adjusted her pressure and began to knead his back, mentally revisiting the various massage techniques: pressing, rolling, scraping, rubbing, and kneading. Fortunately, demons possessed good memory, and by lightening her grip, she managed to avoid any blunders. Lin Feng complimented, "Your technique is commendable. Keep it up." Sun Xiao released a sigh of relief, while attentively listening to the sounds around her, internally lamenting the snake demon's decision to hold a gathering. Now, they had drawn the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. Thankfully, she had previously encountered a member of the Bureau, allowing her to notice that they were already surrounded. Had it not been for this chance to hide in the guest room, it is likely that I would have been apprehended by the Special Affairs Bureau. Those of my kind who have been captured by them seldom meet with a favorable fate. They either join humans and become their lackeys or are reduced to mere meals for others. Some of the more attractive among us have even become the concubines of the powerful. Indeed, the days spent concealed within the human realm, living freely, are far more preferable. As long as I do not reveal any flaws, I could remain hidden in this world for many years. I can only hope to escape this ordeal, and thereafter, I shall never attend gatherings with other Yaosog in the same city again. Before long, the sounds of low, rumbling fights and explosions accompanied by chilling screams echoed from outside. A sense of dread enveloped Sun Xiao, causing her to unconsciously increase the pressure of her hands. Lin Feng felt as though the small hands at his back were wielding a heavy hammer, nearly shattering his bones. He hurriedly exclaimed, ease up. If you keep this up, I won't be able to bear it." "I apologize, sir. I shall be more cautious," she replied. However, the man before her piqued Sun Xiao's interest. Should the Special Affairs Bureau discover her, she could use this man as a shield. If she could escape this city, she could fly far away. Worst case, she could alter her appearance and seek refuge in another city, living freely as long as her identity remained undiscovered. After coming to this conclusion, Sun Xiao calmed herself and adjusted her technique, even finding the time to engage in casual conversation. "Handsome, where are you from?" "H province." "And you, beauty?" "I hail from Z province. I came here to learn about massage techniques, hoping to broaden my horizons." Their minds, however, were preoccupied with their own schemes. Lin Feng contemplated how to procure an identification card, while Sun Xiao fixated on the idea of using this man as a shield should her identity be exposed. Several minutes passed before the commotion outside subsided, only for a cacophony of footsteps to approach the door. "Knock, knock, knock." Lin Feng inquired, "Who is it?" A robust male voice responded, "Greetings, Sword Saint. I am Han Bo, captain of the second team of the Special Affairs Bureau in Magic City. I have come to pay my respects upon hearing of your arrival." Lin Feng was taken aback, his face a canvas of confusion. "Sword Saint? What is going on?" he questioned. "Have you mistaken me for someone else?" "I am not the Sword Saint you speak of." The man continued, "Sword Saint. Your astonishing sword strike in Lingbei County has long been the talk of the town. Your name has permeated the martial arts community. There is no one who does not know of you. Lin Feng was astonished to find himself with a reputation as a sword saint in the human realm. Such was the benefit of having acquired a remarkable skill. He quickly considered how to leverage this encounter for maximum advantage. Meanwhile, Sun Xiao felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. The young man beside her was a master-level fighter, and she had foolishly considered using him as leverage. Curiosity piqued, Lin Feng asked, "How did you discover my presence? Is there surveillance here?" Han Bo replied, "Sword Saint, we are here to execute a mission to apprehend Yao So. We had just completed a capture when my team noticed your entrance, leading me to realize your esteemed presence. Ah, I see. It is rather late, and I am feeling fatigued. Please do not enter. I have just emerged from isolation and do not even possess an identification card. Traveling poses a challenge for me, and I can only find refuge in places like this. Kindly handle matters on your end, and then return to see me." Han Bo's face lit up with joy. "Rest assured, we will expedite the process for you, Sword Saint. Please take care to rest. Should you require anything, feel free to instruct the nearby attendants. All your expenses will be covered by us. I shall take my leave now." "Very well, travel safely." Han Bo led his team away, where 8 cars awaited outside. They placed the 5 captured Yao So into separate vehicles before returning to the Special Affairs Bureau. Upon arriving, Han Bo headed straight for the director's office. "Knock, knock, knock." A commanding voice emanated from within. "Enter." After entering, Han Bo reported, "Director, we have encountered a master-level fighter in Magic City." Director Wu Wentao shifted his gaze from the computer, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. "A master-level fighter? What business could such a person have in our Magic City?" "The master-level fighter is none other than the Sword Saint of Lingbei, whom you mentioned just today. We happened upon his presence during our mission. If he lends his strength, we shall undoubtedly succeed against the enigmatic Blood Shadow Demon King," Wu Wentao mused, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. "I did not anticipate the Sword Saint would visit us in Magic City. It seems the Blood Shadow Demon King is doomed. How was your interaction with him? He did not seem displeased, did he? The Sword Saint is rather fatigued from his journey and has taken to resting. He specifically requested we procure an identification card for his convenience in future travels. This Sword Saint must be a reclusive elder who has only recently emerged after a breakthrough in his cultivation, likely seeking to experience the world anew. We must cater to his every request. You should assist him in obtaining that identification card. Tomorrow, I shall accompany you to pay our respects to the Sword Saint." Han Bo interjected, "Director, we do not know the Sword Saint's home address or age. How shall we proceed?" Wu Wentao casually replied, "Fool. Simply list him as a resident of Magic City. This will establish a connection with him. I believe he does not appear too aged, so you can write him down as 25 years old. This will not hinder his enjoyment of life. I must also prepare an exceptional sword for the Sword Saint. I noted in the video that his sword shattered upon use. That is far too disgraceful. I have heard that the Wang family recently acquired an exquisite sword, and I shall personally procure it." Meanwhile, Lin Feng continued to relish the massage service provided by the Tu Yao. Sun Xiao, upon witnessing the departure of the Special Affairs Bureau personnel, felt even more anxious. She was uncertain whether the Sword Saint had discerned her true identity and thus focused even more intently on her service. However, she refrained from excessive physical contact, fearing her identity as a Yao So might be revealed. After enjoying the massage for a while, Lin Feng requested, "Could you walk on my back? I've been traveling quite a bit lately, and my neck feels a bit strained." Sun Xiao secretly scoffed, thinking to herself that this old man certainly knew how to indulge. A master-level fighter had even taken on the guise of a youthful appearance. With that dark complexion, he must have engaged in numerous questionable deeds. Nonetheless, she dared not refuse and promptly stood to walk on his back, inquiring, "Sword Saint, how is it that I have not heard of your esteemed name before?" As she expertly walked on Lin Feng's back, even the bones beneath began to creak. The pressure was quite pleasant. He leisurely replied, "That title is merely inflated. I am not truly a Sword Saint. Do not heed their fanciful tales." Upon hearing this, Sun Xiao silently mocked him, thinking, "This old man is quite cunning. Who knows how many centuries he has lived? He might even be decades older than I." Seeing that he was reluctant to divulge information, she smoothly transitioned, "By the way, your massage service is nearing its conclusion. Please be sure to rest well afterward, and should you need anything, do not hesitate to inform the attendants outside." Lin Feng chuckled softly, remarking on the quality of service he received, suggesting that perhaps he could have an additional hour of service since someone else was footing the bill. Sun Zhao's expression stiffened as she replied, "Sir, I have other clients scheduled, and I cannot extend your time indiscriminately." Lin Feng assured her that money was not an issue and added, "If it comes to that, I can speak to your supervisor." Sun Xiao was taken aback and reluctantly replied, I can grant you an extra half hour. That is the maximum we can allow. That works for me. Please proceed. He responded. Sun Xiao had no choice but to kneel on his back, her glasses spinning as she soon noticed the sword bag beside him. She inquired, "They say you are a sword saint. You carry a sword bag, so I presume the swords within are of exceptional quality." Lin Feng dismissed her assumption, stating, "They are merely old iron, worth only a few hundred each. I buy only inexpensive items." Sun Xiao scoffed at this, asserting that renowned swordsmen possessed their own famed blades, believing he was attempting to deceive her. "If you doubt me, I can gift you a sword later, but you must provide additional service," he proposed. Sun Xiao hesitated, but was convinced that this man was far more formidable than he appeared. Even the Special Affairs Bureau would not dare to offend him. Thus, he must possess remarkable weaponry. The prospect of acquiring a sword from a sword saint could potentially save her from dire predicaments in the future. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "You must not go back on your word. Tell me what additional service you require, and as long as it is reasonable, I shall agree." Lin Feng calmly reassured her, "Do not worry, I will not make unreasonable demands. If you can help me fall asleep, you may choose any weapon from my sword bag." Sun Xiao breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Very well, but this is your promise, and I will give my all." With that, she settled onto Lin Feng's back and began to massage his head and neck with her delicate hands. Lin Feng felt a gentle warmth coursing over him, and his spirits lifted unexpectedly. This rabbit spirit possesses some skill, he mused. Sun Xiao employed various techniques she had learned, experimenting with a plethora of massage methods, pressing, pinching, stroking, and tapping, each one meticulously applied. Yet, after more than an hour, he found himself more awake than ever. Frustrated, she exclaimed, "You must be cheating. I've been massaging you for over an hour, and you still haven't fallen asleep. You are certainly deceiving me." Lin Feng cleared his throat, replying, "It's not that I am ineffective. Rather, your skills are simply too enticing." He did not wish to make things difficult for her and suggested, "It appears you are unable to fulfill your duty. How about this? If you massage me for another half hour, I will gift you a weapon." Sun Zhao's face lit up with joy. "All right, but you must not go back on this." After another half hour, Lin Feng pretended to be asleep. Sun Xiao promptly jumped off, donned her shoes, and opened the sword bag, revealing 6 ordinary long swords, all unsharpened and without scabbards, clearly of mediocre quality. Yet, instead of disappointment, she felt she had struck a great deal. Chapter 19. Clarity. Sun Xiao hurriedly grasped a long sword without a scabbard and exited, taking the elevator straight down. Once Lin Feng confirmed she was far away, he opened his eyes and searched for Ling Bei Jinsheng on his phone. In no time, a plethora of videos popped up online detailing the events from Lingbei County. The first video captured the entire sequence from entering the service area to drawing the sword, garnering over 10 million likes. This was the moment Lin Feng's identity began to unravel. After viewing the footage, he started contemplating his future developments. Now that he bore the title of Sword Saint without anyone suspecting him, he felt secure in the human realm. The video depicted Lin Feng as a man of few words and fierce demeanor, deterring any reckless challengers. However, with the Special Affairs Bureau now interested in him, it indicated that he had garnered official attention, and he might soon encounter complications requiring his intervention. The authorities openly acknowledged 8 Grand Masters, and his emergence would undoubtedly attract their scrutiny, potentially leading to interactions with them. Thus, his immediate priority was to enhance his strength. Without it, his second-tier abilities would be inadequate for the challenges that lay ahead. Should he consider a few suicides to double his attributes? Lin Feng licked his lips, contemplating the feasibility of such drastic measures, but soon deemed it impractical. After all, sacrificing 8 lives for mere attributes seemed counterproductive. Furthermore, as long as he could live steadily, his attributes would naturally increase, and he would eventually become a powerful demon king, making suicide unnecessary. After much deliberation, he abandoned the notion of hastily enhancing his strength. With the power of Huan Yuqian Chongzhan at his disposal, he felt confident enough to engage in battles, provided he did not encounter overly formidable foes. Having reached a conclusion, Lin Feng settled into bed, and after a few hours of sleep, he awoke feeling invigorated. It was just past 1 in the morning, and the night was still serene. Lin Feng dressed, slung the sword bag over his shoulder, and stepped outside. The 2 attendants at the service station were dozing off. Oblivious to this extraordinary guest, Lin Feng took the elevator to the rooftop, where the moonlight cascaded down freely. He sat cross-legged, the sword bag beside him, as the gentle night breeze enveloped him and the moonlight brightened. Nearby, several practitioners of internal martial arts sensed the surging spiritual energy and found their internal power accelerating. Animals in the vicinity became inexplicably quiet, gravitating towards the illuminated areas to bask in the moon's radiance. The next morning, The sun cautiously peeked over the horizon. Lin Feng rose slowly, stretching his body before heading downstairs with the sword bag. Upon reaching the service station on the 15th floor, he inquired, "Do you serve dog meat for breakfast?" The two attendants, weary from the morning, instantly perked up upon recognizing him as the 9th martial saint of Huaxia. The chubby attendant on the left responded, "Greetings, Sword Saint. Our restaurant is on the 8th floor. You may go there for your meal. If you desire dog meat, we can have the chef prepare it fresh for you." Lin Feng nodded and departed. Once he was out of sight, the attendants began discussing the encounter. "I never imagined I would see the Sword Saint in person. He is so young," they remarked, having heard rumors of a reclusive old master. Arriving on the 8th floor, Lin Feng found many patrons already dining, with the kitchen bustling in the back. Two plump chefs were busy cooking, while an array of completed dishes were displayed: cucumber salad, spicy cabbage, braised pork, and shredded meat with pickled vegetables. "Chef, I would like 20 pounds of dog meat," Lin Feng ordered. The chefs exchanged glances, initially irritated at being interrupted during their morning shift. However, upon recognizing the youth with the sword bag, they quickly changed their tune. "Of course, please have a seat. We will begin immediately." They called out to their colleagues, "Xiao Ma, Xiao Wei, hurry and bring out 20 pounds of dog meat." The kitchen erupted into activity as they halted their current dishes to prepare various dog meat dishes: stir-fried dog meat blends, and 5-spice dog meat, among others. In the restaurant, others cast sidelong glances, speculating about the young man's significant connections. Lin Feng decisively found a table to sit down, engrossed in videos while waiting for the dog meat to arrive. Once it did, he picked up his chopsticks and indulged, finding the flavors crafted by the two chefs far superior to his own culinary attempts at home. After finishing his meal, he remarked, "The taste is delightful. As usual at noon, I suggest you prepare in advance to avoid the usual chaos." The two portly chefs were overjoyed to receive the Sword Saint's praise, which would surely bolster their confidence in future endeavors. Lin Feng then ascended to the rooftop on the 15th floor and instructed the two waitstaff, "If anyone comes looking for me, direct them to the rooftop." The waitstaff nodded eagerly. Meanwhile, the head chef on the 8th floor was busily organizing supplies, urgently instructing the procurement team, "The Sword Saint has a particular fondness for dog meat. Quickly, procure some exceptional dog meat from the largest meat market. We must ensure that the Sword Saint is well catered to. The Special Affairs Bureau will reimburse the expenses. Do not hold back on the purchases. It is essential that he stays for several days and leaves utterly satisfied." Subsequently, Lin Feng basked in the sun on the rooftop, taking a moment to check his attributes. Zhonghua Tianyuan Cat, Lin Feng, lifespan, 06180 health points, 108301, 0830 attack power, 782 constitution, 783 strength, 782 agility, 772 spirit, 985 magic points, 9850 defense, 78 magic resistance, 98. His spirit attribute was notably high, a result of his experiences in the spirit realm. He realized he must be cautious on his next visit to the spirit realm, refraining from carelessly unleashing the phantom moon thousandfold slash. Should he reduce his enemies to mere pulp, he would forfeit potential evolution points, which would be quite disadvantageous. Additionally, having spent the last few days traveling, his evolution point income was inconsistent. He needed to find a stable place to settle down quickly. With a few months of development time, his physical attributes could undergo significant transformations. Alas, time seemed to drag on. After reflecting on this, Lin Feng dozed off until noon, when he finally descended to have lunch. As soon as the waitstaff spotted him approaching, they hurriedly exclaimed, "Sword Saint, please take a seat. We have prepared lunch for you." Once Lin Feng was seated, they presented several dog meat dishes. These dishes had clearly been meticulously crafted. As soon as they were served, a delectable aroma filled the air, permeating the entire restaurant with the scent of dog meat. The dog meat was notably chewy, providing more energy than ordinary dog meat. Lin Feng quickly discerned the reason behind this and praised, "You have put in great effort." This meal sparked a glimmer of insight. Perhaps the key to rapidly acquiring evolution points lay within the Special Affairs Bureau. The nearby chefs and waitstaff beamed with joy upon receiving his commendation, even redoubling their efforts in their work.